Chapter 501, Big Fish Phantom. Huh, you actually survived my attack? The big fish was slightly surprised and turned to whip her tail at Han Fei. Bam! Once again, Han Fei was thrown heavily into another coral bush, leaving a gully hundreds of meters long on the seabed. Puff! Han Fei spurted blood and he was stunned. This is only a phantom, but it is so powerful. If the real fish were here, wouldn't I be blown to death by a single breath from her? And Han Fei could feel that the big fish seemed to have defeated him without spending a little effort. Beside her, the little time dragon carp was crying. Mom, take me away. Take me out, Mom. Mom, I don't want to be here, Mom. I want to eat delicious food, Mom. The big fish tilted her head helplessly. Baby, you can't go out for the time being. Wait some a little longer. Didn't this man give you delicious food? You can eat his food. Then the big fish phantom looked at Han Fei. Human, take out your food. Han Fei, right? Han Fei? Han Fei suddenly lunged to his feet, used the divine healing technique on himself, stepped on the spirit-gathering formation under his feet, and took a deep breath. With a flash between his eyebrows, Little Black and Little White appeared. Fuse, humph, are you bullying me? Yes, I can't beat you, but I promise that if you kill me, someone will definitely kill your daughter. However, the big fish gave a surprised exclamation again. Suddenly, Han Fei felt the surrounding seawater twist. In the blink of an eye, his fusion state was forcibly interrupted. Mom, take me away. Take me out, Mom. Mom, I don't want to be here. Mom, I want to eat delicious food. Mom, the big fish tilted her head helplessly again. Baby, you can't go out for the time being. Wait a little longer. Didn't this man give you delicious food? You can eat his food. Han Fei heard that the little time dragon carp was crying and asking the big fish phantom to take her out, but then the big fish phantom said exactly the same words as before? What was going on here? That's not right. Han Fei quickly looked at his feet, then at Xiao and the little time dragon carp, and was shocked. Bah, back in time? Fuck, Han Fei was completely stupefied. There was a storm in his heart. Can this fish reverse time? Can it control time? Gulp. The big fish phantom looked at Han Fei. Summon your spiritual beasts, Han Fei asked nervously. Why? The big fish phantom said lightly. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. Let me see those two little fishes. Han Fei gritted his teeth, thought for a moment, and then with a flash between his brows, Little Black and Little White appeared again. He had no choice. The phantom on the opposite side was much stronger than he, so he dared not to defy her order. However, this thing was really shockingly strong. She could even reverse time. Who can resist her? If he didn't call out Little Black and Little White, he might have been killed by her immediately. But Han Fei wasn't that scared. Anyway, he still had the sky-dissecting finger, which was his trump card. Xiao was dumbfounded. Two little fishes? Isn't there only one fish? However, in the face of these strong masters, he dare not speak, let alone ask. The big fish phantom looked at Little Black and Little White for a long time, and then looked at Han Fei with a complicated expression. You, how can you deserve? Forget it, you can be called a peerless genius in such a small place. That's it. Are you willing to be my daughter's guardian? Han Fei narrowed his eyes and immediately put away Little Black and Little White, and then said, No, I can't be anyone's servant. Han Fei was counting time. He had decided to enter Forge the Universe. Although I can't beat you, I can hide from you. Don't even think about making me call a fish masters like Xiao. Just as Han Fei was about to enter Forge the Universe, he heard the big fish phantom saying, Forget it. After all, you are barely on the road of invincibility, and I should show some respect to the pride of a genius. Otherwise, the road of invincibility will be broken and you'll have no value. A golden light flashed on the head of the big fish phantom, and Han Fei found a quaint ring fell on his hand. Han Fei's face changed drastically. What is this? Don't worry, I've just left a mark on you. Although you can't be the guardian of my daughter, you have to promise me one thing, or I will kill you now. As for your threat, humph, that's just a joke. Your vision is still too small, Han Fei swallowed. Ahem, senior, what is it? Han Fei was just making a bluff. His trump card was just the sky-dissecting finger, and he certainly didn't want to use it. As far as the strength of this big fish phantom, even Old Bai wouldn't be able to resist a single whipping of her tail. Could Old Bai reverse time? As for Ren Tianfei, he knew nothing about that guy. Would he be willing to fight such a super fierce beast for him? Han Fei felt it was impossible. After all, he had never seen Ren Tianfei. Even if he died, Ren Tianfei wouldn't even know it. The big fish phantom said lightly, In the future, when the time is right, I will send my daughter to you for a while. Han Fei blinked. When will the time be right? The big fish phantom said indifferently. Wait until you can solve your own disaster. If you can't even hide from your own disaster, then forget what I just said, and you won't see my daughter again. Han Fei frowned. This big fish seemed to know something, so he couldn't help asking, Senior, what disaster will I have? Is it about women? Bam! Han Fei was thrown into a coral bush again, even more miserable than before, leaving nothing but pieces. Han Fei was speechless. Why did you beat me again? Why keep beating me? The faceless man in the ghost ship said that I have a disaster arising from romance. So I thought my disaster would be about a woman. The big fish phantom said, Every man has his own destiny. You will find out when you encounter it in the future. If I tell you about it now, it won't be your disaster. Han Fei coughed and got up. Senior, can you give me a hint? The big fish cast a sideways glance at Han Fei. The secret must not be revealed. Besides, even if I tell you, it won't help. Mom, at this time, the big fish phantom's body began to fade, and she said softly to the little carp, Baby, remember this little brother. In the future, if you have a chance to meet him again, call him little brother. If he asks you to call him father, tell me and I'll kill him. Xiao Sei was trembling in horror. Han Fei was not killed? And Han Fei might take care of little master for some time in the future? What the hell was going on here? Why could I only become a guardian, while Han Fei could take care of little master for some time? Han Fei was disappointed not to get a hint from the phantom. However, he still said seriously, Senior, I will solve my disaster by myself. But, is it possible for little time not to eat people? Actually, there are still a lot of energy-containing creatures in the ocean. How much energy can the human body contain? The big fish phantom suddenly looked at Han Fei. What did you call my baby? Han Fei paused for a moment. Little time. Why did you call her time? Han Fei felt his heart skip a beat. Oh yes, I am not supposed to know this fish. Little Black and Little White had been exposed, but the demon purification pot must not be exposed. Therefore, Han Fei quickly said, Well, didn't you just reverse time? So I think this name is suitable. The big fish phantom nodded slightly. My daughter never eats people. This chasm is a place to swallow energy. With or without my daughter, it will devour energy. Those who are completely lost are already dying, and their energy will return to the world in the end. My daughter just sucks the energy that returns to the world. Even if my daughter really eats them, she just abides by the natural law. Men and fish eat each other, which is fair. Do you think humans are masters of all things? Han Fei smiled awkwardly. He certainly wouldn't answer this tricky question. Anyway, he survived. I'm not going to discuss this with you. What if you get pissed off? What if you pat me to death with your tail? Then the big fish phantom turned her eyes to Xiao Sei. Humph, your talent is not bad, but you're so weak. You tried to lure my daughter into teaching you the time-reversing art with energy, which is intolerable. Now I'll take back this technique from you as a punishment. With that, a mystic light rose from Xiao Sei's body and was swallowed by the big fish. Xiao Sei hurriedly responded respectfully, Thank you for sparing my life, master. Feeling the atmosphere was a little weird, Little Time looked left and right, then rubbed her head intimately against the big fish phantom. Mom, I want to eat. I want to go out to play. Let me out. Mom, Little Time pouted and cried, and the big fish phantom tuned her eyes to Han Fei. Han Fei shivered and quickly said, Little Time, come here. I have a lot of delicious foods for you. Then he took out a lot of things, including 100 yellow-blooded sea cucumbers, all the crisps, other kinds of octopus, big fish, and crabs, which were piled high like a mountain. Han Fei grinned and said, Little Time, these are all yours. Little Time immediately jumped into the food pile with a swoosh and said sweetly, Thank you, little brother. Xiao Sei was dumbfounded when he saw Han Fei took out a seemingly endless pile of food. How much fucking food do you have? Are you really a normal cultivator? Who the hell would bring so much food coming to the level 3 fishery? The big fish phantom nodded in satisfaction and then said to Xiao Sei, In the future, feed my daughter according to this standard. After that, the big fish phantom said to Han Fei, You shouldn't be here now. Leave. Wait a minute. The big fish phantom looked at Han Fei, seemingly dissatisfied. Han Fei hurriedly said, Well, senior, can you tell me where this is? Maybe I can bring more delicious food to Little Time in the future. I am a good cook, and I can make much delicious food. The big fish phantom said indifferently, This is Time River, and what it reflects is the past. If it weren't for my daughter summoning you, you wouldn't be able to come in at all, and you wouldn't need to come in. When you survive your disaster, you may meet her again. As the water rippled, the beautiful scene in front of his eyes disappeared with a swish. When he appeared again, he had already appeared on the dragon boat. Damn it, that was scary. Chapter 502, Chasm Canyon. Han Fei drew a long face. Was this trip an opportunity? But why did he feel as though he suffered a big loss? Apart from everything else, he almost gave all the food except all the yellow-blooded sea cucumbers to Little Time. It wasn't that he wanted to do it, but the big fish's stare was really scary and seemed to be able to see him through. Han Fei immediately got up and left. He had to leave here as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Little Time ate all the food, she would probably ask him for more. At this moment, he saw a figure jumped out of the thick mist and Xiao Sei appeared in front of him again. However, he was no longer sallow and emaciated, but became a handsome young man. Han Fei looked at him coldly and said, What do you want? Xiao Sei said lightly. You and I are not enemies now, so you don't need to be on guard with me anymore. I think it is necessary to explain to you what happened before. Han Fei sneered. I don't think it necessary. You can't be a good person, neither can you be a qualified bad person. Xiao Sei ignored Han Fei's ridicule but said, Those people, I will send them back. Han Fei was surprised. Are they still alive? Xiao Sei shook his head. Not everyone can go to the space where you went. You shouldn't have been there. It was completely because of Little Master's summoning that you received that opportunity. Xiao sneered. Where did you want to send me then? Xiao Sei did not answer, but looked at Han Fei deeply. I came out to tell you a few things. Now that you have prepared such an ample supply food, I know that your target must not be on the dragon boat. It must be in the chasm. Han Fei thought to himself, I really don't know if I should tell you or not. In fact, no matter where I go, I always bring a lot of food. Xiaosei continued, the abyssal chasm is a weird place. Little Master stays here temporarily just to share some of the energy of the abyssal chasm. And in that real chasm, not even a blade of grass grows. I know you have a lot of food, but you may not be able to hold up long. Wan Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. You mean the abyssal chasm swallows energy even more than here? Xiaosei nodded earnestly. I have only been there once. I'd like to remind you not to enter any random secret realm you see. Besides, Master asked me to tell you that in order to punish your verbal offense, she will give you a small punishment. Han Fei sighed. Punishment? But she almost patted me to death. Isn't that enough? Xiaosei was speechless. You made the time dragon carp call you dad. You should thank God that her mother didn't kill you on the spot. Han Fei didn't care about the small punishment and just suddenly asked seriously, I'd like to ask you something. Why didn't you save those people? Xiaosei smiled and shook his head. I told you that the place you went is the Time River, and what you saw was the past. Besides, I need food to save them, okay? You liar, you didn't want to let those people leave. Did you want to keep them as energy to lure Little Time into teaching you the time-reversing technique? Xiaosei was silent for a moment. Firstly, I have no food to save them with. Secondly, since they are destined to die, why not contribute their energy? But now, they are not important. Little Master never ate people. She just eats the energy of those who are no longer human. Han Fei frowned. Do those people really have nothing to do with you? Xiaosei shook his head. No. What about the underwater ferryman? Did you create them? Xiaosei was taken aback for a moment. I am only 17 this year. How could it be me? Humph, Han Fei wondered. Then where did they come from? Xiaosei pondered for a moment. They are certainly from the depth of the chasm. Neither I nor you can reach the depth of the chasm, so just forget it. Han Fei scoffed. Humph, do you think I'm like you? Xiaosei smiled. Perhaps you're stronger than me, but the result will be the same. So much for what I can tell you. It's up to you whether you go or not. But, Xiaosei shook his head slightly. Pay attention to the vortex. Near the abyssal chasm, there will randomly be a death vortex, and you'd better avoid it if you encounter it. Han Fei was puzzled. Just one? Xiaosei rolled his eyes at him. How many more do you want? The death vortex appears every time someone comes. When I was there, if I hadn't had special means, I wouldn't have been able to escape from it. Han Fei thought, since the death vortex is dangerous, I will just avoid it. Anyway, I'm fast, and it should be no problem for me to escape a vortex in the sea. But, Han Fei said angrily, can you just finish talking in one go? Xiaosei glanced at Han Fei deeply. However, I'm not sure where the vortex leads. Perhaps it leads into the abyssal chasm. And the punishment for your verbal offense may be there. Han Fei smiled. He couldn't find his way after coming here and suddenly appeared in the Dead Sea area. Then he was taken into that fairyland. Now, there was another fucking vortex that he didn't know where it would take him? Han Fei snorted. Which way? Xiaosei raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the stern. Han Fei jumped down without saying a word and dove into the sea. After swimming thousands of kilometers, Han Fei already felt that his energy consumption had increased. So he directly filled his body with spiritual energy to block the energy from escaping. He might not have enough energy, but he definitely had enough spiritual energy. After swimming for about 3,000 kilometers, he found that there were no more creatures in the sea. Not to mention the little blue fish, there wasn't even any plankton. Han Fei dove to the bottom of the sea to take a look, and found that it was a deserted place. Except for the sand and gravel, there wasn't even seaweed or green algae, let alone anything hidden under the sand. He swam for a full day. When Han Fei suddenly felt heart palpitations, he saw a trench. To be precise, he didn't know if it was a trench because the chasm was too big. He looked left and right and saw cliffs on both sides at the mouth of the chasm. As he went further in, the chasm became large and larger, and in the end, it became invisible. Han Fei quickly took out the map Ren Tianfei left for him. At this moment, Old Bai's map became useless, which was about the entire level 3 fishery. Unlike it, although Ren Tianfei's map had depicted other places in the level 3 fishery, it didn't depict them in detail except for the abyssal chasm. On the map, it was a pattern like a long, narrow eye. Judging by the location of the hurricane area, Han Fei was now at the corner of the eye, and Ren Tianfei's treasure map was right in the middle of this big eye. This bastard put the treasure on the upper eyelid of the eye, close to the pupil. Han Fei's first thought was to take a shortcut. He should go to the middle and go straight in from there, instead of swimming all the way from the corner of the eye to the middle. So he immediately swam to the periphery of the long, narrow eye, intending to cut across laterally, swish, clang, clang, clang. But after swimming for more than 300 kilometers, Han Fei suddenly took a move, shattering a wisp of sword chi overflowing from the chasm. He was dumbfounded. From here onwards, wisps of sword chi began to appear. Was the periphery blocked? In other words, the periphery of this eye seemed to be wrapped by a sword chi wall, and Han Fei looked up and swam up from below. Swish, 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 swish. Above, wisps of sword chi were even denser, as if there was a net of sword chi on the bottom of the sea. Han Fei only swam less than 1,000 meters up, and dozens of wounds were cut out on his body. Yes, even his indestructible body was pierced. Was the indestructible body not strong enough? No, Han Fei was very sure that the indestructible body was very strong. However, the sword chi that escaped from the abyssal chasm was stronger. Fuck, why is there so much sword chi? Han Fei continued to look up and found that the more he went up, the sword chi became denser, which was already visible to the naked eye. Damn it, is there only one way? Do I have to swim back? Han Fei had no choice but to return to the starting point. Anyway, he had to get in. However, he didn't see the vortex that Xiaosei was talking about, so he directly rushed in. Han Fei's speed was not slow. With little gold attached to him, it could be said that his speed had almost reached its extreme. However, just when Han Fei rushed into the abyssal chasm for less than 10 minutes, he felt a huge suction force falling on him. Not good. Han Fei's face changed abruptly. Even with little gold attaching to him, his speed dropped more than half in an instant. A huge vortex suddenly appeared in the sea, which must have been the one Xiaosei warned him about. What frightened Han Fei was that although vortexes were common in the sea and there were many causes for them, they were basically waterspouts from bottom to top. Just like when a swimming pool was releasing water, there would always be a vortex where the water drained. However, this vortex seemed to appear out of nowhere and was several hundred meters in size as soon as it appeared. The hollow in the center of the vortex was a few hundred meters in size. It was almost a black hole but was different from a teleportation portal. There were at least flashing lights and shadows in a teleportation portal, but this one was almost a cosmic black hole. There was nothing but a fucking black circle, around which Han Fei was made spinning frantically. Majestic mystic spell. At this moment, Han Fei didn't dare to save any energy. Unknown things were often full of mystery and terror. As soon as he activated the majestic mystic spell, his speed doubled again, even surpassing before. Han Fei beamed with a smile. Hey, go ahead sucking. Can you still suck me in? However, in an instant, the smile on Han Fei's face froze. When he looked back, he was dumbfounded. Holy shit, it's catching up? Chapter 503, The Serpent. In the vortex, Han Fei really didn't know why there were so many weird things in the underwater world. Anything in his sight now could make his hair stand on end. The huge black hole seemed to have eyes. Seeing that Han Fei escaped, it started to move. What made Han Fei speechless was that the thing was not moving slowly, but that it suddenly moved several kilometers closer to him, just like Shan's flash appearing very abruptly. No sooner had Han Fei escaped the black hole's suction than he was sucked in again. This time, he was not as lucky as just now when he was still far from the vortex. Now, little gold couldn't even flap his wings. Han Fei immediately crushed a flash stone. As a result, something miraculous happened. Han Fei felt that he had moved out. But because of a mysterious force, he was sucked back again and fell in place again. Fuck, even a flash stone is not working. However, at the moment he looked back, he glimpsed that a light seemed to appear in the black hole, which was a shadow winding like a snake. Huh, is there something in it? Han Fei instantly stopped resisting. A moment ago, he resisted because he was afraid that this black hole would tear up everything that was sucked in like a real black hole. But since there was a living creature in it, then he wouldn't be torn apart either. He immediately took back little gold and put on an ultra-quality battlesuit with a hand on the blood-drinking knife. He did not remove the majestic mystic spell. Since this black hole was targeting him, there must be danger, and fighting must be inevitable. Now, since Han Fei had learned the art of invincibility, he wasn't quite afraid of anyone. Even if he didn't want to fight, he wouldn't be afraid. It seemed that his fear had been eaten by the art of invincibility. Hey, don't make such a bluff. Come out and fight me. Han Fei turned around, and under this suction force, he rushed toward the black hole at an incredible speed. Sure enough, Han Fei only felt the suction force but did not feel the pain of body tearing. This was undoubtedly a good signal, so he immediately threw a punch. Bam! A dazzling fist light smashed at the huge black hole. Bang! At the moment when Han Fei touched the black hole, it seemed as if he had submerged from the seawater into another underwater space, which was a bit like the mirror of sky in the White Mist Salt Marsh. But it was extremely dark here, and Han Fei's golden fist mark disappeared in the darkness. The dazzling golden light also failed to illuminate this dark place. Suddenly, Han Fei felt a sense of crisis. He subconsciously turned his body sideways and slammed his fist into the darkness behind him. Bam! The golden fist mark fell on something that felt a little soft at first, and then a little hard, like flesh and bones. Under the light of his fist, Han Fei saw a pair of eyes as big as a ball staring at him in the darkness. In his eyes, the data showed. Name: Abyssal Water Serpent. Introduction. It was originally an ordinary sea snake, but turned into a serpent after drinking the blood of a strong master by mistake. 500 more years, it'll turn into a flood dragon. 1,000 years more, it will take the shape of a dragon. 10,000 years more, it'll turn into a real dragon. When it opens its wings, its speed is extremely fast. It breathes poisonous flames and can lift a weight of 490,000 caddies, and its defense is also extremely strong. Level 42 quality exotic. Mutated exotic mutate 6,285 points. 6,285 points. Eatable effect: eating it can strengthen the body, soul, and physique. Collectible: tendons, blood, flesh, gall, teeth. Absorbable remarks. This serpent is 498 years old and about to turn into a flood dragon. After reading the data in his eyes, Han Fei was relieved. It turned out to be a serpent. Bam! Feeling the water splash in the dark and a huge wave seemed to be coming, Han Fei immediately blasted out hundreds of punches. Dumb, 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 dumb. Gosh, Han Fei clearly saw that it was a gigantic tail, which was more than 10 meters long. Then how big was this abyssal water serpent? Han Fei punched out again, but the power of the gigantic tail had already been taken off by him. The huge serpent was not much better than Han Fei, or even worse. Its tail was almost broken. However, Han Fei was still shocked. Is this only a level 42 creature? Han Fei was stunned. Are you kidding me? I could easily beat inferior manfish, but it was level 45. Han Fei was sure that this serpent could easily crush an inferior manfish with a casual swing of its tail. He was now an advanced dangling fisher, plus with the effect of the majestic mystic spell he still failed to smash this tail. Roar! In the next moment, Han Fei felt a fishy ocean current spurting and the seawater was full of sticky things. Poison? Han Fei frowned in disgust. Has this abyssal water serpent started spraying poison? Humph, I have eaten the venomous tulip, and there is no poison that can work on me in the level 3 fishery. Han Fei clenched his fist, and instead of retreating, he rushed forward. He clenched his left hand into a fist and put it under his armpit, and his right hand was also clenched into a fist and glowing with a dazzling golden light. In the darkness, it was like a shining sun, too bright to look at. At the moment Han Fei rushed up, on his right hand, spiritual energy exploded 3 times. Before he threw a punch, 3 water splashes tens of meters tall broke out in the water. The golden fist was like a soaring rocket, and the shadow of the fist mark was tens of meters large. Roar! In the darkness, the serpent opened its mouth, and a mass of spiritual waves rolled in its throat, spraying at Han Fei. Humph! You're an exotic creature, so what? You're a mutant creature, so what? You still won't be able to escape from my fists. Ah! Boom! In the darkness, a golden fist light instantly penetrated the surging spiritual wave and blasted down on the head of the abyssal water serpent like a sharp arrow. Thud. The serpent's huge body was hit by Han Fei and rolled dozens of times in the water. Han Fei hurriedly stuffed a piece of yellow-blooded sea cucumber into his mouth before following up. Only when Han Fei stepped on the head of this abyssal water serpent did he discover how big the serpent was. Its head alone was 5 or 6 meters large. At this moment, a large part of the forehead of the serpent was sunken and one of its eyeballs was blown out by him. Han Fei found that the back of the big snake was trembling and a pair of fan-like wings grew out. These were more like a large pair of fins than wings. However, since they were nearly 3 meters long after being opened, they looked more like a pair of wings. But compared with the size of the abyssal water tiger, they were like fins. Han Fei stood on the head of the serpent and placed the blood-drinking knife against its forehead. Be quiet or I will chop your head off. Bam! Han Fei felt a sudden sharp pain in his head, as if a needle drilled in. However, the demon purification pot turned immediately, and the pain disappeared. However, just in this flash, the abyssal water serpent began to run away. How could Han Fei let it run away? He immediately cast his fishhook, activated the void-breaking technique, and then the fishhook crossed 100 meters and hooked on the body of the serpent. Then the huge serpent dragged him along and began to swim crazily in the deep sea. Only after about 10 minutes, Han Fei felt light in front of his eyes. It was no longer the kind of darkness that made people feel desperate. Although it was still dark, Han Fei could see now. Oh! Han Fei was taken aback. He had no idea how big this serpent was when he was fighting in the dark just now. However, when he was able to see, he saw a super big snake that was 70 or 80 meters long, pulling him along while swaying. The abyssal water serpent threw Han Fei on the ground and dragged him along. Han Fei said angrily, "Very good, I didn't want to kill you in the first place, but now you're dead meat." Han Fei suddenly withdrew his fishing rod and rushed forward quickly, followed by 99 blue sea wandering dragon daggers. He brandished a long sword and thrust it at the abyssal water serpent. Clang, clang, clang. Han Fei was taken aback for a moment. What a powerful defense. So many ultra-quality spiritual weapons still couldn't tear up its skin? Let me cut your wings. Then I'd like to see how you run away. Unable to penetrate the serpent's skin, the blue sea wandering dragon daggers rolled again, and the 2 wings that were 20 to 30 meters long were directly shredded by Han Fei. Boom! The abyssal water serpent fell to the ground head first. Han Fei sat on its head again. Both of his fists were glowing with a dazzling golden light and fell on the snake's head like raindrops. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom, Chapter 504, Sword Chi across the seabed. Perhaps this abyssal water serpent didn't expect that he would meet such a tough guy today. Although he was so much smaller than it in size, he was so strong and it couldn't beat him at all. After about 10 minutes, Han Fei finally stopped punching. Then, he frantically stuffed yellow-blooded sea cucumbers into his mouth. This abyssal water serpent was too difficult to handle. Was it really a level 42 creature? Inferior man-fish that were level 45 were simply no match for it at all. In terms of strength, this abyssal water serpent was not weaker than him. Regarding speed, he was almost thrown away by it just now. As far as defense was concerned, even Han Fei's ultra-quality spiritual weapons were unable to penetrate its skin. What kind of level 42 creature could be so strong? Han Fei believed that if he hadn't used the majestic mystic spell, he would have been beaten to death by this thing. Han Fei thought this was probably the punishment Xiao Sei had mentioned. Otherwise, how could there be any creatures in this damn place? Without any energy, how could there be a creature? That big fish really underestimated me. Anyway, I can barely be considered a heavenly talent. Should I thank you for sending me such a powerful creature? Now I can fuse a new creature now. Damn, collect the demon. In Han Fei's mind, the demon purification pot flickered and the huge body of the abyssal water serpent slightly trembled. The demon collection failed. Boom, another punch. Can you understand me? If you don't give in, I will kill you. Bang. Collect the demon. However, this time it failed again. Han Fei drew a long face. I finally managed to conquer you, and you refuse to surrender to me? Fine, let me teach you a lesson. Han Fei kept frantically punching at a spot on the snake's head. In the end, its skull cracked and a small hole was smashed into its head. You still don't surrender, do you? Very good, I like taming the untamed. Little Black, with a flash between his eyebrows, Little Black and Little White appeared. Han Fei pointed to the small hole and said, Little Black, go in. Don't kill it, but you can eat it. Just keep its tendon and gall. Little Black nodded excitedly. When Little Black got into the snake's head, the snake beneath him began to flop frantically. Immediately after, it began to roll on the ground and its tail began to flap. Collect the demon. Surrender or die. Make your choice. Collect the demon. Believe me, even though I may not be able to beat you when you become a flood dragon in 2 years, now you are still a snake, so you don't have much choice. Collect the demon. Hey, big guy, do you understand what I said? Give up resistance. You will become a better version of yourself. What's the big deal about becoming a flood dragon? If you submit to me, you'll become a new you, and then you can easily kill a flood dragon. Han Fei tried to persuade the snake with his silver tongue, but he did believe that both Nine Tails and Little Gold would both make great achievements in the future. The abyssal water serpent was strong, or to be exact, shockingly strong. Although it would no longer be the original one after the fusion, it was at least part of the new creature, right? Finally, the abyssal water serpent could no longer resist the pain, and it suddenly turned into a stream of light before disappearing into Han Fei's wrist. At this moment, Little Black was still biting in the seawater. However, with a click, the serpent disappeared and he couldn't bite anything. He couldn't help but be stunned. Han Fei laughed. My boy, well done. Little Black swam up to Han Fei, bumped Han Fei's chest, and turned a few times in the water. No matter how strong the serpent was, it was still collected. Why did it have to suffer so much to surrender? Han Fei turned to look at Little White. My girl, do you sense any danger? Little White blinked and opened her mouth to Han Fei. Huh? You want something to eat? Han Fei immediately threw a spiritual fruit to Little White. In an instant, Little White and Little Black's bodies were full of spiritual energy, but it only lasted for a short time. Now, a spiritual fruit seemed to be unable to feed these two little things. So Han Fei threw another one to Little White. After eating the spiritual fruit, Little White swallowed a mouthful of seawater, gently bit Han Fei's body, and seemed to try to go back. Go back? Han Fei frowned slightly. It's impossible to go back. We had such a hard time getting in, and we haven't got the treasure yet. Han Fei felt that the so-called black hole was actually a road that really led to the depths of the chasm. He had this guess because this water area was absorbing more and more energy, and his guess was also proven right by what the time dragon Carp had said. Putting away Little Black and Little White, Han Fei entered Forge the Universe. Although the battle just now was short, Han Fei used the art of invincibility, which consumed too much energy. In previous fights, Han Fei used the embroidery needle, the million knife art, or the drawing technique. But since he learned the art of invincibility, he felt that he could fight anything and anyone. And the more he thought so, the more he wanted to fight. Did the art of invincibility have any disadvantages? It depended on the physique of the user. The stronger his physique was, the stronger the effect of the art was. Correspondingly, the stronger his physique was, the stronger the effect of the art was, and the more energy it would consume. Before the battle, Han Fei was quite full. But now, he felt starving and almost collapsed. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei had a square meal. At the same time, he refined a large shield. It was not because his defense was not strong enough. In fact, both his offense and defense capabilities were already strong enough, which seemed impossible to become stronger in the short term. After all, he was already armed from head to toe. But today he found that there was still a creature that even the ultra-quality spiritual weapons couldn't hurt, so he refined a big shield to have one more line of defense. After eating and drinking to his satisfaction, Han Fei continued to walk forward. He was holding the map in one hand and searching for the places marked on the map. In particular, there were actually 3 main secret realms in the Abyssal Chasm. Han Fei discovered that the second secret realm coincided with the treasure spot on Ren Tianfei's map. The first secret realm should be nearby. After swimming for about 200 kilometers, Han Fei suddenly saw a broken gate tower. Huh, is this a fucking secret realm? Why is it so conspicuous? This gate tower was 100 meters high. On both sides of the gate tower, 2 broken statues were erected. The statue on the left held a huge stick in his hand, which stuck in the ground. The head of the statue on the right was gone. It put a hand on its waist, holding a saber that was half broken. In the middle, Han Fei only saw rocks and mountains. Standing in front of the gate tower, Han Fei was about to step in, but his heart suddenly trembled. I can't go in. Han Fei remembered that before he came to the level 3 fishery, the teacher once said that there were some secret realms that you didn't have to go in to know if they were dangerous or not. Up to now, Han Fei had not encountered that kind of secret realm. But here, he felt it. That kind of feeling was very strange. It felt that if he entered it, he would be met with certain death. At this time, Han Fei remembered Xiaoxi's words. Not all secret realms can be entered at will. Is this first secret realm so dangerous? The demon purification pot did not react at all. Fine, let me explore it after I get the treasure from Ren Tianfei. So Han Fei directly gave up on this secret realm. Han Fei walked past the secret realm and swam for about 500 kilometers, yet he still didn't meet a single creature. Naturally, there was no danger along the way either. It seemed that in this entire abyssal chasm, there was only an abyssal water serpent. Now Han Fei was more certain that the abyssal water serpent was definitely not here in the first place, which was probably released from a certain period of time by the big fish. Thinking of this, Han Fei couldn't help shivering. The big fish could raise her daughter in time and release creatures out of time. Wasn't this power scarily strong? Swoosh! Han Fei couldn't wait to go to the most central area as soon as possible. But suddenly, White Sword Chi swept across the seawater and swept towards him. Ha! I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Clink! Han Fei held the embroidery needle in his hand, smashed the sword Chi, and then slowly stopped. He saw that there seemed to be more sword Chi occasionally flashing in front. From what he felt just now, the sword Chi was not weak and seemed to be stronger than the strike of an intermediate dangling fisher. Ha! Han Fei just paused and then moved on. This sword Chi came from nowhere, just like the sword wall on the periphery of this chasm canyon. Although Han Fei didn't know how they were formed, these seemed to be remnants of sword Chi, which burst out on their own accord. Perhaps there used to be a peerless powerhouse fighting here who was so strong that his sword Chi left behind still hadn't dissipated. He swam another 500 kilometers or so, only to find more and more sword Chi. At first, it was just one or two, but gradually, Han Fei found that there were hundreds within a kilometer. They were like streamlined spirits, wandering around in the sea. Once someone approached, the sword Chi would sweep towards him. After being smashed by Han Fei one by one, they never appeared again. Huh, has no one been here before? But that's impossible. Han Fei was puzzled. If the sword Chi wouldn't reappear after disappearing, they should have been cleaned up long ago. Why were there still so many of them, and even getting denser? At this time, Han Fei had checked the surrounding area and kept his body full of spiritual energy. After about half an hour, a white sword Chi suddenly emerged from the ground. Then, one after another, sword Chi emerged from the rock wall. Oh, if it was a person who didn't use a sword, he wouldn't know what this meant. Although Han Fei didn't use a sword, he used knives. His trump card was the drawing technique, which never failed him. If Han Fei used the draw to cut a piece of rock, there would be a strong knife Chi left on the rock. This kind of thing, like a ghost, was scattered in the cracks of the rock and wouldn't disappear until it was completely shattered. And now, Han Fei had a vague hypothesis. This fucking chasm canyon, where he had been swimming for a long time, seemed to be cut out by someone with a hack. That was why there was a wall of sword Chi outside the canyon, which would cut ordinary people to pieces. Ren Tianfei, did you fucking want me to die? Chapter 505, Ren Tianfei? Han Fei complained about Ren Tianfei 10,000 times in his heart. If this chasm was really, as Han Fei guessed, cut out by someone, what kind of a strong master was capable of doing that? The deeper he went in, the more intense the sword Chi became, which meant the stronger the sword Chi was. Han Fei, in an ultra-quality battlesuit, swam full speed ahead for more than 2,000 kilometers, and just as he expected, the sword Chi was growing stronger indeed. At first, it only equaled a full blow from an intermediate dangling fisher. Where he was now, the power contained in every wisp of sword Chi was no weaker than a full blow from an advanced dangling fisher. Han Fei glanced at the map. According to the map, he was at least more than 5,000 kilometers away from the treasure left by Ren Tianfei. Damn it, this old beast starred. No wonder he insisted that I couldn't come here until I became a dangling fisher. If it were someone else, they might have been already killed. The sword Chi had surpassed the realm of advanced dangling fishers. After 2,000 kilometers. Within a kilometer, there were thousands of wisps of sword Chi, which were almost equal to a blow from an ordinary peak-level dangling fisher. After 3,000 kilometers. The sword Chi had completely reached the realm of a peak-level dangling fisher. There were even occasionally one or two that surpassed the realm of average peak-level dangling fishers. After 4,000 kilometers, Han Fei had to escape and to forge the universe. His spiritual energy protective cover had long been shattered, and he had to eat a large piece of sea cucumber almost every 100 kilometers. Why would the chasm absorb energy? Han Fei thought that it was because of whatever created it. Think about it, doesn't this sword Chi need energy? Where does this energy come from? It can only be absorbed from all around. Of course, there might be more than one reason, but this was definitely one of the reasons. At this moment, Han Fei was fueled up and he yelled, "Majestic Mystic Spell." Yes, the sword Chi, after 4,000 kilometers, had reached the level of the Immortal's slaying formation. If Han Fei hadn't broken through to become an advanced dangling fisher, perhaps every 100 kilometers, he would have to take a break. After entering Forge the Universe 3 times, Han Fei finally swam more than 5,000 kilometers. Swish, swish, the sword lights were as bright as snow, and each of them was irresistible, and hundreds of blue sea wandering dragon daggers were flying beside Han Fei, mixing with these swirling sword lights. Shield. Han Fei summoned the large shield, put it in front of him, and rushed forward. Clang, clang, clang. Fortunately, although these wisps of sword chi were powerful, they couldn't break these ultra-quality spiritual weapons right away. However, after swimming forward for dozens of kilometers, the parts of Han Fei's body that were not covered by the battlesuit were already full of blood marks. Up to this point, any random wisp of sword chi in the sea could leave a sword mark on his body, although he had used the majestic mystic spell. Shit, fortunately, I didn't come here earlier or else I would have been killed here. Clang, clang, clang. The sword chi was as dense as a waterfall. Holding the ultra-quality spiritual shield, Han Fei was still forced to retreat. The blue sea wandering dragon daggers around him were almost unable to protect him. There were no longer hundreds or thousands of wisps of sword chi at this moment, but tens of thousands. Damn it, Ren Tianfei, you old bastard. I'll get even with you for this. Just wait. Explode. Han Fei let out a low roar and punched the big shield, bombarding it forward with the art of invincibility. Bam, bam, bam. Pan Fei didn't know how many punches he swung. Anyway, in just 100 kilometers, he entered Forge the Universe 7 times. When he came out again, he took advantage of the moment he came out and looked around. Suddenly, he found a large stele erected on the ground thousands of meters away. On the big stele, it read, "Hidden fissures or above, no trespassing." Damn, here it is. Simple and clear, it's that Bastard style. As soon as he saw this stele, he knew that this was definitely erected by the old Bastard Ren Tianfei. Even the writing on the stele was the same as those on the stele outside the boat-burying pit and the mantis shrimp cave. He just changed the dangling fissure to hidden fissure. Han Fei suddenly held the big shield, braving the sword chi jetting like flames, and rushed all the way to the stele. Sure enough, behind this stele, there was a hole only 4 or 5 meters in size. Bam! Without even thinking about it, Han Fei jumped directly into the hole and felt no obstacles at all. Huh, no water? Just after Han Fei went in, he found that the ground was dry and there was still air here. Phew! Han Fei took a few breaths and looked down. The ultra-quality suit on his body was covered with sword marks. Although it was not broken, many places on it were already sunken in and didn't look as good as before. Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. In fact, he would not be able to hold it anymore if he continued to swim 200 or 300 kilometers further forward. He couldn't imagine what awaited him ahead. Fuck, thank God that you didn't put the treasure place at the very center. Otherwise, I would have already slipped away. Han Fei took a deep breath again, then put away the shield, put his head close to the entrance of the hole, and took a look. Those wisps of sword chi that had lost their target turned into swimming white watermarks again, as if nothing happened up above. Han Fei swallowed. The first secret realm was on the edge of the cliff. It was because that secret realm was so dangerous that no one dared to explore it. Ren Tianfei also put this on the edge of the cliff because ordinary people simply couldn't resist the enveloping sword chi outside. One would definitely be shredded to pieces by the enveloping sword chi unless he was at least an advanced hanging fisher. After all, not everyone could cheat like him. It was probably because of this that Ren Tianfei had erected a stele on the edge of the cliff blatantly. Ha! Ha ha ha! I have come in! Ren Tianfei, old bastard, here I am, Han Fei laughed triumphantly. It was really not easy for him to come in. He was thrown into the Dead Sea from the Hurricane Sea area, came across the dragon boat, entered the fairyland, solved the seawater serpent, and braved the waterfall like sword rain. Han Fei couldn't help exclaiming in his heart, "Feck, this was really an arduous voyage." Han Fei threw a divine healing technique on himself before he got up and looked at the cave. This seemed to be a downward slope leading to the depth of the cliff. Han Fei felt that it was a miracle for him to make it here. Now it was time to search for treasures like he was in the mantis shrimp cave back then, so Han Fei walked directly into the depths of the cave. Just after walking more than 100 meters, he saw a large circular cave with a radius of nearly 300 meters. Han Fei grinned and rushed inside. However, as soon as he entered the cave, he froze, because, right across from him, a large word was written on a rock wall. Test. Han Fei was stunned for a long while and suddenly jumped. He yelled, "Fuck you, Ren Tianfei, fuck you!" There was no doubt that this test would be for him. From what he knew of Ren Tianfei, this idea must have occurred to him on the spur of the moment. Han Fei snorted. "Fine, just test me. I've even beaten the sword chi. Can I be afraid of your test?" Han Fei was very confident in himself. After all, Ren Tianfei only left him the indestructible body, but he underestimated the other opportunities he got. Han Fei walked forward without hesitation. This was a pure circular cave without the next entrance. Han Fei guessed that the next entrance wouldn't appear until he passed this test. However, when Han Fei looked around, his face immediately darkened. He saw 13 human skeletons in total. Han Fei frowned. It seemed that in the past 300 years, many people had come here. There were actually 13 dangling fishers who had come to this place, but they all died in strange ways. Some were embedded in the wall, some were sitting against the wall, some were inlaid on the floor, and some curled into a ball. Han Fei's eyelids trembled. These skeletons seemed to have been battered by a huge force. Among them, there were 5 skeletons inlaid on the rock wall and 3 on the floor. Han Fei was shocked. How big would a force have to be to knock people into the rock wall or ground? Han Fei walked towards the center of the cave. In terms of strength, Han Fei was confident that even Ren Tianfei himself, when he was in the same realm as him, would be no match for him. When Han Fei stopped in the middle of the cave, he felt the ground shake. Then, a phantom-like figure appeared 5 meters away from him. This man had a messy beard, his hair was combed back, and his forehead was exposed, looking like fucking Einstein. Huh, is someone here again? Han Fei? I was? Surprised? Can you even speak? Nonsense, I am not dead. Of course I can talk, Han Fei exclaimed. Fuck you, the bearded man arrogantly said. Why? Don't think about delaying time. Although I am just a phantom clone, I will not be tricked by you. As long as the person I am waiting for hasn't come, I can still wait 10,000 years, Han Fei asked. So, are you really Ren Tianfei? Huh? The phantom was taken aback. Huh, how do you know me? Are you my disciple? Chapter 506, let's fight for a while? The atmosphere seemed particularly tense. Ren Tianfei was silent for a while. Are you the little bastard who made me wait for hundreds of years? Han Fei bared his teeth. Are you the old bastard who tries his best to make trouble for me? Who did you call an old bastard? Who did you call a little bastard? Ren Tianfei's phantom gradually revealed a ray of brilliance. Under the radiance, his phantom became more and more real. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Han Fei found that this guy had turned into a real person. Han Fei was taken aback. Fuck, aren't you a phantom clone? How can you become human? Click. Ren Tianfei clenched a hand into a fist, opened the other palm, and hit the fist with the palm, making a click. Seeing Han Fei stunned, Ren Tianfei sneered. Do you think I only left a phantom clone here? I also left a drop of my essence blood, which can transform into a real person at any time. Han Fei couldn't believe what he saw. Really? A drop of essence blood could transform into a real person? However, Han Fei immediately noticed, hey, are you still a dangling fisher? Huh? Ren Tianfei was also taken aback, looked at Han Fei for a long while, and then took a breath. You, little bastard, are you only an advanced dangling fisher? Impossible. How could an advanced dangling fisher make it here? Han Fei said. Didn't you say that I'd better not come if I just became a dangling fisher? So I didn't come until I became an advanced dangling fisher. So you didn't expect me to come here while in the realm of dangling fisher, Ren Tianfei sighed. Are you stupid? Any normal person wouldn't come here until he becomes a hanging fisher after reading the words I left, Han Fei said angrily. Bullshit. Hanging fishers are not allowed to enter the level 3 fishery. Except for the guardians of dragon boats, there are only great fishing masters and dangling fishers in the level 3 fishery. If I really became a hanging fisher, I wouldn't be allowed in, Ren Tianfei was surprised. But I remember hanging fishers were also allowed into the level 3 fishery before. Han Fei pondered for a moment. Things change. It was 300 years ago. Anyway, hanging fishers aren't allowed in now, Ren Tianfei asked with suspicion. Nonsense. Is 300 years a long time? This rule will not be broken even in 3,000 years, huh? Suddenly, Ren Tianfei seemed to think of something. Then, he suddenly looked at Han Fei up and down. Advanced dangling fisher? Tiesk. It seems that I've gotten myself a good disciple, Han Fei sneered. Who the hell is your disciple? You want me to die? How can you be my master? Ren Tianfei snorted. Since you learned my indestructible body art, you are my disciple, but you seem to have other opportunities. Otherwise, with your current strength, the meridians in your body should have been completely destroyed when you came here. But they are intact. Han Fei's face turned black immediately. Humph, you reminded me. If it weren't for the fact that I had plenty of treasures, I would have been maimed by your stupid, indestructible body. Han Fei glared at him. Okay, now that I have managed to come here, where are the treasures? Ren Tianfei smiled. Treasures? Call me master, and I will give them to you. Bah! Han Fei spat on the ground. In your dreams. Ren Tianfei rolled up his sleeves in rage. Do that again, aha, I'm gonna kill you, you little bastard. Ren Tianfei immediately threw a punch at him. Han Fei wasn't afraid at all. However, he had already found that this Ren Tianfei didn't seem to be strong and was only a junior hanging fisher. If your true self were here, maybe I would call you master. But the one in front of me is only a hanging fisher level clone. You must be dreaming that I will call you master. Han Fei roared, and the golden fist light shot out of his body. Boom! When the two fists collided, Han Fei flew out in the next second and hit the rock wall, causing the whole cave to shake. Cough, fuck, old bastard, are you using the power of a hanging fisher? However, Ren Tianfei didn't answer him but looked at him curiously again. Wow, that's powerful. Have you broken the second barrier of the indestructible body art? Han Fei thought for a moment whether he should use the majestic mystic spell or not. With that punch just now, he used 80% of his strength but ended up being punched into the wall. Now he knew why there were several skeletons embedded in the wall. It was because the old bastard Ren Tianfei was too strong. That punch just now definitely weighed 70 to 80,000 caddies. However, Ren Tianfei seemed quite relaxed, as if he had just punched casually. Han Fei sneered. Old Beastard, now you've really pissed me off. Ren Tianfei chuckled. Interesting. If you hadn't broken the second barrier of the indestructible body art, you shouldn't have been able to make it here. Also, the fist technique you just used is special. It's so powerful and seems to be the art of invincibility. Tsk, you're kind of like me when I was young. Damn you, take my punch. This time, Han Fei used all his strength and his whole person looked fierce and mighty. With a loud roar from him, the golden fist light burst out and his fists waved like dragons and a huge golden fist shadow punched out. Ren Tianfei chuckled lightly. What a cocky boy. Today, let me teach you what a real fist technique is like. The next second, Ren Tianfei's expression suddenly turned serious. Facing Han Fei's golden fist mark, he did not evade but dashed forward at it. At the same time, he also threw dozens of punches. Unlike Han Fei's golden fist light, Ren Tianfei's fist light was crimson. His fist was extremely violent and even murderous. Bam, 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 bam. Inside the cave, the two were fighting a pitched battle, and fist shadows danced wildly in the air. On the rock wall, there were fist marks left by them everywhere. However, Han Fei was still much weaker than Ren Tianfei, and his golden fist light couldn't resist Ren Tianfei's violent crimson fist light. Boom, Han Fei was hit to the wall again, and his whole body was embedded in it. Han Fei yelled angrily, Old Beastard, you are still using the power of a hanging fisher. You are cheating. Shame on you. Ren Tianfei smiled coldly. Cheating? How can you still say such naive things? In this world, nothing is fair. Only fists can talk. Han Fei was speechless. Ren Tianfei and Old Bai thought exactly the same, which was that fists talked. Han Fei curled his lips and said, Fists talk? Fine, come on, let's see whose fists talk more loudly. Majestic Mystic Spell. Han Fei's momentum soared. His body was covered with billowing energy, and his powerful aura covered the entire cave. Han Fei grinned ferociously. I'd like to see how powerful a single drop of your essence blood is. Huh, a secret technique? Wow, this kid knows a lot. As soon as the Majestic Mystic Spell was activated, Han Fei's combat power was immediately raised to its peak. Even a huge creature like the Abyssal Water Serpent was tamed by him easily. I am invincible now. The golden fist light shot out again, the air burst, and the spiritual energy exploded on Han Fei's fists. His punch even left a burning flame in the air. Good job. Boom, boom, boom. The red fist light was no weaker than the golden one at all. The two fought more than a dozen rounds, blasting the rocks in the cave into flying over. One of the skeletons was directly crushed by the power of their punches. Bam! This time, Han Fei finally blasted Ren Tianfei back. Although the old Beastard only took a half step back, it was still a step back. But immediately afterward, Ren Tianfei's leg kicked at him. Han Fei raised his fist to block it, only to be elbowed in the chest and then rammed. Han Fei was about to be sent flying when Ren Tianfei clasped his arm and pulled him back. Then, despite Han Fei's almost peerless strength and sturdy physique, Ren Tianfei grabbed his body, elbowed it, punched it, knocked it with his knees, and bumped it with his head. Han Fei felt that this old bastard seemed to use every piece of muscle in his body to the fullest. Ren Tianfei sneered while beating him. What's the use of your confidence? You are too weak. See, I can rub you against the ground with a single hand. Puff! Han Fei was poked flying by Ren Tianfei with a finger. Han Fei was shocked. Damn it, he couldn't even parry his attacks? But Han Fei certainly wouldn't admit defeat. He roared and activated the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. He twisted his body into all sorts of strange postures, and his reaction speed and fighting skills burst out in an instant. Huh! This combat skill is not bad, but you are still too slow. Slow. Get faster, faster. Why are you so slow? Boom! Han Fei held up only half a minute before being hit into the rock wall again. Puff! Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Han Fei felt sore all over and cursed at Ren Tianfei. Sooner or later, I will surpass you. Han Fei shook his body, got out of the wall, and was about to fight again when Ren Tianfei's body suddenly collapsed. It was a human body just now, but now it had become a phantom again. Ren Tianfei snorted. Forget it, your physique is not bad. Although your fist technique and skills are still not good enough, they are not too bad. You have passed the test. Han Fei, Chapter 507, 7-star array. Han Fei could tell that the power contained in the drop of Ren Tianfei's essence blood had been used up. After all, according to the intensity of the battle just now, most people might not be able to withstand Ren Tianfei's 2 punches. After the battle, Han Fei took out a large piece of sea cucumber and swallowed it. Ren Tianfei was helpless. Why did you suddenly begin to eat? Han Fei grunted. I don't have the strength to fight until I'm full. Ren Tianfei snorted and clicked on the word test, and the word began to fall apart. So did the rock wall, and a large hole behind it was gradually revealed. Han Fei curiously asked, What treasures did you leave me? Given all the hardship I went through to get here, you should at least give me some divine weapons, shouldn't you? Divine weapons? You should depend on your physique. No matter spiritual weapons or divine weapons, they will be no match for your physique in the end. Han Fei's pupils constricted. Really? I can hardly block the sword Qi outside the cave. Do you mean that my body can even resist divine weapons when I finish practicing the indestructible body art? Ren Tianfei looked at Han Fei with a faint smile. Relatively speaking, let alone divine weapons, you can even fight sea-quelling bizarre treasures with bare hands. Wow, Han Fei took a breath immediately. He didn't even know what sea-quelling bizarre treasures were, but he guessed that the embroidery needle might be a weapon of that level. Suddenly, Han Fei took out the embroidery needle and inserted it into the ground. Is this a sea-quelling bizarre treasure? Ren Tianfei's eyes widened suddenly. He stepped forward and took a look at the rusty stick. After thinking for quite a while, he asked, "Where did you get this?" Han Fei said complacently. "Have you ever heard of rock-holding turtles? I pulled it off its back." Ren Tianfei grinned. "Have you ever met a rock-holding turtle?" Ren Tianfei tapped on the embroidery needle with his finger and thought for a moment. "Yes, this is a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. But I guess you can barely use it now, can you? You can only use this stick as a normal one, right? Don't show it to others in the future." "Is it really a sea-quelling bizarre treasure? How can I make it recognize me as its master?" Han Fei's eyes lit up. He couldn't even give play to 10% of the power of the embroidery needle. How strong would it be if he could give play to all its strength after it recognized him as its master? It won't recognize you as its master unless it recognizes your strength. If one day you can use it to make an earth-shaking blow, you may have a chance. But with your current strength, I am afraid there is no chance for you for the time being. Han Fei, but he wasn't quite disappointed. Anyway, this stick is mine. Sooner or later, it will recognize me as its master. Suddenly, Ren Tianfei's body flickered and the old man suddenly became serious. "Now listen to you. Don't interrupt me." Ren Tianfei said seriously, "Try to find a body refining technique that is at least heaven-level high quality. You'd better do it before you enter the Thousand-Star City. And you'll have to master it." "Why? I told you not to interrupt me." Ren Tianfei continued, "If you keep cultivating the indestructible body art, the more you practice it, the harder it will be for you to suppress your powerful physique and vitality, and then it is extremely easy for you to expose it. With your current strength, you'll definitely go to the unknown place in the future where there is no fishery, so once you go to sea, there is the only boundless sea. There are countless people from the Thousand-Star City. If you practice the indestructible body too well, you'll be easily recognized, which is not good for you." Han Fei interrupted him again by asking, "Old Bestard, how many people have you offended?" "What will happen if others know that I have practiced the indestructible body?" Ren Tianfei said sternly. "What will happen? The consequence is that you will be hunted endlessly. Some people covet the indestructible body art, and some are afraid of it. Of course, this is not important. The important thing is that the indestructible body involves great secrets, and you are not qualified to know them now. But as long as you don't die, you will eventually find out. Remember, never ever expose that you've practiced the indestructible body art. Once it's exposed, run away immediately. Escape to the infinite ocean, and come back when you become really strong." As Ren Tianfei spoke, the phantom was fading, and now it had almost disappeared. Han Fei hurriedly asked, Hey, have you left me any other treasures? What is in the depths of this abyssal chasm? Can I explore it?" Ren Tianfei rolled his eyes at Han Fei. "Don't ask. When you came, you should have encountered a secret realm. Don't enter it, or else you'll die." Han Fei's heart shuddered. So dangerous? Ren Tianfei's phantom, who had almost faded away, said, "When you can break the third barrier of the indestructible body, you will be eligible to go to the unknown place. But don't come to the abyssal chasm again." Ren Tianfei's shadow disappeared, turned into white smoke, and faded away in a blink of an eye. Han Fei was helpless. "You haven't said yet whether there are any other treasures," Han Fei was complaining, but his heart was a little frightened. Did Ren Tianfei mean that he couldn't explore the other two secret realms in the abyssal chasm even if he was already eligible to go to the unknown place? Han Fei took out the cauldron and tucked away a square meal before slowly recovering. "I can't even beat a drop of his essence blood?" Han Fei couldn't help shaking his head. The strong in this world are really horrible. Even a drop of blood released 300 years ago could be so powerful. Then, how strong was Ren Tianfei himself? What Han Fei didn't know was that millions of kilometers away from here, an old man with messy hair suddenly opened his eyes. "Huh? My first clone has disappeared? I am going to have a disciple? This little Bestard, I hope you can get through the upcoming tests." Han Fei put away the pot and walked to the cave behind when he was full. As he walked, Han Fei rubbed his hands. Now that the treasure land was here, Ren Tianfei must have left something good here. He couldn't wait to see what it was. Just as Han Fei stepped into the cave, expecting to find something precious, suddenly he fell into a huge waterhole. "Han Fei? Where are the divine weapons?" "Ren Tianfei, damn you, you old Bestard. Haven't I passed the test? Can't you give me a break?" This water cave was 4 or 5 times larger than the previous cave was, with a radius of 100 meters. When Han Fei found that there was not even a stone here, he knew he was screwed, especially when he saw the array at his feet. Sure enough, the array under his feet suddenly flashed with mystic light and the entire water cave began to shake. Immediately afterward, Han Fei felt that the water suddenly became very heavy. If the normal water pressure here should be 1, then the water pressure at this moment suddenly became 10. Ouch! It was not that Han Fei couldn't withstand 10 times the gravity, but now he was immersed in water, which was completely different. Under 10 times the gravity, Han Fei's first reaction was to get his body tensed up, and his advantage in speed was immediately gone. Suddenly, Han Fei saw another Ren Tianfei emerging from the center of the water cave. Han Fei was immediately outraged. Fuck, why are you out again? However, this Ren Tianfei was expressionless, whose personality seemed to be completely different from the previous one. This Ren Tianfei looked at Han Fei coldly. You are finally here. Now that we have passed the basic test, let's start formal training. What the hell? Han Fei hurriedly asked. Are you also transformed from a drop of essence blood? This Ren Tianfei's face was cold. I don't know what the last clone was like, but my task is to train you. Therefore, I'm emotionless and won't be polite to you. Don't put on this pained look. Even an ordinary person can withstand 10 times the gravity in a short time, or even heavier. Since you have practiced the indestructible body art, this should be easy for you. Han Fei was shocked. Easy? How can you see it's easy for me? This Ren Tianfei still said coldly, cultivators will become stronger under greater pressure, so will their learning ability and reaction time. The disadvantage is that the flow of blood in the body will be suppressed, plus the increased pressure, the speed will become very slow. However, this is only the case for ordinary cultivators. You practice the indestructible body, so your vitality is quite abundant. It won't take you much effort to offset the disadvantage. In the end, the only problem will be speed. Han Fei gritted his teeth. So, the so-called treasure is the training on me. How long will this training take? This array is called the 7-star array. You can't stop training until you beat me. Damn it, Han Fei was dumbfounded. What if I can't beat you? Then keep training. Han Fei, Chapter 508, passed the test. Han Fei was still trying hard to adapt to the 10 times gravity pressure underwater, but Ren Tianfei said coldly, you have half an hour to adapt to it. What happens half an hour later? Ren Tianfei said lightly, we start training. Han Fei was helpless. Is this so-called treasure really the training? Have you really prepared treasures for me? Ren Tianfei glanced at Han Fei indifferently. You talk too much nonsense. I don't mind starting training now. Han Fei, shut up. This Ren Tianfei was completely different from the one before. From this person, Han Fei only felt indifference. Han Fei immediately began to warm up. If there was a way for Han Fei to quickly adapt to this environment, it must be the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. It had been long since the last time Han Fei practiced the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. When Han Fei took the first pose, Ren Tianfei was slightly surprised. Because he only had half an hour, Han Fei's postures changed quickly. He put on 36 postures in only half an hour. Ren Tianfei suddenly said, this combat skill is quite good, with which you can make the most of every piece of muscle. Although its level does not seem to be high, it is very rare. You must practice it for an hour every day from now on. Han Fei grinned. Oh, it's really rare for you to praise a combat skill, Ren Tianfei said bluntly. Combat skills have great advantages in the early stages, especially for people with low strength like you. A good combat skill can improve your combat power and reduce your chance of death. Han Fei asked, then what if my strength is no longer low? Ren Tianfei said. At that time, combat skills will be useless. No matter how special a combat skill is, in the face of absolute strength, it is of no use. Han Fei snorted without speaking. After he finished practicing the 28 postures, Ren Tianfei came 10 meters away from him. Now, training starts. Shall we start training so soon? As a response, Ren Tianfei directly attacked him. No weapons, only fists and fighting skills. Seeing Ren Tianfei punching at him, Han Fei was about to fight back. However, when he clenched his fist, he felt that the speed couldn't keep up. Immediately, he tilted his head slightly and turned his body sideways. Unfortunately, his opponent was not an ordinary person, but Ren Tianfei, who was abnormally strong. Bam! He elbowed Han Fei in the chest, sending him flying 7 or 8 meters away. Han Fei hurriedly supported the ground with one hand and in a strange posture kicked at Ren Tianfei, who pounced on him again. But the latter grabbed his foot with one hand, pulled it, and slapped him in the chest. Bam! Han Fei flew out again. Before Han Fei fell, Ren Tianfei rushed at him again. Bam! 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 He didn't know how many times he had been punched as he felt sore all over. Ren Tianfei kept saying, slow, too slow. Haven't you eaten? Why are you so weak? Are your chi and blood not flowing smoothly? You can't even respool to this? Are you a turtle? Even turtles are faster than you. Hey, get up! Han Fei didn't know how long he had been abused. He felt that every inch of his body had been battered by Ren Tianfei, but he couldn't even touch him. When one day passed, Ren Tianfei gave Han Fei an hour to practice the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. After an hour, the battle continued. The process repeated over and over again for at least 10 days. Han Fei wouldn't easily admit defeat. This experience reminded him of when Zhang Qin was training him on the seabed. At that time, just like now, he was also abused by Zhang Qin for half a year, half a month later. Han Fei had almost completely adapted to 10 times the gravity, and he discovered that the chi and blood could actually be mobilized. Before, Han Fei had never thought about the issue of chi and blood. He just felt that his physique was very strong, his heart was beating powerfully, and his chi and blood supply was sufficient. But now, he discovered that when he was about to attack, the chi and blood could be supplied in advance. At that moment, the speed would soar sharply, and because of this discovery, Han Fei managed to keep up with Ren Tianfei's rhythm. At this moment, Han Fei rushed towards Ren Tianfei after practicing the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. He gave a kick at him so fast that his kick left a shadow under 10 times the gravity. However, Ren Tianfei was faster. He leaned back slightly, moved his body sideways, circled round to Han Fei, and kneed him in the stomach. Bam! Han Fei cursed. "Have you elevated your strength to an advanced dangling fisher?" Ren Tianfei said indifferently. "Yes, so you can improve more quickly." Han Fei was speechless. "This is too much. I finally got adapted to the environment and reached the reaction speed of an intermediate dangling fisher in a normal situation. But this bastard immediately raised his strength to an advanced dangling fisher." Han Fei was outraged. "I don't believe what you say. You just want to hit me." However, Ren Tianfei just said carelessly, "Yes, I just want to hit you." Han Fei, after another half a month, Han Fei had completely gotten used to the 10 times gravity and was able to perfectly control his qi and blood. Every muscle in Han Fei's body could burst out with huge power in an instant. But then Ren Tianfei elevated his strength to be a peak-level dangling fisher, so Han Fei could still only be abused. Another 10 days later. When Han Fei finally was able to adapt to Ren Tianfei's strength, this bastard turned to suppress him with spiritual power. In the second month after entering the water cave, Ren Tianfei began to throw poison at Han Fei. Han Fei was stunned and yelled, "How can you use poison on me? Don't you feel ashamed?" However, Ren Tianfei was also stunned. "What anti-poison fruit have you eaten? The poison doesn't work on you," Han Fei sneered. "Yeah. I have eaten venomous tulip, and all the poisons in the level 3 fishery basically don't work on me." Ren Tianfei yelled. "Fine, then I'll just continue to beat you." Ren Tianfei raised his strength again. This time, he became equal to a hanging fisher. But Han Fei sneered, "Hey, you can go ahead and improve your strength, but I also have a secret method. I have been beaten by you for 2 months, and today, I'm gonna hit you." Majestic Mystic Spell. Han Fei hadn't used it before because he knew he was training. After being abused for 2 months, Han Fei felt that 10 times the gravity was no longer a problem for him, and he no longer needed Ren Tianfei to train him. "I am invincible." The golden fist light flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he burst out hundreds of punches. The seawater was bombarded, exploding and boiling. "Huh?" Ren Tianfei was slightly taken aback. "Are you in a hurry to get out?" Han Fei scolded. "I don't want to be abused by you any longer," Ren Tianfei said lightly. "Okay, then go out." "Huh?" After saying this, Ren Tianfei changed back into a phantom and then disappeared. Han Fei was astonished. "Is it over? Isn't this fucking too easy?" When Han Fei was still stunned, the water cave collapsed, seawater flowed out, and the 7-star array on the ground began to shatter. Crack. Han Fei found a door on the ground. Han Fei looked at the mottled, manhole-like gate and frowned. Will there be a third Ren Tianfei behind? When the gravity disappeared completely, Han Fei suddenly felt so relaxed as if he was floating in the air and could jump hundreds of meters away with a light touch on the ground with his toes. He couldn't delay any more time. It had been more than 2 months since he entered the abyssal chasm, and only 5 months were left before the 1-year period expired. He didn't know if Zhang Xuanyu, Sha Shaoshan, and the others had met. Drawing a long face, Han Fei pulled the mottled door with one hand. However, this casual grab actually tore the millstone-like gate. "Wow, I've become much stronger." However, this time, Han Fei's eyes lit up because he saw seats and a stone platform. It seemed that someone had lived here. Han Fei jumped in the door without hesitation and looked around. It turned out to be a large room less than 100 square meters. The most conspicuous thing in the room was a large pool with an area of 3 square meters. In the pool was bright red water. When Han Fei saw the pool of water, he was shocked. The energy was too violent. He just stood there and took a breath, and he had felt billowing energy into his body. Fuck, candle dragon blood? So much? Chapter 509, The So-Called Treasures. Han Fei's attention was immediately attracted by the candle dragon blood. It was like a luminous pearl in the dark night, so dazzling. Gulp. Han Fei's eyelids jumped. It's crazy. Did Ren Tianfei slaughter a dragon before? This is too crazy. A whole pool of candle dragon blood. Before, in the door of the hexagon starfish, a drop of candle dragon blood turned him into a fatty. But here, there was a damn pool of it. Han Fei felt that he would be blown up if he sucked it all up. There was no second possibility. Han Fei exhaled deeply, filled with puzzlement. The energy of the entire abyssal chasm had been sucked away. Why did the pool of candle dragon blood remain untouched? The only explanation Han Fei could think of was that Ren Tianfei was too strong and the seal he placed was too strong. Even the mysterious sucking power of the abyssal chasm couldn't suck any energy from here. Han Fei looked away from the pool with difficulty and began to look around the room. Obviously, this room was forcibly broken open from the outside. There were huge fist marks on the rock wall, which was in line with Ren Tianfei's style. In the corner of the room, there was a large stone bed with some crushed and dried seaweed on it. Next to the bed was a stone table with some fish skin on it. Except for these 2 things, Han Fei didn't see anything else. On the rock wall opposite the bed, there was a sunken 5-meter large fist mark in the rock wall. Han Fei sneered. I can't believe Ren Tianfei left a big punch mark on the wall of his own room. Did he take it as a decoration? Han Fei didn't pay any attention to the fist mark anymore. His first goal was neither the fish skin nor the fist mark, but the treasures Ren Tianfei left him. But there was nothing else here. The only thing left was the stone table, which looked no different from the one in the mantis shrimp cave. Did this guy leave him a combat skill or something? Han Fei hurried forward and found that there were only 3 pieces of fish skin on the table. There was a drawing on one piece of fish skin, which seemed to be a floating island. On another piece of fish skin were written notes, which seemed to be left for him, and a big fist was drawn on the third piece of fish skin. Han Fei's face turned green. He felt outraged. Fuck, I tried so hard to get to this place and you just left me these? Han Fei tried to suppress his anger and picked up the fish skin with the words on it. Huh. Haven't you died yet? When Han Fei saw this, he didn't know what to say. Are you fucking looking forward to my death? Skipping the first line, Han Fei continued to read. Being able to enter the abyssal chasm and get here means that you should have broken through to be a hanging fisher. Otherwise, you would definitely not have been able to pass the first 2 tests. However, since you have entered, it shows that you are quite talented. Now I will tell you a few things. First of all, I don't have any messy divine weapons or combat skills for you here. Now that you have come here, you must have broken the second barrier. Regarding the indestructible body art, my first clone should have already explained to you, so I won't talk about it anymore. Why did I let the first clone tell you? That's because if you didn't meet my standards, you would never have the opportunity to see my second clone. Now that you have made it here, you are already my disciple. Fuck you. Your second clone kept battering me for 2 months. Is there anyone who teaches disciples like this? If I see you in person, I will beat the hell out of you. Next, Ren Tianfei finally got to the point. He said, you will need a lot of energy after breaking the second barrier of the indestructible body art. The longer you practice the indestructible body, the more energy is required. The 30 drops of candle dragon blood in the pool are for you. After you absorbed it the first time, you must have become very fat. I guess you know this. At that time, you were still too weak to absorb much. But with your current physique, you should be able to completely absorb a drop of candle dragon blood. Remember, do not use the blood unless necessary. You'd better leave about 10 drops to break through the third barrier of the indestructible body art. Han Fei was taken aback. Are you kidding me? Are there only 30 drops of candle dragon blood in such a big pool? Does a drop of blood weigh dozens of caddies? Han Fei was helpless. He had thought that a so-called drop of candle dragon blood was the size of a small drop of water. Now how should he use this stuff? Would he have to say, wait a minute, let me take a mouthful of blood in battle? Han Fei shivered all over when he imagined that scene. That would make him a joke, Ren Tianfei continued. You don't have to be in a hurry to break the third barrier of the indestructible body art. You just need to cultivate normally. After you finish refining your flesh and blood, continue to temper your bones. When one day you find that your bones become bright white and shiny without any impurities, it means that the third barrier has come. Han Fei bore this in mind. He had become quite strong after breaking the second barrier of the indestructible body. Then, how strong would he be if he broke the third barrier? Next, Ren Tianfei said solemnly, although I didn't leave you any divine weapons, I left a punch for you. With it, I bet you'll be invincible in the unknown place. Han Fei's eyes immediately lit up. This is too crazy. I dare not say that I'm invincible even with the art of invincibility, and the big fist mark and a map you left me can make me invincible in the unknown place? In the end, Ren Tianfei wrote, when you break the third barrier of the indestructible body art, you and I will meet. By the way, good luck. He had told him all that should be said. The so-called treasures of the old Beastard were 30 drops of candle dragon blood and a big fist mark. But Han Fei was somewhat puzzled. What did the floating island on another fishskin map mean? Han Fei didn't immediately study the big fist mark, but picked up the picture with the floating island. In the picture, a floating island was hanging in the sky. Below it was a vast ocean, and above it were clouds. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Han Fei frowned. He saw that among the clouds, there was an inconspicuous pair of eyes. When Han Fei's eyes met the pair of eyes in the clouds, he suddenly froze, and a sense of horror emerged spontaneously. There is a secret above the clouds. Han Fei took a breath and didn't look at those eyes again. With just a glance at them, he felt a chill down his spine and his whole body was frozen. This old bastard left me a picture but didn't make it clear why he left me this picture. What are the eyes in the clouds? Han Fei returned to his senses slightly. The feeling just now was more like a warning. But what did Ren Tianfei want to warn him about? Han Fei couldn't figure it out, so he could only keep the picture first. He guessed that the city must be the Thousand-Star City, but he was still far from the Thousand-Star City now. He would stay in the unknown place for a few years. After spending a year in the level 3 fishery, Han Fei already felt that there were too many things for him to explore. The unknowable place was much more dangerous than the level 3 fishery and had naturally much more to explore, so he wouldn't go to the Thousand-Star City for a while. Then Han Fei began to look at the big fist mark left by Ren Tianfei. Han Fei held up the fishskin map, comparing it with the fist mark on the rock wall, but didn't find anything special. Staring at the fishskin map for a long time, Han Fei felt that this seemed like a combat skill, but not like a combat skill. The demon purification pot had no information about it. Putting the fishskin map away, Han Fei ran up to the rock wall and tried hitting the fist mark left by Ren Tianfei with his fist. To his shock, the next second, he felt that all the energy in his body was almost drained in the blink of an eye. The chi and blood in his body, from head to toe, gushed into his fist in a strange way. Boom! A fist shadow over 5 meters in size erupted from Han Fei's fist and crashed into the fist mark on the rock wall. Puff! Han Fei immediately spouted blood and then exclaimed, "A secret method." But at this moment, Han Fei couldn't take much care of it, so he sat directly on the ground, took out the cauldron, and started to stuff food into his mouth. Now, Han Fei would always cook a pot of yellow-blooded sea cucumber and put it in Forge the Universe. Whenever he needed it, he would just take it out and eat. It wouldn't go bad in Forge the Universe anyway. Han Fei slowly recovered after half an hour, staring at his fist blankly. Just now, Han Fei's energy was drawn away. Besides, it was not transmitted to the fist through the meridians, but from the flesh and bones, which then appeared on the fist. Han Fei's first feeling was that his speed became very fast, and then he became very strong. However, this blow almost exhausted all his energy. If in battle, suddenly, when Han Fei glimpsed at the candle dragon blood, he seemed to figure out something. Chapter 510, Burnt in Flames. Han Fei immediately realized that Ren Tianfen had left 30 drops of candle dragon blood because he knew that this technique would use up all the energy for whoever used it. Han Fei glanced at the demon purification pot at this moment and saw the data. Sacrificing Punch Heaven Level, Divine Quality. Introduction. This technique allows you to gather the energy within your body and blow it out along with your soul power. Shortcoming, your energy will be lost after a punch. You must replenish yourself soon, or you will be severely wounded. Superseding art. No art can be deduced. You can only deduce it on your own. Note, this technique is not invincible. Whoever uses it must be ready to sacrifice himself in order to defeat strong enemies. Hiss. Han Fei had a lot of complicated feelings. The sacrificing punch wasn't as good as his art of invincibility, but it was still surprisingly brutal. Also, it seemed to be a very simple technique. One only had to concentrate all his energy and blow it out. However, there were actually two problems. First of all, how could the energy all over the body be concentrated instantly? Just now, Han Fei had sensed that all his energy was extracted the moment before he punched out. The technique was even faster than the art of invincibility. Secondly, while one could always be determined to fight, it was hard for them to be ready to kill the enemy at the cost of their own life unless they were already dying. But such determination was exactly what this technique needed. It was why it was named the sacrificing punch. Han Fei immediately grinned. This old asshole doesn't seem so bad. He didn't offer any weapons, spiritual fruits, or cultivation arts to Han Fei, but Han Fei didn't really need those things. What Han Fei was in dire need of was exactly pure energy such as the candle dragon blood. He couldn't even imagine how powerful his punch would be after he became a peak-level dangling fisher and activated the majestic mystic spell. After obtaining the sacrificing punch, Han Fei had quite a few ultimate skills now. The drawing technique was powerful and the most common one. The sacrificing punch, on the other hand, was the most extreme one. It was much more powerful than the drawing technique. After all, the drawing technique could be used more than once. Counting the sky dissecting finger, the supreme yin-yang wheel, the majestic mystic spell, and the art of invincibility, Han Fei felt that he had all the unparalleled secret techniques in the level 3 fishery. Earlier, he had learned that Chen Aoken and Cao Tian were the best fighters. He had fought Cao Tian back in the steppes into the sea, but Cao Tian didn't try his best back then. He knew that the man was very strong after the man blocked his drawing technique when he had activated the majestic mystic spell. As for Chen Aochen, whom he ran into later, this man must be a lot weaker than Cao Tian, considering that he was swept into the sea by the Million Knife Art. Although his Million Knife Art was launched with ultra-quality spiritual blades at this moment, Chen Aochen should be able to blow them apart if he was strong enough. Han Fei couldn't help but grin. Does this mean that I'm on par with Chen Aochen and Cao Tian now? No, no, no. Han Fei dropped the idea the moment it popped up in his head. How could he be on par with them? He should be the one-punch man that was above them. Is this the confidence that an expert should have? Hee hee. After that, Han Fei picked up the giant pot and walked straight to the pool of the candle dragon blood. He slightly reduced the size of the pool and forged the universe that stored the spiritual spring. Then, he pointed at the candle dragon blood, and it was all gone. The moment the candle dragon blood disappeared, he was blasted by a torrent of scorching energy that filled the cave in the blink of an eye. Shoot. Han Fei was instantly dumbfounded. What's happening? I'm just collecting the candle dragon blood. Why is such furious energy bursting out? As far as Han Fei's eyes could reach, flames were surging and roaring. Yes, the furious energy turned into raging flames the moment it charged out. It was so hot that it reminded Han Fei of the magma in the fiery mountain. Ha ha ha, isn't it a pleasant surprise? You think this is over? It's not easy for me to get a disciple. How can I leave nothing but a technique for you? Since you've already broken the second barrier of the indestructible body, I'll further polish your bones for you. You old jerk! Han Fei was lost for words. Pleasant surprise? It was a surprise, but definitely not a pleasant one. Cracks suddenly emerged under Han Fei's feet, and weird circuits were spreading out with Han Fei as the center. Han Fei cried out, "Old jerk, what's this now?" But the moment Han Fei opened his mouth, the flames flew into his mouth and popped out from his nostrils. Old jerk, that's too much. You should have at least given me some time for preparation. However, Ren Tianfen was nowhere to be seen. Even his voice was gone, as if it wasn't Ren Tianfen who talked just now. Asshole. Han Fei was rendered speechless as Ren mechanical voice behind. He didn't have a third clone at all. The flames around him got more and more intense. Han Fei's clothes had been burnt up the moment the place was ignited. He had thought of putting on an ultra-quality battlesuit, but since nobody was around, he decided not to do that in case the battlesuit was ruined by the flames. 100 seconds passed. The temperature of the flames became steady, but Han Fei didn't feel well at all. It was simply too hot. At this moment, Han Fei's skin was already cracking, and only 100 seconds had passed. Hosey 00. Han Fei remembered that he always threatened other people that he would roast them when he pretended to be one of the black and white ghosts, but he turned out to be the one who got roasted now. Crack, Sheila. His flesh and blood were cracking non-stop, and hot currents of magma were springing from under his feet. Han Fei felt that his eyes were being blinded by the flames. While covering his eyes, he struggled to watch the magma filling in this place. Fuck you, Ren Tianfen. You can't let go of me until you get me killed, right? You'd better pray that I won't become stronger than you, or I will definitely boil you alive. Ouch. Han Fei felt that his flesh and blood were being burnt. He had to sit down immediately and practice the indestructible body. Polishing the skin, the flesh, the bones, and the blood had always been the way to practice the indestructible body art. When his body was almost collapsing, terrifying vitality came up. Han Fei didn't know where the vitality was from. Had he been carrying it all this time? Having no time to consider that, Han Fei simply took out dozens of spiritual fruits. But the spiritual fruits were vaporized the moment they were retrieved. The spiritual energy in them was mixed with the flames. Han Fei kept his eyes closed. Unlike Ren Tianfen, his indestructible body was purely based on his vitality, and he was recovered again and again. At this moment, Han Fei's veins were intact, and he could still absorb spiritual energy. He would be a fool if he didn't make the best use of it. An hour later, Han Fei's flesh was wriggling under the fire, and his bones were burningly hot. But that was not important. Han Fei discovered, to his shock, that his eyelids had been burnt up. Han Fei felt terrible at this moment. He couldn't turn his eyeballs indestructible, could he? How frightening would it be if his enemy were to poke his eyes with ultra-quality spiritual weapons? Instantly, Han Fei covered his eyes with 2 high-quality spiritual stones. He didn't care about other places, but his eyes must not be ruined. As a result, tremendous spiritual energy covered Han Fei's eyes without leaving any gap. 2 hours passed. Han Fei felt that he couldn't hold on anymore. His bones didn't feel like bones anymore, but more like magma flowing in his body. Also, his veins were breaking apart. Han Fei took out dozens more spiritual fruits, trying to repair his veins. For a moment, Han Fei reached an impasse with the flames. Han Fei dare not think about anything else at this moment. Ren Tianfen thought that he didn't have veins, but he actually did. He had picked up the indestructible body art in a different way from how Ren Tianfen did. Ren Tianfen could polish his body crazily, but Han Fei couldn't. He needed balance. Therefore, Han Fei took out dozens of spiritual fruits every 2 hours to repair and stabilize his veins. He also replaced the high-quality spiritual fruits that he stuck to his eyes every once in a while. 1 day passed. Han Fei was as skinny as a skeleton, and his bones were shimmering. Now and then, spiritual energy was dispersing from him. His veins were also emitting fluorescence as if they were made of crystals. 2 days passed. Han Fei's bones became so purified and smooth as if someone had put oil on it. But Han Fei didn't pay attention to his bones. His eyes were very sore. Though they were protected by his spiritual energy, the dazzling flames had been burning them and deprived him of his sight. 3 days passed. Han Fei's bones were no longer solid, but more like fluids where spiritual energy was flowing like springs. After the 3rd day, the flames gradually dimmed. 7 days later, the flames finally disappeared from this space. After a long time, Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes. Instantly, 2 rays of fire beamed out of his eyes like lasers. Chapter 511, The Seed. Han Fei was quite shocked himself. What's going on here? Am I Superman? However, the 2 beams of light quickly disappeared from his eyes. Han Fei could see nothing but redness in his eyes. The weird scene did not fade away until a long time later. His vitality was surging out non-stop and healing his wounds at a very high speed. About an hour later, Han Fei rose up. He looked at his data instead of looking for a way out. Owner Han Fei level 39, Advanced Dangling Fisher, Aura Spiritual Energy, 128,426, 6426, 6499 1001, A Spiritual Power, 1001 1001, 1000 meters Spiritual Heritage Level, 5, High Quality A Spiritual, Beastie Twin Yin Yang, Spirit Swallowing Fish Level 30, A Main Ardor, Void Breaking Technique, Volume 4 of Void Fishing, Demon Level Divine, Quality. Han Fei was briefly stunned when he saw the data. The upper limit of his spiritual energy reached a new height. His spiritual power hadn't been improved much, but it seemed to have surpassed the threshold. Had it reached a new level too? Han Fei was quite lost for words. Was it a result of his cultivation in the past 2 months, or because of the flames where he was burned? But in any case, he was almost burned alive, and he had to get back at Ren Tianfen at some point. That was really a scary experience. His veins might have been melted if he didn't have any tricks. In that case, he would have been crippled, if not killed. Damn you old jerk, you think everybody is just like you? Han Fei raised his head, only to see that the cave that he came from was long gone, and that many cracks had appeared on the crags because of the appalling temperature. The biggest crack of them was where he punched the wall here. There was a dark hole behind it that looked like a passage. Is this another trap set up by that old fart? Han Fei was very suspicious. He had thought that he could go out easily after collecting the candle dragon blood. He never expected that any of this would happen. Once bitten, twice shy. Han Fei was very suspicious about Ren Tianfen right now. That old bastard was quite a troublemaker. While Han Fei stared at the dark hole, he suddenly found that it became as bright as day, and he saw a zigzagging road that led to somewhere he didn't know. Hiss! Wait, something is wrong with my eyes. Han Fei took out a knife and used it as a mirror to examine his eyes. But no matter how he examined them, he found that his eyes were normal. Have the yin-yang divine eyes been upgraded too? That can't be right. I don't have the yin-yang divine eyes unless I'm fused with little white and little black. Unfortunately, there was nobody else here, so Han Fei couldn't know if his eyes had changed at all. From what he could, hell, they were absolutely the same as before, except that he saw things more clearly in the dark. He had to take the road. After all, it was the only passage left, but Han Fei knew that the road wouldn't be so simple. Therefore, he immediately put on a battlesuit and a spiritual energy protective cover. Stepping into the darkness, or the trail that seemed dark but was actually quite bright, Han Fei immediately saw a whole lot of other things. All kinds of illusions were happening. He saw a batch of big green crabs coming at him. I knew nothing good would happen. Han Fei grinned but didn't take action because he didn't see any information in his eyes, which meant that everything before his eyes was fake. However, when the first big green crab crashed him and pinched Han Fei's elbow with its pincers, Han Fei's face suddenly changed. That's impossible. Han Fei was instantly shocked as he sensed the pain in the collision. Could this crab be real? That was unlikely. This was just the most common big green crab that was everywhere in the regular fishery. But why did it feel so real? Han Fei lowered his head and looked back at the cave, only to find that everything was still there. This did not seem to be an illusion. How could that be? Han Fei was dumbfounded, as it didn't make any sense. If this was a regular big green crab, he should have been able to read its information. Bam! It was impossible for the big green crab to hurt Han Fei. Han Fei casually punched out, and the hundreds of big green crabs behind him were shattered into pieces. However, after they were shattered, Han Fei saw that the shattered big green crabs turned into glittering spots of light and disappeared from the way. However, following them, tremendous little white fish and big yellow fish were surging. You're all fake! Han Fei was quite positive of that. He didn't know why those regular creatures felt so real, but he was 100% sure that they were fake. If they were real, they would have turned into broken shells and bodies. How could they simply turn into spots of light and disappear? Therefore, Han Fei planned to press on. He was going to find out what was at the end of the road. After Han Fei made the first step forward, he somehow felt a lot easier, as if something heavy in his heart had been removed. Huh? Something is wrong with this road? Han Fei wasn't quite certain of that. He merely felt comfortable after the first step, and he wanted to walk on. Boom! Blowing up the big yellow fish, he moved on for another several steps. After the several steps, the fish that came at him turned from big yellow fish to green turtles, bladefish, and snakebelts. Han Fei moved on faster and faster. He found that he was enjoying the feeling. He felt that his heart was clear, and that he wanted to blow up all the obstacles before his eyes. Yes, he wanted to clear all the obstacles. Therefore, the swordfish, ballfish, spirit-swallowing fish, purple-tailed scorpions, and other creatures from the level 1 fishery were all shattered by Han Fei with one punch. Then, the strip fish, the piercing bone fish, the dragon-headed fish, the prawns, the lightning crabs, and other fish from the level 2 fishery came up and were blown up by Han Fei too. After that, there were the anti-heaven blades, the black moon sicklefish, the mess-swallowing worms, and other things from the level 3 fishery. Han Fei moved faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, he had crushed more than 100 types of fish that appeared before his eyes. At this moment, the inferior man-fish showed up. Han Fei found that it was difficult to continue the journey after the inferior man-fish showed up. The road became narrower and narrower, and he had to be very strong to make every step. Boom! At this moment, Han Fei had an epiphany. This was not a regular road, but a replay of everything he had seen. All the creatures he saw and knew were blocking his way. After he killed an inferior man-fish with the art of invincibility, Han Fei's whole body was glowing. Because the road was narrower and narrower, and the creatures were more and more ferocious, he had to tear the road apart. With the art of invincibility and the sacrificing punch, two unparalleled skills, Han Fei only wanted to press on. After he blew up a merman with the sacrificing punch, it was the end of the road. Lying before Han Fei was absolutely darkness, as if the road had been blocked. It looked like the world and forged the universe that was beyond the existing space. Open up! Han Fei punched crazily and punched the darkness. However, after thousands of powerful punches, he felt that he was extremely tired, but he only expanded a dozen steps in the dark. Eventually, a weird eye emerged in the darkness. Han Fei burst into fury for reasons he didn't know and launched the sacrificing punch at the darkness again with bloodshot eyes. Shua. Under an attractive force, Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes. He found that he was still inside the cave, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Huh, 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 huh! Han Fei breathed heavily, but his body was suddenly stiffened. It was because the crack on the wall caused by his punch was small and shallow. It was only half a meter deep, and there wasn't a road behind it at all. Huh, where's the road? Han Fei rose and ran to the crack, but he found that it was just a regular crack, and there was nothing behind it at all. Was it a dream? Han Fei didn't come back to himself until a long time later. He looked at his stats again in a hurry, but unfortunately his stats didn't change. But he did feel something unusual about his abdomen. When he looked into his body, he found that a seed the size of a grain was floating there. Huh? What's this? Han Fei was quite shocked. Why was there a seed in his abdomen? Where was it from? He tried pulling the seed with his spiritual energy, but his spiritual energy simply bypassed the seed every time. After several attempts, Han Fei realized that he couldn't move the seed at this. Since it did not seem to be a threat, he decided to let it go. At this moment, Han Fei raised his head and found that the entrance he came from was still there, so it was indeed just a dream. Chapter 512, 9 Death Soul-Splitting Octopus. It was not until this moment that Han Fei finally confirmed that he had taken all the treasures left by Ren Tianfen. On his way out, he entered the cave that he entered in the beginning and saw the bodies that were still lying on the ground or stuck to the wall. Out of the cave, the white sword Qi was still slithering unhurriedly. Hee hee, it looks like I won't find any more treasures. This time, Ren Tianfen didn't leave anything for him. He didn't mention leaving any treasures to Han Fei in the unknown worlds either. Han Fei knew that he would probably meet this old man after he broke the third barrier of the indestructible body art. The old man wasn't here, but maybe he was in the Thousand Star City or somewhere else. Han Fei didn't intend to go out immediately. He had one more thing to do. Now that he already had 5 creatures, it was time he fused his third contractual spiritual beast. He listed the 5 creatures in the demon purification pot. There was an iron-armed lobster whose pincers were hard and could leave its body. There was a mutated devilfish that could invoke fear. There was an exotic snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus whose 9 heads were quite aggressive. Han Fei was almost of a mind to ignore this one and look for another creature he could fuse with. There was an exotic divine seaweed octopus that could remotely control seaweed. There was also an exotic mutated abyssal water serpent that boasted shocking defense abilities. Looking at those creatures, Han Fei felt that he could definitely create a super powerful creature after the fusion. He only wondered if the creature he created could be beyond a legendary one. After all, Little Gold was already of the highest quality among the legendary creatures. Although the 5 creatures that Little Gold was based on were all exotic creatures, none of them were mysterious. Besides, none of them were a giant octopus that could talk, or an abyssal water serpent that had a dragon bloodline. Demon purification pot demons to be refined. Iron-armed lobster, mutated devilfish, snake-tentacled shark, faced octopus, divine seaweed octopus, abyssal water serpent to consumption, 3,000 points of spiritual energy. Fusion resultee unknown. Fuse them or not. Han Fei was briefly stunned. Something was not right. It only cost him 10,000 points of spiritual energy to fuse the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, and it took 50 times more to create Little Gold. But this time, the creatures that Han Fei thought to be very powerful required 3 million, 6 times more than what Little Gold cost. Huh? This doesn't agree with the pattern. Or is it because those lives aren't advanced enough? Han Fei slightly frowned. Forget it. Was he really qualified to look down upon a creature that had to be fused with 3 million points of spiritual energy? He couldn't dream of having one back then. Fuse. After about 50 seconds, something suddenly threw itself on Han Fei. The thing was soft and sticky as if it had a layer of grease on its body. Han Fei hurried to lift what was covering his head, only to find that he had been stuck to a sucking disc. Han Fei couldn't have felt more disgusted. A sucking disc? A tentacle? An octopus? He felt as though a dragon had just bashed into his chest. Why an octopus? Although there were 2 octopuses among the demons to be refined, both of them were hideous. One of them was a freakish octopus that was downright an eyesore. The other one was the divine seaweed octopus, which was green and disgusting. Han Fei almost felt that he was desperate. Why had such a creature been synthesized? He would have been happy even if it were a snake. The abyssal water serpent, for example, looked much more awesome than an octopus. Struggling for a long time, Han Fei finally broke free from the suction disc and crawled out from under the octopus. He was dumbfounded when he saw the creature. Before him, the octopus was staring at him with its 2 big eyes. Also, the 2 big eyes were of different colors. One of the eyes was blue and clear, and the other was red. Now, both of the 2 eyes were gazing at him. Apart from the eyes, this octopus was dark red in general. Han Fei's heart was chilled the moment he saw the color. The only relief was that the octopus's tentacles did not mutate, and it had a regular octopus head. Huh! Han Fei was slightly relieved. He could accept it as long as it wasn't like the freakish octopus, even though it didn't look pretty. The 9-tailed mantis shrimp looked awesome. Little Gold was pretty cool too. But this creature here was fat, ugly, and nothing special. A string of data appeared in his eyes. Contractual Spiritual Beast, 9 Aim 9, 9 Death Soul Splitting Octopus Introduction. This is a special beast from the primordial age that has a divine beast bloodline. It can absorb spiritual energy and vitality with its sucking discs. Its spiritual power is very high and can ignore all spiritual attacks 10 levels above itself. It can also deflect 90% of physical attacks that come at it. It boasts powerful self-recovery abilities. Level 38 quality, legendary, upgradable, S spiritual energy, 4888 points, S food, S888 points, a food, carnivorous, prefers shrimp and crabs, a battle technique. Limb regeneration, blood rebirth note. In its ultimate state, the host can share blood rebirth with the 9-death soul-splitting octopus. It can be used 9 times in a lifetime. Vitality sharing is unavailable for now. Shoot, Hanfei was dumbfounded as this creature seemed rather awesome. It could ignore spiritual attacks and deflect 90% of physical attacks. Its limbs could infinitely be regenerated when they were broken. It could also be reborn with its blood. This creature seemed unkillable. Hiss, Hanfei's eyes bulged out. Good God, I can be unkillable too. Does it mean that I have 9 extra lives now? He didn't know when the ultimate state would come, but it would certainly be awesome when it did come. I don't know what to say. Hanfei's eyes curled as he smiled hard. He found the octopus more and more agreeable. Little Gold seemed much less remarkable than the 9-death soul-splitting octopus. Ha ha ha, Hanfei couldn't help but laugh aloud. This was too delightful. Also, other people seemed to only have 2 contractual spiritual beasts at best, but he already had a third one. It appeared that the limitation of contractual spiritual beasts didn't apply to him. While Hanfei was feeling great about himself, he suddenly heard a voice. What a dumbass. Who's there? Hanfei's first reaction was to look around, but he suddenly trembled and gazed at the giant octopus. Were you talking? Yes, huh? Hanfei immediately gasped hard. Damn it, can a contractual spiritual beast talk? Why have I never heard the 9-tailed mantis shrimp or little gold talk? Hanfei asked with a trembling voice. How can you talk? The big octopus glimpsed at Hanfei, as if it didn't want to speak to him. Hanfei could clearly sense the contempt in the octopus's crooked eyes, which suggested that it was not in the mood to answer his question. Hanfei wasn't too pleased. Hey, that's outrageous. I'm your master. You have to show me some respect. The big octopus glanced at Hanfei again. Then, it slowly shrank to half a meter. Recall me. The big octopus tilted its eyes and looked at Hanfei. Hanfei was so angry that he almost wanted to slap it. Hanfei said to himself, It's a pet. It's my pet. I have to calm down. He snorted, You haven't met your brothers yet. I'll introduce you to one another. After that, Hanfei summoned the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and Little Gold. All of a sudden, the 3 legendary creatures looked at each other in a triangle. Little Gold was acting silly. It flapped its wings and approached Hanfei. The 9-tailed mantis shrimp was like an ADHD patient. It simply drew close to the 9-death soul-splitting octopus the moment they saw each other, and the big octopus had to move back. Go away. Pa! The big octopus slapped the 9-tailed mantis shrimp away, and it rolled on the ground non-stop. The 9-tailed mantis shrimp certainly couldn't hold it back. Seeing that it dared to slap it, the 9-tailed mantis shrimp charged forth and swung its 2 limbs. Hanfei saw that the big octopus extended 2 tentacles, which were bashed into its body by the 9-tailed mantis shrimp in the next second. But it immediately sent out another 2 tentacles to the 9-tailed mantis shrimp. Next, the big octopus stuck its whole body to the 9-tailed mantis shrimp. The sucking discs of the octopus were so attractive that the 9-tailed mantis shrimp couldn't move at all. However, the 9-tailed mantis shrimp wasn't weak either. It simply swung out the 9-star chain and clutched the octopus. For a moment, the 2 creatures were stuck together and rolled like a ball. Seeing that, Hanfei said quickly, Okay, 9-tailed mantis shrimp, let go. Little fatty, you stop too. The 9-tailed mantis shrimp seemed to have realized that it couldn't beat this thing, so it obediently stopped, but the big octopus said above the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, I want another name. Hanfei chuckled. Aren't you hard to please? Do you think that name is below you? The big octopus glanced at Hanfei. Another name. Hanfei decided that he would not give in to a pet that was challenging its master. Don't press too far. Come back in right now. With Hanfei's thought, the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and the little fatty both disappeared into his body. Little Gold innocently watched the whole fight and submerged into Hanfei's body too. Hanfei clicked his tongue. That's 3 of them. If I get another few contractual spiritual beasts of such a level, will I be able to retire early? Chapter 5113. Hello, how are you? Hanfei tried fusing with Little Fatty, but Little Fatty only unwillingly attached itself to him after he called it 3 times. Also, the Little Fatty's attachment was quite weird too. The 9-star chains came with the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, wings came with Little Gold, but 2 eyes came along with Little Fatty. Hanfei was quite shocked. The 2 eyes were shadows that grew above his shoulders, allowing him to see everything that was around him. The tentacles of the octopus did not appear at all. They would only emerge from the void when Hanfei wanted to attack with the tentacles. After trying it out, Hanfei realized why Little Fatty was described as strong. He took out a mid-quality spiritual shield, but his tentacle squished the shield easily. Hanfei could sense how powerful the tentacle was during that moment. It was probably no weaker than his full-strength attack without activating the majestic mystic spell. Han Fei was quite satisfied, because it was just a random test he had, and the octopus should be much more destructive than that in a real battle. Naturally, Little Fatty had shortcomings. Its attack speed wasn't as high as that of the 9-star chains, and certainly not Little Gold's. However, in terms of melee battles, the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and Little Gold were probably not as strong as Little Fatty when they were combined. Considering the advantages and disadvantages, Han Fei was generally satisfied. But what surprised Han Fei was that something went wrong when he tried to attach the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, Little Gold, and Little Fatty to himself at the same time. No matter how Han Fei tried, he could only attach 2 of them at best. Once 2 of them were attached to himself, there was no way he could summon the third one. Han Fei realized that he wasn't omnipotent after all, and that there was a reason why most people only had 2 contractual spiritual beasts. While he could use different combinations, he could only attach 2 contractual spiritual beasts to himself, or 3, counting the naturally endowed spiritual beast, just like everybody else. In fact, it made a lot of sense. Otherwise, he would be the center of attention if he got 10 contractual spiritual beasts in the future and attached all of them to himself. As he left the cave, the sword Chi that was swimming in the sea seemed to have found their target and came at him overwhelmingly. This time, Han Fei simply ignored them and swam back with a shield on his shoulder. He didn't intend to press any further, nor was he capable of doing so for now. While he had been significantly strengthened by the treasures Ren Tianfen left behind, he was still not strong enough. The sword torrents outside were so terrifying that he probably couldn't reach the treasure trove at the end of it even if he became a peak-level dangling fisher. Since he couldn't go there, he might as well let it go. He also saved the treasure trove ahead for the future. If he didn't get a chance to explore it, so be it. There were too many treasure troves in the world for him to explore. Han Fei passed the dragon boat on his way back, but he didn't board it. Mostly, it was because he didn't want to get in touch with Xiao Sei and the dragon carp of time. The younger one was still being kept there, and the bigger one was too strong for him to mess with. If he went there, he would lose a tremendous amount of food again. It was certainly not worth it. 3 days later, Han Fei swam across the Dead Sea. He experienced all kinds of weird incidents. He was blasted by infrasound waves multiple times, and he was almost absorbed by a big hole that appeared out of nowhere. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder how many people in Zhang Xuanyu's team made it out. Since he didn't know the way, he could only swim randomly when he got out. He ran into many strange underwater vortexes and pits where a lot of weird creatures lived. On his way out, Han Fei also met an exotic worm that looked like the mess-swallowing worm, except that it was 3 times larger and had 2 heads. It looked rather scary. Therefore, Han Fei simply punched it back even though it was an exotic creature. He didn't plan to subdue it. Little Fatty came out during the fusion. Han Fei also realized that it was barely possible to create creatures that were better than legendary with exotic creatures. If he pursued perfection, he needed to consider capturing stronger creatures in the future. He had to aim for mutated exotic creatures, or even the mysterious ones. Eventually, with Little White's help, it took Han Fei 2 days to swim out of the sea. When Han Fei arrived in the Tornado Sea, he had no time to search for the scattered treasures anymore, partly because he didn't want to be consumed by the Abyssal Chasm again, and partly because he felt that the Abyssal Chasm had more secrets. It was still a mystery how he ended up in the Dead Sea. Besides, Han Fei didn't think that he could find any better treasures in a regular trove than what he already got. It was best to find Zhang Xuanyu and Xia Xiaochan and reunite with him. Han Fei simply ignored the tornado and sailed out on a boat. He had planned to craft another wind god boat, but it would consume a lot of spiritual energy to do that, which didn't seem worth it for a journey of no more than 1,000,000 kilometers. He would have a wind god boat when he found Zhang Xuanyu or Xia Xiaoshan. At the edge of the Abyssal Chasm, 10,000 kilometers before the Tornado Sea and 50,000 kilometers away from the Abyssal Chasm, He Kai Yang was turning a fish skin map. Huh? Wait, that's not right. This is the place marked on the map, but I don't see any treasure trove here. Do I have to press on? He Kai Yang frowned and hesitated. He would be entering the Tornado Sea if he sailed on. In everybody's eyes, entering the Tornado Sea meant entering the Abyssal Chasm, which was well acknowledged to be the most dangerous place in the Level 3 fishery. Nobody would risk their life there for no good reason. He Kai Yang gritted his teeth. Forget it, I can't go there. When He Kai Yang was about to leave, he was stunned to see that a boat flew out of the Abyssal Chasm. Hiss, this guy is rather bold. He Kai Yang quickly prepared to leave. As far as he knew, nobody who could make it out of the Abyssal Chasm alive was simple. But he found that the boat behind him was chasing him soon after he fled. While He Kai Yang tried to keep a distance from Han Fei, he wasn't exactly scared. After all, he wouldn't have come to this place for treasure hunting if he wasn't confident in himself. He was one of the remarkable peak-level dangling fishers, and one of the top 3 super experts in the Mystic Turtle Town. His pride made him step back, but he wasn't afraid of fighting. Seeing that someone was drawing near, He Kai Yang couldn't help but fly up on his boat to see who was coming to him. He almost peed his pants when he saw Han Fei. Right when He Kai Yang exclaimed, a fishing line appeared on his boat out of nowhere. He Kai Yang instantly recalled the boat and squeezed a flash stone in the next second. Han Fei was quite bummed when he finally came. Aren't you a little bit too fast? Little White, let's go after him. Half a day passed. Hiding in a trench, He Kaiyang couldn't be more appalled by Han Fei's reappearance after being missing in the abyssal chasm for more than 2 months. Didn't they say that nobody had ever left the abyssal chasm alive? While He Kaiyang was hiding prudently, he saw an enormous octopus swimming to him from 1,000 meters away. The octopus stopped moving upon seeing him. Then, the octopus gradually changed its color and melted into the surroundings. Huh? What a weird octopus. He Kaiyang's eyes glittered. He had happened upon a special creature. Immediately, he charged at where the octopus disappeared at full speed. Releasing his senses, he found that a stone-like creature was peeping at him. Haha, it's definitely an exotic creature. I'm going to be rich, huh? After He Kaiyang launched an attack with an unstoppable sword Chi, he found that the sword Chi was blocked by some rocks and the octopus was running away. He certainly couldn't allow it to go away. He immediately came close and chased after it, but a smooth stone suddenly jerked from the ground, and he was absorbed by a powerful attractive force. His eyes bulging out, He Kaiyang quickly took out another flash stone. But before he did anything yet, a fishing hook suddenly emerged in his hand that grabbed the flash stone away. In the next second, a golden fist descended magnificently. Under these circumstances, He Kaiyang could not even defend himself. After the exploding seawater calmed down again, he found that a man was standing 10 meters before him. Hello! How are you? Chapter 514, Chaotic Situation. On the surface of the ocean, He Kaiyang sat on the boat obediently. He had no idea how Han Fei tracked him down. However, Han Fei had defeated him easily with nothing but one punch. That made He Kaiyang extremely frustrated. He knew that Han Fei was not ordinary, but he was quite devastated to be crushed by an advanced dangling fisher so easily. At this moment, before Han Fei said anything else, He Kaiyang had opened his mouth. I know what you want to ask. Oh? Han Fei's eyes glittered. Then why don't you tell me about it? I'll let you go if I'm satisfied. He Kaiyang knew that it was impossible for him to get away from Han Fei, so he could only tell him everything in great detail. You want to know where your partners are, don't you? Han Fei was briefly stunned. You know my teammates? He Kaiyang smiled bitterly. After you came out of the steps into the sea, all the information on your partners was publicized. Someone might have bought it from the Spectre and disseminated it. Han Fei was instantly enraged. Did anyone do that on purpose? Damn it, I will definitely kill them after I find out who. He Kaiyang said, now, few people in the level 3 fishery don't know the Thug Academy. The rest of your gang should be near the sea grassland at this moment. The sea grassland? Han Fei was shocked. Are you saying that they're all there? He Kaiyang nodded. Yes, all of them. After the turmoil you caused at the steps into the sea, someone went there to look for you and ran into the guys who intended to kill you. The person killed dozens of peak-level dangling fishers in a row before he fled with heavy wounds. Han Fei's eyes turned cold. Who was it? Was it a man or a woman? He was certain that it couldn't have been Xia Xiaoshan or Zhang Xuanyu. Xia Xiaoshan knew what she was doing. He had merely sent her out for her safety. This person was even less likely to be Zhang Xuanyu, who had spent so long in the abyssal chasm that he didn't know what happened outside at all. So it could have only been Le Renquang or Luo Xiaobai. They must have found a lot of treasures which enabled them to kill dozens of peak-level dangling fishers in a row. Without wasting any time, He Kaiyang simply looked at Han Fei and said, it was Le Renquang. Le Renquang? Han Fei slightly nodded. Then what happened? He Kaiyang said that Le Renquang fled with heavy wounds. Then why did he end up in the sea grassland with the others? He Kaiyang shrugged. I don't know what exactly happened after that. However, half a month ago, some guys on the wanted list had a huge battle in the sea grassland. Nobody knew how it happened, but a person named Luo Xiaobai fought Mo Qiansheng, the top of the wanted list, in the sea grassland. Then, the battle went on for days. The rest of your team was all gathered there. It's still going on. It's still going on. Han Fei found that hard to believe. What kind of battle could be fought for more than half a month? As if he knew what Han Fei was thinking, He Kaiyang said, the havoc in the sea grassland isn't completely over, and that place is suitable for hiding and long-term battles. It's not strange at all that they've fought for such a long time. Han Fei considered for a moment and said, the result of the battle is still unclear? He Kaiyang shook his head. I don't know, but when I learned the news, many experts on the wanted list were already there. Not just the people on the wanted list, the dragon boat and the Spectre met each other and had a skirmish too. Huh? Han Fei interrupted him. Hold on a second. Are you saying that the dragon boat and the Spectre had a fight? He Kaiyang nodded. That's right. Also, the Spectre had fought against 2 dragon boats at the same time. Some hanging fishers were even suspected to be involved in the battle, but nobody was hurt or killed. It was just a brief affair. Han Fei was slightly puzzled. It didn't sound right. Didn't they say that the dragon boats and the Spectre hadn't fought for 30 years? It was believed that the dragon boats were traumatized from previous battles. Why did the dragon boats become tough this time? Taking a deep breath, Han Fei asked, anything else? After a brief silence, He Kaiyang said, something might have happened there because of you. Because of me? He Kaiyang nodded. The steps into the sea has turned into a perilous place now. Han Fei? Half a month after you left, the steps into the sea became steady again. But a month ago, the steps into the sea suddenly fell into mayhem. Tremendous creatures appeared out of nowhere and fought human beings. A marvelous weapon even appeared in the meantime. You know what marvelous weapons are, right? A lot of people died, but none has claimed the marvelous weapon yet. Few people dare to go there anymore. Han Fei was lost for words. Am I related to the whole thing? I'm not the person who dropped the marvelous weapon, but Han Fei was quite curious too. Where was the marvelous weapon from? He had taken all the good stuff, and he never saw any marvelous weapons on the altar. Why had a marvelous weapon appeared out of nowhere? Han Fei couldn't figure out the answer, so he simply stopped thinking. He should focus his attention on the steps into the sea instead of the sea grassland now. Intrigued, Han Fei looked at He Kaiyang. Do you have the wanted list? He Kaiyang nodded and gave a leaflet to Han Fei, but he said, I bought this wanted list half a month ago. I don't know if it's still useful for you. He Kaiyang nodded and suddenly looked at He Kaiyang. Your sea-swallowing seashell. He Kaiyang's face stiffened. Eventually, like a balloon that had lost all its air, he gave the sea-swallowing seashell to Han Fei in frustration. But he was relieved that Han Fei did not mean to kill him, which was great. He could always get more sea-swallowing seashells as long as he was alive. Han Fei did not waste any of his time but set off to the sea grassland directly. On his way, he found that Lu Renquang was indeed on the wanted list with a high rank. The 21st place on the wanted list. Name, Lu Renquang. Gender, male. Profession, armorist. Spiritual beast, spiritual clam. Contractual spiritual beasts, thousand-blade turtle. Unknown creature which is capable of swallowing an assortment of items. Specialties: battle frenzy, sword and saber specialization, bloodthirsty broadsword, knife burial technique, bounty, 3 million other rewards, 300 kilograms of spiritual spring, 1 high-quality demon-level art, 1 high-quality spiritual weapon, and 300 spiritual fruits. Remark, this man is extremely dangerous. A full-strength blow from the bloodthirsty broadsword is as strong as an attack from a hanging fisher. Note, this man is one of the 5 members from the Thug Academy. He's very tough. Kill him the moment you see him. He is believed to have acquired a legendary contractual spiritual beast. Han Fei was slightly surprised, as Lu Renquang seemed to have been quite lucky. He got a new contractual spiritual beast which was a legendary one. Han Fei believed it the moment he read the information. He knew that the fatty seemed greedy about everything but was actually only interested in the good stuff. The man had always wanted a stronger contractual spiritual beast. As for Luo Xiaobai, Han Fei didn't find her name on the wanted list. After all, Luo Xiaobai didn't appear until half a month ago. At that time, He Kaiyang had already set sail for adventure, so his list did not include her name. The boat that Han Fei was sailing was one of the best boats he had left. It could go 33,000 kilometers in a day, only half as slowly as his wind god boat. Now that the whole team had been gathered, Han Fei believed that few people in the whole level 3 fishery could beat them in a team fight. Back when they were in the Fiery Mountain, Lu Renquang, Zhang Xuanyu, and Xia Xiaochan were already able to beat Li Hanyi's team of 5. Now that they had all found treasures in the level 3 fishery and grown much stronger, Han Fei wasn't too worried about them. 5 days passed. Han Fei finally arrived at the edge of the sea grassland. However, when he was 50,000 kilometers away from the place, he had changed his look into a random person's. That was because he found a dragon boat in this place. He boarded the dragon boat. Thanks to the 1,000 faces technique, nobody noticed anything wrong. His primary target was not to make deals, but to look for someone. There were 100 dragon boats in the level 3 fishery, and he needed to find 2 of them, one of which being the dragon boat he boarded at the beginning. However, after wandering in the market, he found that this wasn't the boat, so he left immediately. The whole trip took less than half an hour. At this moment, Han Fei saw another dragon boat 10,000 kilometers away from the sea grassland. Something must be wrong with the sea grassland, or why would so many dragon boats be gathered here? On the Information Trade Center on the dragon boat, a staff member asked, "May I know what you would like to buy? I want a wanted list and information on Mo Qiansheng." Chapter 515, Han Fei is here 1. He asked for Mo Qiansheng's information because he would catch too much attention if he asked for his teammates. Since the battle was still going on in the sea grassland, he could find them when he found Mo Qiansheng. After paying 10,000 mid-quality pearls, Han Fei received a piece of accurate information about Mo Qiansheng. After acquiring the intelligence, he found that He Kaiyang's intelligence was already outdated, and the sea grassland had already turned into an enormous swamp. It was believed that 1/3 of the experts on the wanted list were here. Also, those people were divided into multiple groups and had already joined the battle. Why were they fighting? Because Luo Xiaobai and Mo Qiansheng seemed to be competing over something. But Luo Xiaobai didn't get the entirety of it. She and Mo Qiansheng seemed to have split it up. The experts on the wanted list were divided into multiple groups chasing them. Luo Xiaobai and her partners were a team, Mo Qiansheng and another few friends were a team, and the others were divided into multiple teams too. 2 days earlier, Luo Xiaobai's team and Mo Qiansheng's team had a battle within the seaweed wall. Both of them suffered casualties. A day earlier, Mo Qiansheng had fought with another team. An armorist who was 19th on the wanted list was killed on the spot. 10 hours earlier, Luo Xiaobai's team encountered another team on the wanted list too. A soul warrior who was 26th on the list was killed. There had been no updates since then. Han Fei was very familiar with the place where they were last spotted. It was the sponge area. After acquiring the information, Han Fei left the dragon boat. He stayed there for no more than an hour in total. Because the information trade center adjoined the mercenary hall, Han Fei heard people shouting when he passed by the mercenary hall. 4 waiting for 1. We need an armorist. Zhao Mo, 39th on the wanted list, has entered the sea grassland on his own. Anyone want to hunt him down? 3 waiting for 2. We need a spirit gatherer and a manipulator. Our goal is to hunt exotic creatures. Come if you're interested. We're a 100-person group. Our target is the sponge section. We still need 22 candidates. We're hunting the member of the Thug Legend or Mo Qiansheng's team. Come on if you're interested. We're a squad of pickers. We're all hunters. There's still 1 opening. We're set off the moment the team is full. Han Fei paused for a moment, wondering if he should join one of the teams. But he smiled in the next second, as it did not seem necessary. Several dragon boats were here, and although he didn't see the specter, it must be somewhere around. With so many people here, there must be a lot of similar teams inside the sea grassland. In such a case, it was pointless to join a team in disguise. It would be faster and more convenient if he acted alone. Thinking that through, Han Fei left the dragon boat alone and set sail to the sea grassland. However, after only 1,000 kilometers, a boat descended from the sky and blocked Han Fei's way. Hey brother, surrender your sea-swallowing seashell. Han Fei slightly tilted his head. His boat had been covered by seaweed and green vines. On the boat on his opposite side, the soul warrior jumped over to Han Fei's boat with a stick. Han Fei's lips curled. 2 manipulators, both dangling fishers? You think you can stop me? Boom. The soul warrior hadn't performed any of his battle techniques, and he was about to talk to Han Fei when a golden fish appeared before his eyes. Bam! The fist broke the soul warrior's rod and collapsed his chest. Puh! The soul warrior could not imagine that he would be crushed by someone of his level before he could utter a word. On the other boat, the 2 armorists were appalled. They recalled the boat, squeezed their flash stones, and fled quickly. Han Fei had no time to bother the 2 manipulators in the water. He simply darted dozens of daggers into the water. The ultra-quality spiritual weapons were irresistible for some regular advanced dangling fishers. Amidst the shiny daggers, one of the manipulators was pierced through, and the other one had a broken arm but managed to escape by squeezing their flash stone. Everything was within Han Fei's perception. He could even tell that the manipulator had flashed to the edge of his perception range and was quickly swimming further away. Han Fei grinned as flash stones were less and less effective for him. His perception range of 5,000 meters was exactly the maximal distance of teleportation of the stones. Not every flash stone could flash dozens of kilometers away. Sometimes it could only flash within 1,000 meters. It was completely random. Han Fei was confident that, as long as he absorbed some more crystals and further increased his perception range, those probably couldn't get away from him unless they were to use flash stones more than twice in a row. But of course, Han Fei didn't intend to chase the pirates at this moment. He was in a hurry. During the 10,000-kilometer journey, Han Fei encountered 8 ghost boats. It was not hard to imagine how chaotic the sea grassland had become. The pirates had even considered this place as their paradise. Some of them weren't professional pirates, but when they saw that Han Fei was alone and only an advanced dangling fisher, they couldn't stop themselves from robbing him even though they had never robbed anyone before. Unfortunately, Han Fei simply killed anyone on his way. No boats could possibly resist Han Fei for more than 10 seconds. They all fled the moment they engaged him. To save time, Han Fei simply flew above the sea grassland. Many people were surprised to see what Han Fei was doing. They wondered what his purpose was. Was he trying to descend into the sea grassland, or to search for some poisons from the high reeds? A lot of people were scattered among the high reeds looking for things. Some were here to collect the poison of the green arrow venomous frog, and some were hunting creatures under the reeds. All of a sudden, an enormous golden fish descended from the sky and caused a huge hole in the reeds. Someone exclaimed, "Shoot!" Someone came down from the sky. Someone said with disdain, "Only an idiot would do that. This place is full of spirit-devouring bugs. He will be killed if he goes down." Someone was confused. But that man seems quite strong. I, for one, couldn't have taken that punch. Han Fei didn't cause any attention. Whoever met him simply thought that he was a relatively strong expert. They didn't find anyone who looked like Han Fei on the wanted list, so they simply thought that he was a tough expert but not tough enough to make it to the wanted list. In the water, Han Fei blew up the algae that drifted to him with a punch. Spirit-devouring bugs were everywhere in the seaweed and in the water. However, Han Fei couldn't care less about them at this moment. All the creatures that were within the reach of his fists were shattered. None of the spirit-devouring bugs could reach Han Fei. A team of 3 advanced dangling fishers saw what he did clearly, and how his golden fist left a mark on the ground through the water. Boom! Han Fei blew a crab to pieces with a casual punch. Then, he locked someone's hands with his fishing hook. Immediately, the other two people squeezed their flash stones and escaped. They wondered where this tough guy was from. That was a rarely seen purple soldier crab, and you blew it up with one punch? You're too strong for us. The man who was captured by Han Fei was frightened. Bro, let's talk nicely. You want my sea-swallowing seashell, right? I can give it to you. Please don't kill me. Han Fei simply glanced at him casually. Have you met anyone on the wanted list here? The man was briefly stunned. No, we haven't. He was actually rather speechless. How could we still be alive if we had run into any of them? Han Fei looked around. What is this place? The man replied in a hurry. This is the Broken Stones Valley. Han Fei searched his map for a long time before he finally found the Broken Stones Valley on it. This place was about 700 kilometers from the seaweed wall, and one had to take a detour to go from this place to the sponge area. The journey was almost 7,000 kilometers. Han Fei ignored him and stepped dozens of meters away. After another step, he vanished into Broken Stones Valley that was full of green moss. Phew, what a terrifying man. Who was that exactly? Tu Fang was 22nd place on the wanted list. At this moment, he was lying on a rock that was enshrouded by seaweed. He wasn't here to fight anyone. As far as he knew, both Mo Qiansheng and Luo Xiaobai were too strong for him to deal with. But he couldn't feel happier at this moment as he had looted more than 50 sea-swallowing seashells. He thought to himself proudly, it's really great that I can just wait for people delivering their sea-swallowing seashells to me here. I'm not an idiot who fights over the divine weapon. I probably wouldn't even live long enough to use it even if I somehow get it. Huh? Another sea-swallowing seashell is coming? Chapter 516, Han Fei is here, too. In the eyes of the experts, those who were weaker than them were usually considered deliveries, and robbing those people was as exciting as opening a present. At this moment, when Han Fei was about to pass Tu Fang suddenly cast out his fishing hook and tied up Han Fei's feet. Then, a short spear was darted close as fast as a shooting star. Tu Fang grinned. It only took him one attack to deal with a regular advanced dangling fisher. He didn't even need to continue his attack. However, while Tu Fang was smiling, he found that Han Fei stopped and looked at him with a vague smile. Why is he smiling? In the next second, he saw that a golden fist smashed on the short spear so powerfully that the seemingly unstoppable short spear was easily blown away. Not good. Tu Fang's first thought was that this man was only pretending to be weak. His second thought that the man was from the Thousand-Star City. In any case, since the man resisted his attack so casually, the man was definitely among the best experts of his level. He didn't know if the man was on the wanted list, but he did know that many people weren't on the wanted list not because they were weak, but because they always kept a low profile. Tu Fang's first reaction was to squeeze his flash stone. But the moment he took out his stone, a fishing hook appeared out of nowhere and grabbed it away. Before Tu Fang took out a second flash stone, he had seen dozens of fist auras being punched at him. Under the overwhelming fist auras, Tu Fang exclaimed in shock, "You're Han Fei?" Tu Fang thought of Han Fei. There were experts who were good at using fists in the level 3 fishery, but Cao Tian and Chen Aochen were well acknowledged to be the best. Most people did not know them because they weren't on the wanted list. Also, as the heavenly talents from the Thousand-Star City, nobody dared to hunt them. However, since Han Fei beat hanging fishers with his fists out of the steps into the sea, his skills at boxing had been well known. On the wanted list, there were no more than 5 people who were good with fists, and Han Fei was the best one. Remembering that Han Fei had a disguise technique, Tu Fang was shocked. Brother Han, wait a second. Tu Fang broke the fist auras with his high-quality spiritual weapon in frustration. What frightened him was that each fist aura was as powerful as the other. He stepped hundreds of meters back while resisting them. Bam! When the last fist aura smashed him, Tu Fang suddenly had an outburst. He unleashed a watery blast with his rod and injected 1/3 of his spiritual energy into it. Boom! Tu Fang was flung away, leaving a trail of dozens of meters long on the ground. All the seaweed and coral on the way were crumbled. In the next second, Han Fei had already stuck the long saber he was holding to Tu Fang's neck. Han Fei said with a smile, "I didn't know until this day that the experts on the wanted list are actually rather weak, even though they're troublemakers. I'll give you a chance. Tell me where Luo Xiaobai and her partners are." Tu Fang swallowed hard. He had been seriously struck. "I am weak? How can you say that I'm weak? I couldn't have resisted dozens of punches from you if I were weak, could I? If I were weak, I would have been killed after you punched me for the first time, all right?" But of course, Tu Fang dare not complain at all. He simply said carefully, "Brother Han, we finally meet. These 10 sea-swallowing seashells will be my reparation. I can help you find Luo Xiaobai and your other friends." As he talked, Tu Fang waved his hand, and 10 sea-swallowing seashells floated in the water. Han Fei also waved his hand and collected the 10 sea-swallowing seashells matter-of-factly. Without examining the sea-swallowing seashells, Han Fei asked with a smile, "You know where they are?" Tu Fang spoke telepathically and awkwardly. "I know the place where they'll have a big fight, but I don't know exactly where they are at this present moment." Han Fei grew impatient. "Go on." Looking at the knife in Han Fei's hand, Tu Fang said, "Brother Han, would you please sheath your weapon first? This is completely a misunderstanding. You're the last person that I would ever rob in the world." Han Fei slightly tilted his head. Do I know you? Stop calling me Brother Han. You talk first. I'll consider if I'll let go of you when you're done, provided that you don't lie to me. Tu Fang slightly moved his neck and his body back, fearing that Han Fei would accidentally cut his head off. After all, he could sense that Han Fei was holding an ultra-quality spiritual weapon. Han Fei didn't care too much about that. The man couldn't go anywhere with his hands raised anyway. You've come at a perfect time. Earlier today, Luo Xiaobai and the others appeared in the seaweed wall 5,000 kilometers from here. Han Fei immediately roared, "Think carefully before you say anything. You were ambushing the passers-by here, but you know what happened 5,000 kilometers away? Do you take me for a fool?" Tu Fang said quickly. "Of course not. I wasn't ambushing in this place at the beginning. Back then, I was closer to the seaweed wall. But you know that the people on the wanted list like me can't reveal ourselves too often, and there were people everywhere near the seaweed wall. I was afraid that I would be discovered and attacked together, so I came here. Besides what?" Tu Feng said with a smile. "Luo Xiaobai isn't fighting Mo Qiansheng's team, but another group. You know that Zhang Liang, the 26th place, died, right? Many of his teammates were wounded too. I followed them here, but I had to quit pursuing them after I was found." Han Fei was quite chilled. He realized that Tu Feng didn't care who would win the battle, and that the man would only take advantage of the team that lost it. Han Fei thought for a moment and knew that he would probably make the same choice if he were in Tu Feng's shoes. What good stuff could be there in an ordinary person's sea-swallowing seashell? Could they generously offer 10 sea-swallowing seashells like Tu Feng did? But this was definitely not a good man. If Luo Xiaobai had failed the battle, he probably would have tailed her. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Where are they?" Tu Feng pointed at Han Fei's back. "Over there. You'll reach the sponge area if you go on 3,000 kilometers in that direction." Today, they fought from the sponge area to the seaweed wall. Han Fei subconsciously looked at that direction, but the moment he was distracted, Tu Feng suddenly exerted strength on his feet and leaped back while he squeezed a flash stone. Han Fei reacted fast enough. He didn't intend to let go of Tu Feng at all, who was shrewd, strong, and definitely had more than 10 sea-swallowing seashells. Han Fei's blood-drinking knife was instantly launched. It was so intimidating that even the seawater was cut open. It was too fast. Tu Feng was greatly appalled, as Han Fei was simply too strong and reacted too fast. He only sought a chance to squeeze his flash stone, but Han Fei caught that chance. Crack. When the brilliance of the knife burst out, Tu Feng protected himself with a turtle contractual spiritual beast, even though it was very valuable. Han Fei hadn't used the drawing technique for a long time, and his saber will had accumulated for a long time. Back then, even Gong Yehan couldn't possibly resist 3 attacks from Han Fei, who was much weaker than right now. After one crack, the contractual spiritual beast was chopped apart by Han Fei. Almost at the same time, the flash stone was squeezed, and Tu Feng disappeared, leaving a broken arm behind. In Han Fei's perception, Tu Feng appeared 8 kilometers away and was running to the edge of the sea grassland at a high speed. Han Fei slightly frowned, as the man was surprisingly smart. He knew that Han Fei was going into the sea grassland to look for someone, so he ran out of the place the moment he fled. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. Today is your lucky day. Han Fei wasn't sure if Tu Feng was speaking the truth, but he didn't really care. This was just the sea grassland, which was the first major treasure trove he explored after he came to the level 3 fishery. He had the best survival abilities in this place. Also, he didn't think that anyone could stop him except the squads whose members were all on the wanted list. Thinking about that, Han Fei swam to the direction where Tu Feng pointed earlier. What Han Fei didn't know was that the news of his arrival was spread out no more than an hour after Tu Feng escaped. Knowing that it was impossible for him to avenge himself in his current state even though he hated Han Fei's guts, Tu Feng held his broken arm and declared brutally, "It's true that I can't kill you, but there are plenty of people on the dragon boats. If you linger on in the sea grassland, there's no way you can get away." While Tu Feng crazily disseminated the news of Han Fei's arrival, Han Fei ran into a 100-person team. Chapter 517, My Home Field Naturally. It was not a coincidence that Han Fei ran into the 100-person team. With his perception, he had detected those people from 10 kilometers away. However, Han Fei didn't dodge them at all. He even canceled the 1,000 Faces technique and restored his original look. At the same time, Han Fei summoned the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and swam to those people on its back. For Han Fei at this moment, whether the enemy was a full-class squad, a 10-person group, or a 100-person group, it made little difference. After he made it to Ren Tianfen's treasure trove against the sword torrents in the Abyssal Chasm, Han Fei had fully realized his capabilities. Han Fei was like a super boss to the other people in the fishery. If you want to beat me, you'd better try to break my defense first. Besides, Han Fei didn't train himself so hard and strengthen himself through all kinds of opportunities just in order to keep a low profile. Therefore, he had planned for this encounter. This 100-person team seemed to have just left the sponge area. Some of them looked miserable and worn. They had obviously run into the star-chasing sponges. The moment they saw Han Fei, the 100-person team was in turmoil. Han Fei? My good God, are my eyes deceiving me? It's really Han Fei. That's his 9-tailed mantis shrimp. Sometimes you can find something you want when you stop searching for it. We didn't find Mo Qiansheng and Luo Xiaobai, but we've met Han Fei. Has he made it out of the abyssal chasm alive? Hiss! Everybody was excited and ready to take action. Since those people were bold enough to come after Mo Qiansheng and Luo Xiaobai, they naturally weren't weak. As far as Han Fei could see, there were more than 20 peak-level dangling fishers, and the rest were all advanced dangling fishers. If he had run into such a team earlier, he would have fled immediately. But at this moment, Han Fei was utterly fearless unless the team was exclusively made of peak-level dangling fishers. Before they took action, Han Fei had shouted first, "Hey, have you found Luo Xiaobai and her friends? Everyone?" Someone said, "You're asking us?" Ha ha ha, someone laughed. "Han Fei, you haven't realized the situation yet, have you?" Someone roared. Surround him and set up a raise. They saw that Han Fei was absolutely fearless. They could tell that Han Fei despised them, but they thought that it was because of Han Fei's arrogance. "Not in a hurry," Han Fei said with a smile. "Hey, there's still time for you to run. After all, it isn't easy to make a living in the level 3 fishery. But if we start to fight, don't tell me that I didn't give you a chance." Someone began to speculate after hearing that. Nobody was an idiot. Han Fei, who was 3rd place on the wanted list, certainly wasn't one either. If Han Fei wasn't an idiot, how confident must he be to speak to a 100-person team so cockily? A peak-level dangling fisher roared, "Don't be tricked by him. We'll attack with our best. Every person only has limited spiritual energy. None of our teammates here are weak. Why should we be scared of him when he's absolutely alone?" Someone bellowed. "Han Fei is definitely carrying valuable treasures. We'll split them up after we kill him." Very soon, the 100 people surrounded Han Fei. This was the first time Han Fei had seen an array set up by multiple spirit gatherers and manipulators. Immediately, Han Fei knew what the array was. If an array could be set up by multiple levels, the array was generally a low level. Why? It was not hard to imagine that, since this team was established only recently, the array they set up couldn't be an ultimate skill from a major sect, but one that they figured out recently. How powerful could it be? As a matter of fact, Han Fei had thought everything through before he took any action. But of course, while this array wasn't very powerful, a lot of people had been involved in it. Besides, the array was generally a mature one, so it was quite powerful for a regular person. Han Fei asked with a smile, "Are you afraid that I will escape with a flash stone?" The few leading peak-level dangling fishers sneered. "You seem to know what's going on." Not hasty at all, Han Fei looked at them with a big smile. "I won't kill all of you if we're really going to fight. I'll let you walk out of here. Oh, right, after you get away, don't forget to tell other people about me on the dragon boats. You don't need to come back for me. Just ask all the dragon boats to be prepared." Haha, someone looked at Han Fei with a stunned look, wondering if he had brain injuries. Was he implying that he was going to the dragon boats for trouble? The array with a span of 1,000 meters was soon set up. The peak-level dangling fishers took action. Everybody attached their naturally endowed spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts. The armorists led the charge. Each of the 20 armorists opened their armor boxes and unleashed more than 10 weapons. Some even launched dozens. But in Han Fei's eyes, these weapons were too weak. Han Fei didn't know if xuanhuan had told other people that he had a set of ultra-quality spiritual weapons. He simply presumed that xuanhuan did. After all, that secret would be exposed sooner or later. When he challenged 100 people last time, all the circumstances were in his favor, but this time he had nothing but recklessness. Han Fei wondered if he could awe everybody and make them get out of his way in the future after his reckless fight today. He believed that nobody in the level 3 fishery could possibly beat him unless hidden fishers showed up. If hidden fishers did emerge, he didn't think that Old Bai would do nothing about it. Even though Old Bai was a long distance away, he was sure that Old Bai had always been paying attention to this place. So, when overwhelming weapons came at him from various directions, Han Fei launched all his blue sea wandering dragon daggers. The million knife art was most destructive in a group battle. In particular, all of Han Fei's weapons were ultra-quality spiritual weapons, which were almost invincible against other weapons. Crack, crack, crack. The 99 blue sea wandering dragon daggers swirled dozens of meters around Han Fei at an astonishing speed. All the weapons that flew to him were cut apart in the blink of an eye. Even the high-quality spiritual weapons were crumbled when they were minced by multiple blue sea wandering dragon daggers. Poo, 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 poo. For a moment, all the armorists who attacked, including those who were peak-level dangling fishers, were vomiting blood. Everybody was shocked. Someone roared, "Recall your weapons! Recall your weapons! Recall your weapons!" Han Fei had already attached little gold to him at this moment. He disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. Someone bellowed, "Everybody, activate your secret techniques if you have any." Armorists raised the shields. Han Fei chuckled and charged at the crowd. The seaweeds and vines that were flooding out were shattered into pieces the moment they showed up. When he was blocked by shields from all directions, fist auras burst out. BAM, 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 dum, dum, dum. In the blink of an eye, dozens of shields were all blown back. Someone was accidentally breached by the blue sea wandering dragon daggers and cut to pieces. Someone escaped as a plant, but the plant was minced to smithereens by the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. Dozens of peak-level dangling fishers launched an attack together. Their magnificent energy pushed the seawater into a gigantic ball. However, all their energy was slashed into halves under Han Fei's knife. Han Fei's mocking voice echoed in everybody's head. Is this your best? Peak-level dangling fishers, are you still holding yourselves back? Do you really think you can get away? Majestic mystic spell. Han Fei's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he became much more intimidating than before. He could tell that energy was exploding violently in his body. Shua, like a phantom, Han Fei instantly appeared before a peak-level soul warrior and slashed his knife casually. The man had no time to counterattack at all, but could only dart out the hundreds of bone spurs of his contractual spiritual beast. Crack, crack, crack. When the bone spurts were broken and the man died, Han Fei reached another side. None of the bone spurts even touched Han Fei. Thanks to the 2 months of 10-time gravity training, Han Fei's reaction speed had been increased to an unbelievable level. Bam, bam, bam. Under the fist marks, someone's chest collapsed, and someone's internal organs were ruined. Xuanhuan. In the crowd, some of the peak-level dangling fishers seemed to have activated a certain secret technique and became even stronger than before. However, the golden fist aura penetrated the man's chest instantly. When the blue sea wandering dragon daggers rolled into the crowd, some people's battlesuits were dismembered and they were cut into pieces. Of course, faced by the dangling fishers, Han Fei was inevitably cut many times. He didn't want to be cut, but the attacks were too intense for him to dodge all of them. However, those people discovered, to their shock, that Han Fei was wearing an ultra-quality battlesuit which boasted amazing defense abilities. They couldn't hurt Han Fei at all with purely physical attacks. A peak-level soul warrior passed through the million knife art with his unusual archery technique and shot Han Fei's chest 13 times. However, he found that Han Fei didn't even step back. Han Fei even smiled at him. You think I'll be scared of a few spiritual energy arrows when I can resist the sword torrents launched by a peak-level dangling fisher? At this moment, Han Fei summoned the blue sea wandering dragon bow and fired an arrow, which roared through the water and pierced the man's battlesuit in the blink of an eye. The man's face bled and his soul was crushed. He had died in 1 second. Run! There was no telling who roared that, but everybody was equally frightened. What kind of freak were they fighting? The attacks from the peak-level dangling fishers were absolutely useless against Han Fei. The million knife art launched with ultra-quality spiritual weapons couldn't be dealt with at all in the group fight. They were all rendered speechless. It was not like they could waste their mid-quality spiritual weapons on those ultra-quality spiritual weapons. Han Fei waved his hand and recalled all the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. However, 30 people of the 100-person team had already died. The survivors were half lightly injured and half severely wounded. At this moment, they were all fleeing. Han Fei shouted, "Remember what I said. From today on, the level 3 fishery will be my home field." Chapter 5018. Hey, this place is lively. After they all escaped, Han Fei collected more than 30 sea-swallowing seashells in total. Then he grinned for a while. The fight was actually quite painful for him, but the pain was gone very soon. I hope that there won't be so many fools who come to challenge my limits anymore. Han Fei's eyes flashed, and Little White and Little Black came out. The 9-tailed mantis shrimp appeared too as his mount. Little White, let's go. Lead the way. Somewhere in the seaweed wall, xuanhuan said regretfully, "This is not working out. Too many people are coming. We need to find a way out. As long as we're outside, we can get rid of them easily with the wind god boat." Xiaoshan glared at xuanhuan. "You shouldn't have come here when Han Fei returned. Why did you leave after you escorted the survivors out?" Xuanhuan almost choked. I've explained it to you a million times. I went back after I escorted them out, but I couldn't resist the sword torrents at all. Also, I bet that Han Fei certainly didn't enter the first treasure trove, which was so dangerous that I dare not even approach it. Xiaoshan smacked her lips. What treasure trove can possibly be so dangerous? Zhang Xuanyu was lost for words. I'll take you there if you don't believe me. Let's get out of here first. Damn it, what's Mo Qiansheng's problem? Is the half-divine weapon so important? Luo Xiaobai said gravely. We need to adopt a different approach. This is already our 6th attempt today. We've consumed a lot of spiritual fruits and pills over the past half-month. We need another way. Lirenquang said, with the fat on his face trembling, "Why don't I try my sky-swallowing technique? We can swim upward while I make a way out for us." Luo Xiaobai shook her head. Don't. The sea grassland is a weird place. After you pass the seaweed wall, you will enter a different place if you go straight out. It won't be the level 3 fishery that we know of at all. Lirenquang asked, "How do you know that?" Luo Xiaobai explained, "Nobody who has gone out in such a way has ever returned. We need to think of another way if we want to rescue Han Fei." Xiaoshan pouted out her cheeks. The Thousand Faces technique doesn't work either. Now, whoever leaves the seaweed wall will be attacked. Also, those who attack us are all on the wanted list. How do they know where we are? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. Those who are on the wanted list all have their own tricks. I think they have ways to determine our precise location, or we wouldn't have been caught by them 6 times in a row. Zhang Xuanyu heaved a sigh. I wonder what Han Fei is doing. I really shouldn't have helped escort those people out when I hardly knew them. Luo Xiaobai said coldly, that was very necessary. You did them the greatest favor by saving their lives. Those who explore the abyssal chasm can't be simple. They are no fools and won't expose the secret that they made it out of the abyssal chasm alive, so they will definitely return the favor someday. Well, some of them will. Zhang Xuanyu shot back, I don't need them to return my favor. Luo Xiaobai shook her head. It's not just a random favor. Thousands of lives were at risk back then. Besides, they weren't our enemies. Would you rather have watched them starve? Lurenquang said. Lack of food is really pitiful. I can accept dying in a battle or a treasure trove, but I can't accept dying of hunger. How miserable must it be if a cultivator starves? While everybody was resting and healing their wounds, the scenery around them suddenly changed, and all the seaweed turned into snakes. Everybody's face changed, and Zhang Xuanyu cursed aloud. Damn it again, just give me a break. Luo Xiaobai said. Lurenquang, guard us with your shields. Xiaochan, please help Lurenquang with the defense. Senior Hexagon Starfish, use your 6-gate array. Zhang Xuanyu, report their locations to Xiaochan. I'll get them rooted. Instantly, Xiao Zhaochen disappeared from the spot. Purple pillars of light arose along with the 6-gate array. The hexagon starfish clung to Luo Xiaobai while blinking its eyes. Zhang Xuanyu immediately said, Mo Chansheng is not around. Xiaochan, a hostile soul warrior, is 800 meters to your left front. Lurenquang, lock onto the armorist 600 meters behind you. Luo Xiaobai's pupils became purely white. As she raised her hands, the illusionary snakes slithered in all directions. At the same time, countless branches grew out of nowhere and darted in all directions. Boom! The shield behind Zhang Xuanyu was hit, and overwhelming spiritual energy burst out behind the shield. An array of daggers suddenly descended and surrounded all of them. Lurenquang announced telepathically, Mo Qiansheng, you son of a bitch, your dagger trap is just nothing in my eyes. Check my armor art out, Zhang Xuanyu said telepathically. Xiaochan, 200 meters behind you. It's a hunter. Xiaobai, you and Lurenquang take care of Mo Qiansheng. I'll help them, tertiary body. Shua. Another 2 Zhang Xuanyu copies emerged. Lurenquang cut the dagger trap open with an attack, and Zhang Xuanyu seized the opportunity and broke in. One of the 3 Zhang Xuanyu copies was reporting locations. One charged at the manipulator who was fighting Luo Xiaobai over a long distance, and the last one ran to Xiaochan. At this moment, Xiaochan was fighting 2 enemies on her own, because the hostile spirit gatherer must have been around. By the time Zhang Xuanyu arrived, Xiaochan had stabbed through the soul warrior again and again like a shadow. However, the soul warrior was still alive even though he was stabbed thousands of times, because he was actually made of sand. This soul warrior was evidently not as strong as Xiaochan, but she simply couldn't kill him, which was a bummer for Xiaochan. As for the hunter, he was resisting the shadowless blade. Seeing Zhang Xuanyu, Xiaochan said, You take care of the soul warrior, I'll go slay the hunter. Xiaochan blinked and disappeared after she said that. The moment she disappeared, hundreds of fresh green vines extended from the void and gripped the soul warrior. The soul warrior, however, roared, Luo Xiaobai, let's see how many people you can control at the same time. Hoo! The roars of the giant arowana burst out, and the seawater was filled with the stench of blood. The hostile hunter turned into plumes of smoke and was fleeing. In terms of destructiveness, Xiaochan was the best on the battlefield, even better than Mo Qiansheng. He would have been killed by Xiaochan if he hadn't used his torrent of shadow swords. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu suddenly said, Not good, Xiaobai, another soul warrior is here. Lurenquang, 500 meters to your side, used the sky-swallowing technique. Lurenquang suddenly opened his mouth, and a weird super big hole appeared, gulping in all the seaweed within 50 meters. However, while Lurenquang swallowed the seaweed, the soul warrior threw out a handful of green poisons. Lurenquang simply roared, I can eat everything, including poison. The battle was quite intense. At this moment, Xiaochan had heavily wounded that hunter, but she engaged another hunter. With the majestic mystic spell activated, she beat the 2 hunters without any trouble. They would have been killed already if one of them hadn't turned into smoke and the other one hadn't swapped with his shadow. The most pitiful one was the soul warrior who was made of sand. His body had exploded almost 10 times. Luo Xiaobai was controlling everyone on her own. Her vines weren't hard enough to tie those people up, but she had a myriad of vines. Some of them were poisonous, some were paralyzing, some were whipping, and some were swallowing spiritual energy. Creak, creak, creak! When a weird noise echoed, Zhang Xuanyu, who was under Lurenquang's protection, suddenly looked above and stopped the creaking noises with an invisible wave. That was Mo Qiansheng's 3rd contractual spiritual beast, and Mo Qiansheng was the only person in the level 3 fishery who was known to have 3 contractual spiritual beasts. The name of the 3rd contraction spiritual beast was unknown, but it was an insect which could let out disturbing noises. Once Lurenquang and Luo Xiaobai were affected, the situation would change. Of everybody here, Zhang Xuanyu was the only one who could ignore the insect with his surprisingly high soul power. At this moment, someone said, Luo Xiaobai, give me the thing, and I'll go away. Lurenquang cursed aloud, Get lost, you son of Che. Come and fight me if you've got balls, I'll cut you into pieces. Mo Changsheng sneered, You're stuck in this place, you don't have any spirit gatherers with you. How much longer can you subsist on your spiritual fruits? Half a month? You'll all die here if you don't compromise. Outside, Luo Xiaobai's vines slowed down. Zhang Xuanyu simply said, Xiaobai, don't listen to him. We can't get away even if we give it to him. They're our blood enemies. They won't stop until we all die. Don't be distracted. Seeing that Luo Xiaobai was not deceived, Mo Qiansheng tried to deceive the hexagon starfish. Senior hexagon starfish, if you cancel the array, I'll offer you 100 6-gate arrays that contain infinite treasures. The hexagon starfish snorted. You are a bad guy. I don't trust you. Right when everybody was fighting hard, an unexpected voice suddenly echoed. Hey, you're all here. What a lively place this is. Chapter 519, Unstoppable Killing. Everybody, including Zhang Xuanyu and his friends, were slightly stiffened. Zhang Xuanyu roared angrily. Son of a batash, I thought you died in there. Lu Renkuang shouted. Oh, Han Fei, you made it out on your own, Jia Xiaoshan said telepathically. Hee hee, you'd better be ready to apologize. All the seaweed was on a rampage within thousands of meters. Because of the illusion, everybody saw that sea snakes were creeping excitedly. On the other hand, Mo Qiansheng's team were all shocked. Mo Qiansheng simply roared, Everybody, retreat. Retreat? Han Fei sneered. Let's see where you can retreat to. Han Fei roared at a low voice. Keep them occupied. I'm coming. The soul warrior who was attracted to Lu Renkuang felt that his heart was trembling and his hair was bristling. Unfortunately, he had been fully tied up by the infinite seaweed and Lu Renkuang's sky-swallowing technique, which made it impossible for him to exert any strength. He couldn't take any action. His first reaction was to escape. He already took out a flash stone, but he felt his hand was painful in the next second. He lowered his head, only to see that his hand was gone. Yes, his whole hand was gone, as if it had been bitten off by something. But his lost hand was the least of his problems for now. When he looked back, he saw an enormous fist aura dozens of meters away. The first aura was dark red and brutally magnificently. It was fast approaching with turbulence. Ho 000, explode, explode, explode. The soul warrior couldn't be more appalled by the powerful fist aura. Knowing that he could resist it, he launched 3 high-quality spiritual weapons at the first mark and detonated them. At the same time, a crab and a giant squid protected in front of him. At this moment, he was planning to sacrifice his 2 contractual spiritual beasts to save his life. Under normal circumstances, the man could have resisted Han Fei's sacrificing punch by doing so. However, now that Han Fei was enhanced by the majestic mystic spell, his punch was much more powerful than that of any dangling fisher. The 3 exploding spiritual weapons did not weaken the fist aura at all. The shell of the crab that was in the front was crushed instantly, and the giant squid was simply dismembered by the power of the punch. The soul warrior was desperate at this moment. He felt that his enemy was invincible, and he regretted that he accepted Mo Qiansheng's request. I don't want to die yet. Boom. Instantly, the soul warrior was crushed to smithereens by the fist mark. But the sacrificing punch wasn't over yet. Instead, like a beam of light, it soared up to the surface of the ocean, shattering all the seaweed on its way, causing a hole in the seaweed wall. The dagger trap that had been confining Lu Renkuang and the others was destroyed. Gudu. Damn, Lu Renkuang swallowed and his eyes almost bulged out. Wasn't this attack too powerful and unstoppable? That was a real genius soul warrior on the wanted list, but he had been blown up by one punch? Zhang Xuanyu was instantly dumbfounded. Who could have possibly resisted that? What had this jerk acquired from the abyssal chasm? Weird brilliance beamed out of Xia Xiaoshan's eyes. Wow, that's awesome! When Han Fei launched the punch, the enemy's manipulator was the first to run. She had to run. Even the soul warrior had been blown up by one punch. She would definitely be killed easily here as a manipulator. Then, the enemy's spirit gatherer left too, as it was impossible to fight the battle anymore after Han Fei killed someone the moment he showed up. Mo Qiansheng was greatly shocked and instantly squeezed his flashstone. His team was equal to Luo Xiaobai's team. He had called another 2 helpers here in order to consume Luo Xiaobai's resources. But he didn't foresee that Han Fei would join the battle in such a way. Didn't they say that this guy never came out after entering the abyssal chasm? After Mo Qiansheng ran away, only the hunter who could turn into smoke managed to escape. The last 2 people left behind were the soul warrior who would turn into sand, and the hunter who could swap with his shadow. They too wanted to run, but the hunter was under Xia Xiaoshan's attack and had no chance to use his flashstone he took out. As for the soul warrior who turned into sand, he seemed indestructible, but he wasn't really so. At this moment, all 3 Zhang Xuanyu copies were attacking him simultaneously, and Luo Xiaobai's vines had already tied him up. After drinking a few mouthfuls of the candle dragon blood, Han Fei charged at them. Seeing that Han Fei was coming, Zhang Xuanyu asked, What do we do with the sand? Han Fei said with a smile, Since he can turn into sand, we'll crush every grain of the sand and separate them. This time, Han Fei used the art of invincibility instead of the sacrificing punch. Punching out 100 golden fist auras, he blew up all the grains of sand that made up the soul warrior together with Zhang Xuanyu. Then Han Fei grabbed a handful of sand and squashed it crazily. The golden sand soon became red. A voice came from the void. Don't kill me. I can take you to Mo Qian Sheng. Xuanhuan cursed. You're begging for mercy now? Let me tell you, you won't get any. During the battle, Mo Qian Sheng was undoubtedly the trickiest enemy to deal with. This soul warrior ranked second, and the hunter who could turn into smoke came after that. Han Fei grinned. I can find him out on my own. I don't need you. In no more than 100 seconds, the man was crumbled alive. It was true that he could turn into sand, but he wasn't really undying even though he had unusual talents. Then, Han Fei did not need to take action again. Having been chased by Mo Qian Sheng's team for a long time, Zhang Xuanyu and the others seized the rare opportunity of counterattack and attacked the hunter together. Knowing that it was impossible to escape or beg for mercy, the hunter detonated himself. Le Renquang had foreseen that he would kill himself. At the moment of the explosion, he summoned multiple shields, and everybody was barely scratched under the explosion. Exhilarating. Zhang Xuanyu roared and gave Han Fei a bear hug. You asshole, did you go into the abyssal chasm against the sword currents? Han Fei asked in surprise. Huh? How do you know that? Zhang Xuanyu said gloomily. How would I not know that? When I came back for you, I thought you went into the first treasure trove. I dared not to enter it, but I couldn't resist the sword torrents behind it. Han Fei patted Zhang Xuanyu's shoulder and said, Good thing that you didn't enter it. I was too scared to enter the first treasure trove too. Clink. Feeling the sting on his waist, Han Fei was quite lost for words. Xia Xiaochan, would you stop stabbing me every time we meet? That's really a bad habit, Xia Xiaochan said grimly. Explain to me, why didn't you come for me at the edge of the steps into the sea, but instead you went to the abyssal chasm? Han Fei shrugged. I think you should understand me. I went for Zhang Xuanyu and to explore the treasure trove, and you had to stay outside to keep an eye on Le Renquang and Luo Xiaobai. We had to split up, didn't we? Xia Xiaoshan snorted. You didn't tell me that. I heard it from other people after you entered the abyssal chasm. Han Fei said with a smile. But I'm already back, am I not? Le Renquang, on the other hand, jumped at him. Han Fei, I've really suffered. Han Fei was rendered speechless. How exactly did you suffer? I see that you can eat everything right now. You think that's suffering? Speaking of which, it's really a disgusting technique. Le Renquang begged, I want to have hot pot. My sea-swallowing seashell exploded. All the seasonings in it were gone. You have no idea how miserable I have been since then. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Sea-swallowing seashells can explode? Le Renquang snorted. Let's get out of here already. Luo Xiaobai and Han Fei said at the same time, We can't yet. Luo Xiaobai smiled at Han Fei. Welcome back. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Do you have to be so courteous? Just drop the manners. Luo Xiaobai looked at Xiao Xiaon weirdly and then back at Han Fei. Do you want me to hug you too? Han Fei was briefly stunned. Sensing that the dagger that was stuck to his waist was pressing forward, he said quickly with a smile, I was just kidding. As he talked, Han Fei grew solemn. Multiple dragon boats came from outside and surrounded the seaweed wall. There were spies everywhere. Also, what happened between you and Mo Qian Sheng? Luo Xiaobai's face slightly turned cold. It's a long story. Let's finish them first and then go out. Chapter 520. Everyone had their own opportunities. In the seagrass wall, the hexagon starfish lay listlessly on a piece of seaweed. The hexagon starfish almost burst into tears. As soon as Han Fei came back, he took the space inside his doors as a restaurant. At this moment, 5 people were surrounding a cauldron in which there were yellow-blooded sea cucumbers and a pile of white crab meat. Le Renquang simply couldn't stop eating. In the end, because the energy contained in yellow-blooded sea cucumbers was too much, they became full after finishing more than half of the food, and only then did they begin to talk about their experiences. Le Renquang said, Han Fei, I'm not bragging to you. As soon as I was teleported in, I encountered a vortex in the sea. Then, I got sucked in with my boat. Do you know what it was? A secret realm. I was directly teleported into a secret realm. He said this while foaming at the mouth, and the others listened with relish. He did meet an old turtle that had been buried under the sea for a long time. When Le Renquang was teleported to the level 3 fishery, he happened to encounter this old turtle having a meal. This turtle could even create a huge vortex on the surface of the sea when it was having a meal, swallowing countless tons of creatures. Le Renquang was almost swallowed by this turtle. In his words, the turtle was too big. In terms of size, it was even much larger than the rock-holding turtle. Therefore, the turtle didn't eat Le Renquang in the end because he was too small for it. Le Renquang went on volubly, I am diligent and capable. I helped it brush its teeth and clean its shell. Finally, it was deeply moved by me. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Come on, come off it, Le Renquang chuckled. So, I made it a hot pot. Do you know how excited the big turtle was when it saw the hot pot? Xia Xiaoshan said curiously. That's different from what you said last time. Le Renquang grinned. Don't interrupt me. I cooked the big turtle hot pot for 2 months. And then it was finally moved by me, Han Fei asked. So, you used delicious food to cheat it into giving you the sky-swallowing technique, Le Renquang said crossly. Cheat? No, it was moved by me. And the requirements for practicing this technique are very strict. First of all, you must be a big eater to get the essence of this technique. Secondly, if you want to practice this technique, you have to learn the secret technique for turtles, so as to digest food quickly and hide it in the spiritual sea. Spiritual Sea, do you know where it is? I haven't found it yet. Han Fei suddenly interrupted. Wait, do you mean that what you eat is not transformed into energy or spiritual energy, but is hidden in this spiritual sea? Le Renquang said innocently. Yes, Han Fei continued. Then can you transform that stored energy and spiritual energy into your own use? Le Renquang scratched his head. It seems that I can't for the time being. I have to find where my spiritual sea is first. Han Fei's face was black. He really wanted to kick the fatty to death. Spiritual sea? The spiritual sea is full of spiritual beasts. The food you swallowed will only feed the spiritual beasts in the spiritual sea. Han Fei was speechless. He almost believed what Le Renquang said. If he hadn't been to the spiritual sea, he would have been fooled by this fatty. Han Fei asked, Then how do you find the spiritual sea? Le Renquang scratched his head. I don't know. The big turtle said it was very simple. I just needed to close my eyes and fall asleep and then I could go there. But I tried many times and still couldn't get there. However, Le Renquang wasn't quite frustrated and went on cheerfully. The big turtle was so touched by me that it gave me one of its eggs. It took me 3 full months to hatch a little turtle. Han Fei interrupted him again. You hatched it? Le Renquang paused and continued, Well, I waited for 3 months and it came out of the egg itself, and then I signed an equality contract with it. Do you know that this big turtle is actually called Deep Blue Roar, born with the sea swallowing secret technique? In the level 3 fishery, it is almost barely seen because it's a legendary, Han Fei sneered. Okay, come off it. Who knows if what you said is true? Maybe you gave it the name sea swallowing technique yourself. Le Renquang blushed. I didn't give it the name, Shan added. Then what was its previous name? Le Renquang shivered and said, Just sea swallowing technique, Shan scoffed. But you said the Deep Blue Roar only knew about swallowing food. Maybe it had never even seen the sky. You're bragging. Seeing that nobody believed him, like a deflated ball, he said, Okay, I admit that I modified it a bit. But the name turtle swallowing technique sounds stupid, doesn't it? The sky swallowing technique matches this powerful technique better. Haha. Everyone rolled their eyes, even including Luo Xiaobai, who was always quiet. They were almost fooled by this guy. Zhang Xuanyu smiled and said, You were so lucky to get this technique. Why are you picky about its name? You were much luckier than me. I was caught into the flowstone pit as soon as we parted. If it weren't for Han Fei, you might never have seen me again. Han Fei was quite interested in Zhang Xuanyu's tertiary body and couldn't help but ask, I had wanted to ask you last time, how did your tertiary body come about? Zhang Xuanyu said, in fact, the flowstone pit was very dangerous, in which an old monster lived and occupied an abandoned tunnel. Generally, no one dared to enter this tunnel because it was said that nobody could get out of it alive. I was only a junior dangling fisher back then and almost tortured to death by the guys who occupied the flowstone pit. So I wanted to escape and hid near the entrance of the tunnel, only to be caught in by that old monster. Then he took me as his disciple and taught me the tertiary body. Zhang Xuanyu was obviously unwilling to give too many details. This was his opportunity, and it might also involve some secrets, so Han Fei did not ask much. However, this tertiary body was really strong. 3 Zhang Xuanyu copies with the same strength fighting at the same time. Ordinary combat skills were definitely no match for it. Even a heaven-level divine quality combat skill might not be able to achieve this effect. Zhang Xuanyu looked at Luo Xiaobai and said, Compared with our experience, Xiaobai's story is like a mystery. Han Fei curiously asked, By the way, how did you meet Mo Qiansheng? Also, what did you find, Xiaobai? How did you attract so many dragon boats to come? Luo Xiaobai said lightly. Actually, I was also there when you were on the seagrass land. Huh? Han Fei was stunned. Were you there too? Where were you? Did you go to the central area? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. I didn't go to the central area. I was in the wormfish abyss. Puff, Han Fei said incredulously. Were you also in the wormfish abyss? Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes. We literally brushed past each other. The most suitable place for me in the level 3 fishery is actually the sea grassland, so my first goal was there. Because I could perceive spiritual plants, I had been exploring the secret realms there. The secrets outside the Seagrass City wall had been mostly explored, so I had been inside the Seagrass City wall. The Xuanhuan Fei suddenly asked, Did you encounter a big octopus? Luo Xiaobai nodded. Do you mean the divine seaweed octopus? I caught one as my contractual spiritual beast and then killed 7 or 8 others. Han Fei was speechless. Killed 7 or 8 of the divine seaweed octopus that made others tremble with fear, and also caught one as her contractual spiritual beast? Luo Xiaobai explained, I could blend into spiritual plants, so the divine seaweed octopus couldn't kill me at all. The Seagrass City wall is its domain, and also mine. Han Fei nodded. And then, why did you go to the wormfish abyss? Luo Xiaobai glanced at Han Fei. There were as many as 30 secret realms under the Seagrass City wall. I guess you didn't know that, right? I thought the central area was too dangerous and my strength was too weak, so I shouldn't go there until I was strong enough. However, there was a riot in the central area, so the secret realm I was in collapsed. Then I was dragged to the central area by unknown forces. Because of this, I was forced out of the Seagrass City wall. However, when I was crossing the wormfish abyss, the lotus fish was shaken to death by a strange energy, so I fell into the wormfish abyss. Did a worm tide break out when you went to the central area? Luo Xiaobai took a deep look at Han Fei. Thanks to you, it was the worm tide you caused. Han Fei was embarrassed for a while and then asked, "What happened later? How did you survive in the wormfish abyss?" Luo Xiaobai smiled. "Do you forget that I can blend into plants?" Han Fei paused. He didn't remember there were any plants in the wormfish abyss. Suddenly, Han Fei took a breath and said, "I guess you blend into the lotus of the lotus fish?" Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes. Actually, the horrible atmosphere in the wormfish abyss was just a disguise. In the deepest part of the wormfish abyss, there was an ancient garden full of all kinds of spiritual plants and fruits, so I cultivated there. Han Fei was dumbfounded. There was a garden below it? Luo Xiaobai said. There was a seal below, and the creatures in the garden were quite special, with strong territorial awareness and combat power. I left there a few months ago when I met Mo Qiansheng. Chapter 521, The Hunt Was On. According to Luo Xiaobai, at the bottom of the wormfish abyss, there were not only many rare spiritual plants and spiritual fruits, but also a strange seed contained in a strange box. Luo Xiaobai failed to get it because she had to win the guardian spiritual plant to get the box. Just when Luo Xiaobai spent a lot of time and effort to win the guardian spiritual plant, Mo Qiansheng, this despicable bastard, appeared. Fortunately, Luo Xiaobai controlled the guardian spiritual plant to get the seed. However, the box was snatched by Mo Qiansheng. Mo Qiansheng was beaten by the guardian spiritual plant, so he escaped the wormfish abyss with the box. Luo Xiaobai found that the box seemed to have some special connection with the seed, so she also walked out of the abyss. Then the two began to fight. In a place like the Seagrass City Wall, although Mo Qiansheng was much stronger than Luo Xiaobai, he still couldn't catch her. And Luo Xiaobai was not strong enough to kill Mo Qiansheng, so the two would fight almost every day, until Zhang Xuanyu and the others arrived. Mo Qiansheng couldn't beat Luo Xiaobai and was unwilling to let her run away, so he publicized that Luo Xiaobai had obtained a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. At first, no one knew what that was. In the level 3 fishery, most people hadn't even seen an ultra-quality spiritual weapon. They might yearn for a divine weapon, but when you talked about sea-quelling bizarre treasure, they wouldn't know what you were talking about. But many people on the wanted list were attracted by it. Many people had even come to the sea grassland all the way from the Thousand-Star City. Han Fei came in from another direction, so he didn't meet them. Hearing that, Han Fei couldn't help thinking, what would happen if they knew that the embroidery needle in my hand was a real sea-quelling bizarre treasure? Han Fei said, "But is that seed really a sea-quelling bizarre treasure?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "It's definitely not, but not worse than a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. I don't know what it is. I may need to find the box first." Han Fei said immediately, "Then let's get out quickly. Mo Qiansheng, right? He has rubbed me the wrong way for a long time. Let's take this chance to get rid of him." Xiao Xiaochan was surprised. "You haven't seen him before." "How did he rub you the wrong way?" Han Fei snorted. "He ranks first and I only rank third, so I don't like him." Everyone was dumbfounded. "Do you think it's a good thing to be on the wanted list? Others on the wanted list tried their best to get delisted, but you wanted to rank first." Luo Xiaobai frowned and said, "Now that you are back, Mo Qiansheng will definitely not come again." Han Fei said, "Then let's take the initiative to find him." Zhang Xuanyu cursed. "But that guy seems to be able to catch up with us no matter what. Even Master Hexagon seems to have been locked by him. Otherwise, we would have rushed out earlier," Luo Xiaobai said. "It may be related to the box. There seems to be a connection between the box and the seed. That's why he can always find us." Lurenquang spat out bubbles and said, "No wonder. That's why we are hiding in the door of Master Hexagon, right? In this way, he can no longer find us." Han Fei frowned slightly. "So, if we go to him, will he find it in advance?" Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Yes." Zhang Xuanyu asked, "What should we do then? How can we get the box back?" Han Fei suddenly smiled. "Since he can only sense the seed, we can leave Xiaobai here and go out to kill him and take the box back, okay?" Xia Xiaoshan's eyes lit up. "Yes, good idea." Zhang Xuanyu and Lurenquang looked at each other. "Yes, we didn't take the initiative to go to him because firstly, we couldn't find him, and secondly, Mo Qiansheng had allies. Even if we could find him, we wouldn't have been able to kill him. But now, the situation was different. Han Fei had come and they wouldn't need to rescue him. They were quite relieved. Besides, Han Fei had Little White, who could find anyone. Most importantly, Han Fei was very strong. Judging from the punch he just launched, his combat power had improved a lot again. Immediately, Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Okay." Zhang Xuanyu clenched his fists. "Humph, great, that damn beastard besieged us over and over again. Does he really think he can really bully us at will?" They weren't quite worried about Luo Xiaobai's safety. In the Seagrass City Wall, let alone Mo Qiansheng, even a hanging fisher might not be able to catch Luo Xiaobai. Han Fei immediately took the hexagon starfish from Lurenquang's body and put it on his shoulder. "Master Hexagon, I'll count on you later." The hexagon starfish rolled its big eyes. When he was with Lu Renquang and the others, he felt really at ease. He especially liked Lu Renquang, who always called him senior, and every time he ate something, he would feed him first. Unfortunately, Han Fei had come back and he caught him back as if he was a small fish. The hexagon starfish warned, "That guy looked fierce," Han Fei said ferociously. "I am fiercer than him." With a flash between Han Fei's eyebrows, Little Black and Little White appeared. Han Fei was surprised to find that these two little things had upgraded, and now they were level 31. Han Fei exclaimed, "They upgrade so slowly." He hoped he could go to the Soul Sea again. If these two little things were still at level 31 when he had become a hanging fisher, there would be a gap of a complete realm between them. Let's go. At this time, within the Seagrass City wall, about 600 kilometers away from them, a group of people were gathering, each with a solemn expression. A female manipulator said, "Lu Hong and Wu Qian shouldn't be able to come back." But how did Han Fei suddenly appear? A male spirit gatherer was holding a bow in his hand. "Anyway, I'll quit this hunt. I am not surprised that Han Fei can come back. Don't forget, xuanhuan came back from the Abyssal Chasm, so why can't Han Fei?" As for why Han Fei could come here quietly, the reason is simple. He can change his appearance. At this moment, a hunter who was sitting cross-legged and recovering suddenly opened his eyes. "I quit too." You can feel the power of the punch Han Fei hit just now, which is simply unstoppable. Mo Qiansheng, you can't even stop the lingering power of that punch. How can you possibly beat him? Mo Qiansheng's face was cold. Don't forget, not just us, but the two teams outside also want to share. Since they want the benefit, they must join in the hunt too. Let's try once more. No matter how strong Han Fei is, I don't believe he can launch attacks as powerful as the one just now many times. This time, let's gang up on him. The hunter sneered. "Can you afford the price? They are not fools. They agree to cooperate with you for nothing but the benefits you promised. Now Han Fei is back. I had thought that he was weaker than you, but now it seems that you are no match for him at all. If you want to fight Han Fei, many people will die. Who can afford this price?" A murderous gleam flickered across Mo Qiansheng's eyes. "I'll give each of you an ultra-quality spiritual weapon, as long as we can catch Luo Xiaobai. No, as long as we can catch any one of them, all my money and treasures will be yours." Hearing his words, everyone was taken aback. The manipulator said, 3 ultra-quality spirit weapons." The hunter was silent for a while. "I want your Spine Shadow Sword Stream, and on top of that, give me an ultra-quality spiritual weapon." The spirit gatherer frowned. "I want your Dagger Trap, plus an ultra-quality spiritual weapon." Mo Qiansheng squinted his eyes. "Okay." Then Mo Qiansheng threw out 3 ultra-quality spiritual weapons. He was deeply aware that the seed would bring a great opportunity, which was not comparable to any ultra-quality spiritual weapon. As long as he could get the seed, he could pay any price. The hunter nodded. "We've got to be quick. Han Fei is back. They will definitely break out of the encirclement in the first place. We'll only have this chance. Now, we have to contact the other teams quickly." Mo Qiansheng suddenly wondered, It seems they've stayed where they are. They haven't moved? Perhaps they are recovering. After all, we had all consumed a lot in the combat just now." When Mo Qiansheng and the others were about to find other allies, Han Fei stuffed the hexagon starfish into Little Black's mouth. The hexagon starfish immediately cried, "I want to come out. Your spiritual beast is grinding me with its teeth," Han Fei said to Little Black in his heart. "Little Black, you can't eat him. He is on our side." Little Black rubbed against Han Fei. Han Fei said to the hexagon starfish, "Don't yell. If you expose Little Black, I will pat you to death." Behind him, Zhang Xuanyu asked in amazement, "Where is Master Hexagon? How is he gone?" Lu Renquang also suddenly realized the starfish was gone and turned his eyes to Han Fei. "Oh no, Master Hexagon ran away." Only Sha Shanshan looked puzzled but did not speak. Han Fei said, "Don't yell. Those guys are only 10 kilometers away and have manipulators among them. If we get too close, they will find us. So I'll have Master Hexagon go over and set up a 6-gate array first." Han Fei grinned. Now, the hunt has begun. Chapter 522, Being Chased Like a Dog. The manipulator next to Mo Qiansheng said, "For some reason, I have a bad feeling. Have you found anything wrong?" Everyone shook their heads. The manipulator suddenly threw the ultra-quality spiritual weapon she had just obtained to Mo Qiansheng. "It upsets me. I don't feel right. I quit this hunt." Mo Qiansheng shouted in a low voice, "Young Ninger, do you want to go now?" The manipulator called Young Ninger smiled coldly. "Why, you want to keep me? Although I don't have the weird means of Luo Xiaobai, you can't keep me." With that, Yang Ninger crushed a flash stone and disappeared in place. It wasn't until she appeared dozens of kilometers away that the feeling of restlessness disappeared. Are Mo Qiansheng and the others ambushed? This was Yang Ninger's first thought after she quit. She had always felt something was wrong, but she couldn't find out what was wrong. At this moment, when she was safe, she suddenly realized. Just now, there seemed to be abnormal fluctuations in the seaweed. Just after Yang Ninger left, the expressions of the hunter and the spirit gatherer beside Mo Qiansheng changed slightly. They didn't know why Yang Ninger repented the next second after she agreed. Because of her, they also had a bad feeling. At this time, a purple light suddenly rose and their faces all changed drastically. The hunter reacted the fastest. Instead of crushing a flash stone, he turned into a wisp of smoke. However, no matter how fast he was, how could he be faster than the speed of light? The moment the purple light rose, the three people were enveloped. Damn it, Mo Qiansheng, you bastard, didn't you say they weren't moving? The spirit gatherer was terrified. At this moment, he was shaking. Because he knew that if Han Fei and the others had come, with the strength of the three of them now, they could not resist them. Mo Qiansheng was the strongest, and the hunter Xuanhuan had the fastest speed. As for him, although he was also a soul warrior, he was not as strong as Mo Qiansheng in terms of combat power and Xuanhuan in terms of speed. Therefore, the first person to die would be him. Mo Qiansheng shouted loudly, "Use your secret methods. We can't be trapped here." As he shouted, a bone knife appeared beside Mo Qiansheng. At the moment this knife appeared, all the seaweed in the array turned to powder. When Mo Qiansheng held the bone knife with one hand, his eyes turned red. A terrifying killing intent erupted from his body. God-smashing slash. The seawater was twisting, and hundreds of black balls appeared in the six-gate array. Bone knives emerged from the black balls one after another, hacking at the purple light. Bam, bam, bam. The bone knives exploded, and after only 1 or 2 minutes, the six-gate array was dimmed. The hexagon starfish hurriedly said to Han Fei via voice transmission, hurry up, this human being is too strong. I can't trap him." The hunter Xuanhuan stuffed a spiritual fruit in his mouth, concentrated all the spiritual energy in his body on his dagger, and madly pierced to a point on the six-gate array. That spirit gatherer was frantically sending spiritual energy into the bodies of the two people. He knew that with his strength, it was impossible for him to shake the six-gate array. So, he placed all his hope on Mo Qiansheng and Xuanhuan. Han Fei's speed was reaching its extreme. He never expected that these people would be so tough. Although Wang Ziqian had used his strongest move, he still had to cut open the six-gate array with 3 slashes. But the Mo Qiansheng trio almost broke the six-gate array after only 1 attack. He immediately activated the majestic mystic spell and had little gold attached to him, and his speed had reached the extreme. Han Fei said to the others, "I'll go first. You guys, be quick." With Han Fei's speed, he could appear 10,000 meters away in 2 minutes. But sometimes, even the blink of an eye could determine the outcome of a battle. The six-gate array was getting dimmer and dimmer. The bone knives were simply too strong. It must have been Mo Qiansheng's strongest secret method. Seeing that the six-gate array was about to disappear, and the hexagon starfish was still urging him to take action, Han Fei really regretted not studying the speed array well before. Otherwise, his speed could be faster now. Bam! When Mo Qiansheng vomited 8 mouthfuls of blood in a row, the six-gate array was finally broken, and Mo Qiansheng's face was pale. At this moment, Han Fei was only 100 meters away, and Mo Qiansheng had already taken out a flash stone. Just at the moment when Mo Qiansheng was about to crush the flash stone, his hand suddenly ached and the flash stone was snatched away. Damn it! Thousand bone knife hell. After the flash stone was suddenly taken away by something, Mo Qiansheng knew that he had no chance to take out another flash stone. So the next moment, on his either side, 2 rows of white bone knives were erected tens of meters high, forming a road composed of white skeletons. The hunter Xuanhuan and the spirit gatherer Wu Yong escaped as soon as they could. Fortunately, Han Fei's goal was not them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape. At this moment, Han Fei's fist mark had blasted out, and the murderous dark red fist mark was blasting toward the so-called knife hell. In a twinkling, Han Fei rushed into the knife hell. The huge bone knives on both sides were like 2 rows of guillotines. When Han Fei came in, they cut down one after another. Each blow equaled a strike of a peak-level dangling fisher. Bam, bam, bam. Like a meteorite falling from the sky, wherever the fist mark passed, the bone knives were broken. In the blink of an eye, the 100-meter-long knife hell had been blasted through by Han Fei. Blood oozed from Mo Qiansheng's eyes, nose, and mouth, and he gave a grim smile. "Han Fei, you can't kill me." As he spoke, he had held the second flash stone in his hand. This time, he activated a spiritual energy protective cover on his body to prevent being attacked by the thing in the dark. Little Black, grab his sea-swallowing seashell. Mo Qiansheng's reaction was very quick. No matter how strong Han Fei was, it would take him some time to smash the knife hell, and the time would be enough for him to escape. However, at the moment he disappeared, his spiritual energy protective cover was shattered, his chest seemed to be torn, and a large piece of flesh was torn off by something. The 100-meter-long road paved with thousands of bone knives had been completely blown up by Han Fei. After Han Fei stopped, he quickly swallowed a few mouthfuls of candle dragon blood. When the violent energy raged in his body, he continued to chase Mo Qiansheng. Han Fei glanced at the sea-swallowing shell that Little Black had just snatched, and found that the box was not in it. Han Fei looked at Xia Xiaoqian, who had already caught up. "I know where he is. Let me get him." With a flash between his eyebrows, Little Black and Little White were put away by Han Fei. And Han Fei had perceived where Mo Qiansheng was. He's 3,000 meters away. Okay, without saying anything, Xia Xiaoqian grabbed the hexagon starfish and chased Han Fei. Xia Xiaoqian's speed was only slightly slower than Han Fei's. After all, her roaming technique was better than Han Fei's shadow swimming art. Besides, hunters were fast, and she had also activated the majestic mystic spell. The only thing Xia Xiaoshan lacked was a speed-type contractual spiritual beast. Otherwise, she would be much faster than Han Fei. Behind them, Le Renquang shouted, "Oh no, they are so fast, aren't they?" Zhang Xuanyu glanced at Le Renquang and said, "Go back to Xiaobai. You are too slow. I'm going to speed up." Zhang Xuanyu's contractual spiritual beast Goldwater Silkworm had no combat power, but its only advantage was its speed. So, soon, Zhang Xuanyu also disappeared from the vision of Le Renquang. Le Renquang looked blankly at the seaweed around. "They are too much. They looked down upon me, didn't they?" At this moment, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochen were already beyond his perception. Le Renquang only paused for a while, and Zhang Xuanyu was beyond his range of perception too. Le Renquang was completely at a loss at how to continue the chase. So, he could only go back to Luo Xiaobai. He had no choice. He didn't know where to go. After Mo Qianshang crushed the flashstone, he knew that something was wrong. He quickly touched his chest that was drenched in blood and his clothes were torn, and his sea-swallowing seashell was gone. Mo Qianshang was dumbfounded. He didn't intend to fight Han Fei head-on at all, so he didn't wear a battlesuit. But who the hell would have thought that Han Fei had a contractual spiritual beast that could be invisible? Mo Qianshang was so distressed. There were many treasures in his sea-swallowing seashell. He couldn't believe it was stolen by a contractual spiritual beast. Without his sea-swallowing seashell, he lost all his flashstones, spiritual fruits, and pills. Mo Qianshang's face changed drastically. Although it was only 100 kilometers away from the periphery of the Seagrass City wall, who knew if Han Fei would catch up with him? After all, he didn't know how Han Fei found them just now. With a gloomy face, Mo Qiansheng was swimming out quickly. He was no match for Han Fei. He had to find another way to get that seed. However, only less than half an hour did he find that Han Fei appeared in the range of his perception. Mo Qiansheng was shocked. How is that possible? Chapter 53, The Real Mo Qiansheng. In Mo Qiansheng's view, this didn't make sense. He could find Luo Xiaobai at any time because of the connection between the box and the seed. But how could Han Fei find him? Was it because the seed could also sense the box? But even if Luo Xiaobai gave the seed to Han Fei, he shouldn't be able to catch up with him so quickly. Mo Qiansheng panicked. Han Fei's speed was extremely fast, and he was gradually getting closer and closer to him. Without the resources in the sea-swallowing seashell, Mo Qiansheng could only lead Han Fei to the others who were waiting outside. In fact, what Mo Qiansheng didn't know was that Han Fei's chasing speed was actually not fast. It seemed that the distance between him and Mo Qiansheng was only 2,000 meters, but actually he was deliberately keeping this distance from Mo Qiansheng instead of catching up with him. When he was 2,000 meters away from Mo Qiansheng, Han Fei found that Mo Qiansheng's body was brimming with spiritual energy, and it seemed that there was not only spiritual energy, but also burning blood qi. "Oh, it turns out that your perception range is only 2,000 meters. How can you be at the top of the wanted list?" Han Fei was not in a hurry. When Mo Qiansheng was burning his blood qi, Han Fei slowed down a bit, stretching the distance so that Mo Qiansheng couldn't perceive him. Xia Xianshan had already caught up and appeared next to Han Fei. "How come you slowed down?" Han Fei smiled and said, "Wait a minute. Every time you rush out, there are people outside to besiege you, right? If so, let's kill those people as well." Xia Xianshan said in surprise, "Do you perceive Mo Qiansheng?" Han Fei nodded. "He's about 2,300 meters away from us." Xia Xiaoshan was chagrined. Her range of perception was far smaller than Han Fei's. Xia Xiaoshan muttered, "When I get out of here, I'm going to grab some soul crystals." Han Fei smiled. "No problem. However, my first goal will not be soul crystals, but the dragon boats. I'm going to loot them." Puff, Xia Xiaoshan rolled her eyes. "Loot the dragon boats?" A cold smile appeared on Han Fei's face, an eye for an eye. "If the hidden fisher doesn't show up, we can loot the dragon boats." Xia Xiaoshan was slightly excited. Okay, there should be a lot of good stuff on hanging fishers. The hanging fishers on the dragon boats had no idea that, for the first time, someone in the level 3 fishery was planning to rob them, and he did mean it, soon. Mo Qiansheng's speed nearly doubled as he was burning his blood qi, and he thought that he had already thrown away Han Fei. Boom! Mo Qiansheng rushed out of the Seagrass City wall. At the moment he rushed out, 5 people had already jumped out from different corners. A man with dozens of scars on his face sneered. "Mo Qiansheng, why are you alone? Where are Lu Hong and Zuo'an?" Mo Qiansheng didn't intend to tell them what happened, so he just said, "We won." Xia Xiaochun and Zhang Xuanyu ran away. "They are chasing them, and I need your help." Mo Qiansheng was wearing a battlesuit, pretending to be calm and indifferent. However, he was waiting. The 5 people gathered around. "You won? So you've got what you want? Then shouldn't you give us what you promised?" The corners of Mo Qiansheng's mouth curled up slightly. "Sure, I always keep my word." Just as Mo Qiansheng said so, within 100 meters around him, a huge knife array rose up from the ground. At the moment when the knife array rose, Mo Qiansheng's figure flashed, and he had already withdrawn from the array. "Mo Qiansheng, what is this? You be-starred Mo Qiansheng, you shameless Mo Qiansheng. What are you doing? Do you think you can kill the 5 of us alone?" Mo Qiansheng said lightly, "Sorry, don't blame me." At this moment, his face suddenly changed and he looked astonished. Han Fei had gotten here so soon? The 5 people trapped in the array were attacking frantically, but Mo Qiansheng had turned around and fled at full speed. Mo Qiansheng was betting that this knife array couldn't trap the 5 people for long, so when Han Fei got here, he would have to solve the 5 people first, which could buy him some time. Anyway, for Mo Qiansheng, if Han Fei could really sense him by the seed, he would just drop the box. But this would be his last resort. After all, no matter how good the opportunity was, it was not as important as his life. He trapped these people in this array to buy himself some time. However, he didn't expect Han Fei to arrive so soon, at least 10 minutes faster than he expected. Just as Mo Qiansheng ran out, the faces of those people trapped in the knife array suddenly changed. The Scarface shouted, "Not good, let's try our best. Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan have come." At this moment, Han Fei's face was beaming with a bright smile. To be honest, he was planning to repeat the old trick just now, to let Little Black hold the hexagon starfish in his mouth to set up another 6-gate array. Otherwise, if he just rushed up, they would have all escaped. However, to his astonishment, Mo Qiansheng took the initiative to trap the 5 people who were on the wanted list in this array. What the hell did he want to do? Did he take advantage of these people's trust in him to trap them just to buy himself some time? At that moment, Han Fei appeared without hesitation. A dart shot out like lightning. Master Hexagon, go. Without even looking at those people, Han Fei threw the spirit forbidden net to Xia Xiaoshan and said, "I'm going after Mo Qiansheng." The 5 people were also dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, in addition to the knife array, there was also a 6-gate array. Fighting Luo Xiaobai and the others for so long, they surely knew the hexagon starfish as well as the 6-gate array, which couldn't be cut open with just 1 or 2 attacks. Besides, where did Han Fei get the spirit forbidden net? At that moment, those people struggled like crazy, using all their secret methods, and it only took them 1 or 2 minutes to blast through the knife array. But when they began to bombard the 6-gate array, they were desperate. And above their heads, Xiaoxiao had cast the spirit forbidden net down, dozens of miles away. Han Fei stood in front of Mo Qiansheng, saying with a smile, "Surprised? How can your speed be so fast?" In an instant, Mo Qiansheng figured it out and his eyes were fierce. "Does your perception range exceed 2,300 meters? Yes, when Mo Qiansheng found that he couldn't get rid of Han Fei even if he burned his own blood qi, he knew that he had been tricked. He had thought that he could buy himself some time by selling out the 5 people. It turned out to be stupid. From the beginning, Han Fei had already had everything under his control. Han Fei smiled and said, "If you had put the box in your sea-swallowing seashell, maybe I wouldn't have had to chase you, but you were just unwilling to give it up. It's a pity that you made the wrong choice." Mo Qiansheng stared at him coldly. "Han Fei, do you really think you are invincible? Do you think it's that simple to kill me?" "Yes, I do think so, and I'm gonna have a try." Mo Qiansheng had activated his secret method again and the bone knife appeared again. However, Han Fei smiled. "Do you know why I chased you for so long?" Mo Qiansheng didn't answer at all but held the bone knife in his hand and stared at Han Fei coldly. Han Fei's pupils constricted slightly. "With so much spiritual energy consumed, can you still use this secret method? You know you're risking your life, don't you?" At this moment, Han Fei gave up speaking to Mo Qiansheng because he saw Mo Qiansheng's muscles bulging. It seemed that there was a horrifying power erupting from his body. "You do know I'm at the top of the wanted list, right?" Blood spurted from Mo Qiansheng's body all over, but he was laughing ferociously. At that moment, Mo Qiansheng had broken through into the realm of hanging fisher. And at the moment when Mo Qiansheng used the secret method, a red light suddenly flashed through Han Fei's eyes. In his eyes, the person in front of him was not a person at all, but a manfish in human skin. This manfish was different from those that Han Fei had seen. He was more like a human. Han Fei once thought that mermaids were all females. It turned out that there were also male mermaids in the world. The data in his eyes showed Nam O Mo Qiansheng. Half-mermaid, introduction. A half-mermaid born by humans and sea demons has both the bloodlines of humans and sea demons. When choosing the direction of evolution, they choose to be human and own both the talents of sea demons and humans. L level 42 spiritual energy, 5102 5102 A demonic heritage. Level 6 low quality E realm, human demon companion, spirit bloodbone devilfish, bloodbone devilfish. Silver scaled fish SUN absorbable. Chapter 524 The death of Mo Qiansheng. 2 things shocked Han Fei. The first was that Mo Qiansheng at this moment still took a human form. But he, for some reason, saw the real Mo Qiansheng under his human skin. In his eyes, he could clearly see that Mo Qiansheng's face was different from normal people's. His eyes were all white, and in the middle of the whites of his eyes, there were 2 pea-like black eyeballs. On both sides of his cheeks, there were layers of skin that seemed to evolve from fish gills, and his teeth became extremely sharp and the tip of his nose rose high. What Han Fei really didn't want to admit was that this guy was fucking handsome. The second was the species, half-mermaid. Man was man and fish was fish. Although people could become fish and fish could become people, they couldn't change back, could they? However, he suddenly found an intermediate product. Not only could this thing possess spiritual beasts like a human, but also own companion spirits like a sea demon. Han Fei was shocked. Is this the benefit of being a half-demon? If so, there must be a lot of half-demons in this world. After all, this benefit was too damn good. This was equivalent to having two spiritual beasts since they were born. When he thought of this, Han Fei froze. Xuanhuan also had two spiritual beasts. Both the shadow shrimp and the giant arowana were very rare spiritual beasts. Reminiscing about Xuanhuan's strange illness, Han Fei felt his heart skip a beat. No, it couldn't be. What he guessed couldn't be true. If a sea demon became a human and lived in human society, it would only end up miserably if it got discovered. It was taboo. For an instant, a myriad of thoughts crowded into his mind. Now, all he had to do was to kill this half-man, half-fish guy. Xuanhuan had shown Mo Qiansheng her giant arowana. If his guess was correct and this guy discovered Xuanhuan's secret, that would be a big deal. Mo Qiansheng's strength was still soaring, but Han Fei could no longer wait. The 99 blue sea wandering dragon daggers flew out, forming a sword stream. The speed was so fast that they turned into rays of light, swirling crazily. Fuse! Mo Qiansheng bared his teeth, his face was fierce, and silver scales appeared on his body. Clank, clank, clank. The flow of daggers swept across, like a long dragon flying past, with silver scales constantly being shaken away. Mo Qiansheng was already drenched in blood after this round of attack. However, what surprised Han Fei was that this guy actually managed to resist it with his body. Fuck, Han Fei was shocked. This guy's spiritual beast was quite strong. He had fought those sword streams in the abyssal chasm, so he knew the power very well. Even he could barely resist the sword flows, but Mo Qiansheng blocked the dagger flow with his body. Fuse again. Mo Qiansheng roared again, and his body began to shake. From his flesh and blood, bones grew out and wrapped him in a blink of an eye. Shoot, Han Fei was speechless. This was too damn powerful. He had already had a layer of scale armor, and now here came a layer of bone? Mo Qianyu sneered grimly. Han Fei, I'd like to see how strong you are. Mo Qiansheng's hands had completely turned into two bone knives. As he moved his hands, a cross knife light smashed at him. Boom, Han Fei smashed the cross knife light with a punch, smiling. Do you really think that you are invincible with two shells on you? Let me tell you today that the strongest defense in the world is offense. Han Fei stretched out his hand, and a large mass of candle dragon blood was swallowed into his stomach. Whew. Han Fei stepped heavily on the sandpit under his feet, and his fists shone. As if thousands of torpedoes exploded in the sea shook and rippled violently. Bam, 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 clank, clank, clank. Han Fei grinned ferociously. Ignoring the knife marks on his body, he bombarded Mo Qiansheng all the way. In a moment, Mo Qiansheng was blasted back dozens of kilometers. During this time, Han Fei never stopped punching. Outside the seagrass city wall, many people were waiting with the hope to snap up some opportunities. They had heard that Han Fei was back. This news spread around like a tsunami. At this moment, even people on the dragon boat had probably known the news. It was said that Han Fei swept a 100-people team alone, and none of the 100 people could even fight back. The people newly coming here did not believe it. They had never heard of anyone who could sweep a 100-people team alone. They must be exaggerating, see? When they traveled past, no one along the way dared to stop them. At this moment, the leading man spoke to the others of the team. Remember, our goal is not Han Fei, but the others on the wanted list. Remember, never ever mess around with a few people. The first is Han Fei and his teammates, the second is Mo Qiansheng and his men, and the third is the Bastard who claims to be the Sand King. The sea was shaking and ripples came along one after another, getting stronger and stronger. Immediately someone shouted, "Some people are fighting." The headed person immediately said, "Let's go, maybe there will be some opportunities there. Let's go form an attack." As soon as the 100-people team swam out for dozens of kilometers, they saw 5 or 6 people coming towards them. When these people saw the 100-people team, they crushed the flash stones in their hands without saying a word. Immediately after, within a kilometer, they found many people fleeing in horror. One guy was unlucky, who flashed into the 100-people team when he crushed his flash stone. Of course, he was captured immediately. However, the man said, "I surrender. I'll give you my sea-swallowing seashell. Let me go, okay?" The headed person sneered. "Do you think we are such kind people? How do so many of us divide your sea-swallowing seashell?" And the man shouted, "If you want treasures, go to the front. You have so many people. It must be no problem for you. Hey, who is in front? You are with us." "I'm not going. I'm not going." "It's Han Fei? Han Fei?" The headman's face immediately changed. Have Han Fei and the other 4 rushed out again? No, Han Fei rushed out alone, and he is fighting against a man wrapped with bones. Huh? One-on-one? The leader of the team paused. Fighting Han Fei one-on-one, the other person should not be weak. So he threw the guy in his hand aside. "Guys, we may take advantage of their fight to get some opportunities. Wait for them to fight. When they finish, we'll come up, boom, bang, bang, bang." As soon as he said so, 2 figures in the distance were flying over at an incredible speed. The person wrapped with bones was being rubbed against the ground by a fist 4 or 5 meters long. This single punch left a trail hundreds of meters long on the ground. However, this was not over yet. Golden fist lights came immediately after, and the bone guy could still jump up from the ground, raising 2 knives to block the fist lights. Boom, Han Fei yelled. Yes, your defense power is strong, but so what? I'm gonna grind you into bits of bone today. In the stunned gaze of the members of the 100-people team, the bone guy was pressed to the ground and being rubbed again. Han Fei was like a fried dough twist in the sea, and various strange moves erupted from his body, fists, elbows, knees, and back. The crowd was dazzled by his strange moves. At this moment, Han Fei was holding a bone knife in both hands, and spiritual energy was surging between his hands, making everyone stunned. In the 100-person team, someone said, "Wow, how much spiritual energy has this guy used? Why do I feel he has used more spiritual energy than all of mine combined?" "Hey, who is that bone guy? His defense is so strong," someone shouted angrily. "What are you guys doing here? Hurry up and get away. If that fist light touches you, no one will collect your dead body." Boom. A violent explosion occurred between Han Fei and Mo Qiansheng. A big hole was blown out of the seabed, and a large piece of bone flew out. In the 100-person team, ignoring the risk, someone immediately rushed up, picked up the bone knife, and stuffed it into his sea-swallowing seashell. However, in the next second, a fistlight swept at him. Bam! This soul warrior, who was about to break through to a peak-level dangling fisher, vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, and his mid-quality battlesuit was shattered. Wow, shoot, go back, go fucking back, stay away from them. Bam! Bam! Mo Qiansheng had almost lost the strength to fight back. He had never had such a strong opponent. What kind of combat skill was this? No, this was not a combat skill at all. Han Fei just used his fists without using any combat skill, but he just couldn't resist it. Crack! Another bone in his chest was broken. Han Fei grinned and put his hands in. Crack! 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 Han Fei ripped out a big hole in Mo Qiansheng's bone armor. Boom! Han Fei's fist passed through the big hole and hit Mo Qiansheng's chest. In outsiders' eyes, Mo Qiansheng's back bulged as if he had been punched through. The crowd was all dumbfounded. Who is this? Was he still alive? Han Fei smiled ferociously, grabbed one of Mo Qiansheng's feet, and swung him around. Bam! 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 Smoke and dust dispersed, and an octopus phantom appeared in the dusty mist, tightly restraining Mo Qiansheng. In the mist, cracking sounds were heard ceaselessly. Outside, every time there was a bone-cracking sound, many people's eyelids jumped. Half an hour later, someone walked out of the dusty mist. Han Fei dragged the dead fish like Mo Qiansheng out. At this moment, all his bones had been cracked inch by inch. Although the silver scale armor was very strong, the bones in Mo Qiansheng's body had all been broken. Han Fei glanced at the crowd and asked ferociously, "What are you looking at?" Immediately, someone said in horror, That's Mo Qiansheng. Chapter 525, The whole world is my enemy, run. In this 100-person team, everyone's first reaction, including the peak-level dangling fishers, was to tremble with fear. Is that guy really a dangling fisher? His damn punch can even shatter one's bones. How is it possible? At this moment, everyone believed that Han Fei did sweep a 100-person team alone, and they firmly believed it. It was needless to ask whether they could beat him or not. The answer was obvious. Wasn't Mo Qiansheng's bone armor strong enough? In the eyes of outsiders, if you could block Han Fei's single punch, you should be thanking God. How long had Mo Qiansheng resisted him? 20 minutes? Half an hour? They didn't know, but they knew that it had been a while. According to the strength of Han Fei, let alone sweeping out a 100-person team, even 200 fishers put together wouldn't be able to stop him. The moment Han Fei walked out of the dust, rays of light kept flickering amongst the crowd as everyone crushed their flash stones. If they didn't leave now, they couldn't imagine what awaited them. Han Fei smiled, curled his lips slightly, and looked down at the dying Mo Qiansheng, asking in surprise, "Are you still alive? Wow, your vitality is really strong." Mo Qiansheng was beaten and mangled beyond recognition. His eyes were swollen like big eggs, but his eyeballs still rolled slightly. No one knew what he was thinking. Han Fei smiled and said, "Given that you are on the top of the wanted list, I had planned to trade you for the rewards. But who would have expected that you turned out to be a half-mermaid?" When Han Fei said half-mermaid, Mo Qiansheng struggled to open his eyes. In Han Fei's mind, there appeared a weak voice. "Who are you?" Han Fei squatted down and slowly thrust the blood-drinking knife into Mo Qiansheng's chest. "Me? I am the brightest star in the night sky." Perhaps he was too angry at Han Fei's ridicule, or his vitality had been exhausted. Mo Qiansheng's eyes flickered, and then he breathed his last breath. On Mo Qiansheng, the white bones turned into powder, and the silver scales withered. After Mo Qiansheng died, Han Fei slowly frowned. Half-mermaid? Why has this species appeared in the level 3 fishery? Where does Mo Qiansheng come from? Feeling that someone was coming, Han Fei waved his hand, and the blue sea wandering dragon daggers swirled around Mo Qiansheng, cutting his body into bits. Zhang Xuanyu and Xia Xiaoshan had just come, only to see Han Fei was destroying Mo Qiansheng's body. They couldn't help but be surprised. Fei, why did you destroy his body?" Han Fei turned around and smiled. "Who knows if he is really dead? I need to make sure that it's perfectly safe." Then Han Fei took a deep look at Xia Xiaoshan, who felt uneasy under his gaze, and asked, "Why are you looking at me? Those people are already dead. However, we met several other people and had a fight with them, so we're late." Han Fei shrugged, holding a small plain bronze-green box that looked like jade but was not jade, like iron but not iron, and said, "I've got the box. Let's go back, and after we find Xiaobai and the others, we'll go out." 1 hour later. As everyone watched, the box was directly integrated into Luo Xiaobai's body. At the moment the box melted into her body, a large amount of seaweed grew under Luo Xiaobai's feet. Within 100 meters, seagrass grew wildly. Sea anemone bushes popped out of the ground, and endless vines burst out of the soil, blooming blue flowers. Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, "Are these Xiaobai's abilities?" Han Fei looked curious and said, "It seems that her ability has improved." Ren Kuang sighed. "I guess Xiaobai can be a very good farmer. Her crops must be growing fast." Everyone, Lustro, Lo Xiaobai's strength began to soar. She had just become an advanced dangling fisher. And now, after only a moment, her realm had completely stabilized and was still soaring. After half an hour, Luo Xiaobai had almost become a peak-level dangling fisher. Another hour passed, and Luo Xiaobai finally became a peak-level dangling fisher. Xiao Xiaoshan said enviously, "So fast, I work so hard, but I'm only an advanced dangling fisher." Zhang Xiaoyu rubbed his head. "This is too much. She just absorbed a seed. How did she become a peak-level dangling fisher all of a sudden?" However, Luo Xiaobai's strength was still soaring. After another half an hour, the vines around began to dance in the seawater, and blue flowers popped up one after another. And under Luo Xiaobai's body, a huge blue cannibal flower rose from the ground, turning over thousands of vines. On its roots, there seemed to be starlight twinkling. The blue cannibal flower shook suddenly, and its roots began to thicken. Xia Xiaoshan's eyes lit up. The blue cannibal flower is getting stronger. In Han Fei's eyes, the blue cannibal flower had upgraded all the way from level 31 to level 36. On the surface, Han Fei was still very calm, but in fact, stormy waves were set off in his heart. What the hell is that seed? It helped Luo Xiaobai break the bottleneck and become a peak-level dangling fisher. On top of that, it upgraded the blue cannibal flower so quickly. After a full hour, the blue cannibal flower finally stopped upgrading and reached level 39 in the end. Only one step away, it would reach level 40. Gulp. Luo Xiaobai slowly opened her eyes, a little dumbfounded, as if she herself didn't know what happened. Xia Xiaoshan hurriedly jumped over. "Xiaobai, you are a peak-level dangling fisher now." Luo Xiaobai came back to her senses. "Am I a peak-level dangling fisher?" Luo Xiaobai raised her hand, and thousands of blue vines instantly pierced the seawater. With just a light sweep, hundreds of blue lights swept across, and all the seaweed within 100 meters was torn apart. Zhang Xuanyu sighed. "Comparisons are odious. Why didn't I encounter this level of opportunity?" Ren Kuang fished out some dried fish from his sea-swallowing seashell and stuffed it into his mouth as if he wanted to eat to ease his surprise. Luo Xiaobai explained with a dazed expression, "The box seems to be a kind of treasure that protects the soul. At this moment, it is printed in my mind. As for the seed, I can't find it." Han Fei suddenly asked, "Is it in your dantian?" Han Fei couldn't help thinking, "I've also got a seed. That seed is still floating in my dantian. Unfortunately, it is different from the seed Luo Xiaobai has that directly made her a peak-level dangling fisher, but my seed seems to be of no use and doesn't even move as if it doesn't exist at all." Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "No." The news of Mo Qiansheng's death had caused a great uproar in the sea grassland. The scattered members of the 100-person team were spreading the news everywhere. At this moment, everyone knew, after a whole year, the one on the top of the wanted list was finally about to change. And the new one was even more terrifying than Mo Qiansheng. Mo Qiansheng wouldn't wander around to stir up trouble, but Han Fei, this beastard, had almost visited all dangerous places in the level 3 fishery, and wherever he went he would cause a huge uproar. At the same time, the news that a lot of the people on the wanted list had died was also spread. Sha Wang, Chen Hong, Zhuo An, Wu Qian, these people who were usually with Mo Qiansheng were confirmed dead by many people in the first place. Secondly, the 5 people who were tied up by Xia Xiaoshan were actually tricked to death by Mo Qiansheng later. When Xia Xiaoshan and Zhang Xuanyu were fighting with others, someone fled and told the story to others. Then it was known that 6 strong masters on the wanted list, including the 22nd, the 32nd, the 37th, had all died. Within half a day, as many as 12 people on the wanted list were killed. This news scared many people. Were they ordinary people? No. Those were all the top powerhouses on the wanted list. Each of them was a very talented strong master, but because of Han Fei, 12 of them died all at once. Wasn't this news scary? Many people who had been waiting outside the sea grassland had evacuated. On the way of evacuation, battles happened frequently. Many people did not come to hunt Luo Xiaobai and Mo Qiansheng at all, but to take the opportunity to hunt ordinary explorers. At this moment, so many people were running away. Those people would certainly not let this opportunity pass and directly turned the outer jungles of the sea grassland into a slaughterhouse. Outside the sea grassland, on the sea, the breeze was gentle and the sun was shining on the sea, casting glittering golden light. As many as 30 fishing boats gathered here. Among them, there were 3 ghost-speed divine boats. At the bow of a ship, Li Haye and Li Baizhou were standing with a genteel boy. On the other boats stood the people from the 7 major sects. Among them, there were Gong Yuehan from the Jade Fairy Palace, Yu Shun from the Sea Cloud Tower, and Feng Yifei from the Origin Returning Peak. On the fishing boat of the Grand Void Academy, Ji Xuanhuan and Tian Yishan stood behind a young man holding a sword. Ji Xuanhuan said, "Brother Chu Shun, I think we'd better not make a move first." "Humph, Hanfei made a lot of trouble and did evil in the name of our Grand Void Academy. Do you want me to just forget that?" There were also discussions on other fishing boats. Someone said, "Are you sure it's this place? Perhaps they will run out from a different place." Someone shook his head. "No, they didn't dodge or hide along the way. They were heading in this direction." Someone clenched his fists. "They're too arrogant. This time, we must not let that beast start Hanfei off." Chapter 526, being rounded up, Hanfei and the other 4 were arrogant and extremely ferocious. Even at this moment, they all showed their real faces and swam along the way above board. Along the way, everyone's first reaction when they saw the 5 of them was to run away. Zhang Xuanyu clicked his tongue. "Fei, how do I suddenly feel that we have all become big villains?" Lu Renkuang added. "Well, we are. Since the 2 of them broke down the undersea city, they have been, and now we who are on their side have also become villains." Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. "Are we going to hunt for treasures now?" Han Fei shook his head. No. Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang looked at each other and then said, "Why not? We are going to explore a few more secret realms and find some opportunities." Han Fei suddenly grinned and said, "Where do you think the greatest opportunity in the level 3 fishery is now?" Zhang Xuanyu answered without thinking, "The secret realm in the abyssal chasm?" Han Fei rolled his eyes at Zhang Xuanyu. "You almost starved to death there. Why are you still thinking about the abyssal chasm?" Zhang Xuanyu shrugged slightly. "Isn't it because of you? Except for the abyssal chasm, we've explored almost all the famous secret realms here, and you alone destroyed 4 of them." Han Fei sneered. "Idiot, the biggest opportunity now is on the dragon boats." "Dragon boats?" Jia Xiaoshan was stunned for a moment. "Are we really going there?" Han Fei grinned ferociously. "I have been having an issue with them. Before we return to the Blue Sea Town, I must loot a dragon boat." "Everyone, they came out. Han Fei, that BS Start is out. He is also Fan Datong. Ashol, I'm gonna tear him apart." On the fishing boat, some people flushed in anger and some roared out. Gong Yehan was staring at Han Fei resentfully. Although she had early seen Han Fei's portrait on the wanted list, seeing the real person at this moment, she blushed and boiled with anger. This beastard snatched all the jewelry on her body and grabbed her sea-swallowing seashell by force. Li Haye and Li Baizhou were glaring at Han Fei, and they were even trembling in rage. This beastard caused them to have diarrhea for 5 full days, which almost killed them. Chu Shun coldly said, "Is that him?" Tian Yishan wanted to persuade him to give up, but then just sighed. "Senior brother, this person is very strong, so be careful." Chu Shun snorted. "I'm not stupid." Han Fei and the other 4 watched this scene in astonishment. Lu Renkuang counted on his fingers. 1 ship, 2 ships, 3 ships, 64 ships. Oh, here come more fishing boats. Zhang Xuanyu bared his teeth and said, "Wow, 80% of them are peak-level dangling fishers. Fuck." Xia Xiaoshan grabbed 2 daggers and said, "You can also consider those advanced or even intermediate ones as peak-level dangling fishers." Gulp. Zhang Xuanyu swallowed. "Are these BS stards all peak-level dangling fishers?" Haha, Han Fei, here I am. At this moment, some more fishing boats flew over in the sky. On one of them, Yang Deyu pointed at Han Fei with a big axe. "You rat. Last time you beat me with dirty tricks. Today, I'm gonna fight you for 3,000 rounds and crush you into powder." Flying over with Yang Deyu were Mo Feiyan, Sun Mu, Chen Aoaken, and Ye Baiyu. Han Fei said to the others, "This group is from the major sect of the Thousand Star City, and that group are the children from the big clans of the Thousand Star City." Lu Renkuang's mouth was trembling. "I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen." "Have you pissed off the entire Thousand Star City alone?" Zhang Xuanyu said leisurely. "Not just him. You forgot Xia Xiaoshan." Xia Xiaoshan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xuanyu. "Do you have a problem with me?" Zhang Xuanyu smiled awkwardly. "No, of course not, but there are so many people here. How can we resist so many of them? They're all peak-level dangling fishers." "We're desperately outnumbered," Han Fei said. "The disciples of the major sects are easy to handle. Those people are inexperienced, naive, and even stupid. They'll take it as a disgrace to gang up on us. Especially, all the 7 major sects are here. They will absolutely not swallow their pride." Luo Xiaobai, who had been silent, said, "Don't look down upon them. If they resort to attrition warfare, we can't get away when we exhaust our spiritual energy. Of course, the greater threat is the people from the big clans. Those guys are all lawless. We better just run away." Han Fei grinned. I have been running away since I entered the level 3 fishery. Now I don't want to escape any longer. As they were talking, there was a cry from the sky. Han Fei, Xiao Xiao Shan, I'm here to save you. Then they saw a red ray of light falling from the sky, which was a red fishing boat and looked a bit like Han Fei's wind god boat. Zhang Xuanyu and Xiao Xiao Shan were astonished. Is that a wind god boat? Xiao Xiao Shan asked. When did you give Cao Xiao Xiao a wind god boat? Han Fei was dumbfounded. I didn't. Cao Chu drove the fishing boat to Han Fei and the others with a swish. Cao Chu beamed with a smile. I knew you would definitely be able to come out of the abyssal chasm. I knew you must have been out of there when Zhang Xuanyu appeared in the sea grassland. What do you think of my fishing boat? I just heard it described and made it. I'm a great inventor, aren't I? Han Fei smiled politely. Little fatty, do I know you? Cao Chu was stunned. Hey, stop pretending. The whole world knows that the black and white ghosts are you and Xia Xiao Chan. By the way, I snuck out. This time I brought you my latest invention. Then he took out a bunch of dark balls and said, this is an upgraded version of the Poison King. I recently discovered the law of gas flow, so I concentrated on studying it and finally invented this Poison King smoke. Everyone, Xia Xiaoshan, hurriedly jumped to the side, shaking. In her eyes, Cao Cao was also a big villain, although he was not good at fighting. Every time she remembered this guy made countless people have diarrhea for half a month with his invention, Poison King, she trembled. Hush! Han Fei hurriedly summoned a wall of water to shield in front of him and said to Cao Chu, come on, give me some. When Cao Chu saw that Han Fei liked it very much, his heart was immediately filled with an unparalleled sense of achievement. Unlike those Biastards who always despised his inventions, Han Fei had a vision. So he generously took out hundreds of Poison King smoke balls and gave them to Han Fei. Han Fei quickly put them away. Won't they escape when they see there is smoke? Cao Chu chuckled. It is colorless, tasteless, and smokeless. You can rest assured. Their conversation stunned Zhang Xuanyu and Le Renquang. Le Renquang couldn't help asking, well, what is Poison King, and what is Poison Smoke King? Zhang Xuanyu also said, yes. It's so small and not a spiritual weapon. Even if you detonate all of them, they won't hurt many people, right? However, after hearing Xia Xiaoshan's voice transmission to them, Zhang Xuanyu and Lei Renquang immediately took a few steps back. Zhang Xuanyu quickly said, Fei Fei, remember to tell us when you're about to use it to avoid accidental injury. Lei Renquang nodded his head repeatedly. Yes, yes, do remember to tell me. I will escape in advance, Han Fei said mystically. The thing about this is to catch people off guard. Then he looked at Cao Chu. Why were you all near the sea grassland? While speaking, Han Fei withdrew the water wall and looked at the sky. Cao Chu said, we must be. The members of the Thug Legend are all here. We swarm here to capture you all in one fell swoop. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the sky. Chu Chu, come back. Accompanying the sound, another Ghost Speed Divine boat descended. On this Ghost Speed Divine boat, Han Fei saw Cao Tian and a pretty girl with a gentle face in a cyan dress. The girl's temperament was different from Xia Xiaochan, Luo Xiaobai, Mo Feiyan, and Gong Yehen. She looked very gentle and tranquil, holding a purple flute in her hand, which surprised Han Fei. Han Fei was not sure what she was holding. Anyway, it looked like a flute. If it was a weapon, it was the first time Han Fei saw such a weapon. Cao Chu grimaced naughtily. My sister is here. I have to go back. That's all I can do for you. Yang Deyu yelled loudly. Cao Chu, stay aside, otherwise you will be hurt by me later. Bam! A fist light shot straight at Yang Deyu. The latter shouted aggrievedly, Cao Tian, come on, I didn't even touch your brother. I just told him to stay aside. Over there, just as dozens of fishing boats were about to approach, another Ghost Speed Divine boat came over in the sky. Someone exclaimed, Tangge? Why is he here? Chapter 527, a stupid bet with him, of course, came Mu Ling. However, to everyone's surprise, Tangge drove his fishing boat directly to Han Fei. The two exchanged a glance, and Tangge said to him via voice transmission, I'll handle the disciples of the major sects. Han Fei asked, Tangge, Ms. Mu, what do you mean? Mu Ling stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the group of people on the opposite side. You rescued me on the steps into the sea. I owe you a favor. Today, any disciple from the major sects who wants to attack you will have to beat me first. Tangge held the halberd and stood beside Mu Ling. And me. If any of you wants to attack Han Fei, ask the halberd in my hand first. Also, people from the Heavenly Sword Sect, come here. A dozen disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect on the two fishing boats on the opposite side controlled the fishing boats to go behind Tangge Ye. Someone asked, Tangge Ye, what happened? A Biastar dares to touch Sister Ling? Another person pointed at the disciples of the other sects and yelled, Humph! How dare you attack Sister Ling? Then don't blame us for being impolite. Of course, a few of the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect didn't like Han Fei. Among them, 5 people had been robbed by Han Fei, especially the girl who had been searched by Han Fei. Now she was staring, her eyes wide with a reluctant look. Han Fei just pretended not to see it. I've robbed so many people. How can I remember each of them? The girl snorted. Since you saved Sister Ling, I will help you today, but you are still a bad person in my eyes. Han Fei grinned. Who are you? Hearing his words, the girl trembled with anger. You robbed me and now you ask me who I am. On the other side, Gong Yuehan asked softly, Muling, why do you protect this shameless guy? Muling smiled lightly. Yuehan, I owe him a favor, so I have to pay him back. It'll be none of my business if you want to get even with him in the future, but today I'm on his side. Cao Chu shouted, Yes, yes, Han Fei helped and saved me too. I was chased by disciples of several sects at that time. Yes, they wanted to kill me. Which sects were they from? I remember they were from the Sea Cloud Tower and the Origin Returning Peak. The people from the Sea Cloud Tower and the Origin Returning Peak were astonished. Cao Chu, what do you mean? When did we chase you down? Cao Chu, watch your tongue. Cao Chu, you just want to help Han Fei, don't you? Cao Chu curled his lips and then looked at Cao Qian. Cao Qian scratched his head. What should I do? He saved my brother. Should I help him? However, Cao Chu's sister knocked Cao Chu's head with the flute in her hand. It's none of your business. Stay away from it. Cao Chu held his head high. It's true, 2 swords can testify for me. When Cao Chu said this, a fishing boat swayed in the sky. Everyone looked up and the fishing boat slowly landed. Wang Zitian's face was all dark and he was complaining in his heart. Cao Chu, you bastard, why did you drag me down? But Wang Zitian could only say, yes. It seems to be true. Wang Zitian stood on Tungge's side, and after thinking for quite a while, he said, Because I'm also from the Heavenly Sword Sect. Many people rolled their eyes. This is a sheer excuse. Yes, you're from the Heavenly Sword Sect, but everyone takes you as a member of the big clans, okay? On Cao Chu's side, Cao Tian said lightly, No disciple of the major sects can attack Han Fei today. Immediately, some disciples of the major sects sneered. Good, very good. Tanga and Cao Tian, do you think you two can stop all of us today? Mu Ling said with a light smile, Not 2, but 17 in total. It shouldn't be a big problem for us to solve you all. Zhang Xuanyu's eyes widened. Damn, I like this girl, she's so dominant. Smack, Han Fei slapped Zhang Xuanyu's head. No, you can't like her. Otherwise, I think you will be beaten to death by someone, Zhang Xuanyu muttered. I mean, I appreciate her, Le Renquang added, but the people from the big clans in the Thousand Star City are also quite a lot to deal with, Han Fei smiled. But at least there are some people helping us. Let me work out a way to solve these people. Han Fei was not surprised at all that Tang Ge would come to help. But it was completely a surprise that Cao Chu would come to help. He didn't expect him to do this. As for Wang Zitian, he never counted on him. Even if he came, he would be able to block at most 3 disciples of the major sects, or 1 member from the big clans. Han Fei jumped onto the sea and walked forward step by step. What's the matter? Do you all want to fight me? Fine, if you want to fight, let's set the rules first. Of course, if you want to gang up on me, it's okay. Even if you dare to play dirty, I won't be afraid of you. As he said this, the 9-star chains floated behind him, the blood-drinking knife appeared at his waist, and he held the embroidery needle and looked at these people coldly. But, as for the disciples of the 7 major sects, I don't need the help of Cao Tian and Mu Ling. I, Han Fei, want to have a bet with you guys. Do you dare to bet? Shu Shun asked solemnly. What bet? Han Fei smiled and said, The 5 of us want to fight the 50 of you. If you lose, hand over your sea-swallowing seashells and withdraw from this battle. If we lose, our sea-swallowing seashells will be yours. What do you think? Han Fei didn't want to owe favors. Just as Mu Ling said, if you owed a favor, you've got to pay it back. Tang Ge was his good buddy, but he didn't want to owe Mu Ling and Cao Tian. Besides, he had a lot of sea-swallowing seashells. Even if he lost, he didn't mind giving each of them 1. They certainly couldn't get into Forge the Universe to get all his sea-swallowing seashells. Tang Ge immediately transmitted a message to him. Han Fei, don't be self-willed. These people are not so easy to deal with. And even if you beat them, you'll still have to solve the people from the big clans. Han Fei responded, Don't worry, I know. By the way, you haven't seen my true strength yet. Let me show it to you this time so that you'll be driven to cultivate harder. 9G.9.9.9.9.9.9. Ga shook his head slightly. He felt that it shouldn't be a problem for Han Fei to beat the disciples of the major sects. What he was really worried about were people like Sun Mu, who were far more dangerous than the former. If these people dared to attack Han Fei, he would definitely help him. Even if then they would find out the relationship between Han Fei and him, so what? He never wanted to hide it. It was Han Fei who didn't want to expose it. 5 against 50? Many people took a deep breath. How stupid for Han Fei to say such a thing. Did he think the disciples of the major sects were the same as those 100-person teams in the level 3 fishery? On the side of the Heavenly Sword Sect, someone said in surprise, Is this guy out of his mind? 5 against 50? Is he serious? The girl who was bullied by Han Fei stomped her feet. Idiot, he will be beaten to death. When Han Fei finished saying this, he transmitted a message to Sha Xiaonchan and the others. Is this okay? You've all learned the Majestic Mystic spell, haven't you? Luo Xiaobai said. Le Renquang and I haven't learned it yet, but it's not a problem. If the Heavenly Sword Sect does not participate, there will only be 6 major sects. Except for the 6 team leaders, the others are easy to deal with. But I'm afraid we'll be subject to some damages after this battle. Han Fei nodded. It's okay. These people are stupid, rigid, and follow too many rules. If it were the people on the dragon boats, I would never have made this request to them. Chushun was the first to agree. Okay, we, the Grand Void Academy, are in. Han Fei, you've asked for it. While Chushun responded, Zhang Wen and Mo Feiyan said at the same time, idiot. Mo Feiyan simply said, Chushun, are you stupid? However, Chushun looked straight at Mo Feiyan. We're in the level 3 fishery to gain experience. If we even lose this battle, it means that we haven't gotten enough experience and should work harder on cultivation. Yu Xian took a step forward. We, the Sea Cloud Tower, are in, Feng Yifei added. The Origin Returning Peak is in. Mountain Sea Pavilion is in. Death Door Sect is in. When only Gong Yuehan was left, she frowned. What does Han Fei mean? Does he really have the confidence to challenge 50 people with the power of 5 people? Could it be that the strength of each of the other 4 people is comparable to Han Fei? Senior Sister, should we join? Senior Sister, it seems unfair to them. Senior Sister, the other major sects have all participated. Is it okay if we don't participate? Gong Yehan took a slight breath and looked at Han Fei. Okay, but this time we'll just take it as an experience. Since you didn't take anyone's life on the steps into the sea, we won't take your life this time. When Gong Yuehan said this, Mo Feiyan and the others were speechless. What a group of fools. Their brains must all be clamped by their sea-swallowing seashells. Only Yang Deyu was very excited. Interesting. No wonder he could resist me for 300 rounds. Bam! Suddenly Yang Deyu shook. He looked back and shouted angrily, Mo Feiyan, why are you kicking me? Mo Feiyan shrugged. You rubbed me the wrong way. Yang Deyu, chapter 528, my sister-in-law is not bad. After the agreement was confirmed, Han Fei became more certain of his thoughts. Perhaps these people were very strong, but most of them were rookies who had left their sects for the first time. In fact, Han Fei had discovered when he was in the steps into the sea that they were really not good at fighting despite their good background. Of course, compared to ordinary peak-level dangling fishers, they were indeed very strong. However, they seemed to be unaware of how to use their talents, so they seemed to be much weaker when they were fighting people like him or members from the big clans. And Han Fei even felt that this was the same case for the children of the big clans. With the exception of Tenge, Cao Tian, and Yang Deyu, the children of these big clans didn't have a very good grasp of battle, including Sun Mu. For example, Sun Mu, who possessed such a powerful combat skill as the Immortal Slaying Formation, still slowly launched attacks step by step in combat, with the intention of slowly exhausting him to death. If it were him, he would have just launched his most powerful attack in the very beginning. Han Fei looked at Sun Mu and the others. What do you think? Sun Mu snorted slightly. The battle between the sects and you is none of our business. Just fight as long as you are confident that you can beat them. Han Fei grinned. Okay, thanks. Irrelevant bystanders backed away one after another. What made Han Fei laugh was that the team leaders of the sects were actually choosing people to fight him. Yes, the actual number of them was not 50 but as many as 200. But they felt it was already shameful to fight Han Fei and his teammates with 10 times the number. How could they all join the fight? As a result, each sect was in an uproar. Me, pick me, go away, let me fight him, get out of the way all of you. These 5 people are ferocious. You'll only end up surrendering your sea-swallowing seashells to them. Senior brother, I have a secret method. Senior sister, I really want to join the fight. They all strive to be picked to join the battle. Seeing this, the children of the big clans just didn't want to admit they knew these people. Are they stupid? We're here to siege the villains. Do you think it's a friendly match or what? Especially Li Haiye and Li Baizhou, they looked at each other speechlessly. Li Haiye scoffed. These idiots. No wonder the major sects have to send their disciples here to exercise every year. They are too damn stupid. Li Baizhou nodded. Exactly, even Gong Yehan is so stupid. Did you hear what she said? She would not take Han Fei's life. Excuse me? Yu Zhongwen said indifferently. At least we can see the real strength of Han Fei and his teammates. Although the disciples of the major sects are inexperienced, they are not bad in strength. At least ordinary peak-level dangling fishers are not comparable to them. Li Haiye scoffed. Nonsense. I bet they will lose within half an hour. Zhang Wen was surprised at this response. Do you really think so? Yes, you haven't seen Han Fei fight. Just like Cao Tian, Tenge, and Yang Deyu, he fights with no mercy. Mu Ling said to Tenge, in fact, his solution is not bad. These people should be no match for them. But what about the other people? The children of the big clans are not as naive as the disciples of the major sects. Tenge said indifferently, I'll help him then. Mu Ling rolled her eyes. I knew you would say that. Forget it. It doesn't matter even if your relationship is exposed. I don't think anyone will dare to tell my father. Soon, the sects had selected 50 people. Han Fei smiled. How long has it been since we have fought together? Zhang Xuanyu licked his mouth. It's been a long time. Since we came out of the fiery mountain, Luo Xiaobai was as calm as usual. Renquang, start up by sucking some people with your sky-swallowing technique. Xiao Chen, take the opportunity to activate the Majestic Mystic Spell, using the 1000-strike technique to solve Gong Yehan as quickly as possible. Zhang Xuanyu, dive into the water and I'll wrap you up with vines. Don't attack them, but keep them under pressure. Han Fei, just use your million knife art. These people all have amulets and can't be killed. Han Fei asked, what about you? Luo Xiaobai smiled. I want to try how strong my blue cannibal flower is now. When the two parties were only 100 meters away, Han Fei grinned. Remember, you can admit defeat when you really can't resist us. I've always been above board. Do not blow yourselves up. Only idiots would do that. The others were speechless at his words. Above board? Seriously? You were the most insidious on the steps into the sea? And the people on the other side were stunned. Blow ourselves up? Why? Is this guy out of his mind? Hoo! When Hanfei was speaking, a vine rolled Lurenquang up and it rushed forward. Ho 000. Then a huge mouth with a radius of 40 to 50 meters appeared. Or to be exact, it was not a real mouth, but a phantom of a big hole. In the big mouth, a spiral vortex was sucking crazily. The seawater rolled into it, and many people had been sucked forward by the huge suction force before they realized the battle had begun. At the moment the vine appeared, Xuanhuan disappeared, and xuanhuan plunged directly into the water. As for Hanfei, Little Gold had already attached to him. The majestic mystic spell had been activated, and he, like a bolt of lightning, rushed forward into the crowd. The instant Hanfei rushed out, all of his 99 blue sea wandering dragon daggers shot out of his body, turning into a shining flow of daggers and stabbing 5 or 6 people almost instantly. Sun Mu, Li Haiye, Li Baizhou, and Zhang Wen only sighed at the sight. Mo Feiyan covered her face. Oh, this is a real disgrace. Chun Awashen and Ye Baiyu, who had been watching from a distance, both shook their heads. Fools. The damn arena had been set up, and the distance between the two sides had been narrowed to 100 meters, and these fools weren't ready to fight. Oh no, come on, fuse and attach. You're shameless. The battle hasn't started yet. You bastard. Suddenly someone shouted, "Oh, Xiaoshan disappeared. Manipulators and spirit gatherers, pay attention." Huh? Zhang Xuanyu went to the bottom of the sea. Did anyone follow him? Armorists, stop Hanfei. However, at this moment, the 9-star chain had spread out in all directions, and those who were targeted by the 9-star chain all jumped up. Someone showed huge double pincers, someone spat icy flames, and someone floated in the air. When they were about to collide with the 9-star chain, a golden light suddenly appeared on Hanfei's head. Little Gold slammed into an armorist like a meteor piercing the starry sky. Boom. The armorist hadn't formed an array with other armorists yet and had been bumped away by Hanfei. At first, he thought that this guy was really stupid with his head against his shield. But soon, he was stupefied when he felt the incomparable impact. It felt as if a mountain smashed against his body. Puff, this person was sent flying, and the 9-star chain had been retracted, darting at the armorists who were actively defending. Gong Yehan shouted, "Don't panic. Armorists, don't defend. Just attack Luo Xiaobai." As she shouted, she carried a long sword. Filled with overwhelming sword chi, she hacked out. However, at the moment Gong Yehan slashed out, a dagger had already been put against her waist. Gong Yehan was very quick to react and instantly summoned her battlesuit and activated a spiritual energy protective cover. However, she was still a step slower and was stabbed by Xiaoshan. Senior sister, Gong Yehan paused, and then 100 wisps of sword chi burst out of her body, and she rebuked, "Leave me alone." Attack their manipulator. As soon as she said so, she felt a terrifying force stabbing at her from the sky. At that moment, her eyes turned cold and she brandished the long sword in her hand. However, before she had the time to raise the sword, she felt the surrounding air was suddenly fluctuating and that strange dagger had appeared on her chest and abdomen. Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, 100 rays of lights passed by and Gong Yehan was stunned. Her protective cover broke in an instant, and her high-quality battlesuit was shattering. A blue light suddenly appeared, and Xiaoshan's dagger couldn't pierce through. It was Gong Yehan's protective amulet working. The amulet was not necessarily activated artificially. It would also be automatically activated when the owner was in a life-or-death crisis. Just now, Xiaoshan stabbed Gong Yehan's waist, which was not fatal. But the 1,000-strike technique was an indiscriminate attack all over Gong Yehan's body, and several strikes were straight at her heart, so the amulet was activated. Xiaoshan simply said, "You lost. Step back." Gong Yehan was extremely ashamed. She always felt that she would be one of the few people who could beat Hanfei in the end, but how could she expect that she would be out so early? How long had it been since the battle started? 2 minutes? She lost because she attacked in advance, leaving Xiaoshan with a very short time gap. In the distance, Tunga kept nodding his head. "Not bad, my sister-in-law is not bad." Muling rolled her eyes at him. Chapter 529, Sect Express. The scene was extremely chaotic, and all the disciples of the 7 major sects, including those of the Heavenly Sword sect, were all stupefied. They had never seen such a scene like this before. In their view, these were all dirty tricks. When they were in their respective sects, it was not that they did not have team competitions. On the contrary, they had team matches almost every day, but they had never seen such a fighting style, which was completely beyond their imagination. Why did Hanfei launch all his powerful techniques as soon as the battle started? They had never seen such speed and attack strength before. It was precisely because of which Gong Yehan was defeated in less than 2 minutes. Seeing this scene, Cao Chu was very excited on the fishing boat and shouted loudly, "Well done, beat him, come on, give her a surprise attack, alas." Sister, don't pull my ears. In the field, there were more than 8 armorists who were pouncing on Luo Xiaobai. These 8 people had spared no effort and attacked Luo Xiaobai with all their strength. There was a huge blade light 50 or 60 meters high in front of each of them. Out of the armor boxes of 2 of these armorists, knives and swords shot out one after another, rolling out a tornado of weapons on the surface of the sea, covering a range of more than 30 meters. Some other armorists summoned out huge swords that were hanging in the sky, and some had even turned into huge water centipedes, looking really fierce. However, before these people had been ready to fight, Han Fei's 9-star chain had darted towards them. When these armorists saw that Luo Xiaobai had already been wrapped in the weapon tornado, they turned to chop at Han Fei's 9-star chain. Clank, clank, clank. Just as soon as their weapons collided with the 9-star chain, a huge arched circle surged on the surface of the water. Immediately, an armorist roared, "Be careful of xuanhuan underwater." In an instant, there were 2 armorists among them who turned to scout the water. Boom! A violent explosion broke out on the surface of the water, and several figures were blasted into the air as soon as they dove into the sea. The onlookers took a closer look, only to find that they were the 3 soul warriors from the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Bang! Then someone yelled in anger, "Why did you fucking hit us?" The 2 armorists were taken aback for a moment, but suddenly heard a voice behind them. "Are you guys looking for me?" 9 layered waves in the furious sea. The remaining few armorists were horrified and could not help but scream, "Watch out!" However, when they yelled out these 2 words, they suddenly felt pressure on their bodies. It turned out that there were a few vines entwining their bodies all of a sudden. Go off. These armorists were not afraid of the vines at all. They were armorists, masters of all weapons in the world. How could they be afraid of things like vines and seaweed? But who would have expected that these vines were extremely tough, and new vines continued to grow on these vines? Just in the blink of an eye, they were all tied up and couldn't move at all. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu continued to launch his 9-layered waves in the furious sea, and Han Fei directly rushed over. It only took him less than 3 minutes to throw all the 8 armorists out of the field. Together with them, there were also 3 soul warriors who were thrown out of the game. At this moment, they were tied up by the vines and also whipped crazily by hundreds of vines around, and they had no strength to fight back. In as short as less than 10 minutes, there were only less than 25 people left among the 50 disciples of the major sects. And all of this was just because Han Fei and his teammates got a head start. Lu Wuwei, the leader of the Death Door sect's team, shouted desperately, "Manipulators, be careful of Xia Xiaoshan." Some hunters had already rushed at Xia Xiaoshan, but they certainly could not catch up with Xia Xiaoshan, who had activated the majestic mystic spell. Every time Xia Xiaoshan's figure flashed, a manipulator would fall down from the sky. Sometimes, Xia Xiaoshan would not attack the manipulators at all, but directly sweep towards the soul warriors. As long as Xia Xiaoshan got close to them, none of them would be able to escape from her daggers, and they would be at least stabbed twice. Lu Renquang did not do anything else but keep roaring and swallowing, creating great pressure on those soul warriors. Seeing that there were much fewer people now, he no longer swallowed but activated his knife burial technique and armor art at the same time. His purpose was not to kill the enemies, but to contain them. On the surface of the sea, the most conspicuous one was Han Fei, who rushed from left to right and his golden fist lights flashed on all sides. And what shocked everyone was that Han Fei even gave his fish technique a name while he was yelling and punching. Big Fish Meteor Fist. Chu Sun was seriously angered. He couldn't catch up with Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan. As for Lu Renquang, as long as he got close to Lu Renquang, he felt that he was going to be sucked in by that big mouth. And Zhang Xuanyu, this soul warrior, was damn elusive as he dove into the water from time to time. As for Luo Xiaobai, he had thought that those 8 armorists would be able to solve her very easily. But who would have expected that all the armorists were kicked out of the game in the blink of an eye? Han Fei was facing Chu Shun at this moment. The fists of Han Fei were blazing as brightly as the sun, making him look like a god of war in golden armor. Huh? Outside the court, Chen Aoshan and Cao Tian exclaimed in shock at the same time. Cao Tian's eyes were full of expectation, while Chen Aoshan's eyes were scorching hot. Han Fei used his fists before, but his punches were not as powerful as now. The power of the art of invincibility was appalling, and when Han Fei activated this art sparing no effort at all, it immediately attracted the attention of the 2 of them. Using fists was actually more difficult than using weapons such as swords, axes, halberd, etc., because your attack range would be far smaller than the others, so your physique had to be much stronger than that of others. Take Cao Tian as an example. He could resist Han Fei's draw technique with his bare fist. And take Chen Aochen for example. After being swept by the Blue Sea Wandering Dragon daggers that were all ultra-quality spiritual weapons, he could still fight Tanga head-on. Obviously, his physique was far above average. Now it seemed that Han Fei's physique was even comparable to these 2 people. His strength was simply shocking in consideration of the fact that Han Fei had just begun to practice the art of invincibility. Feeling the real strength of Han Fei, Chu Shun dared not take him lightly any longer. He rolled up billowing waves with his longsword, and the surging wave turned into a huge sword, and the seawater, dozens of meters high, suddenly dashed at Han Fei like a huge sharp blade. Someone exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, it is 6 styles of Grand Void. Has Xuanhuan mastered this technique?" Bam! The giant sword wave that was nearly 30 meters long was smashed by Han Fei's single punch. But in a blink of an eye, the second sword of Xuanhuan had already been released, and there were thousands of sword streams popping out of the seawater. Han Fei grinned casually. Such sword streams are so much weaker than those of the immortals' slaying formation. How do you have the face to use it? Humph. When Xuanhuan found that Han Fei did not make any move to fend off the attacks at all and seemed to be about to block with his body, he immediately released his third sword, and in an instant, the seawater surged up abruptly wrapped around Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan and the other disciples of the Grand Void Academy looked quite excited and exclaimed, "It is the third style of the 6 styles of Grand Void, body as a sword C. I didn't expect that senior brother Xuanhuan had grown to this level." Cao Chu shouted at Han Fei in worry. "Han Fei, be careful. This attack will last quite long." Cao Chen said indifferently, "Don't worry, body as a sword C is not weak, but Xuanhuan's strength is far inferior to that of Han Fei. It will be useless no matter how long it lasts. If he can launch the 4th style, then Han Fei should be careful." "Oh, okay." When Cao Chu heard that it would not be a threat to Han Fei, Cao Chu immediately quieted down. Xuanhuan was wrapped in the seawater that was rolling upside down, and a wisp of sword chi traversed 100 meters, directed towards Han Fei. However, Han Fei simply ignored these seawater sword currents and blasted at Xuanhuan, braving this huge seawater sword that traversed 100 meters continuously. Boom, 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 Xuanhuan gritted his teeth. Is this guy really a fucking human? He couldn't believe that this guy actually rushed over, braving the sword sea all the way. All the disciples of the major sects who were watching the battle outside the field were all stunned, and many of them opened their mouths wide in shock. Gong Yuehan's eyes were firmly glued to Han Fei. Too strong. This guy's physique was so strong that it was completely beyond her imagination. On the side of the Heavenly Sword sect, Tangge's body was surging with blood chi, as if he was about to explode at any time. That was simply because he was too excited at what he saw. Muling's eyes flickered with spiritual energy. The pair of brothers was really strong. When Fengze brought Tangge to the Thousand-Star City, why didn't he also bring Han Fei over? If he had also brought Han Fei to the Thousand-Star City, he would definitely have been one of the best in the younger generation of the city now. Tangge grinned cheerfully and said in excitement, Xuanhuan is going to lose. Even if he uses the 4th style of the 6 styles of Grand Void, he will still lose. Hoo! Han Fei punched through the giant wave sword, and without stopping, his fist light rushed towards Xuanhuan like a flashing ray of light. Seeing that Xuanhuan was bound to be defeated, someone suddenly shouted sternly, "The first death door." From the sky, the phantom of a huge door descended. Clang. As the wave was shattered and the phantom of the door was broken, the fist was retracted. Han Fei turned his head to look, only to find that it was Lu Wu Wei, the leader of the Death Door Sect's team. At this moment, his body was surging with blood chi, and he shouted again, "The second death door." Han Fei had once experienced the power of the death doors, whose defense was indeed extremely strong. He was narrowly able to break the first door just because he had made a breakthrough and also used the powerful art of invincibility. As for the second death door, sacrificing punch, all of a sudden, the dazzling golden fist light disappeared, and in replacement of it, a huge blazing red fist shadow appeared. With an unbelievably fast speed and powerful strength, the fist shadow broke through the sound barrier in the blink of an eye, rubbing with the air to create a brilliant flame. Boom. The second door that was shrouded with spiritual energy and descended from the sky was directly blasted through in one fell swoop, and the fist shadow continued to rush forward, directly hitting Xuanhuan. Crack. As a blue light flashed across and then burst, Xuanhuan's protective amulet broke at the same time. And Xuanhuan, in panic, hurriedly summoned out 2 sets of high-quality battlesuits that wrapped his body. However, in an instant, the 2 battlesuits were also shattered, and in the next second, Xuanhuan was bombarded into the sea. Countless people were dumbfounded. They almost couldn't believe their eyes. The protective amulet was broken in one blow? Damn it, how fucking strong is this Han Fei? Chen Alshan's face suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but mutter in shock, "What a powerful punch that is." It broke the second death door, Xuanhuan's protective amulet, and 2 sets of high-quality battle armor in succession. Gosh, this guy. Cao Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and exclaimed silently, "What a horrible fist mark. Great, wonderful, amazing." Although shocked by the power of Han Fei's sacrificing punch, Tangge, Chen Aochen, and Cao Tian all applauded cheerfully. These 3 people only felt that their blood was boiling in their bodies. This was exactly what a men's battle should be. It was so powerful, violent, exciting, that they simply could not restrain their inner excitement despite the fact that they were only onlookers. In the field, especially the Jade Fairy Palace, almost all the girls could not help but clench their fists. What a domineering man. This was their only reaction at this moment. Beauty loved heroes. Han Fei's overbearing style of fighting simply stunned them. Now they couldn't even move their eyes away from him and couldn't help exclaiming in their hearts, "Wow, he is way too manly." Even Gong Yehan, the goddess of countless men, couldn't help but open her mouth in shock. She really couldn't connect this man in front of her with that insidious and cunning Fan Detong who robbed her. How she wished that these were two different people. Chu Shun was defeated, and Lu Wuwei was stabbed on the waist even before he had the time to display the third death door. A shadow entangled him, stabbed him 5 or 6 times in the blink of an eye, and didn't stop until his protective amulet bounced up from his body. In a moment, the team leaders of the major sects were mostly defeated. How would the rest of the disciples be able to withstand the attacks of Han Fei and his teammates? Especially after Han Fei took out a mass of candle dragon blood and stuffed it into his mouth, he instantly burst out with an overwhelming murderous aura and looked like a god of war. Who would still dare to fight him? Only in less than half an hour, the remaining disciples of the 6 major sects were all knocked out and the whole sea fell into an eerie silence. There was no sound in the sea, except for the sound of the seawater beating against the fishing boats. The sea breeze seemed to have stopped blowing, and all the disciples of the 7 major sects were in a daze at the moment. Especially on the side of the Heavenly Sword sect, many people swallowed their saliva nervously. They were really thankful that they had not participated in this bet. Although they thought that they were slightly stronger than the disciple of the other 6 sects, they knew in their heart that they were actually not much stronger than them. If they had joined the fight, they would definitely have ended up being pushed into the sea and beaten up according to their combat power. The few disciples who had been robbed by Han Fei looked very embarrassed at this moment, and the girl secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had only lost a sea-swallowing seashell and had not damaged the prestige of the sect. However, except for the Heavenly Sword sect, the disciples of the other 6 sects were all almost ashamed to death. Needless to say, this matter could not be hidden at all. After returning to their respective sects, they might be hung up and beaten hard by the schoolteachers. Luo Xiaobai stood on the bow, staring coldly at the people of the 6 major sects. Zhang Xuanyu and Le Renquang jumped out of the seawater at this moment and stood beside Luo Xiaobai. Xia Xiaoshan's posture was even more handsome. She flashed and fell on the boat agilely. Only Han Fei, standing on the surface of the sea, leisurely waited for the 99 blue sea wandering dragon daggers to rhythmically disappear into his body one by one. Han Fei grinned and said, "Hey, you guys should admit defeat for the bet. Now hand over your sea-swallowing seashell." The disciples who had been beaten crestfallen looked utterly embarrassed at this moment, and those people who were bragging before only wished they could hide in the water and never come out again. However, since they had lost the fight, how could they not keep their promise? This was definitely a no-no. They could not afford to lose such honor in front of all these people. Therefore, when Gong Yuhan took the lead to throw her sea-swallowing seashell over, the other 49 people also threw their sea-swallowing seashells over one after another. Han Fei did not move, but vines rose in the sea, easily holding the sea-swallowing seashells. Chu Shun was supported out of the sea by other disciples of the Grand Void Academy, with a large patch of seaweed stained on his body. He had vomited a lot of blood under the sea just now, so his face was ghastly pale, although he could still stand with his own strength now. Chu Shun said weakly with difficulty, "Han Fei, I'll remember you. I'm looking forward to the day when you enter the 1,000-star city. At that time, I will have succeeded in practicing the 6 styles of Grand Void. Let's have a fight again then." Han Fei sneered and said casually, "Are you talking about the 6 styles of Grand Void? When I go to the 1,000-star city, even if you have mastered the 16 styles of Grand Void, so what?" Humph, Gong Yuhan was one of the people who were defeated earliest, so now she was too embarrassed to speak now. However, as the team leader of her sect, she could not hide behind and could only bite the bullet to stand at the bow of the fishing boat. Han Fei laughed out loud and then said, "Okay, now the conflict between the black and white ghosts and the 6 major sects is over." As he said this, Han Fei glanced at the Sun Mu's side and shouted at them, "Hey, now, what are you guys going to do?" Han Fei counted these young members of the big clans. Among them, Chen Aochen and Ye Baiyu were the farthest away from him. However, these 2 people put a lot of pressure on Han Fei. Chen Aochen should be no match for me, Han Fei thought to himself. Ye Baiyu's speed was too fast. Among the 5 of the people on his side, even Xia Xiaochen might not be able to keep up with Ye Baiyu's speed, but fortunately, this guy was only fast as his strength was not that great. Cao Tian and his mates probably would not join the battle. Li Heye and Li Baizhou had been taught a good lesson by him, so they would probably take the chance to fight back. As for Zhang Wen, who was standing next to them, Han Fei had never seen him before and didn't know him yet. But since he could stand together with Li Heye and the others, he could not be an ordinary person. As for Sun Mu, Mo Feiyan, and Yang Deyu, these 3 people were already his old opponents, and they had known each other through. It should be no problem for him to handle these 3 people. But the problem now was that the other party had 8 people in addition to the servants of their families, but there were only 5 people on his side. These people were not the green and naive young disciples of the 6 major sects who had seen nothing of life. Maybe the big clans in the 1,000-star city's method of cultivating their next generation was different from those major sects. They might give their children a lot of treasures and amulets to protect them, but they would also have them receive plenty of training and exercises. Of course, after careful consideration, Han Fei felt that no one else would be a problem except for Ye Baiyu, who might be a big problem for him. Maybe he was still not strong enough, but if this guy launched a sneak attack, he would definitely cause serious trouble to his team. Han Fei immediately looked at Zhang Wen, who he didn't know, and asked him, "Are you going to participate too?" A faint smile appeared on Zhang Wen's face, and he said politely, "It might be a bit of an exaggeration to say that the big clans in the Thousand Star City are as intimate as one family, but since I have participated in the battle, I cannot stay out of the matter, right?" At this time, Li Haiye suddenly said to Han Fei in a low voice, "Han Fei, let's face it. You will not be able to avoid this battle. However, although you have swindled my brother and me, we are broad-minded and easygoing people. As long as you hand in the sea token, we will immediately quit." Hearing his words, Han Fei sneered. These people were definitely not so easy to deal with. Even if he handed in the sea token, as Li Haiye said, would they really quit? It might be possible. After all, they needed to preserve their strength to keep the sea token. But it was not for sure. What if these people decided to solve him first and then go compete for the sea token? Thinking of the fake sea token in Forge the Universe, Han Fei began to ponder carefully. He could give them the fake sea token, but definitely not now. Just at this moment, Cao Chu said to him through a voice transmission, "Hey, when you use the Poison King smoke, remember to tell me in advance so that I can fly higher." Hearing his words, Han Fei frowned. The Poison King smoke was a good thing, but unfortunately it could not be used at this time, or else it would be easily found out by others. On the side of Cao Chu, Cao Jiaren smiled gently and said to Cao Chu softly, "Chu, these friends you have made are really strong, but I'm afraid that it will not be easy for them to escape from here today. At this time, they must stay together with each other, so I guess they will not use flash stones. Now, I don't think they still have a way to escape." Cao Chu held his head high and said stubbornly, "Han Fei can solve several people alone." Cao Jiaren shook her head slightly and said disapprovingly, "Even if he can solve 3 people alone, he still won't escape." Cao Qian still looked simple and honest. At this moment he, like a passerby who had nothing to do with this matter, said with a smile, "The problem lies with Chen Aochen and Ye Baiyu. If they don't join the battle, Sun Mu and his friends would not be able to stop Han Fei and his partners." At this moment, Han Fei jumped on the fishing boat. As soon as he stomped on the ground, a spirit-gathering array appeared under his feet. Then he pointed a finger at Luo Xiaobai, and the other 3 in spiritual energy was pouring into their bodies from his fingertip. In the previous battle, everyone had consumed a lot of spiritual energy. The reason why he did not supplement Luo Xiaobai and the other 3 with spiritual energy immediately, because once he did this, it meant that the battle had begun. These children of the big clans would not care whether you had just had a fight or not, or whether you were in your peak state or not. As long as they could win, they would not give a damn to any moral rules. Han Fei hurriedly sent a message to the other 4 through a voice transmission. "Let's solve that Zhang Wen first. We don't even know him, but he looks for trouble for no reason. Let's teach him a good lesson. Xia Xiaoshan, keep an eye on that Ye Baiyu. His speed is extremely fast, and among the 5 of us, maybe only you can match him in speed." Just when Han Fei was still infusing his teammates with spiritual energy, Sun Mu and the other people on his side had launched their attacks, and almost at the same time, both Chen Awaken and Ye Baiyu also skimmed over quickly. Especially Ye Baiyu, this guy's speed was almost horribly fast. He was just like a beam of light and reached in front of them in a flash with a swish. Let's get started. Luo Xiaobai and the other 3 respectively took out a spiritual fruit and stuffed it directly into their mouths. Spirit gatherers were quick to infuse spiritual energy to their teammates, which was even faster than having their teammates directly swallow spiritual fruits. At this moment, however, Han Fei would not simply serve as a spirit gatherer. At that moment, a huge flower bud appeared, directly enveloping Han Fei and the others in, and then submerging directly into the sea. Seeing this scene, Yang Deyu shouted with a loud voice, "Humph, do you think we can't perceive your whereabouts with our spiritual perception?" However, after he tried perceiving where they were, Yang Deyu was stunned and muttered, "Huh, where are they?" Several other people on his side were also astonished when they tried to find out their whereabouts. How can it be? Did they just disappear under their noses? All of a sudden, Ye Baiyu shouted, "Something is wrong. Be careful of the hexagon starfish." Being reminded by him, everyone immediately perceived again, only to find that the hexagon starfish was sneaking to Li Haiye, Li Baizhou, and Zhang Wen's direction. Boom. A golden fist mark shot out of the seawater, and the target was precisely Zhang Wen. 9 layered waves in the furious sea. Armor art. Supreme stab. In an instant, the place where Zhang Wen was directly exploded, and all the attacks were targeted at him. Especially Xia Xiaoshan, who was so fast that almost appeared beside Zhang Wen in the blink of an eye. However, Zhang Wen was also extremely quick to respond to the attacks. In an instant, he had a high-quality battlesuit wrapping his body and directly activated his spiritual energy protective cover, and at the same time, 3 big luminous pearl balls appeared on his side. Clink. One of the 3 pearl balls blocked the supreme stab, but that ball was also pierced through by Xia Xiaoshan. Immediately afterward, the golden fist mark and the 9 layered waves in the furious sea were coming at him. Zhang Wen's face changed drastically, and he immediately used his protective amulet. He was not an idiot disciple of the 6 major sects and would not hesitate to use any treasure he had as long as it could protect him. Han Fei and the others were obviously targeting him. If he did not fight back with all his strength at this moment, he could be 100% sure that they would beat the hell out of him in an instant. The others quickly rushed over. Yang Deyu was yelling loudly, holding his double axe. Mo Feiyan wielded a snake-shaped sword in ethereal postures, and Sun Mu directly used the immortal slaying formation. Chen Aoken slightly stretched out his fists, and before he arrived, his fist marks had arrived first. However, at the moment when Chen Aoken punched out, a huge blade light broke through the water and directly shattered his double fist marks. And then the giant blade danced again and slashed at Yang Deyu head-on. Clang! Yang Deyu and Chen Aoshan immediately shouted in anger, "Tangge, what is this?" Tangge held his head high, glancing sideways at the two people coldly and saying word by word, "You two rubbed me the wrong way. Let's have a fight." Yang Deyu, Shen Aoshan, and everyone was surprised by Tangge's sudden attack and then began to doubt him. Could it really be because Han Fei had once saved Mu Ling on the steps into the sea? To be honest, with Mu Ling's identity, others might rob her, but it was impossible for anyone to have the idea to kill her. Besides, even if Mu Ling owed Han Fei a favor, it should not be paid back by Tangge, should it? Now Tangge suddenly attacked Sun Mu and the other children of the big clans, making it clear that he would not hesitate to do anything to protect Han Fei, even at the expense of offending the other big clans. Was the reason really that simple? On Zhang Wen's side, seeing that Han Fei and his teammates suddenly began to attack Zhang Wen together, Li Haiye and Li Baizhou simply dodged. This led to Zhang Wen being mobbed. At this moment, he received a punch from Han Fei, and the second pearl ball outside his body was also broken. Immediately afterward, Le Renquang shattered his third pearl ball with his armor art. And then Zhang Xuanyu slammed the 9-layered waves in the furious sea right in the face of Zhang Wen. Zhang Wen was horrified and a big 6-winged fish suddenly appeared. But before he had time to run away, he found that his lower body had been caught in circles of vines. Boom, 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 9 waves hit him in a row, each stronger than the last. After activating the majestic mystic spell, Zhang Xuanyu was definitely not weak. Every blow of the 9-layered waves in the furious sea precisely hit Zhang Wen's protective amulet, making a loud noise. Receiving 9 blows in a row, Zhang Wen was jolted to swallow 3 mouthfuls of blood, and his protective amulet was knocked away. Li Haiye and Li Baizhou, who were closest to Zhang Wen, finally came back from the shock and rushed at Han Fei and the other 4. However, at this time, 2 Zhang Xuanyu clones suddenly appeared in the sea, blocking their way. Ye Baiyu, who had already approached them, was brandishing his sword and hacked out hundreds of times in the blink of an eye. But all of a sudden, there were hundreds of black cracks appearing in the air. Xiao Shaoshan activated the shadowless blade, and in the next second, she had landed by Ye Baiyu's side and her daggers left several shadows as she pierced through the air. Unfortunately, Ye Baiyu's speed was too fast. Even if Xiao Shaoshan used flash, Ye Baiyu moved his body sideways and dodged her stabs, and the dagger only touched Ye Baiyu's clothes. Bam, bam, bam. Han Fei had already thrown out dozens of punches at the protective cover on Zhang Wen's body that was produced by his protective amulet, which had almost been shattered by him. All this happened within a minute, but he failed to kill Zhang Wen in this minute. At this time, Le Renquang made a move. He gave up attacking Zhang Wen, and the swords and knives in his armor box all flew out and swirled to fly at Sun Mu and Mo Feiyan. Immortals slaying sword chi, water dragon roar. A purple wisp of sword chi appeared and fell on Le Renquang in the blink of an eye. Puff, 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 a few sword marks appeared on Le Renquang's body, but there were no penetrating injuries on his body. This surprised Sun Mu slightly. Could it be that Le Renquang was also a body refiner? The eyes of Le Renquang had turned bloodshot, and his body was fuming with a surging murderous aura. Violent war body, sky-swallowing technique. The big mouth appeared again, and the double dragons that had just jumped out of the seawater to play with the pearls were swallowed in one bite, leaving no trace at all. Mo Feiyan was shocked and asked in astonishment, "Damn it, what kind of strange technique is this?" Not only Mo Feiyan's water dragon roar, but also the immortal slaying sword chi was swallowed, which surprised both Sun Mu and Mo Feiyan. Just now, when they were watching the battle from the outside, they thought that this fatty was just an insignificant member of Han Fei's team. Although the sky-swallowing technique sucked a lot of people in before, it couldn't really suck them in, so they just took it as a gimmick. But at this moment, when they personally experienced the strong sucking ability of this big mouth, they immediately realized how terribly wrong they were. It was no wonder that many people seemed to be unable to resist at all when they were sucked in. Now they felt as if their bodies were being sealed, and they almost exhausted all the spiritual energy in their bodies, but were only able to back away several meters. In the protective cover produced by his amulet, Zhang Wen was almost punched dizzy. Why the hell am I being beaten by these people together? Even if you guys give me the slightest chance to fight back, I can at best beat one of you, okay? Han Fei spared no efforts at all at this moment. Yes, perhaps your protective amulet is very powerful indeed, but my sacrificing punch is not weak either. Bursa 000, Burl 00. Being horrified by Han Fei's frantic punches, Zhang Wen suddenly burst into a loud roar. Li Haiye, Li Baijir 2 Bastar now, hurry up, boom, crack. Being punched hard without rest, the protective put to break at when Han Fei began to use the sacrificing punch, it could no longer hold out. It flickered and was shattered with a punch by Han Fei. But at that moment, a dark red rune array suddenly appeared. The sacrificing punch bombarded the runes, but was unable to penetrate them, but blasted Zhang Wen into the seabed. Without waiting for the arrival of Li Haiye and Li Baizhou, Zhang Wen, who had withstood Han Fei's sacrificing punch with his body, disappeared from everyone's perception in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Cao Tian just said lightly, being bombed into the mud, Zhang Wen was almost disabled and even the immortal seal had been punched out of his body. But under the protection of the immortal seal, he is still alive and can't be reborn. Even after a few months, I am afraid that he will remain in this disabled state. Young master. In the distance, the guardians of the children of the big clans who were not so fast were rushing in this direction and were completely stunned. How fucking long had it been? In less than 2 minutes, this guy had even punched the immortal seal out of their young master's body? The disciples of the 7 major sects who were watching around were also dumbfounded at what they saw. On the side of the Jade Fairy Palace, a girl who was standing beside Gong Weihan tugged at her hem and said, "Senior sister, it's Zhang Wen. Even he was defeated in less than 2 minutes. An active amulet was broken. But do you know what that rune array is?" Gong Yuehan narrowed her eyes slightly and answered calmly, "It's called the Immortal Seal, and it is a means of the big clans from the Thousand Star City. They implant it into the bodies of their outstanding children to keep them safe." Although Gong Yuehan looked calm on the surface, she was very upset in her heart. This guy is too fierce. I have never seen a person who fights as fiercely as him. The other disciples of the 7 major sects were also stupefied at the sight. Han Fei and his teammates are too strong, aren't they? Exactly. With their talents, I think they will absolutely be among the most outstanding ones in any major sect. Thug Academy? What kind of academy is that? At this time, however, the situation in the arena suddenly changed. Cao Chu shouted in the sky, "Luo Xiaobai, watch out." Ye Baiyu found that Xiao Xiaochan was very difficult to deal with. She turned into a shadow from time to time, and in the next second, she flashed away. How the hell could he handle such an opponent? Although she couldn't hit him, he couldn't hit her either. So Ye Baiyu simply gave up on Xiao Xiaochan and turned to attack Luo Xiaobai, who he thought much easier to deal with. Luo Xiaobai was qualified support, or else Zhang Xuanyu, who was fighting Li Haiye and Li Baizhou, would have been defeated. Zhang Xuanyu had just made the breakthrough and become an advanced dangling fisher, and he did not have the abnormally strong physique of Han Fei. Although his combat power was great, he was unable to solve Li Haiye and Li Baizhou at the same time. The reason why he could still block the attacks of the twin brothers was that Luo Xiaobai's vines had helped him a lot. Luo Xiaobai, who had become a peak-level dangling fisher, had easily created a jungle-like area on the surface of the sea with her power. This area was 500 meters wide and hundreds of meters high and was almost enclosed by vines. Besides, new vines would continue to grow on the old ones, locking the twin brothers in it and giving them no chance to escape out of it. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai saw Ye Baiyu rushing at her like a flash of light. Luo Xiaobai casually stretched out a finger and pointed in the air, and in the next second, colorful petals suddenly bloomed in the air. In an instant, all kinds of pollen had completely enveloped Luo Xiaobai and Ye Baiyu. Outside the arena, Cao Jiren was taken aback for a moment, and she looked at Cao Tian, who was standing beside her, and asked him, "Is Luo Xiaobai from that family?" Cao Tian smiled and said, "I guess so." There should be no one else who knows how to use the Grand Spirit summoning art except the people of that family. In the team of the Heavenly Sword sect, a gleam flickered across Muling's eyes, and she muttered, "The Grand Spirit summoning art?" Muling was a little surprised. How could a person from that family be with Han Fei and the other 3? Didn't Tongge say that Han Fei was born in a village? But in the midst of the colorful pollen, from time to time, a few thick vines flashed past. After a few minutes, no sound was heard again. After Han Fei solved Zhang Wen, Ninetail's figure flashed at Han Fei's feet, drilling towards the bottom of the sea. And after receiving the message Luo Xiaobai had sent to him, he ran straight to where Sun Mu and Mo Feiyan were. When Sun Mu found that he was going to be beaten by Lerenquang, he immediately crushed a flash stone and escaped from the sky-swallowing technique of Lerenquang. Mo Feiyan was certainly not stupid either. Seeing that Sun Mu had flashed away, she naturally also flashed away as fast as she could. Even their young masters had run away, and the servants of Sun Mu and Mo Feiyan dared not to rush up at all. Li Haiye and Li Baizhou looked at each other and also withdrew from the battle. They really could not defeat 3 Zhang Xuanyu clones at the same time who had almost the same strength and also seemed to be using a certain secret method. 5 minutes, Cao Jiaren said lightly. Cao Chu was already dumbfounded at this exciting battle, and he shouted out loud, "Wow, wonderful, these people are too lame. I can't believe they were solved in less than 5 minutes. Then Cao Chu shouted excitedly at Han Fei, Han Fei, don't let them go. Kill them. Hey, sister, don't pull my ears, Cao Jiaran said helplessly. Stop yelling, okay? You can kill them when you have the ability to kill them on your own. This is your own business. You have to do your own business by yourself. Cao Chu snorted and said nothing, but he was still very excited. And Han Fei just sneered when he heard what Cao Chu shouted at him, and then he snapped his fingers and a figure was dragged out of the water. Nine Tails dragged Xuanhuan, who was still groaning miserably, and threw him in front of Han Fei, waiting for Han Fei's praise. You bastard! Let go of our young master! The servants of Xuanhuan all roared angrily at Han Fei at the moment. They knew that they could not beat Han Fei, so they could only try to overawe him with the power of the Zhang family. Han Fei lightly landed on the surface of the sea and trampled on Xuanhuan's face, asking coldly, What? What did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly. Say it again? Chapter 530, Big Clan Atmos. One of Han Fei's feet stepped on Xuanhuan's face, grinding it harder and harder. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you think you can bully us? Now you know we are not the people who you can mess around with, right? Do we know you? Have we met before? Why do you join them to fight against us? Are you fucking out of your mind? As a person who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and the young master of the Zhang family, Xuanhuan had never been insulted like this before. Before today, Xuanhuan had always thought that he was a man who was always calm and would not blink even if a mountain collapsed in front of him. However, all his confidence and pride had completely been shattered by Han Fei's single foot. Oh no, to be precise, they were crushed. Puff. Xuanhuan's face turned all red. With so many people around watching him being battered, he felt that he had been greatly insulted. On the verge of a breakdown, he spat out a mouthful of blood all of a sudden. Young master. Ashol, let go of our young master. Han Fei, if you dare to touch our young master again, you are dead meat. Shashashan leaned over, kicked Xuanhuan twice, and then looked at the servants of the Zhang family asking, what will happen if his immortal seal is destroyed? Hearing her words, Xuanhuan was immediately horrified. What does she mean? Are they really going to kill me? On the other side, Luo Xiaobai walked out of the mist of pollen, and Ye Baiyu was all tied up by the vines and seaweed and was snoring loudly in his sound sleep. Han Fei asked in surprise, why did he fall asleep? Luo Xiaobai said lightly, the pollen has a hypnotic effect. Ye Baiyu had no servants following him, so at the moment, no one was worried about him. At this moment, he was sleeping like a log, and it would be useless even if Han Fei trampled on his face. Seeing this scene, Li Haiye and Li Baizhou's faces turned blue and red. They controlled the fishing boat to fly into the sky, looking down at Xuanhuan, who was being stepped on by Han Fei's feet while they looked blankly at each other. When Sun Mu and Mo Feiyan came back, their hearts sank after seeing this scene. As for Yang Deyu and Chen Aoshan, they were not stupid and had already slipped away by now. They were not coming here to have a fight with Tang Ge, but coming for Han Fei. Seeing that Xuanhuan and Ye Baiyu had both admitted defeat, the other people all stopped fighting. Only idiots would still rush up stupidly at this moment. Tang Ge exchanged a glance with Han Fei and then sent a message to him through voice transmission. It doesn't matter if the immortal seal is broken the first time, which will not trigger the dying strike in their bodies, but you cannot do it a second time. Han Fei's expression remained unchanged, and he asked Tang Ge through a voice transmission, is this immortal seal easy to break? Tang Ge answered, no, it is rather difficult. But, with the concerted effort of the 5 of you, if each of you gives him a strike, you will definitely be able to break it with the fist technique that you had used just now. Han Fei was a bit shocked when he heard Tang Ge's answer. Is this immortal seal so hard to break? When I go back, I must ask Old Bai and the other teachers to help implant an immortal seal in my body too. This is a damn good lifesaver. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly began to search Xuanhuan. Hey, what are you doing? Don't touch our young master. You bastard, put your hands away from our master's body. Seeing his strange actions, the servants of the Zhang family were all panicked. Damn, there are so many people watching you. How do you still have the face to do that to our master? At this time, Xuanhuan suddenly yelled out loud, Han Fei, you, damn you. Don't touch my chest. Smack. Han Fei was pissed off by his reaction and cursed angrily. Do you want me to give you another slap? I touch your chest? Shut the fuck up. I'm just searching for your sea-swallowing seashell. Xuanhuan seemed to be in great panic and said hurriedly, I will give it to you. Let me take it out. Let me take it out myself. This scene stunned all the disciples of the 7 major sects. On the side of the Heavenly Sword sect, the people who had been robbed by Han Fei all looked ashamed and indignant, especially the girl. At this time, her face was all red. On the side of the Jade Fairy Palace, Gong Yehan opened her mouth slightly and widened her eyes in shock. Gosh, just 1 moment ago, this guy still looked so domineering and powerful, but why did he suddenly become like this? Is this who he really is? After taking the sea-swallowing seashell, Han Fei looked at the servants of the Zhang family and said threateningly, and your sea-swallowing seashells. Of course, those servants didn't dare to neglect his order. This guy had even beaten the immortal seal out of young master's body. Did they dare to refuse to give him their sea-swallowing seashells? So the next minute, 5 or 6 sea-swallowing seashells were thrown to Han Fei and he caught them with the vines. The servants of the Zhang family shouted to him, Han Fei, now let go of our young master. Han Fei grinned at them and said casually, do you think this is over? Zhang Wen said angrily, Han Fei, what else do you want to do? The servants of the Zhang family shouted again, Han Fei, we have given you all our sea-swallowing seashells. Do not be so greedy, Han Fei sneered. Are you threatening me? Han Fei continued to trample on the face under his feet and said lightly, you know what? The last thing I am afraid of is a threat. Bring 100,000 caddies of spiritual spring to trade for your young master. If you don't have this much spiritual spring, spiritual fruits will also do. You can trade 10,000 spiritual fruits for him. Wow! Hearing Han Fei's words, many people present were shocked. Is this guy fucking out of his mind? Even Zhang Xuanyu and the other three couldn't help but click their tongues. Zhang Xuanyu said to Han Fei through a voice transmission, Fei Fei, well, do you really think they can afford that? Han Fei responded carelessly, you are underestimating the financial resources of the children of the big clans. To them, 10,000 spiritual fruits are nothing more than a drop in the bucket. If you trade on a dragon boat and convert 10,000 spiritual fruits into mid-quality pearls, you will only get about 15 million mid-quality pearls for 10,000 spiritual fruits. Do you think they can't afford it? Lu Renkuang asked in confusion. Is it that few? Then why don't you ask for more? Han Fei said helplessly. I do want to ask for more, but there are not so many spiritual fruits on a dragon boat. Although spiritual fruit was relatively cheap, it was just relative. It was just because no one could eat spiritual fruits all the time, or else their prices would inevitably rise 10 times or even 100 times. Although a dragon boat was big, the number of spiritual fruit trading shops on it was limited. Even if you bought from ordinary people on the dragon boat, it would take you a lot of time to buy so many spiritual fruits. Zhang Wen's eyes were wide open and he glared at Han Fei hatefully. Han Fei, do not push me too hard. However, Han Fei continued to trample on his face and said leisurely, push you too hard? From the very moment you joined the battle, you should have been prepared to be robbed by me. By the way, remember to leave your ghost speed divine boat to me. All the servants of the Zhang family were gnashing their teeth in hatred. Fuck, this is blackmailing. This is absolutely disgusting. As soon as Han Fei issued an order in his heart, Nine Tails swam toward Zhang Wen's Ghost Speed Divine boat. Under the gaze of everyone, he blatantly pulled back the Ghost Speed Divine boat. Han Fei grinned and said, there is a dragon boat not far from here, right? I'll give you 1 day to get the spiritual fruit or spiritual spring. When you collect enough spiritual fruit or spiritual spring, you can come to me and trade them for your young masters. It should be easy for you to find out where my wind god boat is. Okay, now get lost. With that said, Han Fei carried Zhang Wen in one hand and jumped onto the wind god boat. The next moment, the boat flew into the sky and disappeared. This time, no one dared to stop him. After all, the battle had come to an end, and 2 of the 8 children of the big clans were defeated and captured. The disciples of the major sects were even more unlikely to stop him. Han Fei and his teammates had crushed them in less than 5 minutes. It was such a disgrace to these disciples. But now, they suddenly felt that they were not the only ones who were humiliated. After all, these children of the big clans didn't end up much better than they did. Mu Ling said lightly, all the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, dismiss. You can exercise in the level 3 fishery on your own and are not allowed to be in groups. The time to reconvene will be 3 months from now. This time, the disciples of the 7 major sects witnessed with their own eyes the real strength of the heavenly talents outside the Thousand-Star City and realized that the flowers in the greenhouse were extremely fragile no matter how beautiful they looked. Only with exercise could they grow. On the Jade Fairy Palace's side, Gong Yuehan said coldly, the disciples of the Jade Fairy Palace dispersed too. Exercise in the level 3 fishery for 3 months. The disciples of the Mountain Sea Pavilion, the disciples of the Death Door sect, the disciples of the Grand Void Academy, the battle with the Thug Academy had been over. The result was obvious. It ended upon the defeat of the disciples of the 7 major sects and the children of the big clans from the Thousand Star City. This battle was a blow to every person in the teams of the Thousand Star City. In the past, they had thought that they were the pride of the Thousand Star City. If they went to the level 3 fishery, nobody would be their match there. They had never thought that one day they would meet these 5 people who defeated them as easily as turning their hands over. Especially Han Fei, this guy fully demonstrated the strength, dominance, and invincibility of a born heavenly talent. Although they had lost this battle, it ignited their ambition. Although they had lost their sea-swallowing seashells, it inspired their fighting spirit. Also on this day, they learned what was treacherous, cunning, teamwork. Anyway, Han Fei themselves had no idea what this battle truly meant to those people. For them, this was a victory of wit and courage, and the ending was almost perfect. Somewhere on the sea outside the sea grassland, Lu Renkuang was searching Ye Baiyu, who was still snoring in a sound sleep, and when he finally found his sea-swallowing seashell and took it out, he beamed with a smile. Lu Renkuang said cheerfully, I found a Ghost Speed Divine boat. That's great. Now we have 2 Wind God boats and 2 Ghost Speed Divine boats. Han Fei sighed. Unfortunately, we are still 1 ship short. Let's snatch one in a few days, Sha Shaoshan said. That Mo Feiyan is a real eyesore to me. Let's snatch her fishing boat, Zhang Xuanyu said casually. It doesn't matter whose fishing boat we snatch. Anyway, I know that we are rich now. This is my happiest day since I came to the third-level fishery. Even if we go back now, we already have a lot to boast about. Zhang Wen and Ye Baiyu were tied up by the spirit-forbidden net at this moment, one silent, the other in a deep slumber. Han Fei kicked Ye Baiyu, who was sleeping soundly, and said, "Hey, stop pretending, get up." But Ye Baiyu was still sleeping and was even snoring loudly. Ye Baiyu was still dumbfounded now. What the hell happened? Why was I suddenly defeated and captured? I am unparalleled in speed, right? Who on earth is that manipulator? Is she really from that family? If she is, why is she with these people? But how could he wake up now? Zhang Wen was almost trampled to death by Han Fei, which he had seen with his own eyes. At this moment, Zhang Wen was staring at the sky glassy-eyed. He probably wanted to kill himself to put an end to this nightmare. He must not wake up now. Ye Baiyu felt that he could sleep until tomorrow when his servants brought spiritual spring and spiritual fruits over in exchange for him. At this moment, Han Fei asked the others helplessly. He refuses to wake up. What should I do? Xiaoshan said with a smile. Easy. Just put him into a pot and cook him. Zhang Xuanyu chuckled and said, we can find a bug den and throw him in. Renquang laughed so hard that his mouth was shaking and he said, I think we can take off his shoes and tickle the sole of his foot. The other people all looked at Renquang with disgust. They didn't know this guy was such a pervert. Every time they worked out an idea, Ye Baiyu could not help but shiver slightly. Are these people fucking demons? How can they work out these crazy ways of torturing people? These villains are really wicked, Han Fei said. I think we can try cooking him first. Anyway, he wouldn't have been killed so easily. However, if we cook him head first and then scratch the sole of his foot, it would be very interesting. Zhang Xuanyu nodded happily and said, yes, and then throw him into a bug den. Ye Baiyu opened his eyes immediately and shouted loudly, no, please don't, I'm awake, I'm already awake. Ye Baiyu really couldn't understand Zhang Xuanyu. We are both handsome boys. Why can't you just show some mercy to me? Throw me into a bug den. How can you work out such a horrible idea? Do you have a thing for bugs? Han Fei looked at Ye Baiyu with a faint smile and said, yo, aren't you going back to sleep? Ye Baiyu's face kept changing. What do you want to do to me? My servants will soon get the news and bring spiritual energy and spiritual fruit over tomorrow. Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. It is not about spiritual fruits, now take it out. Renquang also smiled and said, yes, come on. Take it out already and you'll suffer less. Xia Xiaochan nodded. Yes, if you hand it over now, we promise we will never touch you. Han Fei agreed and said, after all, we are all old acquaintances. We will not do anything to you if you take that thing out. Luo Xiaobai looked at Ye Baiyu sympathetically. It was almost impossible for the poor guy to leave unscathed since he had fallen into the hands of these guys. Ye Baiyu looked dumbfounded and asked in confusion, what? What do you want me to take out? Han Fei cursed. Nonsense, of course your speed-type combat skills. If you can't give us a heaven-level divine quality speed-type combat skill or above, believe it or not, we'll throw you into a boiling pot of oil right away. Xiaoshan held up a dagger and stared at Ye Baiyu with glowing eyes. Yes, we'll chop off your feet first and then throw you into a boiling pot. Zhang Xuanyu snapped his fingers threateningly and said, hand it over now and you'll suffer less. In the previous battle, if it weren't for the weird attack that Luo Xiaobai launched, they would definitely not have been able to catch Wei Baiyu. His speed was so fast that even Xia Xiaoshan was no match for him in speed. Even if she used flash, she was not able to touch Wei Baiyu in combat. It could be seen how incredibly fast Ye Baiyu's speed was. Ye Baiyu almost burst into tears and said with a mournful face, I don't have any. This is my talent, not because of any combat skill. Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai. Luo Xiaobai calmly analyzed. Perhaps it is true that you are talented in speed, but talent is impossible to make you twice or even 3 times faster than others. Besides, since your family is known for speed, you people will certainly not rely solely on talent. Talent can't enlarge your advantage without limit and make the speed of your family members faster and faster. Luo Xiaobai analyzed and came to the conclusion in the end. So, you and the other children of your family must have been learning all kinds of speed-type combat skills since childhood. This is why you are so fast, but your combat power is weaker than others. Han Fei slapped Ye Baiyu's head and threatened, hey, what do you have to say now? So, don't try to fool us with demon level or heaven level but mid or low quality combat skills. If you don't give us 2 heaven level divine quality speed type combat skills or a speed type combat skill above the heaven level today, you'll end up in the boiling oil pot. Ye Baiyu said angrily, how could there be any heaven level divine quality combat skills? That kind of combat skill does not exist at all. Yes, I admit that I have practiced speed-type combat skills, but I've only got a heaven-level high-quality one. Plus my own talent. That's why my speed is so fast. However, the next second, Han Fei directly took out a big pot and poured a large bucket of fish oil into it. Han Fei beckoned, Xia Xiaoshan, make some fire. Splash! The flames were burning, and Ye Baiyu's eyelids trembled as he watched. Wait a minute, gulp, Ye Baiyu swallowed. These guys are literally a bunch of lunatics, but now I am just like a pigeon among cats and have to bow my head. Okay, I'll give two heaven-level high-quality speed-type combat skills to you. Believe me, this is definitely the best combat skill I have ever had. There is no such thing as a heaven-level divine quality combat skill. If I really had a combat skill above heaven level, do you think there is anyone who could stop me? But at this moment, Luo Xiaobai spoke again. Yes, you have it. Sun Mu has the immortal slaying formation, Mo Feiyan has the water dragon roar, and the Sao family has the fist technique of the Seoses. Your family, the Yi family, as one of the big clans in the Thousand Star City that is famous for speed, will definitely not just have two heaven-level high-quality speed-type combat skills. You will have at least one trump card in your hand, which is exactly what we want. Ye Baiyu seemed to be angered by her words and yelled, "Don't even think of it. Luo Xiaobai, right? Will you hand over your Grand Spirit summoning art? Do you think I don't know which family you are from? Except for people from that family, no one else can use the Grand Spirit summoning art in the Thousand Star City." Did Ye Baiyu mean that he knew which family Luo Xiaobai was from? Xiao Xiaoshan wondered. Which family? However, Luo Xiaobai said, "I will tell you later. I'm from a family of divine manipulators and used to live in the Thousand Star City." Luo Xiaobai didn't intend to conceal this at all. She seemed to think that since someone from the Thousand Star City had revealed which family she was from, there was no need for her to keep it a secret anymore. Anyway, they would find out about it sooner or later. Something suddenly occurred to Han Fei, and he said, "Well, since you cherish your family heirloom so much, we may not take it. It is not a big deal. But you must hand over the star teleportation technique." "That's impossible." Smack. Han Fei slapped Yubayu's head again and said angrily, "Neither this nor that. This is already our bottom line. Either you hand over your family heirloom or give us the star teleportation technique. Otherwise, you are leaving us no choice but to kill you." Everyone looked at Han Fei. Sha Xiaochan asked, "What is the star teleportation technique?" Zhang Xuanyu was astonished. "Wow, have you even found out about the name?" Le Renquang said. It sounds so cool." Han Fei said, "It's a secret escaping technique and even the six-gate array won't work on it." Wow, hearing this, Zhang Xuanyu and the others all took a deep breath. Even the six-gate array won't work on it? Is there really such a combat skill in the world? Zhang Xuanyu's eyes glowed. "Great, we must take it." Le Renquang said cheerfully, "Yes, I want his combat skill too." Xia Xiaoshan's eyes flickered. In this way, the star teleportation technique might be the least helpful to her. However, it could also make up for the shortcomings of Flash. After all, with Flash, she could not escape out of the six-gate array. What Han Fei wanted was not Ye Baiyu's heirloom combat skill from the very beginning. It would be like asking Sun Mu to hand over the immortal slaying formation. Of course, Sun Mu would not hand it in, and it was simply impossible for him to hand it in. Ye Baiyu said, "Do you think that the star teleportation technique is not my heirloom? To tell you the truth, these two are both the heirlooms of the Yi family. I can give you a heaven-level combat skill, but absolutely not the star teleportation technique. It, just like Zhang Wen's heavenly pearl body protecting art, is my family's secret." As soon as he said so, Zhang Wen, who had been in a daze, suddenly kicked Ye Baiyu. Zhang Wen shouted angrily, "Don't fucking try to drag me down. What is the heavenly pearl body protecting art? I don't know what it is." Ye Baiyu said shamelessly, "You can kill me, but you will definitely not get the two heirlooms of my family." "Do you think there is nothing we can do with you? Do you think I dare not kill you? Believe it or not, even if I can't kill you, I can destroy your immortal seal." Just at this moment, Luo Xiaobai suddenly said in a voice transmission, "If it is really his heirloom, I am afraid that he will never hand it over. Once the secret technique is released, the consequences may be very serious." Han Fei was helpless. He had thought he would get a treasure today, but to his disappointment, it turned out that he rejoiced too soon. Han Fei was immediately discouraged and said, "Okay, each of you, give us two heaven-level high-quality combat skills. This is the bottom line. If you refuse again, humph, I swear I will blow up your immortal seals." Zhang Wen asked angrily, "What does this have to do with me?" Han Fei shouted crossly, "Shut up. Just do what I tell you to do." In the end, Ye Baiyu and Zhang Wen compromised. The two gave them four heaven-level high-quality combat skills. Although what they got this time was not as good as they expected, it was definitely a huge harvest. The two combat skills given by Ye Baiyu were both speed-type combat skills, which were the flying fish technique and the sea racing art. Zhang Wen gave two combat skills. One was defensive combat skill, the spiritual pearl body protecting barrier, and the other was a combat skill for armorists, the quad thunder knife. The latter combat skill was naturally given to Le Renquang because others couldn't use it, and as for the spiritual pearl body protecting barrier, Han Fei took a look at it for a while. It was actually a defensive method, but it had a shortcoming. That is, it inevitably sacrificed some speed and combat power for defending, so it was not suitable for quick battles. Han Fei directly threw it to Zhang Xuanyu and Luo Xiaobai. The two of them would not rush around like he did while in battle, so it was more suitable for them. But the flying fish technique and the sea racing art suited everyone. Heaven-level high-quality combat skills might be easier to find, but heaven-level high-quality speed-type combat skills were extremely rare. In his mind, the information about the two combat skills emerged. Flying fish technique, heaven-level high-quality notes. There are flying fish in the deep sea, which swim like they're flying. They have both the characteristics of speed and agility. They can absorb the spiritual energy in the sea when swimming, so that the user does not need to consume additional spiritual energy. If anyone has cultivated this technique to the highest level, he will look like a mystic flashing light in the sea when swimming. Shortcoming, relatively weak in straight-line speed, deduced art, NA deduction consumption, 5 million notes, can be fused. Han Fei found that the flying fish technique was actually a bit similar to the shadow swimming art. In fact, neither of them was pursuing the fastest speed, but taking both agility and speed into consideration. However, what does the note "can be fused" mean? Han Fei quickly read the next book. Sea Racing Art, Heaven-level high-quality notes. It takes the human body as a large array. As soon as the user begins to swim, the array is activated. It can draw spiritual energy from the sea without consuming additional spiritual energy. Those who cultivate this art to the highest level can ignore the water flow and turn into a ray of light in the water. Shortcoming, if without the support of a footwork technique, it is extremely difficult for the user to instantly change the swimming course. Deduced art, NA deduction consumption, 5 million notes, can be fused. Different from the flying fish technique, this combat skill pursued the fastest speed, so theoretically it would be faster. But it seemed that only a straight line course could be taken, which would be a big problem. It was not that this kind of combat technique that pursued the fastest speed was not good, but that if one couldn't make a turn in swimming, when encountering an obstacle, you might not be able to react quickly enough and end up bumping against it directly. However, it did not necessarily cause a problem. After all, if practiced to the extreme, he would become a ray of light. Could it be a completely different kind of experience then? Han Fei was not quite sure, but it seemed that this sea racing art could also be fused. This made Han Fei begin to muse. Can combat skills also be fused? Immediately, he looked at the shadow swimming art but didn't find the words "can be fused." Noticing this, Han Fei frowned and immediately checked other combat skills, but the result made Han Fei a little disappointed. He found that there were only these two speed-type combat skills that had the note "can be fused." However, Han Fei began to ponder. Could it be because they were the same type of combat skills, so they could fuse with each other? And his other combat skills belonged to different categories, such as the Sacrificing Punch, the Art of Invincibility, the Majestic Mystic Spell, the Thousand Faces Technique, and the War Soul Art. They were not in the same category. That was why they could not fuse with each other. Han Fei was very excited about his new discovery. If he deduced the shadow swimming art to the heaven-level high quality, could it be fused with the other two combat skills? If he fused the three combat skills, would a heaven-level divine quality speed-type combat skill be produced? And he even wondered whether it would be possible that the newly produced combat skill was even higher than heaven-level divine quality. Of course, Han Fei couldn't experiment with it at this moment. On the other side, in a particularly good mood after getting this heaven-level high-quality combat skill, Lurenquang was cooking and making a hot pot right now. Xiaoshan was holding a fishing rod to fish for side dishes. Although some small fish and shrimps were of very low level, their taste was not bad at all. Xuanhuan was studying the spiritual pearl body protecting barrier with a serious look. Luo Xiaobai seemed to be in a good mood. Jia Xiaoshen was fishing, and she was sitting next to her with her feet hanging on the bow of the ship, with various vines under her feet and petals floating on the sea. She seemed to be studying her real strength. As for the hexagon starfish, he, clinging to the big pot at the moment, seemed not to mind the hot temperature, picked up a small shrimp or conch from the pot from time to time with his tentacles, and stuffed it into his mouth. The hexagon starfish seemed to be used to staying with Han Fei and the others, and didn't worry that someone would catch him and keep him as a contractual spiritual beast. Or, to be precise, the hexagon starfish had regarded himself as a human, although he had not realized it. After a while, the 5 people and 1 starfish were sitting around the hot pot. Xia Xiaoshan saw the hexagon starfish stretch out his tentacles and was about to grab food from the pot and immediately patted his tentacles away. Xia Xiaoshan said, "Hey, big starfish, you can't touch food without washing your hands." The hexagon starfish said aggrievedly, "But my hands are clean." Zhang Shonyu laughed. Starfish don't have hands. Han Fei summoned a cloud of purified water, wrapped the hexagon starfish in it, and said after a slight jolt, "Okay, he is washed clean." Before starting to eat, Luo Xiaobai suddenly said, "Master Hexagon, set up a soundproof array around those two." For this kind of trivial matter, the hexagon starfish just needed to casually wave his tentacles. Immediately, Ye Baiyu and Zhang Wen could not hear anything. All they could see was that Han Fei and the other 4 were eating around the big pot. Lurenquang had already begun to indulge himself with the delicacies. Luo Xiaobai picked up a small shrimp and said, "In the 1,000-star city, there are actually many families, far more than the ones we have seen." However, some families have risen, some have fallen, some hid away, and some are secluded. My family is a relatively special one among them. Hearing that Luo Xiaobai was about to talk about her family background, everyone immediately pricked their ears. Luo Xiaobai said lightly, I know you have a lot of questions, but you should have guessed that I am from the Thousand-Star City. Xiao Xiao nodded and said, yeah, but it doesn't matter. Zhang Xuanyu came from another town too. Zhang Xuanyu rolled his eyes and said, what does it have to do with me? Can a town be the same as a city? Luo Xiaobai went on speaking, each rising family in the Thousand-Star City has its own feature. For example, Zhang Wen's family is famous for defense, and Ye Baiyu's family for speed. And my family, the Luo family, once had a divine manipulator. Divine manipulator? Fei Han had just heard about the family of divine manipulators. At this moment, when Luo Xiaobai took the initiative to talk about it, he asked, what is a divine manipulator? Luo Xiaobai tilted her head and thought for 2 seconds. A divine manipulator is actually a manipulator, but their ability to control spiritual plants is beyond the capability of a normal manipulator. Han Fei asked curiously, for example. Luo Xiaobai smiled faintly and answered, for example, wherever there is a spiritual plant, they will not die. For example, they can borrow life from spiritual plants. For example, they can communicate with any spiritual plant at any time. Of course, a divine manipulator seems to be able to summon any kind of spiritual plant he wants to summon. Gosh, hearing her words, Lo Renquang, who was wolfing down the food, asked in astonishment, wouldn't that make a divine manipulator invincible? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. No, for any profession, when anyone grows to their peak, they will get new insights, just like any cultivator who will walk his own way when his strength reaches a certain level. His own way? Luo Xiaobai nodded. Have you noticed that based on what we have learned so far, it seems that heaven-level combat skills are already the limit of combat skills we know? Han Fei nodded hard. Yes, heaven-level combat skills are already extremely rare. Luo Xiaobai glanced at Ye Baiyu and Zhang Wen and then continued. But above the heavenly level, cultivators still need to seek their own breakthroughs and find their own ways. As for how to find them, I don't know. But these families can rise because someone in the family has reached an incredibly high level in a certain aspect. Therefore, by passing on the experience from generation to generation, they can have the status they have today. Han Fei suddenly asked, what is the Grand Spirit summoning art? Luo Xiaobai pondered for a moment and answered, it is to summon the plants I want to summon. Ye Baiyu could be trapped back then because I summoned a kind of spiritual plant called ever-changing demonic flower. Their pollen possesses a strong hypnotic and hallucinogenic ability and can make people lose combat power quickly and fall into a coma. Sha Xiaoshan suddenly exclaimed in shock, oh, are you going to become a divine manipulator in the future? Haha, how can it be that simple? Luo Xiaobai smiled. I didn't find out that I could use the Grand Spirit summoning art until I made the breakthrough to become a peak-level dangling fisher. Besides, I can only use it in the simplest way and still need to explore how to use it. They ate and fell deep into thought. The fresh experience of the battle with the children of the big clans filled their minds with a myriad of thoughts and ideas. In fact, these people were very powerful. They could win mainly because of Han Fei. The majestic mystic spell was literally a peerless treasure, but it was casually thrown to them by Han Fei. This was the reason why this team could be so strong. However, were they going to rely on the majestic mystic spell all the time? For some reason, they simultaneously decided to temporarily put the majestic mystic spell aside. After all, it was an external force. Luo Xiaobai inspired them. They must find their own way. Perhaps this was the key. Chapter 531, Secrets of Dragon Boats. The scent of the hot pot lingered in the space for a long time and fell in the noses of Zhang Wen and Ye Baiyu, who were so attracted by the scent. Han Fei glanced at the two of them and asked casually, what, you want to eat this? Give me something in exchange for it. Zhang Wen seemed to have recovered from the shame and anger. At this time, Han Fei and the other four had set up a barbecue in the room, and the sizzling sound of the barbecue and the tempting scent of garlic and pepper made him say involuntarily, I have given everything I have to you, and my servants will also bring you spiritual spring and spiritual fruit tomorrow. What else do you want? Zhang Xuanyu grabbed a garlic prawn and took a bite, munching. You can never have too much of a good thing, right? You are lucky to have the chance. Even if others wanted to eat, we wouldn't give them a chance. Ye Baiyu chimed in. That's because they are poor. Zhang Xuanyu praised him. You are quite smart. That's the way it is, Han Fei said with a smile. In fact, we are not the kind of people who are greedy for small profits. How about this? Tell us about the dragon boats. Tell me where the dragon boats came from and who is controlling them. As he said this, Han Fei grabbed 2 large garlic prawns and walked in front of the two of them, saying, Are my garlic prawns fragrant? Tell us what you know about the dragon boats, and then you can eat all these delicacies. Not everyone can have this chance. With that said, Han Fei handed a string of garlic prawns to each of the two. Ye Baiyu immediately took it and took a bite of it. As soon as he took a mouthful of the garlic prawn, his eyes glowed. Wow, he had never eaten something so delicious in his life. Living in the Thousand-Star City, he never needed to worry about food and clothes, and there were countless precious food ingredients for him, but they were all of original taste and flavor. Who could have expected that after these ingredients were cooked by Han Fei, their taste suddenly became so damn delicious, which was nothing like human food? Seeing Ye Bai eating it, Xuanhuan also took a bite. He felt that he had given up on himself. He had regretted his stupid decision more than once. He would never have ever joined Sun Mu to fight against Han Fei and his teammates if he had known that the Thug Legend team was so powerful. As a result, at the moment this bite of spicy shrimp meat dropped to his stomach, he suddenly felt that all his sadness and depression were gone. The two people began to munch gluttonously and finished the garlic prawns in a moment. After they ate the garlic prawn, they found that Han Fei, Xiaoshan, and the others were looking at him with a smile. Han Fei grabbed 7 or 8 garlic prawns, 2 spicy crab feet, and 2 plates of garlic sea mussels and held them to their noses. What do you think? There is actually no conflict of interest between us. As long as you don't chase us, we can still be good friends, right? Do you want some more? The hexagon starfish was clinging to the barbecue grill. Of course, he was not going to barbecue himself, but he also liked to eat barbecue. At this moment, the 6 big eyes of the hexagon starfish were rolling, and it had been a long time since he saw Han Fei speak so gently to someone. He bet that Han Fei was absolutely scheming something. Yi Baiyu stretched out his hand and said, "If you want to know about the dragon boats, you can just ask Xuanhuan. He knows much better than me because his family has a share in the dragon boats." Fuck! Han Fei and the others looked at each other. What the hell? Xuanhuan's family has a share in the dragon boats? Really? However, Xuanhuan kicked Ye Baiyu again, gnashing his teeth and spitting out word by word. Ye, Bai, Ye, Han Fei hurriedly stuffed all the food in his hand to Ye Baiyu, then turned his eyes to Xuanhuan and said, "See, this is what a smart person should do. Look at you, alas." Bro, I don't mean to offend you, but why are you so stubborn? As he said this, Han Fei grabbed a bunch of barbecue from the grill and said, "If you tell me about the dragon boats, you will have delicious food to eat. But if you refuse to cooperate, I can beat you until you speak and you will not have anything to eat." Loren Kwang added on the side, "If I were you, I would just put everything aside and eat this delicious food first." Delicious food is an ultra-quality luxury in this world. Xuanhuan knew that Han Fei and the others would not dare to kill him, but why did they want to know about dragon boats? He could not figure out the reason. There were hundreds of thousands of people on each dragon boat. Among them, there were countless peak-level dangling fishers, and on each dragon boat, there was a hanging fisher guarding it. Did these people dare to scheme against the dragon boats? Surely not. Xuanhuan admitted that these people were very strong, but he didn't think they were strong enough to challenge the dragon boats. Even if they had disguise skills and could sneak onto the dragon boats, once they did anything abnormal, they would definitely be targeted immediately. If it was so easy to mess around with the dragon boats, how could they have existed in the level 3 fishery for so long? Straightening it out in his mind, Xuanhuan took the barbecue and said, "Okay, I can tell you. It's not a secret in the Thousand-Star City. The dragon boats are super ships built by the big families and sects in the Thousand-Star City. The Thousand-Star City only cultivates strong people, so almost no one will go to the level 1 or level 2 fishery to gain fighting experience, and then the dragon boat resources in the level 3 fishery have become a major source of revenue for the Thousand-Star City, accounting for more than 30% of the entire city's revenue." Han Fei's first reaction was, 30%? Since the people in the Thousand-Star City don't work, where does the remaining 70% revenue come from? Zhang Xuanyu grinned. "So you guys just sit idle and enjoy the fruits of others' work?" But Xuanhuan shook his head and said, "Sit idle and enjoy the fruits of others' work? You don't live in the Thousand-Star City, so you don't know the significance of the city's existence. People in villages and towns just cultivate, fish, and harvest resources in the level 1, level 2, and level 3 fishery, so all the dangers you can understand are about the fisheries. But this is a different case for the Thousand-Star City. If it weren't for the Thousand-Star City that shelters all the villages and towns, how would it be possible for you people to live such a peaceful life?" Han Fei asked. "What do you mean?" Xuanhuan went on explaining, "The unknown place. The remaining sources of revenue for the Thousand-Star City are mostly from the unknown place, which accounts for at least 50% of our economic sources. As for the remaining, it is all about business and trade that you don't understand." Han Fei and his companions couldn't help looking at each other in astonishment. Did the hundreds of dragon boats in level 3 fishery account for only 30% of the revenue of the Thousand-Star City? Han Fei certainly knew how much money a dragon boat could make a day. Just in terms of the most basic cost of accommodation, each dragon boat would earn at least as much as 50 million, if not 100 million, not to mention the scale of the entire trading market on the dragon boats. It would be surprisingly huge. Even not counting the trading market minus the incidental expenses such as the daily depreciation fee of the dragon boats, assume that each dragon boat would earn the net profit of 100 million a day, then it would be 10 billion for 100 dragon boats. But this only accounted for 30%? Perhaps the dragon boats were expensive to build, but this thing had been in operation for hundreds of years, so the expenses would not be as high as it seemed. Han Fei took a slight breath and asked, "So you mean that the dragon boats are controlled by those big clans and sects?" Zhang Wen shook his head and explained, "Not really, just a part of it. The Thousand Star City has a population of hundreds of millions. If all the dragon boats are controlled by the big clans and sects, what do the ordinary people live on? In general, the major sects account for about 30%, big clans account for about 20%, and the remaining 50% is used to support ordinary people in the Thousand Star City." Han Fei was astonished and asked, "So, do you mean that as long as you live in the Thousand Star City, you can receive a monthly relief fund even if you are only an ordinary person? Relief fund?" Zhang Wen nodded. "This term is novel, but it is not exactly a relief because most of the money is earned by ordinary people. The Thousand Star City has a special organization to conduct statistics and distribute the, well, relief fund according to the contribution made by each household in the Thousand Star City. The big clans account for 20%? How many big clans are there in the city?" Zhang Wen thought for a while and answered, "That's not easy to measure. Some families rise and some families decline, but usually only the 10 strongest families will be named big clans. As for the remaining ones that have declined and fallen out of the top 10, there must be hundreds of them. So many?" Xia Xiaoshan looked at Luo Xiaobai and the latter frowned slightly. "I don't know how many big families are in the Thousand Star City. I don't go out very much. But the top 10 big clans are in control of the economy." Han Fei pondered for a moment, and then suddenly asked, "Since the dragon boats are so important, why is there only one hanging fisher guarding each dragon boat?" Zhang Wen opened his eyes wide and asked, "Isn't a hanging fisher enough? The cultivators above hanging fishers are restricted from entering the level 3 fishery at all due to various reasons. Even with occasional exceptions, they can't do anything in the level 3 fishery. The Thousand Star City would only send hidden fishers to take turns to guard the dragon boats. As for the cultivators above hidden fishers, they were already capable of threatening the safety of all dragon boats, so they were not allowed to enter the level 3 fishery." Han Fei nodded. No matter how well the dragon boats were guarded, they were just huge, ordinary ships. In terms of the material alone, they could not even be compared with the Wind God boat or the Ghost Speed Divine boat. Not to mention the cultivators above hidden fishers, even a hanging fisher would be able to wreak havoc on a dragon boat. Han Fei asked, "How are the hanging fishers and hidden fishers who are responsible for guarding the dragon boat selected?" When Zhang Wen heard Han Fei's question, he suddenly fell silent and just wolfed down the food. However, Luo Xiaobai suddenly said, "They should be designated by the big clans and major sects from the Thousand Star City and the sects. This is the only source of these people." Zhang Wen raised his head and glanced at Luo Xiaobai, saying, "You'll have no chance to defeat them. The assigned hanging fishers are at least peak-level fishers. Ordinary hanging fishers would not get this job. The same is true for hidden fishers. At that level, they are only half a step away from becoming a law enforcer. How could a mere dangling fisher be able to defeat them?" The next day, when the Wind God boat appeared only 3,000 kilometers or so from the dragon boats, the servants of the Zhang family and the Yi family came. At this moment, nearly 20 fishing boats from 2 families landed opposite them. These people were not here to fight, but to prevent Han Fei and his teammates from playing any tricks to snatch what they had brought over without releasing their young masters. With the status of these 2 big families, a mere 10,000 spiritual fruits, or 100,000 caddies of spiritual spring, was only a piece of cake for them. It was just that for some time after this, the prices of spiritual fruit and spiritual spring would inevitably soar. This was a market economy issue and had nothing to do with Han Fei. After a while, Han Fei got the spiritual fruit and spiritual spring as he wished. He shouted at Zhang Wen and Ye Baiyu standing on the bow of the opposite boats, "Remember not to do stupid things next time. As long as you dare to come again, I will catch you again, but then you will have to pay 10 times what you paid today. Think about it." Zhang Wen snorted and left with his servants. This time, he suffered great humiliation. At the same time, however, it made him realize his weakness. He would certainly take revenge on Han Fei, but to take revenge at this moment was tantamount to dreaming. For the first time, he desperately wanted to improve his strength. Why do I feel something is wrong? Young master, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Wen rubbed his stomach, full of doubt. "I'm fine." As for Ye Baiyu, he felt that this time he was too careless. He would never have expected that Luo Xiaobai turned out to be a member of the Divine Manipulator family, or else he would not have even participated in the battle. Burble, burble. After these 2 people were released, Han Fei and his party immediately drove the Wind God boat to run away with a swish. Less than 10 minutes after Han Fei and the others left, Zhang Wen and Ye Baiyu both changed their faces drastically. Zhang Wen's entire face flushed and he cursed, "Damn it, when did he poison me?" Ye Baiyu gnashed his teeth and clutched his stomach, groaning, "Han Fei, fuck you." But Han Fei had run away. Now, he was laughing out loud. Lu Renkuang asked him, "How much poison did you put on them?" Han Fei grinned and said, "1 drop per person. If I used too much, they would notice it. However, 1 drop is enough for them." Zhang Xuanyu put his arm around Han Fei's shoulders and exclaimed, "Wow, you are really awesome. Is this Poison King really so powerful?" Han Fei laughed. Sure, luckily we ran away fast, otherwise I guess they would catch up and take revenge on us. Although they did not catch up to take revenge, he was not sure if he could win the next time if the other party was prepared. He won this time, not because of his ability, but because those people underestimated Han Fei's teammates too much. Whether it was Le Renquang's sky-swallowing technique or Zhang Xuanyu's tertiary body, they both exceeded their expectations. As for Luo Xiaobai, let alone the others, even Han Fei and the other three were stunned by her new abilities. Somewhere on the sea, 10,000 kilometers away from the dragon boat, Han Fei and the other four switched to an ordinary fishing boat. In the cabin, the 5 of them sat cross-legged. Sea-swallowing shells were piled on the ground like a small hill. The 5 of them stared at each other blankly, having no idea what to do with these sea-swallowing seashells. Le Renquang muttered stupidly, "How much money is in these sea-swallowing seashells?" Han Fei thought for a long while before he said, "I am not sure, but anyway, it seems that now we have money to burn." At first, Han Fei knew how many sea-swallowing seashells he had snatched. Even plus those that he snatched from Xuanhuan, Ye Baiyu, and the disciples of the 6 major sects, the number could still be counted. However, Han Fei was away for more than 2 months after all. During this period, Xiaoshan and the others were not idle either. On the steps into the sea, he gave her 51 treasure maps, most of which had been used by her. Most of the secret realms were actually empty, and she only gained something in less than 20 of them, but even so, the gains were quite a lot. Besides, Xiaoshan and the others had snatched hundreds of sea-swallowing seashells off and on, resulting in too much money, which was almost countless. Zhang Xuanyu said, "All I can think of is to change my outfit, then I will keep a little spare. But I don't know how to deal with the rest." Xiaoshan was also at a loss. She used to have no money to spend, but now she had money but didn't know how to spend it. Luo Xiaobai analyzed with difficulty. Firstly, as Zhang Xuanyu said, we better make a few new sets of weapons and armor, which better be ultra-quality spiritual weapons. Han Fei volunteered, "Let me make them." "How many sets shall I make for each of you?" Le Renquang asked weakly. 10 sets? Bam, Han Fei kicked over. "Why do you want so many? Are you going to eat them?" Le Renquang scratched his belly. "Well, wouldn't it be a waste not to use them?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head and said, "We don't need that many. 2 sets for 1 person will be enough. After all, we can't completely rely on weapons and armor, otherwise how can we gain enough fighting experience we need? Secondly, I think we can stay in seclusion for cultivation for some time. Before, there were not so many resources for us to cultivate, but now," Xiaoshan said, "shall we look for the ghost ship while cultivating?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "We don't need to look for it. The sea grassland matter is still far from over. Many people are still venturing into the sea grassland. Especially after many people think that I have got the so-called sea-quelling bizarre treasure, there will be more people believing there is still a big secret in the sea grassland." Han Fei asked, "Well, is there really a big secret there?" Luo Xiaobai shrugged. "There should still be, but it's definitely not a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, just an ordinary treasure." Luo Xiaobai pointed to the hill-like pile of sea-swallowing seashells, asking, "Aren't there enough? We never thought that one day we would be so rich, did we?" Han Fei sighed. "Okay, then let's stay in seclusion for cultivation during this period, and wait for the ghost ship to appear by itself." Han Fei was very sure that the ghost ship would definitely appear. 2 more dragon boats gathered on the sea grassland, and the 3rd or even the 4th one might come soon. Regardless of whether there was any treasure in the sea grassland or not, the killing between people here would definitely not cease. At that time, there would be large quantities of resources to be sold. At that time, there was no reason for the ghost ship to miss the chance. Half a month later, Le Renquang had just stabilized his realm as an advanced dangling fisher. Zhang Xuanyu failed to make a breakthrough but had learned the spiritual pearl body protecting barrier. Han Fei had made 2 sets of ultra-quality battlesuits and weapons for each of them. It was just that, as an armorist, Le Renquang needed a lot of weapons. Anyway, being coaxed and pestered unceasingly by this guy, Han Fei made 8 ultra-quality spiritual weapons for him in the end. Han Fei had decided that all the credit of this guy so far had been offset by these ultra-quality spiritual weapons he made for him. Besides, Han Fei took advantage of the spare time to attach souls to the 99 Blue Sea Wandering Dragon. Daggers and the souls attached to them were all mess-swallowing worms. Then, 2 big turtles were attached to the water-dividing seal and the whetstone. He also found a single-horned shark and attached its soul to the blood-drinking knife. After all, it was almost impossible to find so many exotic creatures to attach their souls to these weapons in such a short time. The purpose of attaching souls to spiritual weapons was nothing more than to make the spiritual weapon more agile and more powerful. In the past, he attached the soul of a mess-swallowing worm to a low-quality spiritual weapon, and then the speed of the knife was directly doubled. But now, after attaching a soul to an ultra-quality spiritual weapon, its speed was only 30% faster. Although it was only 30%, Han Fei was already satisfied. An ultra-quality spiritual weapon itself was a powerful existence, and if it became 30% faster, it almost had reached the limit that he could reach now. Han Fei made statistics. At present, the total number and value of the items in the hands of the 5 people were so great that Han Fei was almost dazzled. The list was roughly as follows. There were 146 high-quality spiritual weapons and 44 high-quality battlesuits, 1502 mid-quality spiritual weapons and 320 mid-quality battleclothes, 1,000 ultra-quality pearls, 300,000 high-quality pearls. The number of mid-quality pearls totaled 1.1 billion. A total of 1,026.5 flash stones, 3608 pieces of high-quality materials. There were a total of 966 combat skills, of which the best ones had been learned. As for spiritual fruit, plus the ones that Han Fei had bought before, there were a total of 13,068 pieces and more than 90,000 caddies of spiritual spring. Now Han Fei didn't have to worry about the source of spiritual energy at all. He was rich. Damn fucking rich. Just when Han Fei was supporting his chin, feeling that he had suddenly lost his life goal, eerie laughter suddenly sounded on the bottom of the sea and over the ocean. Han Fei immediately shook and shouted, "Oh, here it comes." And he hurriedly shouted to the other four, "Hurry up, the ghost ship is here. Let's get on the ship quickly." Xuanhuan was the first to rush over and she asked, "Why, has it finally appeared?" Zhang Xuanyu said, "Oh, finally we have got a place to spend our money," Lu Renquang said. "Isn't it said that there is nothing good on the ghost ship?" Luo Xiaobai wondered. "The question is that, is the ghost ship really credible? We have too many resources now. What if the ghost ship gets tempted by them?" Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "Well, you two girls stay outside. If we don't come out within a day, you will leave." "No," Xuanhuan refused and insisted, "I want to go too." Luo Xiaobai said, "Let's go together. If we find anything wrong there, we can leave." Luo Xiaobai suddenly took out some ancient jade and said, "Let's board the ship first. Let's use these resources according to the situation on the ghost ship." When they saw Luo Xiaobai taking out the ancient jade, everyone grinned slightly. Luo Xiaobai no longer kept her real family background away from them but had completely revealed it. According to the ancient jade, her status was probably no lower than that of Sun Mu and the other big clan children, maybe even higher. Let's go. Go by. Chapter 532, A Mega Deal Above the Sea. The sound waves oscillated far away. Han Fei and the other four controlled the Wind God boat and went straight to the ghost ship. After traveling less than 2,000 kilometers, they saw a huge black ship. At this moment, the ghost ship hadn't been completely out of the water yet, with most of its body still underwater, and it was slowly rising up. The seawater on both sides of the hull splashed and flowed down from the sky, like a majestic waterfall. Even Lu Renquang couldn't help exclaiming, "Colorful divine light, what did I see? Is that colorful divine light?" Han Fei was stunned for quite a while. Why does this term sound so familiar? Then he heard Zhang Xuanyu say, "In the legend, the colorful divine light is a bridge to the sea god, but no one has ever succeeded." Puff! Han Fei suddenly remembered that he Xiaoyu had once mentioned this term to him. He had once Xiaoyu how to make a rainbow, which stunned her, and she called it colorful divine light. At this moment, seeing the surprised faces of Lu Renquang and Zhang Xuanyu, Han Fei said impatiently, "Shut up." It is called a rainbow, one of the most common natural phenomena. Xuanhuan was curious. "What is a rainbow?" Han Fei said uninterestedly. "It is the light reflected from a certain angle when the sun shines into water mist. It has 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. If you look at it closely, it has actually more than these colors." Xuanhuan's eyes flickered. She looked at the rainbow and was a little puzzled. Was it really like what Han Fei said? Why did she feel it to be familiar? But soon, everyone looked away from the rainbow and turned their eyes to the ghost ship. "Is this the ghost ship?" Zhang Xuanyu swallowed and said, "Fei, is this the ghost ship you asked me to find? How come it resembles the broken ship in the abyssal chasm?" Lu Renquang smacked his mouth and said, "It seems a bit broken." Han Fei smiled and said, "This ship must have been transformed from an abandoned dragon boat. I don't know what technique was used to make this boat sail on the bottom of the sea." Luo Xiaobai asked, "Huh? Why does this ship raise a flag?" Han Fei smiled and said, "It is just..." Oh damn, Han Fei was smiling a second ago, but he was dumbfounded the next second. What did he see? How did the pirate pattern that he drew on the abandoned dragon boat in the abyssal chasm become the flag of the ghost ship? Luo Xiaobai noticed his look and asked, "Han Fei, what's wrong with you?" Han Fei quickly coughed and said, "I'm fine. I just suddenly thought of someone." Han Fei's expression turned serious. Who was the person he met on that abandoned dragon boat at that time? He gave him a scroll which was thrown into Forge the Universe, which was still there now. Han Fei quickly entered Forge the Universe and searched in it and quickly found the scroll in the mud pit next to the big red trunk. Han Fei immediately moved this roll up to a more prominent place. Given the fact that the person that he met was so capable that he could even change the flag of the ghost ship, the scroll could not be simple. At this moment, Han Fei was still in shock. If it wasn't for him seeing the ghost ship, he would have forgotten about the scroll. In all directions, black shadows appeared, which were fishing boats nearby coming in this direction when they heard the sound. When Han Fei and the others landed on the boat, there was a lot of water under their feet. Crabs and small squid babies crawled on the deck. Seeing Han Fei and others, the little squids immediately spurted arrows of ink with a puff. Crack. When Lu Renkuang jumped on the boat, he seemed to be landing a bit too heavily and accidentally left a hole through a piece of wood on the deck. Lu Renkuang was shocked and asked in astonishment, "Oh my god, is this ship really as good as you say?" Han Fei simply said, "Come on, let's get in." Han Fei picked up a black robe at the corner of the deck, then picked up a faceless mask from the cabin wall and put it on his face, saying, "Put them on. Let's go in." After a while, the five of them stood at the door, knocked, and after paying some mid-quality pearls, Han Fei once again entered the dark and humid ghost ship. Shan said to him through a voice transmission, "There is the sound of water, and it is loud." Han Fei replied, "The middle part is hollow and seems to be directly connected to the bottom of the sea. I don't know how this thing works." Zhang Xuanyu looked around and said, "Nobody is here." Just after Zhang Xuanyu said so, someone spoke to Han Fei and the other four. "Hey my friends, are you here to sell things or buy things? Would you like to trade with me? I have all kinds of stuff, including spiritual weapons, spiritual fruits, spiritual pills, and so on." Lu Renkuang curiously asked, "How are we going to trade? Barter?" "This is too casual." Han Fei patted him and said, "There is a trading house." After that, Han Fei said to that person, "Bro, wait for the next wave of people. There are many people behind us." Seeing that Han Fei was quite familiar with the ghost ship, the man did not speak anymore, but quietly leaned on the railing. Along the way, there were stalls everywhere whose owners were all faceless, and mid-quality spiritual weapons and spiritual fruits were randomly placed on the ground. And they even saw several faceless men were selling high-quality spiritual weapons, which were also put on the ground randomly. Shan suddenly said, "I saw a pair of daggers." Han Fei sighed. "They are just high-quality spiritual weapons. Why do I need such low-grade weapons?" The faceless stall owner was shocked by what Han Fei said. "Who the hell is this guy? How can he be so arrogant? What's so bad about high-quality daggers? These are already the top weapons in the level 3 fishery, okay?" Han Fei took the other four along and found a trading hall. The dragon boat had just emerged from the water, and there were not many people coming yet, but Han Fei had seen that more than a dozen people were already trading. As soon as they entered the trading hall, Shan and others were shocked. Zhang Xuanyu said to Han Fei, "Fei, are you sure there are good things here?" Shan said, "Look at the wall. There is a lot of sales information hanging up." Luo Xiaobai said calmly, "Let's wait and see." Since Han Fei had been here before, let's see how he trades. Han Fei went straight to the faceless staff and said, "I want to sell things." Immediately, the faceless man stood up and said, "Okay, this way please." The faceless man was going to lead Han Fei and the other four to a table, but Han Fei said, "I have a lot of things to sell." The staff member said lightly, "Only when the value of the things you are going to sell exceeds 100 million can you go to the exclusive negotiation hall." "Sir, are you sure they can achieve such a large transaction volume?" Han Fei said lightly too. "Lead the way." The faceless man paused and nodded slightly, but still reminded him, "Sir, please make sure that the transaction volume is sufficient, or else you will have to pay at least 10 million mid-quality pearls to compensate the ship owner for time loss." Han Fei was taken aback by this message. Time loss fee? 10 million mid-quality pearls? Are you fucking kidding me? Han Fei pondered a little and said, "Okay, the four of them are with me." The faceless man hesitated a little and then nodded, saying politely, "Please follow me." Han Fei and the other four entered through a side door of the trading hall and then passed 3 doors in a row. Each door was painted with the pirate pattern that he drew for fun back then. Han Fei couldn't help asking, "When did you change the pattern on your doors?" The faceless man said calmly, "A few months ago, it was replaced." Han Fei asked, "Who made the change?" "Sir, your question is beyond the scope of my responsibility." Han Fei curled his lips, but no one could see it. At this moment, they walked into a tunnel, which was different from the secret tunnel that Han Fei used to walk. This tunnel was like a dark corridor whose both sides were quite dry and not that humid. Lu Renkuang said, "Why do I feel that something is wrong?" The hexagon starfish on the shoulders of Lu Renkuang said, "There is no seal, I'm pretty sure of it." In such an unfamiliar environment, they all felt a bit insecure. Even Han Fei felt a bit uneasy. If it hadn't been for seeing the pirate flag hung on the ghost ship, which gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity, he would not dare to follow the faceless man in. Squeak! When the door opened, the faceless man said, "Enter, please." As Han Fei entered, the wooden door behind him closed with a creak. To be honest, Han Fei was not afraid. In fact, even if something similar to that on the dragon boat happened, and Luo Xiaobai's trump card did not work, he still had the sky-dissecting finger. Although it seems a bit wasteful to use the sky-dissecting finger here, Han Fei didn't mind using it if it could save his life. In the darkness, a fire was lit. In fact, there was no need for fire. Han Fei and the other four saw that in this huge room, all kinds of treasures were placed on the 4 walls. Shan said, "An ultra-quality dagger," Zhang Xuanyu secretly said, "a heaven-level high-quality combat skill." Lu Renkuang exclaimed, "Oh my god, a secret technique for armorists." Even without their reminding, Han Fei also saw that the room was filled with all kinds of good stuff. The weapons were all ultra quality, so were the battlesuits. The spiritual fruits all had guardian barriers around them, and even the lowest combat skills here were above demon level mid-quality, and many of them were heaven level. In addition, Han Fei also saw things like the amulet barrier, and some strange creatures that he had never seen before. Of course, these were not what shocked him. In the center of the house there was a small round pond. In the center of the pool was a slender and beautiful mermaid, holding a sea mussel in her hand, which was spitting water. When he saw the mermaid, Han Fei's heart almost jumped to his throat. Fuck, is what I am seeing real? Han Fei thought it was a sculpture, but a message appeared in his eyes. Name Mermaid Introduction. A sea monster species who can think, the opposite race of mankind, good at the mermaid way of fighting. Because of the different fighting methods they practice, their combat characteristics are different and cannot be interpreted. Status Death. Death. Everyone's eyes were attracted by this dead mermaid at this moment. Han Fei walked closer to take a look, only to find that this mermaid was actually not beautiful. Although she had grown a human face, it looked rather fierce. Besides, her bones were slightly protruding, which made her not as feminine as normal women. Xiao asked, "Is this mermaid evolved from the inferior manfish?" Han Fei thought for a while and said, "Definitely not. The inferior manfish must have evolved from ordinary fish. But this mermaid has almost evolved into a human. Except that she has no legs, it can be said that she is not much different from humans." Xiao stared at the mermaid for a long time and then slowly said, "If the bones on her face were not protruding so much, she would be rather pretty." Lurenquang opened his eyes wide and asked, "Is this a mermaid?" Xuanhuan swallowed and said, "Can she be caught and taken as a spiritual beast?" Everyone, Han Fei really wanted to kick Xuanhuan away? To catch a mermaid as a spiritual beast? What do you want to do? Squeak. At this time, they heard a slightly hoarse voice saying, "Young man, calm down. You are just looking at a dead mermaid, but you already want to catch her and take her as your spiritual beast. If you see a real mermaid, wouldn't you desire to become a sea monster?" They quickly turned around and saw a tall, faceless man leaning on the doorframe, watching this scene quietly. Han Fei frowned. When did this person come in? Han Fei smiled and asked, "Are you a senior trader of the dragon boat?" The man chuckled eerily and said with his mouth, "Didn't you see me? Guess." Han Fei's expression suddenly changed and he said, "Are you that person from the other day?" The faceless man chuckled and said, "Young man, you have a good memory. What do you think of the flag of the dragon boat now?" "Isn't it cool?" Han Fei bared his teeth and said, "You plagiarized my creativity." The faceless man said, "Young man, that's not true. How can you say I plagiarized your creativity? Didn't I give you something in return?" Han Fei thought to himself. Did this man mean that scroll? But he had not used the scroll yet. He had simply thought it was a piece of junk. Now he realized that it might be a lifesaver. Han Fei changed the topic. "I don't think you would trade that for my graffiti, right?" The faceless man smiled and said, "I was in a good mood that day, so I just threw something to you. Is it so strange?" After that, the faceless man raised his hands and said, "I heard that you were going to make a mega deal. Young people, if the value of your transaction is less than 100 million, you will be fined." Han Fei kept his countenance and asked, "What kind of transaction? We don't need the things in this house." The faceless man chuckled strangely and said, "It seems that you are here prepared. I guess that you have snatched a lot while on the steps into the sea and the sea grassland, so you should have some money now. If this is the case, I can give you some options." Luo Xiaobai said to the other four through voice transmission, "Han Fei, how does he know us?" Han Fei responded, "I forgot to tell you that the ghost ship is very good at collecting intelligence. I have no clue where they got all the intelligence, but I think that our identity had been exposed as soon as we came in." Zhang Xuanyu asked, "Then why did you want to come?" Han Fei said casually, "I was recognized by them last time. It's okay. The ghost ship is much more trustworthy than dragon boats." The faceless man laughed again. "Yes, the ghost ship is surely more trustworthy than dragon boats. Dragon boats are nothing but a tool for the 1,000 Star City clans to seize profits from the level 3 fishery. If you have no background or status but still show off on dragon boats, they will certainly catch you." "Oh," Xiao held her dagger in shock. Lurenquang's face trembled slightly and he exclaimed, "He can hear our voice transmission?" The faceless man chuckled again and said, "What's the big deal of hearing your voice transmission? As long as your soul is strong enough, you can hear other people's voice transmissions." "Okay, do you want to listen to what I can offer to you?" Han Fei nodded and asked, "What are you thinking?" The faceless man walked towards the mermaid pond, and Han Fei and the other four hurriedly stepped back. As the faceless man patted the mermaid gently, what was flowing out of the sea mussel in the mermaid's hands was no longer ordinary seawater, but streams of green liquid. "Spirit awakening fluid?" they could not help but exclaim. "Does the ghost ship also sell spirit awakening fluid?" The faceless man chuckled and said, "Yes, it's spirit awakening fluid. You have all used this." "But do you know the true value of the spirit awakening fluid?" Han Fei asked in astonishment. "Isn't the spirit awakening fluid just used in the spirit awakening ceremony? Does it have any other value?" Lurenquang said, "We've all soaked in this stuff. There doesn't seem to be anything special about this." The faceless man sneered and said, "Nothing special? Do you know how much spirit awakening fluid is used in a town every year? Han Fei asked. How much? The faceless man said. One town has 8 villages under its jurisdiction. Among them, the amount of the spirit awakening fluid used in a town is about 10,000 caddies per year, and the total amount of the spirit awakening fluid used in the 8 villages is less than 5,000 caddies. Everyone has to fight for it with their lives. Now, do you still think the spirit awakening liquid is insignificant? A total of only 5,000 caddies for 8 villages? Han Fei was a little taken aback. He didn't notice it back then. He only remembered that the spirit awakening fluid came out of the pool, but he did not know how much came out. Anyway, he remembered that the whole pool turned green at that time. Xuanhuan asked, "What's the use of the spirit awakening fluid?" The faceless man slowly said, "Ordinary people can't increase their strength so quickly, but there are some geniuses who can increase their strength so quickly that they can even cross several realms a year. Do you know what this directly leads to? What will it lead to?" The faceless man scooped up a little bit of spirit awakening fluid in his hand, stared at it for a while, and said, "The most direct result is that the growth rate of their spiritual beasts and their contractual spiritual beast can't keep up with the growth rate of them." "Oh," Han Fei said in shock, "so do you mean that the spirit awakening fluid can make spiritual beasts and contracted spiritual beasts grow more quickly?" Xuanhuan asked. "How quick can it be?" Luo Xiaobai was surprised. "Why didn't I know this?" The faceless man sneered. "You have not even been to the unknown place. Of course, you didn't know it. In the level 1, level 2, and level 3 fishery, what you try to gain is fighting experience, rather than relying on your spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts to help you solve your enemies." Then the faceless man said again, "As for how quick it can be, of course the lower the level, the faster the increase, while the higher the level, the slower the increase. It can be as short as 1 or 2 days, or as slow as 10 days, or half a month. If your spiritual beast or contractual spiritual beasts have not been able to improve for a long time, it is normal even if they make a breakthrough on the very day. Besides, if they have reached level 39, the spirit awakening fluid can even help them complete the last step and enter level 40. Wow, Zhang Xuanyu was astonished. So fast? How can it be possible? Le Renquang said. In this case, wouldn't we be invincible by just soaking in the spirit awakening fluid? In your dreams, the faceless man sneered again. Do you think the spirit awakening fluid will be so cheap? 300,000 mid-quality pearls per caddy. No bargain. How much? Han Fei widened his eyes in shock and asked, "A caddy of the spirit awakening fluid is even more expensive than a mid-quality spiritual weapon? The price of a mid-quality spiritual weapon would fall between 400,000 and 600,000 mid-quality pearls on dragon boats. Although the price would be halved on the ghost ship, it was still around 200,000 to 300,000. The faceless man said lightly, "In addition to being used to boost the growth of spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts, the spirit awakening fluid can also be absorbed by humans. As long as a human absorbs enough of it, it can even improve his spiritual heritage, increase the power of his soul, and enhance his physique. Anyway, it has a lot of benefits. You can find out slowly by yourself." Han Fei and the other 4 looked at each other in astonishment. It was the first time they knew that the spirit awakening fluid had such benefits. Han Fei immediately asked, "For a level 30 spiritual beast, how much spirit awakening fluid does it need to level up?" The faceless man smiled and said, "It will only be a few caddies, or even less." Luo Xiaobai also asked, "What about a level 39 spiritual beast?" The faceless man pondered for a moment and answered, "It may cost a few hundred caddies or even 1,000 caddies." Han Fei's heart was pounding hard. It was simply impossible for him to resist the temptation. He couldn't go to the Soul Ocean now, so he couldn't find a way to quickly improve the levels of Little Black and Little White. Han Fei believed that if Little Black reached level 39 or level 40, he would be able to devour the entire level 3 fishery with one mouth. 30,000 per caddy. If I want to buy 10,000 caddies, then it will be 3 billion? Han Fei was a bit sad. When they got on the ghost ship, he still felt that they had money to burn. But now, it seemed that they could not even afford 10,000 caddies of spirit awakening fluid. Han Fei resisted the impulse and continued to ask, "Do you have any other recommendations?" The faceless man chuckled and said, "Yes, would you like some soul crystals? 400,000 mid-quality pearls per piece. It's damn cheap, isn't it?" "Puff," Xuanhuan said immediately, "but we only spent 30,000 mid-quality pearls to buy a soul crystal on the steps into the sea." The faceless man laughed and said, "The problem is that because of you two, the steps into the sea no longer produce soul crystals now. Besides, you were half cheating and half buying, right? Ordinary people don't know what soul crystals are, so they were tricked by you." On the ghost ship, each piece costs 400,000 mid-quality pearls. No bargain. Han Fei had a hunch that he would go bankrupt today. When the faceless man mentioned soul crystals, Han Fei knew that he would definitely buy a lot of them. Not to mention how much Xiao Chan and the other 3 needed, he alone would buy a few hundred of them. Now, his spiritual strength had just broken 101 points, which meant that it could continue to grow. But it grew too slowly if he solely relied on his cultivation, so he would definitely not let go of soul crystals. However, Han Fei asked again, anything else? The faceless man let out a weird laugh and answered, yes, there is also the immortal seal of a peak-level hanging fisher and the peak strike of a junior hidden fisher. The prices are not expensive, a 100 million mid-quality pearl each. Oh my god, xuanhuan exclaimed, immortal seal? Do you mean the kind of immortal seal implanted in the children of the big clans from the Thousand Star City? Le Renquang was dumbfounded. Wow, do you even sell that? Xia Xiaoshan's eyes were glowing. It was precisely because of the immortal seal that the children of the big clans in the Thousand Star City were on a rampage in the level 3 fishery. She didn't expect that they even sold this. The faceless man smiled and said, as long as you want, the things that the ghost ship can provide will always exceed your expectations. So, what are you going to buy? Luo Xiaobai questioned. The immortal seal is a kind of seal implanted by strong cultivators inside their offspring. Even if you can implant it, how can we trust you? The faceless man burst out into laughter. Who said that the immortal seal must be placed in the body? This thing is like the amulet barrier. As long as it is needed, it can also be sealed. When you want to use it, you just need to crush it and it will achieve the same effect. The big clans place this in their offspring because they do not want the younger generation to take the initiative to use it, which will stop them from gaining fighting experience. Han Fei asked, why is the immortal seal of a peak-level hanging fisher and the peak strike of a junior hidden fisher the same price? And what is the peak strike? Is it an all-out strike of a junior hidden fisher? The faceless man nodded and said, you understand it right. They are at the same price because the immortal seal can carry multiple attacks. And even if you are killed, it will save you once. As for the peak strike of a junior hidden fisher, it seems powerful, but it may not be able to kill a peak-level hanging fisher. Han Fei exchanged a glance with the others. Now they became more curious about the person in front of them. All these things he mentioned were not something that money could be exchanged for. However, they were for sale on the ghost ship. Xia Xiaoshan suddenly asked, are there any sea-quelling bizarre treasures? The faceless man glanced at Xia Xiaoshan and said, girl, you think too much. If there is a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, do you think you can afford it? Let alone sea-quelling bizarre treasures, you may not even be able to afford a divine weapon. Luo Xiaobai asked, is there any divine weapon for sale here? The faceless man laughed out loud and said, yes, the price of a one-time expendable divine weapon is about 200 million to 300 million. As for multiple-time expendable divine weapons, according to the specific number of times they can be used, their prices vary but are at least 500 million. Non-expendable low-quality divine weapons charge at least 1 billion. Those you want usually cost 2 billion. Do you want to have a look at some? Han Fei waved his hands hard and said awkwardly, no, no. Han Fei was stunned. Damn it, he only had a total of 1.1 billion mid-quality pearls which would be used up if he bought a divine weapon. That would be a waste of money. Han Fei said, we need to discuss this for a while. The faceless man smiled and said, please, but don't make me wait long. Seeing that the faceless man didn't mean to leave, Han Fei asked Master Hexagon to set up a sound insulation array. In the array, Han Fei asked, Master Hexagon, can he hear us? The hexagon starfish's big eyes kept rolling. I don't know if this person is strong or not. Luo Xiaobai shook her head slightly and said, even if he can hear us, we can't do anything about it. He has already told us the prices. The only thing we can discuss now is how much to buy. Le Renquang said eagerly, the immortal seal is a must-buy. This is like a second life. If we don't buy it, wouldn't it be a loss? Luo Xiaobai shook her head slightly and said, I have already got one. You can buy one for defense. The others were speechless. The children from the big clans were really different. They could get these precious things for free. Zhang Xuanyu complained, old Bai is too stingy, isn't he? Why didn't he give each of us an immortal seal? Le Renquang and Xia Xiaochan both nodded, feeling that the old man must have a lot of good things, which he didn't give them. Xia Xiaochen turned her eyes to Han Fei, asking, what do you think? Han Fei thought for a while and said, let's buy 4 immortal seals, plus a peak strike just in case. Zhang Xuanyu clicked his tongue and exclaimed, it will be 500 million, then we will be out of money. Han Fei said, we must buy the spirit awakening fluid. We have a total of 1822 mid-quality spiritual weapons and battlesuits, all of which will be used to exchange the spirit awakening fluid. Wow, Le Renquang took a deep breath. How much are they worth? I'm afraid it will be 5 or 6 billion, right? Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, I want 500 soul crystals. We have 3608 high-quality materials in total and nearly 1,000 combat skills. They should be able to be exchanged for a lot of soul crystals. Gulp, Zhang Xuanyu stumbled and shouted, I'm a little dizzy. Then what will be left for us? Xia Xiaoshan said, I also want some more soul crystals, at least 100 pieces. Le Renquang scratched his belly and asked, is it possible for us to buy on credit? This time it was really going to be a fucking mega deal. Le Renquang, Zhang Xuanyu, and Luo Xiaobai did not rob much. Although they also explored some secret realms, they definitely contributed much less than Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan did. Besides, theoretically, xuanhuan might have contributed a little less than Han Fei, but it was not much. At this moment, it was up to the two of them whether to buy for the other three. Han Fei thought for a while and said, "Humph, you guys should dig more secret realms later. Let's buy 100 soul crystals for each of you this time." At this time, xuanhuan said suddenly, "I think that we should buy as much spirit awakening fluid as we can. If it is really so magical, I am afraid we may need a lot of it." The hexagon starfish suddenly said, "Can I?" Han Fei immediately interrupted him. "No, you can't." The hexagon starfish's big eyes kept rolling. "But I worked so hard for you." The corner of Han Fei's mouth curled up. "Yes, but you blackmailed a lot of spiritual energy out of me. Besides, I have given you so many golden things, right?" The hexagon starfish simply said, "I have been working so hard," Han Fei said impatiently. "Fine, I will give you some soul crystals that I don't need." The hexagon starfish asked suspiciously, "Can there be any soul crystal that you don't need?" Han Fei smiled and said, "Maybe." With that, they went out of the soundproof array, and the faceless man was squinting at them. Han Fei really didn't want to see this man now. All the money and treasures they risked their lives to collect would have to be given to this man. The faceless man asked gently, "Have you decided yet?" Han Fei said, "Didn't you hear?" The faceless man shrugged and said lightly, "No, I didn't hear. I'm not interested in eavesdropping." Han Fei was not sure whether this person was telling the truth or not. He directly threw out hundreds of sea-swallowing seashells and said, "These are full of mid-quality spiritual weapons and mid-quality battlesuits. We want to exchange them for the spirit awakening fluid." Then, all those sea-swallowing seashells were floating beside the faceless man. After half an hour or so, the faceless man slowly said, "It seems that you have indeed robbed a lot of people. There are 1802 mid-quality spiritual weapons in total, of which there are many standard weapons used by the children of the big clans in the Thousand Star City. Not bad. I can give you 1,800 caddies of spirit awakening fluid." Han Fei gritted his teeth and felt as if his heart was dripping blood. When he slowly calmed down, he said with difficulty, "I want it now." The faceless man gently tapped his finger in the air and a sea-swallowing seashell opened, and then streams of spirit awakening fluid flowed into the sea-swallowing seashell. It took only about 10 minutes for 1,800 caddies of spirit awakening fluid to be given to Han Fei. Han Fei threw dozens of sea-swallowing seashells over again and said, "These have high-quality materials in them, and also thousands of combat skills, including many demon-level combat skills. We want to trade them for soul crystals." The faceless man lightly tapped his finger in the air for a while and smiled, saying, "The high-quality materials can be exchanged for 900 soul crystals. Among the combat skills, we've already got 688 of them, so we don't need them. There are only 278 combat skills left, which can be exchanged for 362 soul crystals." Just as the faceless man was about to take out the soul crystal, Luo Xiaobai suddenly said, "Wait a minute." The faceless man turned his eyes to her. "Huh?" Luo Xiaobai said to the other four through a voice transmission, "Let's trade them for more spirit awakening fluid." Han Fei knew since Luo Xiaobai said so, there must be a reason, so he nodded and said, "We want to trade these combat skills for the spirit awakening fluid." The faceless man said, "Okay, if you trade them for the spirit awakening fluid, you can get 465 caddies of spirit awakening fluid." Han Fei bared his teeth and said, "You won't accept the combat skills that you already have?" The faceless man chuckled in a scary way. "We can accept them, but the price will be very cheap. If you sell them separately in dragon boats, they would be worth a lot of money. Of course, Han Fei would not sell them in dragon boats. These things were all snatched from others. What if he got caught on the dragon boats? Han Fei asked. Can the ghost ship be commissioned to sell these combat skills? The faceless man smiled and said, "It's okay, it's up to you. You can continue trading with us with the money you get from selling them." Han Fei gritted his teeth and said, "Let's continue trading. We want 4 immortal seals and a peak strike of a junior hidden fisher." Han Fei threw out hundreds of sea-swallowing seashells at once and said, "There are all high-quality spiritual weapons and high-quality battlesuits in them, and the rest are all mid-quality pearls." The faceless man counted for a while and finally said, "Young man, you are quite rich." Han Fei curled his lips. "Don't think about robbing us. Haha. Our ghost ship operates in good faith and never deceives our customers. As long as you pay enough money, I will give you whatever you want." The faceless man waved his hand, and 4 cyan ancient jade pieces floated in front of Han Fei, plus 1 red ancient jade. Before grasping them, Han Fei could feel the power emanating from these pieces of ancient jade. Zhang Xuanyu and Le Renkuang were swallowing nervously. "Oh, I can't believe we just spent so much money." "So damn much money," Le Renkuang said in a small voice. "If the president knows what we did, I'm afraid he would tear us apart." Han Fei curled his lips and snorted. "It's his fault, he is too stingy. If he gave each of us an immortal seal to begin with, all the money would have been his." Chapter 533, Spirit Awakening Fluid. At this moment, Han Fei had basically spent all the things he didn't need, and there were still more than 10,000 flash stones left, which were worthless. Han Fei exchanged them for 8,000 spiritual fruits. Unfortunately, there were still 8,200 flash stones left, and the spiritual fruits on the ghost ship had almost been bought up by Han Fei except for the particularly expensive ones. Considering that they hadn't gotten enough spirit awakening fluid for everyone, Han Fei used 300 million mid-quality pearls and 3,200 flash stones for 1,050 more caddies of spirit awakening fluid. At this point, this transaction was completely over. If the total consumption was converted into mid-quality pearls, it was probably more than 2 billion, an astronomical figure. However, the gains were also huge, including 4 immortal seals, a peak strike of a junior hidden fisher, 3315 caddies of spirit awakening fluid, 900 soul crystals. Yes, 2 billion mid-quality pearls were traded for these 3 things, which almost bankrupted Han Fei, and what Han Fei had left was 180 ultra-quality pearls, 300,000 high-quality pearls, 500 million mid-quality pearls, 5,000 flash stones, 680 combat skills, 21,068 spiritual fruits, of which about 2/3 were of the spiritual type and only 1/3 were of the energy type. More than 90,000 caddies of spiritual spring. After the transaction was completed, the faceless man chuckled and said, "If you are going to make trouble for the dragon boats, I wish you good luck." Oh yes, if you want to touch the dragon boats, I can give you a suggestion for free. Han Fei waved his hand and said, "No, who dares to touch the dragon boats? There are only 5 of us. How can we cause any trouble to the dragon boats?" The faceless man smiled. "Really? Then why did you buy the immortal seals in the peak strike?" Han Fei smiled. "Do you have any good suggestions?" The faceless man handed over a jade slip and said, "If you succeed in the robbery, crush this jade slip and summon the ghost ship out. Don't forget to trade with me again at that time. I still have a lot of treasures here, as long as you can afford the price." Han Fei bared his teeth at him speechlessly. "Trade with him again? Come on, this deal has almost bankrupted me. If I trade with you again, how many more fish dragon restaurants will I have to build?" As for the fish dragons, Han Fei estimated that after a year of development, their assets should be at least several million or even tens of millions. But what good would that do? Any random item he had now would be able to buy the entire fish dragons. Han Fei couldn't help exclaiming, "In this world, small businesses can't make big money." When Han Fei and the others left the internal trading hall, they walked through several secret doors, and when they reappeared, they had already arrived inside the normal cabin. Zhang Xuanyu was shocked. "Fei, are we still going to sell things?" Lu Renkuang added. "Those combat skills can be sold in the ship." Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "We better not. Now we don't lack anything. I always thought the ghost ship was weird. There are too many good things here. How can he ensure that he will not be swallowed by the dragon boats? Because he is stronger." Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "No matter how strong he is, how can he be stronger than 100 dragon boats put together?" Han Fei smiled and said, "Dragon boats are running at sea, while this ship is running under the sea, so dragon boats usually can't find him. But I also think we can leave. We've spent so much money. Why should we still care about the little money we'll get from selling those combat skills?" At this moment, Han Fei was the boss. After all, he earned most of the money. Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang just happily waited for him to divide the spoils. Han Fei and the others hurriedly left the ghost ship. They really felt distressed every second they stayed here. Although they did get a lot of good things, these were exchanged with massive resources. When Han Fei and the others flew away from the dragon boat, they didn't know that in a small hole in the hull of the ghost ship, a pair of eyes were staring at the direction they were leaving. "Oh, these damn kids, they almost took all my good stuff. I can't believe it. I must raise the price next time." 10,000 kilometers away. 5 people and 1 starfish sat around in the cabin. Han Fei handed each of the other 4 an immortal seal. "I don't know if the seals work. Anyway, 1 for each person, and I'll keep this red ancient jade." Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang hurriedly nodded their heads, and Xia Xiaochan casually stuffed the jade into her sea-swallowing seashell without taking it seriously. Han Fei continued, "As for the soul crystals, each of you 3 will have 100 pieces. Increase your perception range to 500 meters first. How much you can increase later depends on your luck." Then he thought for a while and gave 200 soul crystals to Xiao Xiao. "I'll see if I can use the remaining 400. If they are useless to me, I will give them to you." Xiao Xiao looked at Han Fei with shining eyes. "Can your perception range still be increased?" Han Fei smiled. "I'll try." Zhang Xuanyu said in surprise, "What do you mean by still?" "How large is his perception range?" Xia Xiaochan said enviously. "I guess it must be 5,000 meters now?" Thud, bang, Lu Renkuang sank to the floor, and Zhang Xuanyu jumped up and bumped his head on the top of the boat. Even Luo Xiaobai's body shook slightly. 5,000 meters? Are you kidding? Han Fei coughed and said, "Don't get excited. Divide things first." The hexagon starfish gently pulled on Han Fei's shoulder and said, "I have been working so hard for you." Han Fei said impatiently, "I know you have worked hard. Okay, I will give you 10 for my share. Just absorb them first." The hexagon starfish tentacles rolled, and 10 soul crystals were immediately drawn into his mouth and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then it was finally time to distribute the spirit awakening fluid. At this moment, Han Fei didn't give everyone an equal share immediately, but summoned 9 tails out to try the effect of the spirit awakening fluid. Since leaving the sea grassland, Ninetails had reached level 35, which was because Han Fei often summoned him. At present, he was of the highest level among Han Fei's pets. Besides, Han Fei felt that the more he used Ninetails, the stronger this guy became. Now, under Ninetails' blank gaze, he threw him 15 caddies of Spirit Awakening fluid. The Spirit Awakening fluid was too expensive, and Han Fei now only had 3,315 caddies in total, so he couldn't just throw him 100 caddies at once. His other spiritual beasts also needed to use it. Ninetails was at a loss at first, but when he smelled the spirit of Spirit Awakening fluid, he immediately opened his mouth and sucked all the Spirit Awakening fluid into his stomach. Then, everyone saw Ninetails' body start to emit green light. Xuanhuan gave a startled cry. Huh, it seems to be different from the Spirit Awakening ceremony. We wouldn't glow back then. Le Renquang's cheeks trembled and he said, at that time, thousands of people shared the same pond, in which there were only a few hundred caddies of Spirit Awakening fluid. It was not enough for all of us. Han Fei scratched his head and said, wait, it may be that Ninetails' level is a bit high. Let me summon Little Gold. Little Gold's growth rate was comparable to that of Little Black and Little White, and now it was still of level 32. After Little Gold came out, he rubbed his head against Han Fei's body, and Han Fei grabbed 10 caddies of Spirit Awakening fluid and threw it into his mouth. Then everyone was shocked. With a boom, the Spirit Awakening fluid seemed to explode in Little Gold's body. After only less than 10 minutes, a golden light flashed on Little Gold's body and he got a level up. Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, oh my god! Little Gold got a level up only with 10 caddies of this stuff? Han Fei grinned. Good value for money. If it weren't for the Spirit Awakening fluid, how long would it take for Little Gold to have a level up? Immediately, Han Fei threw 100 caddies of Spirit Awakening fluid to each of the 4 and said, you try it yourselves first. Let's rest for a few days and leave when we use all the Spirit Awakening fluid. If the village leader of Heavenly Water Village was here, he might have vomited blood seeing this. My entire village can only use less than 1,000 caddy of Spirit Awakening fluid in a year. But the 5 of you have used this much. Is it fair? Zhang Xuanyu and the others took their shares of the Spirit Awakening fluid, and each controlled a fishing boat to stay several kilometers away. Only Xiaoshan sat on the deck and summoned her Shadow Shrimp and Red Fire Tricky Lobster. Seeing that Xiaoshan had not left, Han Fei couldn't help asking, why didn't you catch a second contractual spiritual beast? Xiaoshan said while feeding her pets the Spirit Awakening fluid. I haven't met what I want. I don't want this Red Fire Tricky Lobster anymore. Apart from being able to warm me and increase my speed, there is nothing special about it. Han Fei clicked his tongue and said, then don't look for it. When you go to the unknown place in the future, there will be many powerful creatures there. Xiaoshan suddenly asked, Han Fei, do you have 2 spiritual beasts? Han Fei shivered slightly when he was asked this question. His face turned stiff and he said, why do you say that? I only have Little White. Xiaoshan squinted her eyes and said, you must have 2 spiritual beasts. I have been paying attention for a long time. I had noticed that as early as when we were in the level 2 fishery. I finally confirmed it when we were on the sea grassland a few days ago. What is it? Is it also a fish? Han Fei sat on the deck. How did you find out? Xiaoshan thought for a while and said, the big starfish does not have the ability of stealth. But when in combat, I often find that the enemy is making a mistake, more than once. Also, last time when we were fighting the soul-attracting jellyfish, I thought it was a combat skill, but the more I thought about it, the more I felt it was strange. You must have a spiritual beast that can be invisible. Since the others were not around, Han Fei simply confessed, it's a spirit-swallowing fish like Little White. Only I can see it. Xiaoshan's eyes widened suddenly. Are the 2 a couple? Han Fei was dumbfounded. No, they are not a couple. Little Black and Little White are like a whole. Little Black eats and Little White breathes spiritual energy. That's it. Xiaoshan's eyes lit up. Can I touch it? Chapter 534, Poison King. Han Fei hesitated. All right. With a flash between his eyebrows, Little Black and Little White appeared, and Han Fei grabbed Little Black and said, come on, let your mother touch you. Xiaoshan glared at Han Fei and then touched in the air. When she felt something slippery, she was shocked. Oh, it's true. Although I'm a hunter, I can't feel it at all. Little Black didn't seem to like being touched, so he opened his mouth and wanted to bite. Han Fei quickly said, no biting. Xiaoshan already felt the sharp teeth touch her skin, so she quickly retracted her hand. Then she put it under her nose and smelled. Huh, there is no smell. This was also the characteristic of Little Black. Not only was his body invisible, but also he had almost no sense of existence in the sea when swimming, including in the air. This was why it was not easy for others to find him. Han Fei said, Little Black's existence is a secret. Don't tell others. Okay, Xiaoshan nodded. So, you also have 2 spiritual beasts. Han Fei thought for a while. In terms of number, these were indeed 2, so he nodded again. Yes. Bo, Xiaoshan suddenly kissed Han Fei's face, then jumped to the surface of the sea and ran away. Han Fei touched his face with a dazed expression. Huh? What's wrong with her? Why did she kiss me suddenly? Xiaoshan was in a very good mood. It turned out that she was not the only one who possessed 2 spiritual beasts, but Han Fei was not in the mood to fall in love at the moment. He immediately took out 10 caddies of spirit awakening fluid and threw it into Little Black's mouth. This time, the speed was even faster, and it only took 3 minutes of time, and with a flash of light on Little Black and Little White, and then they leveled up to level 32. Then he fed them another 10 caddies, but there was no response. Another 10 caddies, still no response. After feeding them 5 times in a row, he saw Little Black and Little White level up again, reaching level 33. Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. The effect of the spirit awakening fluid was even better than what the faceless man had told him. At this moment, Little Black and Little White were at the same level as Little Gold. 3 days later, Nine Tails had reached level 37, Little Gold level 35, and Little Black and Little White level 36. Little Fatty was already of level 38, so Han Fei didn't give him any spirit awakening fluid. In just 3 days, Han Fei had spent about 300 caddies of spirit awakening fluid on Nine Tails, 200 caddies on Little Gold, and 500 caddies on Little Black and Little White. As for the soul crystals, Han Fei overestimated his room for growth. Only when it came to the 25th piece of the God-scaring painting, the soul crystals had already become useless to him. Besides, starting from the 21st piece, Han Fei had to consume 50 soul crystals for each piece, which meant that a soul crystal could enlarge his perception range by only 10 meters. Fortunately, Han Fei's perception range at this moment had reached 9999 meters, which had doubled. Han Fei knew that he reached the bottleneck again, and his spiritual power had reached 199. Han Fei felt that his mind was a lot clearer. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but several times he felt that his eyes had actually penetrated the seawater. At this moment, Han Fei finally realized the benefits of the spirit awakening fluid. If he didn't use it, it would take at least 2 or 3 years for Little Gold to reach level 35, and for Nine Tails to reach level 37 or 38, and he didn't know how long it would take for Little Black and Little White to reach level 36. But the spirit awakening fluid shortened the course of several years to just 3 days, which made Han Fei utterly excited. What if he had 10,000 caddies of spirit awakening fluid? Besides, the faceless man said that the spirit awakening fluid also worked on humans, but Han Fei thought that he could improve his spiritual heritage through cultivation, so he didn't quite need it. In addition, the spirit awakening fluid was really scarce, so he wanted to reserve them for his pets. It seems that I'll have to work harder to make money. If I can rob a dragon boat, TSK, of course, this deal was definitely a loss in the eyes of many people. After all, it would only take a few years. All they needed to do was keep cultivating and feeding their pets. Then their contractual spiritual beasts and spiritual beasts would grow. Why bother to spend money? But Han Fei didn't have so much time. His enemy, the dragon boats, was close in front of him, and time was precious for him. Unlike Han Fei, none of the others used the spirit awakening fluid to cultivate their contractual spiritual beasts, but instead threw all the spiritual awakening liquid to their spiritual beasts. Especially Luo Xiaobai, her blue cannibal flower had shown signs of breaking through to level 40. How many days had it been? Just a few days ago, the blue cannibal flower had reached level 39, and now it seemed to be going to have a breakthrough again at any time. Xia Xiaoshan's shadow shrimp had reached level 37, but she didn't feed the giant arowana. In her words, the giant arowana was too strong to need such a thing. Zhang Xuanyu's bloodthirsty shark had reached level 37. Due to its special physique, Larenquang's spiritual clam had reached level 38, skipping 3 levels in a row. So far, all the spirit awakening fluid that had cost them nearly 800 million had been used up. Luo Xiaobai said, "When I go back, I will find out how to obtain the spirit awakening fluid. This time, we got too little spirit awakening fluid. If we can have enough of it, I think our strength can be doubled." Zhang Xuanyu said excitedly, "Yes, too much money was spent. We'd better find it ourselves." Han Fei didn't think so, though. Isn't our purpose of grabbing more resources improving our strength? This is why the strong get stronger. Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. "We can't just use your resources. We shall count on ourselves in the future. Otherwise, if you had used all those resources alone, you would have become stronger now." Han Fei grinned and said, "Well, I certainly don't give you these things for free," Larenquang asked cautiously. "Do you want us to join you to rob the dragon boats?" They had already guessed Han Fei's plan, but they just didn't ask him. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu couldn't help but say, "Fei Fei, can you still find the dragon boat that chased you down? Or do we just find a random one and rob it?" Han Fei glanced at Zhang Xuanyu. "Of course I'll find that dragon boat from before. I have a big grudge against them and I must get even with the hanging fisher on that boat." Everyone thought that Han Fei was talking about the fact that he was almost killed by the people on the dragon boat and those from the Sun family. In fact, only Han Fei knew what the big grudge was. He could never forget how that poor innocent girl was killed because of him. This was his psychological shadow, so no matter what, he must avenge her. A month later, the news had gone around the dragon boats. According to the news, the Wind God boat was wandering around the level 3 fishery. Every day, someone saw the Wind God boat that, like a bolt of lightning, drew a beautiful red streamline in the sea. On the top of a certain dragon boat, a hanging fisher was holding a fishing rod in his hand, with one hand supporting his chin while fishing in boredom. Behind the hanging fisher, a man in black stood quietly. "My lord, if I'd guessed right, Han Fei and the others should be coming for us." The hanging fisher snorted carelessly and then said in a lazy voice, "I didn't kill him on the spot. I should have known that he would come back to retaliate. From his experience in the level 3 fishery, he is a person who will even seek revenge for the smallest grievance." The black-robed man asked, "My lord, shall we secretly deploy manpower to attack him?" The hanging fisher sneered and said, "Isn't it said that he has a disguise technique? How can you find him?" The black-robed man shrugged. "My lord, this guy seems to have many unusual opportunities. Most of the disciples of the 7 major sects and the children of the big clans in the Thousand-Star City have suffered a great loss because of him. Although you're very strong, I'm afraid that the 5 of them, it's okay." The hanging fisher gently waved his hand and said, "They are only 5 dangling fishers, no matter how many opportunities they have. Is it possible for them to kill me? Let's wait for the fish to take the bait." The black-robed man still wanted to say something, but swallowed in his stomach in the end. He was cursing secretly in his heart. "Of course you don't fucking care. But I was the one who chased him down back then. I'll definitely be his first target. Can't you think about me, you old bastard?" The black-robed man thought for quite a while and felt that he could no longer stay on this dragon boat, at least not in the ghost market. He was determined to leave the dragon boat secretly, then teleport to a remote town, and then find a village to live in seclusion. After 3 or 5 years, in this cruel level 3 fishery, no one would remember him. Half an hour later, outside the ghost market of the dragon boat, a big man walked into the dark and dirty floor 3. This man had a square face and seemed to be an intermediate dangling fisher, and his spiritual energy was not very stable. He had poured a lot of spiritual energy into a scapegoat of his just now. You are not afraid of their revenge, I am. I am here to make money, not to die." This person was piercing his own face with many small needles. Since Han Fei made a name in the sea grassland, he had been looking for a disguise technique, and now it came in handy. "Squeak," he angrily shouted. "This is my room. I live alone." "Oh, really? Isn't it said that all the rooms on level 3 are available?" The man sneered. "I snatched it. It's none of your fucking business." However, in the next second, his face was full of horror. Han Fei? Yes, Han Fei removed the Thousand Faces technique and showed his true face to this person. Han Fei smiled lightly. "Are you going to run? You seem to be well prepared, but why do you think you can run out of my palm now?" This man looked horrified. "Han Fei, this is a dragon boat. If you dare to mess around here, you will definitely not get away." Han Fei sneered and said, "You don't have to worry about me. A life for a life. When I asked you to spare the life of that girl, you refused. From that moment on, you were already dead." The man said in a panic, "Han Fei, this was the order of Master Hanging Fisher. It has nothing to do with me. Let me go. I can give you my sea-swallowing seashell." "Ha ha ha, sea-swallowing seashell? I won't even bother to pick it up when it falls on the ground." The reason I am still chatting with you here is, as he spoke, the man suddenly saw a flash of light. Although he had been prepared, he was still a step slower. Bam! A figure smashed through more than a dozen houses and fell heavily to the ground, several teeth broken and nose bleeding. Han Fei looked at the figure in the dark with a grin. "Get a taste of Poison King. I will let you go if you can survive it." Just now, the man felt something enter his stomach along his throat. His first reaction was to change back to the black robe and quickly go to the hanging fisher. After only 3 minutes, he ran to the level 1 deck. Puff, in an instant, the black-robed man's stomach was churning violently, and he threw up like hell. Besides that, his belly seemed to explode, and he began to have diarrhea. Chapter 535, Target the Dragon Boat. After Han Fei stuffed Poison King into the black-robed man's mouth, the first thing he did was to not follow up, but to crush a flash stone. He didn't think that the black-robed man could slip away silently under the nose of the hanging fisher, and he even felt that the hanging fisher just took him as bait. In fact, when Han Fei and the other 4 were blatantly looking for the dragon boat, the other party must have already known their intentions. Just as Han Fei expected, when he crushed the flash stone, his heart suddenly pounded hard. He should have been noticed. The place where Han Fei appeared was at the bottom of the dragon boat, where the contractual spiritual beasts were raised. When Han Fei appeared, he happened to meet a guard on the dragon boat. The man was startled by the sudden appearance of Han Fei, and just as he was about to shout, a fist hit his stomach. This person did not shout out. In the air, there were octopus tentacles that directly buckled him. After knocking this man out, Han Fei dragged him into a corner, changed into his clothes, and pretended to be him. After doing all this, Han Fei couldn't help admiring himself. Everything happened in a flash, and no one even noticed it. As soon as Han Fei walked out of the corner, he ran into a ferocious-looking man. The man roared as soon he saw Han Fei. "Lu Xiaolu, what are you fucking doing here? I asked you to inspect the farm. Are you slacking off here?" Han Fei hurriedly said, I'm going now. The man didn't doubt it. He just snorted. "After the inspection, hurry to pick up the guests. A big customer has just arrived. He wants to buy some exotic creatures as his contractual spiritual beasts. Take care of him carefully. Recommend that mutant red-haired big-mouthed crab to him. You know how to tell him the price, right? Han Fei secretly rolled his eyes impatiently. Whatever, I'm leaving now. When he was about to leave, he was pulled by the man. He shouted, "Hey, where are you going? You idiot, the red-haired big-mouth crab is over there." After a moment, Han Fei was looking at a red-haired big-mouth crab in a pool on a wooden bridge 30 meters above the pool, muttering, "Brother Crab, sorry for your freedom, I think you'd be a better sacrifice." Then he randomly dripped 4 or 5 drops of Poison King into the pool. The entire floor was breeding areas, only some of the creatures were kept together, and most of the creatures were kept alone, so the pools were separated by layers. Han Fei didn't take the big man's words seriously at all. He walked and dripped the Poison King along the way. After walking 3 or 5 kilometers, someone called out, "Hey, isn't that Lu Xiaolu? Why did Foreman Wang let you come here? An advanced dangling fisher?" Han Fei chuckled and said, "Oh, here comes a VIP customer. Foreman Wang asked me to see if there are any exotic octopus here. I remember there may have been one in the front, so I came to check up." The man was stunned for a moment. "Oh, really? Do you mean the three-eyed octopus? Why don't they take the guest straight to it? Why did they bother to have you come all the way here?" Han Fei's eyes flickered, and he leaned toward this person's ear. "It's a secret." The man was startled and hurriedly said, "Oh, okay, I see. Just check for it quickly. Don't make Foreman Wang wait too long." Han Fei nodded and hurried away. Along the way, from time to time, Han Fei saw a group of customers gathering around the pools, choosing contractual spiritual beasts. Han Fei threw the Poison King into every pool he passed by. "Haha, call me Han Fei, the Wrecker. I'm gonna destroy the dragon boat today." Han Fei and the other 4 boarded the dragon boat separately. They had made an appointment to meet in the employment hall, but as soon as Han Fei came up, he noticed the weird actions of the black-robed man, so he did not go to the employment hall. "Oh no, the contractual spiritual beasts are sick," someone suddenly shouted and immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Some people sneered, "Are you out of your mind? How can contractual spiritual beasts get sick?" But immediately, these people were all stupefied as they saw a large number of creatures starting to vomit and have diarrhea. A single-horned shark even began to ram the pool with its head, and filthy things were spurted out under its tail. A soft cuttlefish had turned completely soft and crazily spurting ink, dyeing the entire pool black. A red flame python was vomiting flames and lashing its tail like mad, throwing all kinds of dirty things all over the sky. After about 2 minutes, someone shouted, "Someone spread poison, someone spread poison." A few more minutes later, an announcement was made. "The whole ship, search for Lu Xiaolu. He is not the real Lu Xiaolu." When everyone was busy searching for him, Han Fei saw a man coming towards him. Without a word, he knocked him out with a punch and changed his face into this man's. At the exit, Han Fei casually threw a piece of Poison King smoke into the cabin. "Haha, go on catching Lu Xiaolu." On the deck of Level 1, everyone was holding the railing, looking at the black-robed man struggling on the sea and feeling scared. Just now, the black-robed man suddenly appeared on the deck and had big diarrhea under public stare, and then was caught by a fishing hook that fell from the sky and thrown into the sea. On the surface of the sea, the situation of this black-robed man was getting worse. He kept spitting out all kinds of things mixed with his internal organs. Obviously, his internal organs were seriously damaged and he was going to die soon. Someone trembled and said, "Who did this guy offend? How miserable he is." Someone sighed. "Damn it, why is my right eyelid jumping? I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen." Someone looked away from the dying man on the sea and said in disgust, "This is too cruel. He seems to be going to vomit his guts out." At this moment, the black-robed man had sunk into the sea, and someone saw through the fishing hook that he was not just vomiting and having diarrhea. All the pores of the black-robed man's whole body were bleeding, some parts of his body even cracked, and his body seemed to be gradually dissolving. Usually, around the dragon boat there should be massive schools of fish, but at this moment it was literally a vacuum around the black-robed man. Many creatures were floating on the sea with their bellies upside down, and none of the other creatures dared to approach him. On the deck of floor 1, a few persons stood watching, talking via voice transmission. Zhang Xuanyu asked, "Sha Xiao Shan, is this the Poison King you mentioned?" "Yes, but Han Fei seems to have used a lot of it on this man. 1 drop would be able to kill him, but depending on this person's situation, Han Fei must have used many drops on him." Lu Renkuang agreed. "Well, not just many drops. I think he had filled this guy's body with the Poison King." "This is too scary." Luo Xiaobai didn't look at that man anymore but asked, "Why did Han Fei make a move alone ahead of time?" Zhang Xuanyu said crossly, "You know, he never abides by rules. Do you know where he is now?" While many people on the dragon boat were still watching, dozens of people suddenly came out from nowhere, vomiting and groaning. One of them exclaimed in a panic, guard, ugh, the bottom level has had an accident. Ugh, someone spread poison." The people on the deck immediately panicked. They didn't mind watching someone else's tragedy, but certainly not their own. Who the hell knew if this poison was contagious or not? Someone immediately exclaimed, go away, don't fucking come over." Someone said angrily, "I can't stay here anymore." Who else dares to spread poison on a dragon boat? It must be Han Fei. Many people still remembered what happened on the steps into the sea, although the big clans and 7 major sects in the Thousand-Star City stopped the news from spreading forcefully. However, the walls had ears. Many people knew that Han Fei had poisoned the entire Thousand-Star City. At this moment, seeing the symptoms of the poisoned people, many people were horrified. Had Han Fei come to retaliate? Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Go, let's go to the employment hall first and wait for Han Fei there." Xiao Xiaoshan wondered, "How do you know he will still go to the employment hall?" Luo Xiaobai said, "He created such a big turmoil. It is impossible for him to challenge the hanging fisher alone. If he doesn't come to the hall anytime soon, let's find a way to sneak onto the 4th floor. Then, if anything happens on the top floor, we will know immediately." On top of the dragon boat, the hanging fisher sat on the boat with a cold face. He didn't expect Han Fei to be so frantic. He knew Han Fei would definitely take revenge on the black-robed man, so he deliberately let the black-robed man go so as to allure Han Fei out. But he was still a step slower. As a result, this guy ran to the bottom level to poison the contractual spiritual beasts. Who the hell would expect that? The hanging fisher gnashed his teeth. "Don't let me catch you, humph." Chapter 536, Attack the Dragon Boat. Han Fei still didn't go to meet Xia Xiaoshan and the others immediately. In his opinion, dragon boats were places where the big clans from the Thousand-Star City made their money. They seemed to be prosperous, but were actually bloodsuckers. He was not going to attack those innocent passers-by. But as for the dragon boats, Han Fei really loathed them. If there was any place on dragon boats worth robbing, it must be the warehouse. And then secondly, the ghost market. Han Fei's first choice was surely the warehouse, but when Little White sensed that the place having the most treasures was on the 4th or 5th floor, he immediately gave up this plan. After a little reflection, Han Fei changed his target. The employment hall was still bustling. It seemed that the matters of the black-robed man and the bottom floor did not affect the people here at all. Shouting and cries rose and fell. 3 teammates looking for 2 more teammates. We want an advanced dangling fisher armorist and an advanced dangling fisher spirit gatherer to explore the Crescent Spring together. 4 looking for 1 more, an advanced dangling fisher manipulator, Crescent Spring. A 10-person team looking for a peak-level dangling fisher soul warrior to explore a secret realm. Anyone want in? The Crescent Spring was a place in the level 3 fishery that was not very dangerous. It was said that under this seabed there was a crescent-shaped canyon with heavy water flowing through. In that heavy water, some special spring water would flow out from time to time. It was said that this kind of spring water could strengthen one's physique and increase the probability of breakthrough, and so on. However, this treasure land had not been selected as one of the top 10 dangerous places in the level 3 fishery. Its value was not quite high, nor its degree of danger, so Han Fei was not quite interested. Someone yelled, 4 looking for 1 more, an advanced dangling fisher soul warrior to find a lost treasure. Han Fei grinned and walked over immediately. Before he arrived, he saw a soul warrior go over. "Hey, bro, what kind of treasure is the lost treasure you speak of?" "The lost treasure is the lost treasure. I once found in an ancient book that there may be an ancient treasure hidden near the Crescent Spring," the soul warrior said. "An ancient book? All right, I'm in. Go away. We want a soul warrior who can burrow holes." The soul warrior was surprised. "Burrow holes? I can burrow holes. What is your spiritual beast?" The soul warrior grinned and said, "I have a lobster and a crab. That's why I said I can burrow holes." The fat man who was soliciting thought for a moment. "Is your spiritual beast an exotic kind?" The soul warrior was taken aback for a moment. "You must be crazy. If I had a damn exotic spiritual beast, how would it possible for me to burrow holes for you?" The soul warrior left angrily. Han Fei stood in front of the fatty. "Hey, what the fuck are you doing here? Leave." The fatty's eyes lit up. "Han Fei? There you are," Han Fei asked via voice transmission. "Where are Xia Xiaoshan and others?" Ren Kuang responded, "Next door. Let me call them over." After a while, the 5 of them were standing by the railing. Han Fei said, "Xia Xiaoshan, there is an arduous task for you." Xia Xiaoshan's eyes lit up. "How arduous is it?" Han Fei thought for a while. "At least it can be worth 500 caddies of spirit awakening fluid." Xia Xiaoshan immediately said readily, "What do I have to do?" Han Fei said. "The treasure house of the dragon boat should be on the 4th or 5th floor. I suspect that the probability of being on the 5th floor is a bit higher. However, once we get to the 5th floor, we will inevitably be discovered. So, our first goal should be the black market." Luo Xiaobai said, "Huh? Is that where the people in black robes are?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes, let Master Hexagon follow them, and he can definitely find where the black market stores their money." The Hexagon starfish was now hidden under the clothes of Ren Kuang. In order to prevent being discovered, he also set up a stealth array for himself. Hearing Han Fei's words, the Hexagon starfish asked, "Can I take some of the money?" Han Fei said, "No problem, but time is running out. It's better for Xia Xiaoshan to get the money, and we'll give some to you later." The Hexagon starfish rolled his eyes. He always felt that Han Fei was cheating him. Although he did get a lot of good stuff from Han Fei recently, they were all defective, and they took all the good things for themselves. But Han Fei continued, "Next, I will take the initiative to expose my identity and entangle the hanging fisher. Xiao Bai, take the opportunity to find the treasure house on the 5th floor, and I'll let my little white follow you." Luo Xiaobai frowned and said, "Are you going to face him head-on?" Han Fei smiled. "Yes, so what? Don't forget that I have a peak strike." Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "That ancient jade may not be able to kill a hanging fisher. It's just a one-time attack. Are you going to use it right away?" Han Fei chuckled. "Don't worry, I will find the best time to use it. Don't forget, in addition to the Immortal Seal and the Peak Strike, I also have the Poison King. Even if I can't beat that old bastard, I can poison him to death." Everyone shivered suddenly. They remembered how miserable the black-robed man was just now. The Poison King was utterly horrifying. Luo Xiaobai warned, "Now that your identity has been exposed, there must be many peak-level dangling fishers waiting to ambush you on the 5th floor. You'll face more than one peak-level dangling fisher by then. With the strength of Zhang Xuanyu and Le Renquang, I'm afraid they can't handle a hanging fisher, let alone an opponent that should be a peak-level hanging fisher." Han Fei smiled faintly. If he can keep at his peak level, the 5th floor of the dragon boat. Ruan Yu had been guarding this dragon boat for more than 3 years. Not everyone could get this job, which required not only strength and relationships, but also merits and combat achievements. All hanging fishers who could appear in the level 3 fishery were very strong. From the moment the black-robed man was poisoned, Wu Yu knew that Han Fei had blatantly declared a war on him. Although Han Fei's disguise skills were indeed brilliant, in terms of strength, he and his companions were only dangling fishers. He didn't think Han Fei could pose a threat to him. The only thing that upset Ruan Yu was the poison used by Han Fei. He didn't know where Han Fei got it. Although he had taken a lot of anti-poison fruits, it did not mean that he would be immune to that poison. Therefore, Ruan Yu planned to kill Han Fei as soon as he appeared. At this moment, a black-robed man was standing behind him. "My lord, the treasure house has already been prepared. If Han Fei goes there, he will definitely gain nothing." Ruan Yu nodded with an indifferent expression. "Okay, then wait for him. I'd like to see what the new students of the Thug Academy are like after these past 30 years. Just as Ruan Yu calmly waited for Han Fei, a fishing hook suddenly appeared in the air, with a black object on it. "Huh! 1,000-mile fishing technique? Disperse." Ruan Yu raised his hand and a golden handprint patted at the fishing hook. He didn't know what the black ball was, but it must be the kind of poison that could make people vomit and have diarrhea. Bam! The Poison King smoke suddenly exploded and disappeared into the air instantly, colorless and tasteless, without a trace. Ruan Yu yelled, "Back off." Set in array. When a blue light curtain enveloped Ruan Yu and the people nearby, heavy rain suddenly began to fall in the sky. Many people in black robes on the top of the dragon boat were caught off guard. They would avoid attacks, but not the rain. Even a fishing master was not necessarily afraid of being caught in the rain. They knew that the rain must be poisonous, but only if the rain could drop on their bodies, right? But this was simply impossible. As soon as they activate a spiritual energy protective cover, the rain could never touch them. Clank, clank, clank. These peak-level dangling fishers in the rain were still carefully looking around, but suddenly found that they were surrounded by blades falling around them. Oh no, the raindrops have turned into knives. Bam, bam, bam. At the moment when the raindrops turned into blades, at least dozens of places on the dragon boat exploded. In the black market at the bottom of the dragon boat, knives were flying in the air, and a closed door was directly broken by Xia Xiaon. In a certain area on the 5th floor of the dragon boat, large swaths of colored smoke suddenly appeared. On the whole dragon boat, many people were stunned and all looked up. "Oh, someone is attacking the ship. Gosh! Han Fei, it must be Han Fei." Someone exclaimed. "How dare he attack the dragon boat? Is he crazy?" "Yes, it's too crazy. Han Fei is a lunatic. Everyone, let's leave here. Don't get poisoned." Chapter 537. The hanging fisher Han Fei came, standing on the deck of the 5th floor, walking towards Ruan Yu step by step. And the peak-level dangling fishers on the 5th floor did not expect the raindrops to change into knives. Besides, this kind of knife was extremely sharp and even tore their protective cover in the blink of an eye. When the rain fell on their bodies, many people knew that they were doomed. They had all seen how miserably the black-robed man died. No one wanted to die like that, vomiting and having diarrhea, with his internal organs almost dissolved. So these peak-level dangling fishers all released spiritual energy, trying to shake the raindrops away. However, what made them desperate was that these were not raindrops at all, but knives. Han Fei walked in the heavy rain, and no drop of water fell on him. This was the first time Han Fei had used the infinity water so unscrupulously. This supreme treasure, which caused the entire undersea city to be destroyed, gave full play to its advantages at this moment. Where there is water, there is a knife. The infinity water showed its peerless power, although Han Fei was still unable to kill these peak-level dangling fishers given his current controlling ability of the infinity water. But Han Fei didn't need to bother to kill them at all. As they expected, the rain was poisonous because there was the Poison King in it. Han Fei released the Poison King smoke to sound it out. And as he expected, there was actually a seal on this floor. Around Ruan Yu, a large blue array appeared. At this moment, a weird scene appeared on the top of the entire dragon boat. The heavy rain was pouring down, but it would not fall to the 4th floor at all. The stream of water rolled back into the sky, poured into the blue array, or rushed towards those peak-level dangling fishers. Clank, 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 the large blue array, flickering slightly, seemed going to be broken at any time by the infinity water. Puff, 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 pew, you. Han Fei glanced at these peak-level dangling fissures disgustingly. Fuck off and find anti-poison fruits to eat now. Maybe they will save your lives. As soon as Han Fei said this, on the top of the boat, all but the peak-level dangling fissures protected by the blue array ran away. They had to run. This was a race against time. One step slower, they would end up the same as the black-robed man. Han Fei smiled and looked at Ruan Yu. At that time, did you really want to kill me? Ruan Yu's expression remained unchanged, and he stretched out a hand from the array to catch a few drops of rain. Han Fei's pupils constricted slightly. The infinity water would grow stronger as he grew stronger. Even if it hadn't reached his peak state, ordinary people would definitely be mangled upon touching it. But not only was Ruan Yu intact, but he also felt and absorbed the few drops of rain. After a while, however, Ruan Yu frowned slightly. He felt a bit uncomfortable now. Was this poison so strong? Han Fei took a breath immediately. God, he couldn't believe this idiot actually took the initiative to absorb the poison. He didn't move, but let the infinity water attack the big blue array. Having spent so long in the level 3 fishing ground, Han Fei had long realized that there was no unbreakable array in the world. If it couldn't be broken, either you had not attacked it powerfully or long enough. For example, the protection array of the undersea city was very strong but was still broken by the Sea Clan. In the array, Ruan Yu said faintly to his men, flash away. After experiencing it personally, Ruan Yu was very sure that no one could resist the poison, at least not in the level 3 fishery. Unless you had eaten all the anti-poison fruits in the level 3 fishery or rare spiritual fruits such as the venomous tulip, you would not be able to resist this poison. Yes, my lord. Swish. When all these people flashed away, Ruan Yu looked at Han Fei. Your purpose is nothing more than to keep me alone and helpless. But why do you think that you can beat me even if I am alone? And the two who are hiding, you should know that you can't hide from my perception. Why are you still hiding? As soon as he said so, Zhang Xuanyu and Renquang jumped out, and the rain automatically avoided them. Ruan Yu perceived them again and smiled faintly. There are still two. Are they going to loot the treasure house of the dragon boat? Never letting go of any benefit, you are truly the students of the Thug Academy. However, why are you so sure that you can make it? Han Fei grinned and said, we just want to have a try. If we fail, we'll try our best to kill you. After all, if we defeat you, the treasures will all be ours. In your dreams, Ruan Yu's arm shook, the blue array burst, and the billowing airwave blasted in all directions. A big fish with long fins and red scales all over the body flashed out of Ruan Yu's eyebrows. Han Fei saw the data in his eyes. Namio Gale Dragonfish, Ruan Yu's spiritual beast. Introduction, special fish that grows in stormy waters and can create hurricanes at sea. The hurricane it creates can easily smash creatures of the same level. In combat, its attacks contain the power of hurricanes. All quality, exotic, ultra quality, level 444 contains spiritual energy, 430-50 points, 430-50 soar, contains soul power, 50-24. Han Fei frowned. His spiritual beast had reached level 44. He had encountered a creature of this level, the spirit-absorbing centipede, and he couldn't even break its shell. However, Han Fei was relieved that the big fish in front of him was just a fish. If it was a crustacean, he wouldn't have a chance to defeat it. The Gale Dragonfish opened its mouth and roared, and then a hurricane directly fell from the sky. Renquang took the lead to activate the sky-swallowing technique, and the huge suction force spread to all sides, causing the hurricane to twist and bend towards him. Han Fei released a powerful burst of spiritual energy, and the infinity water gathered, turned into a water column, and rushed straight into the hurricane. In an instant, the water knives and the hurricane were entwined together. Han Fei's heart shuddered. So strong, Han Fei's face turned serious. He activated the majestic mystic spell, and his momentum continued to soar. At the same time, he had Little Fatty and Little Gold attached to him, raising his realm to that of a peak-level dangling fisher. Han Fei didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. Even if he couldn't bring out the real power of the infinity water, it was still an utterly powerful weapon. With just this little power it could release at present, it had already been able to resist the spiritual beast of a hanging fisher. Ruan Yu sneered. A blue light flashed in his hand, and an armor box fell to the ground. At the same time, Han Fei saw a huge shark roaring in the air that was attached to Ruan Yu. On his arms appeared two sharp knife wheels out of the blue. It was not over yet. Then a deep blue big fish appeared in the air. Han Fei recognized at a glance that it was a sailfish. Then a dark blue spear appeared in Ruan Yu's hand. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Are you both an armorist and a soul warrior? Ruan? You smiled faintly. You've got a good eye. It's a pity, Ruan. You suddenly roared, and the rolling sound waves spread in all directions. Do you think anyone can be qualified for this job? Spectral spear. Ruan. You looked up, leaving a flash of flame in the air, and waves of air billows spread across the spear. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xuanyu immediately rushed up. 9 layered waves in the furious sea. Buzz buzz Ruan. You didn't even look back but threw the knife wheels on both arms out. At this time, every move was not fancy at all but utterly practical. Han Fei summoned the blood-drinking knife and activated the draw technique. The deck was lifted and the knife light drew a half arc in the air with overwhelming power. At this moment, Han Fei didn't want to and couldn't retreat. Since he had chosen to take revenge, he couldn't give up. At least he had to hold on until the other four arrived. He slashed out, and the billowing airwave left a red ray of light thousands of meters high in midair, which was glaring in the sky. Around the dragon boat, many people were watching the battle in their fishing boats in shock. Wow, someone was shocked. Can Han Fei even challenge a hanging fisher? Oh my god. What kind of overbearing combat skill is that? How can it be so powerful? My god, Han Fei doesn't even back off. What is he going to do? Someone exclaimed in shock. Xuanhuan is defeated. It was true. Xuanhuan had launched the 9-layered waves in the furious sea, but failed to repulse those 2 knife wheels. At this moment, Lurenquang stood in front of Xuanhuan and shouted, "Divine Turtle Shield. Ultimate Defense." Clang clang clang. A giant old turtle rose in front of Lurenquang and propped up a turtle shell shield, blocking the 2 knife wheels. On the other side, Han Fei had gathered all his spiritual energy. His eyes turned red and seemed to be glaring with flames, and he suddenly launched the sacrificing punch. Bam, 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 continuously piercing through the triple barriers in midair. Han Fei grinned ferociously. I'd like to see how strong a hanging fisher is. Han Fei didn't use the art of invincibility. Although that fist skill was strong, he hadn't mastered the essence yet, and its real power could only be brought out by less than 1/10 or 2/10, which couldn't deal with the hanging fisher now. But the sacrificing punch was different, which was almost tailored for Han Fei. Ren Tianfei left it to Han Fei as a lifesaver, and would never expect that Han Fei would use it at the very beginning. Ruan Yu's face sank, his arms stretched out, and the 2 wheels returned immediately. Humph! The armor box in front of Ruan Yu suddenly opened, and spikes appeared inside. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of long spikes twisted together and turned into a large cone-shaped spike. In an instant, the long spike shot out, shining with a tricolor light. It was so dazzling that people within dozens of kilometers could not help blocking their eyes with their hands. Mystic Divine Spike. Chapter 538, The Death of the Hanging Fisher Han Fei and Ruan. You had almost launched their attacks in a flash. Zhang Xuanyu, who was thrown flying, was still in the sky. Seeing this scene, he was so worried about Han Fei that he launched a soul thrust at Ruan Yu, his eyes bleeding. At this moment, Ruan Yu, who was concentrated on fighting Han Fei, did not expect this soul attack from Zhang Xuanyu. Ruan Yu immediately vomited a mouthful of blood, and blood oozed from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Hu Daozan. Suffering from Zhang Xuanyu's soul attack, Ruan Yu still did not look back, but continued to control the Mystic Divine Spike. Lurenquang was also fighting like hell. He did not expect this hanging fisher to be so tough, and found that he couldn't resist the Mystic Divine Spike at all. Lurenquang roared and also activated the Violent War Body in addition to the Majestic Mystic Spell, and at the same time, a golden ray of light shot out from his hand. Bloodthirsty Broadsword. The bloodthirsty broadsword of the Lurenquang was similar to the draw technique of Han Fei, and the former was even fiercer because it would come back to hurt the user if the enemy didn't bleed. But the bloodthirsty broadsword was too slow, unable to interrupt Ruan Yu's offensive. In the sky, the huge fist mark was like a shooting star smashing towards Ruan Yu in the flames. But the Mystic Divine Spike avoided the fist mark and directly stabbed at Han Fei's chest. Whether it was Han Fei or Ruan Yu, they just concentrated on attacking their opponent, ignoring their opponent's attacks on them. Han Fei said in his heart, "Little fatty, now I count on you." He had activated the indestructible body and the majestic mystic spell and put on an ultra-quality battlesuit. Besides, Little Fatty could remove the power of the opponent's attack by 90%. He was sure he could block a blow of Ruan Yu. The next moment, he put a big shield in front of him. This was the ultra-quality shield he had refined in the abyssal chasm to withstand the sword flow. However, with a clang, the huge shield was pierced through. Han Fei immediately summoned an ultra-quality battlesuit to shield in front of him. This time, he held out for 2 full minutes. During these 2 minutes, Han Fei threw away the giant shield and smashed the sacrificing punch on Ruan Yu. And the latter crossed his hands, and the 2 knife wheels floated in the air. Bombarded by the sacrificing punch, the deck of floor 1 was shattered, and Ruan Yu's body left a trail nearly 200 meters long on the deck. "Fuck you!" Han Fei cursed. The ultra-quality battlesuit was pierced through too, and the Mystic Divine Spike fell on his shoulder. Crack. Just like the first time he touched the embroidery needle, he was sent flying nearly a kilometer upside down in the air. Another ultra-quality battlesuit on his body was shattered after 2 or 3 minutes. At this moment, an invisible tentacle and an unbreakable fish skin withstood this blow. In the end, the Mystic Divine Spike failed to pierce Little Fatty's defense, but Han Fei still spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood, feeling as if his left shoulder was broken. But fortunately, he managed to block the Mystic Divine Spike. And at this moment, Han Fei had already been sure that Ruan Yu could not kill him. If it were an ordinary junior or intermediate hanging fisher, perhaps he didn't even need to use any ultra-quality spiritual weapon. He would be able to block their attacks with the indestructible body alone. As for Ruan Yu, his shoulder seemed to be broken at the moment. He vomited a full mouthful of blood, and there was a big indented fist mark on the ultra-quality battlesuit he wore, which had cracked. All the onlookers were stupefied. What the hell is going on here? That's a hanging fisher, the guardian of the dragon boat. But he was so badly injured? On the other end, Han Fei stuffed a few drops of candle dragon blood into his mouth. Then he made the infinity water dart at Ruan Yu. Han Fei stretched out his hand, spreading his golden red wings, and rushed towards Ruan Yu. He felt that he could use the peak strike now. If he still couldn't kill this man, he would just run. It was also at this time that the bloodthirsty broadsword had finally struck at Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu, who was also an armorist, had his armor box opened and put on a strangely shaped glove. He hit the ground with one hand and backhand threw out a punch. Bang. The air billow pounced on Le Renquang, shattering his ultra-quality long knife. Puff! With this blow, Le Renquang knelt on the ground, coughing 2 mouthfuls of blood, and then raised his head with difficulty. However, Ruan Yu was also injured. His entire right arm was torn out hundreds of holes with a burst of spiritual energy. Except that the glove was intact, his right arm was probably badly injured too. As soon as Han Fei flapped his wings, a dragon roar suddenly exploded in Ruan Yu's ears. Following that, a slender figure blasted Ruan Yu into the sky with a punch. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000-strike technique was activated 18 times in a row, and blood splashed all over. At this moment, Ruan Yu struck one of the 2 knife wheels in his hands with another. Clang. Like a big bell ringing, Xia Xiaoshan was blasted out of her shadow state directly. The corner of Xia Xiaoshan's mouth bled, and with a flash, she reappeared behind Ruan Yu, putting a dagger against Ruan Yu's neck. However, as a hanging fisher, Ruan Yu reacted extremely quickly. He directly took off his ultra-quality battlesuit to block Xia Xiaoshan's blow. At the same time, a gale rolled up and he stepped on it and put on another ultra-quality battlesuit. Han Fei was rushing over and Luo Xiaobai also rushed onto the deck. However, she didn't look good. There were traces of fighting on her body and her face looked very pale. But the moment Luo Xiaobai landed on the deck, countless vines shot out, dragging Zhang Xuanyu, Le Renquang, and Xia Xiaoshan back. At the same time, Luo Xiaobai stuffed a spiritual fruit into her mouth and pointed her finger at Ruan Yu. Hundreds of huge petals directly ignored the gale and enveloped Ruan Yu like a shadow. Bam! The petals exploded, and there was blood oozing from Luo Xiaobai's mouth. Obviously, this blow consumed a lot of her energy. When the petals exploded, Ruan Yu's hair was scattered, and he glared at Luo Xiaobai and the others, throwing the long spike in his hand straight out, trying to nail Luo Xiaobai onto the deck. Le Renquang gritted his teeth and was just about to take out a shield when 6 beams of light suddenly rose into the sky. Squeak! The spear was spinning frantically on the 6-gate array. At the moment when the 6-gate array was broken, Zhang Xuanyu hit the long spear as hard as he could until it was shaken off. At this moment, Han Fei had returned. Seeing Ruan Yu put on another ultra-quality battlesuit, Han Fei crushed the red ancient jade. At the moment the ancient jade was crushed, Ruan Yu widened his eyes and roared, "Who is helping you?" Ruan Yu was not afraid of Han Fei's sacrificing punch. However, this ancient jade panicked him. Under public stare, a big axe suddenly emerged in front of Han Fei. The axe, as long as hundreds of meters, chopped at Ruan Yu in a flash. Hoo! Blast! 1, 2, 3 ultra-quality battlesuits shielded in front of Ruan Yu, but were shattered only in a second. Ruan Yu was burning his vitality, and a fierce light rose again from his glove and charged towards the axe. Boom! Within a kilometer, the power of the axe swept across. Some people who were close to them directly vomited blood, and because of this blow, hundreds of people were injured. At this moment, Ruan Yu's right arm had disappeared, half of his body was bleeding, and the bones in his right chest were cracked, and his body was mangled. Han Fei roared out loud, "Remember, if I want you to die, you will die." Sacrificing punch. This time, Ruan Yu was unable to block it. If it weren't for the power of the axe just now, he wouldn't be afraid of this. However, that axe had almost killed him. He couldn't block any more attacks. Boom. Ruan Yu and Han Fei directly dropped from the top of the dragon boat, leaving a big hole in the deck. This punch blasted directly from the 5th floor to the bottom floor. Ruan Yu didn't even have the chance to blow himself up, and the part of his body below the head had completely shattered. Panting for breath, Han Fei quickly took another gulp of cradle dragon blood. He felt that this was the fucking hardest battle he had ever fought in his life. Han Fei saw a green jade-like shell slipping from Ruan Yu's chest, and he picked it up immediately. What's this? Wow, fuck, Han Fei was shocked. Is this a sea-swallowing seashell? He just scanned it and found that tons of treasures and mid-quality pearls were stuffed in the shell that had a radius of almost 1,000 meters. No, wait, is this really a sea-swallowing seashell? How come it has such a large space inside? At this time, Luo Xiaobai said in a voice transmission, "Come up, let's leave now." Han Fei quickly put away the shell, looked back, and stuffed a mass of Poison King into Ruan Yu, who was still a little conscious. After doing this, Han Fei jumped to the top of the dragon boat, and Zhang Xuanyu had already prepared the wind god boat. As soon as Han Fei jumped on the fishing boat, the wind god boat turned into a stream of light and disappeared. There were hundreds of thousands of people on the whole dragon boat, but no one dared to stop them. Everyone was left speechless. Who dares to stop them? Even Master Hanging Fisher had been defeated. After a while, someone exclaimed, "Master Hanging Fisher is dead." In an instant, the dragon boat was in a big uproar, and robberies, killings, and battles thus began. Chapter 539, Sad Old Bai. About 3 hours after Ruan Yu's death, a figure fell from the sky and roared, shocking the entire dragon boat, but at this moment, the dragon boat had almost been ruined. Without the Hanging Fisher, the guards on the dragon boat simply couldn't stop the robberies and killings of hundreds of thousands of people. The shop owners in the trading market closed their shops right away and joined in the looting frenzy. When the Hidden Fisher arrived, there was a mess on the dragon boat, and almost everything that could be snatched had been snatched. The people on the dragon boat had also reduced from hundreds of thousands to tens of thousands. Among them, half were the staff of the dragon boat. Standing next to Ruan Yu's body, the Hidden Fisher frowned and fiddled with his body a little with his foot. Humph, the smell of the evil shield. At this moment, Han Fei and the others had already gone into a small secret realm in the level 3 fishery that had been dug. They were collapsing on the ground, and Han Fei kept casting his divine healing technique on everyone. Zhang Xuanyu grinned. Is this the strength of a hanging fisher? Isn't it too strong? 5 against 1, and we used all our secret skills, but we still had to rely on the ancient jade to kill him? Lu Renkuang lay on the ground screaming, "No, I feel that my viscera are displaced and seriously damaged. I'm afraid I won't be able to fight again in 10 days. Xia Xiaochan kicked Lu Renkuang. It shows that you are not fat enough. If you get fatter, you'll be able to bounce his attack back. Lu Renkuang rolls his eyes. How fat do I have to be bounce back the attack of a hanging fisher? Master Hexagon was also lying on the ground like an exhausted dog. What a disgrace. The 6-gate array was shattered so easily. Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai. Did the treasure house have a problem? Luo Xiaobai nodded. Serial killing arrays were set up inside and outside the treasure house, and my 2 ultra-quality spiritual weapons were both destroyed. Oh my god. Han Fei took a deep breath. 2 ultra-quality spiritual weapons were destroyed. Luo Xiaobai must have taken great risks to escape. Han Fei hurriedly said, "It's okay. I'll make you some more ultra-quality spiritual weapons. Let me show you something good." Huh? Everyone looked at Han Fei. The latter took out a jasper-colored shell, but when he took a closer look, it turned out that under the color of jasper, there was also a milky white layer. Xia Xiaoshan took it over and looked at it. Huh? What is this? Lu Renkuang covered his ears. What's the matter? What's the matter? Let me see. Oh, Zhang Xuanyu snatched it from Lu Renkuang's hand and then froze directly. After a while, he started to laugh stupidly. Luo Xiaobai frowned and took it over. After scanning it, she opened her mouth slightly, and after 2 full minutes, she slowly said, "This, I am afraid it is the Sun Moon Shell." Sun Moon Shell? What is that? Everyone looked at Luo Xiaobai, who was much more knowledgeable than them indeed. Luo Xiaobai said, "To describe it, we have to start with the unique talents and attributes of these shells. As we all know, everyone now uses sea-swallowing seashells, which is the most common type of storage space. Sea-swallowing seashells are actually not uncommon, because sea-swallowing seashells have a limited lifespan. After it dies, its internal space becomes a separate world. After being collected, they become the sea-swallowing seashell we use now." Luo Xiaobai continued, "But besides sea-swallowing seashells, there is another kind of shell called the Sun Moon Shell. It is said that this kind of shell often floats on the surface of the water and absorbs the brilliance of the sun and moon, just like humans cultivating. As time goes by, their shells become firmer and their lifespan is extremely long. They may live for 500 years or even thousands of years. After they die, their shells will also form a separate space, which is much larger than that of a sea-swallowing seashell." It was the first time that Han Fei and the others had heard of a Sun Moon Shell, and they were amazed. Han Fei exclaimed, "The Sun Moon Shell has a radius of 1,000 meters. I was wondering where the treasures of the dragon boat were hidden." It turns out that he took them with him. Luo Xiaobai shook her head slightly. "No, the materials on the dragon boat shouldn't be only as much as those in just a Sun Moon Shell. We just didn't find the rest." Xia Xiaoshan also said, "We didn't gain much on the black market. I only grabbed less than 50 sea-swallowing seashells, but they were quite full." Han Fei added, "This time we made a fortune. But how are we going to use the money?" Lu Renkuang hurriedly said. "Sell them. The person on the ghost ship left us his contact information, right? Trade them for the spirit awakening fluid." Han Fei shook his head. "You don't even know how much money the Sun Moon Shell is worth. Even the sea-swallowing seashells that Xia Xiaoshan had snatched will be able to be exchanged for hundreds of caddies of the spirit awakening fluid. The Sun Moon Shell is too valuable. It's at least worth more than 10,000 caddies." Luo Xiaobai thought for a moment and said, "Guys, let's heal our wounds first. Han Fei, please refine some ultra-quality spiritual weapons and battle suits. From now on, we will definitely be the public enemy of the level 3 fishery. Any dragon boat we encounter will chase us down. Therefore, we must keep at our peak states at all times." Han Fei nodded. "No problem, don't go out for a while. Let's take a break." In fact, Han Fei was seriously injured. Ruan Yu's mystic divine spike was not weak, and even now, he still felt a strange force on his shoulder, destroying the vitality of his body. But fortunately, the regenerative ability of the indestructible body was also very powerful. That was why he could still stand now. The news about Han Fei and the other four had been known to everyone in the level 3 fishery. Especially, it sounded almost impossible that the Thug Legend team killed a hanging fisher. At the 7 great sects in the Thousand Star City, everyone was stunned. Fortunately, they didn't fight Han Fei too violently before. Otherwise, how could they be still alive? The disciples of the Grand Void Academy couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Ji Xuanhuan secretly said to Tian Yishan, "I don't feel so bad now, although we were deceived by Han Fei. That guy is a genius who can even kill a hanging fisher. We are lucky just being deceived by him." Tian Yishan couldn't agree more and conveyed the thought to Chu Shun, who nodded slightly in agreement. When Gong Yehan first heard the news, she was really shocked. 5 dangling fishers killed a peak-level hanging fisher together? Even though there might be some discrepancies between the facts and the rumor, the peak-level hanging fisher was indeed dead, and that dragon boat was now guarded by a hidden fisher. That was an indisputable fact. Gong Yehan couldn't help thinking about what Han Fei was like the first time she saw him. He was literally a rascal, and he pretended to be unable to even beat a basalt conch and made a sneak attack on her. Senior sister, well. Yes, senior sister, what are you thinking about? Oh, no, nothing. Senior sister, are you thinking about that Han Fei? You are always out of state after you came out of the steppes into the sea. Do you, you darn girl? If you continue to talk nonsense, I will beat you. When Tonga heard the news, his jaw almost dropped, and then he planned to go to Han Fei. It took Mu Ling a lot of effort to stop him. Mu Ling said helplessly, "What can you do now? Since they can kill a hanging fisher and escape unscathed, how can they be easily found by you?" Tonga said with a stern face. "It's too dangerous for them now. These dragon boats will definitely send a large number of people to search for them. Then they will face the wrath of other hanging fishers and more than one." Mu Ling said, "Do you think Han Fei is stupid? No, he is smarter than you. Do you think he would go rob a dragon boat unprepared? Even if you find him now, you won't be able to help. It is said that Han Fei can shatter an ultra-quality suit with a punch. Can you do that?" "No," Tangge replied without hesitation. At this time, the contents of the rumors suddenly came back to him. Someone said that Han Fei turned into the sea god and punched a big hole in the dragon boat. Someone said that Han Fei had a super strong physique, so he could casually defeat a hanging fisher. Someone said, anyway, there were all kinds of rumors. Han Fei had been demonized, and it was obviously impossible to know what really happened back then from other people. Tangge couldn't help sighing. He has chosen the most difficult path. As for the children of the big clans in the Thousand Star City clan, after hearing the news, they were all stupefied. Even Cao Tian got serious. Cao Chu said he was going to find Han Fei, but was stopped by Cao Jiaren. Cao Jiaren said to Cao Chu, "You two are already friends. If he succeeds in the future, you are still friends. But if he has millions of enemies in the future, then you'll have to put an end to this relationship. Next time, if you meet him outside the level 3 fishery, I will not stop you from seeing him." When Sun Mu heard the news, he just said lightly, "Go back to the city." Yang Deyu had vowed to have a duel with Han Fei. After hearing the news, however, he turned to lie on the fishing boat, basking in the sun and flipping a map. Look for Han Fei? No way, he was not crazy. And this was the same case outside the level 3 fishery, where people were also shocked at the news. For example, when Old Bai heard the news, he was very sad. "These 5 little bastards are really troublemakers. I asked them to gain fighting experience, not loot a dragon boat." Chapter 540, You Should Buy Life From Me. Generally speaking, what happens in the level 3 fishery would not spread to the towns. The 36 towns deliberately blocked the passage of news in this regard because they worried. As the people in the villages and towns knew more about the level 3 fishery, they would be distracted from cultivation. The teenagers in the schools in each town usually yearned for the level 3 fishery. They felt that there were many resources, money, and opportunities there, so they yearned for it. But they didn't know that there were also many people who died in the level 3 fishery. Everyone who was going to the level 3 fishery would be told a lot of things about it before leaving, so were Han Fei and the others. Wenren Yu was responsible for telling them the basic knowledge about the level 3 fishery. However, there were still some people who knew what happened in the level 3 fishery, such as major chambers of commerce, teachers in schools, and managers of the towns. The town was small, so what Han Fei and the others had done in the level 3 fishery soon spread wide. And the Thug Academy, a school with only a few people in total, had known this news quickly. When they got to know that Han Fei and the others had killed a hanging fisher in the level 3 fishery, Qu Jinan and Ling Yu were dumbfounded. Qu Jinan asked incredibly, "A hanging fisher? Han Fei and the others had been out for more than 8 months, and the strength of him and Ling Yuan had improved by leaps and bounds with Xiao Zhan and Wen Renyu acting as their sparring partners. Now, Qiu Jinan had become an advanced great fishing master. Ling Yuan was slightly behind, who was only an intermediate great fishing master, but she was about to make a breakthrough. They had planned that before Han Fei and the others came back, they had to break through to the peak level of a great fishing master. They shouldn't be a drag on their senior brothers and senior sisters, should they? But it had only been 8 months. They were still great fishing masters and far from being dangling fishers. But their peers were already capable of killing a hanging fisher? A peak-level hanging fisher. Ling Yuan took a deep breath. Nanan, I'm going to the level 2 fishery. Qiu Jinan was taken aback slightly. But we've only got a 50 winning streak in the arena, still far from a 100 winning streak. Ling Yuan looked at Qiu Jinan. There are only 2 of us and the school hasn't recruited any new students. Do you know how difficult it will be for us to get a 100 winning streak? Suddenly, a voice sounded beside the 2 of them. Ling Yuan, don't be rash. It is good for turning pressure into motivation, but you should act according to your ability. Han Fei and the others didn't go to the level 2 fishery until they got a 100 winning streak, otherwise they wouldn't have gained so many fighting experiences. Ling Yuan was immediately discouraged. Teacher Wenren, but they had already managed to get a 100 winning streak when they were only junior dangling fishers. Nonsense, Wenren said. At that time, they were not all junior dangling fishers. Besides, the realm is not equal to strength. You still lack fighting experience. Go to the arena today and fight again. Yes, teacher. After Qiu Jinan and Ling Yuan left, Xiao Zhan appeared, frowning. It's really fast. How did those little guys suddenly kill the guardian of a dragon boat? Humph. Old Bai passed by with his hands behind his back and said fiercely, those little bastards. Fortunately, they went to the ghost ship to get some special methods before going to challenge the dragon boat. Otherwise, all 5 of them would have probably been killed in one fell swoop. Wen Renyu wondered, President, which senior brother is in the level 3 fishery? How come you know what happened in the level 3 fishery so well? Old Bai said. How did you guess? Anyway, someone in the level 3 fishery delivers me a message every half a month. That's why I know what they have done, Xiao Zhan said in surprise. Why didn't I know that? I even specially commissioned someone to get the wanted list. Now, these 5 little bastards are ranked respectively the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place on the wanted list. Wen Renyu was a bit worried. Old Bai, shall we do something? I told you to implant the immortal seals on them, or at least give them amulet barriers, but you refused. Now I'm really worried about them. Old Bai snorted. Those things are only for incompetent people. You may think it's the same whether you give those things to them or not, but in fact it'll be completely different psychologically. Besides, how do you know I didn't give them something to protect them? Wen Renyu and Xiao Zhan were astonished. Did you give them something to protect them? When? Why didn't we know? Old Bai snorted. Humph, I'm not telling. The level 3 fishery. On the sea, on an ordinary fishing boat, Han Fei and the other 4 did not cook hot pot. At this time, a hot pot meal might put them in danger. God knew if people passing by would recognize them because of the hot pot, Luo Xiaobai said. The top priority is that we should confirm whether we should continue to explore here or go directly to Blue Sea Town. Zhang Xuanyu asked, aren't there teleportation arrays only on dragon boats? Are we going to sneak onto the dragon boat again? She shook her head. I think we'd better go back. They're searching for us everywhere. It's dangerous. Sha Xiaoshan interrupted. No, we should go to the ghost ship to sell things first. Han Fei pondered. Selling a half should be enough. The value of the sea-swallowing shells we grabbed this time is immeasurable. Only in terms of mid-quality pearls, there are nearly 3 billion in them. We can be armed to the teeth and buy a peak strike for each of us and 10,000 caddies of spirit awakening fluid. Luo Xiaobai replied, I don't recommend buying that much. Don't forget, more than 50% of the revenue of the 1,000-star city comes from the unknown place. Before we came to the level 3 fishery, we didn't know that the prices here and the town are completely different. Perhaps in the unknown place, the spirit awakening fluid will be cheaper. Han Fei's eyes lit up. It's very likely. Then let's not buy much this time. Han Fei immediately crushed the jade slip given by the faceless man, and after half an hour, a figure suddenly appeared on the surface of the water. Han Fei was surprised. Where's the boat? The faceless man chuckled. Do I have to sail the boat over to trade with you? Han Fei was puzzled, and it had been several months since he saw the faceless man. God knew where the ghost ship was. However, this faceless man came so fast. How did he do it? Without waiting for Han Fei to think carefully, this faceless man said, I didn't expect you would actually make it. I underestimated you. Han Fei pondered for a moment and said, 3,000 caddies of spirit awakening fluid and 5 peak strikes of junior hidden fishers. The soul crystals are no longer needed. He had only used less than 300 soul crystals, and the others hadn't used up the soul crystals they had got yet. Even if they needed more in the future, it would be in the future. As Luo Xiaobai said, the unknown place should be a place richer than the level 3 fishery, and there should be more and better things there. They still bought some things now because they had not left the level 3 fishery, and they were still in danger. If there was now a teleportation array that could bring them back immediately, they would definitely choose to go back directly and no longer do any transactions. The faceless man was not excited or surprised by this transaction worth 1.4 billion at all, but asked leisurely, How long have you been on the sea? Luo Xiaobai looked at him. About an hour. Why do you ask? The faceless man pondered for a moment and said, then I should raise the price. You should have grabbed a lot of resources from that dragon boat, right? I want half of them. What? Xiao Xiaoshen bared her teeth. Why? Zhang Xuanyu said immediately. Then we can't make a deal. Han Fei frowned. Luo Xiaobai also asked, why? The faceless man said, I thought you would have contacted me dozens of days ago. If you contacted me and boarded the ghost ship as soon as you looted the dragon boat, I would not charge you a lot of money. The problem is that you are showing up now. If you had contacted me even later, even I wouldn't have been able to save you. Han Fei's expression changed. What do you mean? The faceless man smiled. I bet you don't know that there is a divine weapon in the level 3 fishery, called the Sky-Hanging Mirror, whose ability is to reflect the entire level 3 fishery. When you were on the dragon boat, you left too many traces. It's simply too easy to find you. So, your top priority now is not to buy things from me, but to buy life from me. Chapter 541, now you'll have to write your name. Backwards, really? Han Fei and his pals froze, and then were all dumbfounded. What the hell was the Sky-Hanging Mirror? Who the hell had heard of it? The faceless man laughed and said, look, I can actually take all of your wealth, but the ghost ship has always been fair and just. I can save your lives, but only charge half of your money. You should be grateful. Han Fei was speechless. Do you know how much half of our money is? Although he hadn't counted it yet, there were 3 billion mid-quality pearls in the Sun Moon shell, as well as other kinds of resources that would be worth at least 2 billion or even more. Now you want us to give you half of it? The faceless man didn't urge on, but said indifferently, you still have about half an hour to consider. I'm not in a hurry. The wheels in his head were turning quickly. Is this faceless man tricking me? But why? Why should the faceless man trick me? While emphasizing that he is fair and just, he demands half of my belongings. But on the other hand, if what the faceless man said is true, then at this moment, even if he takes all my belongings, he is still helping me. But I didn't even know him before. Why would he help me? If I were him, I would probably make a move in advance, grab all my belongings, and leave directly. This was just one of Han Fei's doubts. In addition, he was still wondering if he could get away if he hid in the door of the hexagon starfish. Han Fei knew that if he hid and forged the universe, he could definitely escape, but then forge the universe would be exposed. Besides, if the Sky-Hanging Mirror did exist, he would have to show up anyway. Then he still couldn't escape from the level 3 fishery. Luo Xiaobai said to him via voice transmission, I think what he said is credible. Zhang Xuanyu and Loren Kuang were dumbfounded, but after thinking about it, they both nodded. No one was an idiot. Yes, they had killed a hanging fisher, but could they kill a hidden fisher? Even if no hidden fisher came for them, what if they sent 1 or 2 hanging fishers? Han Fei looked at the faceless man. Okay, but if we can only stay on the ghost ship, it'll be meaningless. Sooner or later, we will still have to go out to use the teleportation array on the dragon boats. The faceless man laughed. Who told you that only dragon boats have teleportation arrays? Han Fei's expression changed. Are there also teleportation arrays on the ghost ship? The faceless man smiled. Don't forget the ghost ship used to be a dragon boat. Although the teleportation array is damaged, it can be repaired, but of course, the price will be higher. Han Fei was speechless. I knew it. That's why you only asked for half of our money, right? Because we'll still have to pay for the teleportation array. Han Fei gritted his teeth. How much is that? The faceless man grinned. Half of the money you have left. I didn't take it all because I like to give a chance to others. Do you like this chance? Han Fei snorted in his heart. Are you out of your mind? Who would want your chance? Han Fei tried to suppress his inner urge to go up and beat him up, secretly saying, I am not angry, I am not angry. Anyway, this money was snatched by me and I can still keep a quarter of it. Suddenly, he saw this faceless man looking at the sky. Decide in 3 minutes. They've come. Huh? So quickly? Han Fei immediately responded, deal. This faceless man immediately threw out a fishing rod, tying them up with the fishing line. Don't fight. Then he jumped into the water with a swish, and Han Fei and his pals who were strung together were dragged into the water by him. However, at the moment when they entered the water, a blue light fell directly on their fishing boat. With a boom, the fishing boat was blown to pieces. On the bottom of the sea, the faceless man raised a hand, and many complex and strange patterns appeared on his hand, and these patterns formed a large circular array in a few minutes. Huh? Han Fei was slightly surprised when he saw this big array. Why does the pattern of this array look familiar? But he didn't have the time to think about it. Suddenly, a golden glow appeared in front of the big array, as if it had passed through the endless void. The faceless man stomped a foot, and a defensive array appeared. Boomer. The entire bottom of the sea was fried up. The sand and stones within a kilometer were mercilessly crushed, the sea bulged, and a large pit was recessed underfoot. Han Fei and the others were shocked. This was definitely not an attack at the level of a hanging fisher. Has a hidden fisher come? Faceless, we dragon boats and the ghost ship never interfere with each other. Hand over those little guys, and we'll remain in peace. Otherwise, the array on the palm of the faceless man was still stacking up, and all kinds of weird lines were still entwining, and he said, someone paid me to save their lives. Sorry. In the next moment, 4 rays of light darted at him at a terrifying speed. The faceless man snorted coldly, and a strange light suddenly burst out of the array on his palm. The faceless man directly pushed Han Fei into it, saying, "I told you to decide quickly, but you didn't listen to me. Forget it, I will find you later." Han Fei and the others felt that it was dark in front of them, and the next moment they appeared on the surface of the sea and had no idea where they were. Splash! The waves beat and the wind roared, lifting up the hems of their clothes, and they were still in a panic. Lu Renkuang was horrified. We are really being targeted, so what the faceless man said about the sky-hanging mirror turned out to be true? The hexagon starfish clung to Lu Renkuang. "Oh, I'm so scared. No, I can't stay in this sea area. It's too dangerous. I want to go elsewhere." Han Fei sneered. "Go ahead. Now there is a mirror hanging in the sky. I bet you will be caught as soon as you run out. I'm afraid all your treasure will be taken by others by then." The hexagon starfish rolled his eyes. "Well, then forget it," Zhang Xuanyu suddenly exclaimed. "Fei, don't you feel that this place seems a bit familiar?" Han Fei was not in the mood to think about it and just responded impatiently. "It's all fucking water here. Why the hell do you find it familiar?" Zhang Xuanyu said. The wind. It's sunny, but the wind is so strong. This place is near the abyssal chasm." Han Fei froze and then said, "Damn, yes." Sha Shaoshan said, "Then what are you waiting for? Let's get in. Otherwise, what if the mirror in the sky finds us?" Luo Xiaobai agreed. "Let's get in quickly. Although I don't know what the sky-hanging mirror is, it seems that it can locate us indeed. I think maybe we can hide from the mirror in the abyssal chasm?" They took out the wind god boat and sailed straight to the windiest place. Han Fei said, "This is a bargain. I've decided when I have time, I'll come to the level 3 fishery again to loot a few more dragon boats and take the mirror also." Sha Shan scoffed. "Don't brag. If it weren't for the faceless man, we might have been killed." He was thinking that if the faceless man weren't there, he might have had to use the sky-dissecting finger. Less than half an hour after the wind god boat sailed out, a fishing hook darted at them from the sky. With a jerk, Han Fei wielded the fishing boat to turn around, narrowly avoiding the hook. Han Fei yelled, "Watch out! Someone is attacking." Then, near the abyssal chasm, a red ray of light seemed to be dancing on the sea, turning, jumping, and sailing forward in a zigzag. Han Fei cursed while manipulating the fishing boat. "Why the hell do you guys only use fish hooks? Humph, if you can catch up with us, I'll write my name backwards." At this moment, the sea tide was surging and huge waves tens of meters high were set off on the sea. The wind god boat was like an elf dancing on the sea, and Han Fei shouted, "I will not stop but rush straight in when we arrive in the hurricane area." "Yu, did you come out like this last time?" Zhang Xuanyu paused and then said, "No, we came out from under the water, there were some twists and turns, and some people died." Han Fei was taken back. "Really?" Suddenly, Lu Renkuang's face changed drastically. "Stop talking. Look at the sky." Everyone looked up, only to see a silver light shooting down from the sky, and then 2 hanging fishers emerged from the silver light. "Oh," Zhang Xuanyu looked at Han Fei. "Now you'll have to write your name backwards." Han Fei was speechless and then yelled, "Fuck, how can this be possible? How can the hanging fishers be so strong?" Luo Xiaobai said with a sullen face. "They must have used some special array that can send them anywhere, but the price won't be low. It seems that we did piss off the entire level 3 fishery." Chapter 542, Was Han Fei killed? In an instant, Han Fei raised the speed of the wind god boat to the highest state possible, cursing, "Even if they catch up, so what? Can they be as fast as this boat? They can't even be compared to the ordinary fishing boats in speed." Humph! There was nothing wrong with what Han Fei said. Fishing boats were like a bug. No matter how fast hanging fishers were, they couldn't be faster than fishing boats. However, Han Fei forgot that besides speed, hanging fishers also mastered very good fishing skills. 2 fishing hooks were thrown out in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Han Fei's perception range was large enough. As soon as the hooks were thrown out, the blue sea wandering dragon daggers swept out directly. It wasn't for an attack. Han Fei just wanted to change the drop points of the hooks. A miss was as good as a mile. Unfortunately, the hanging fishers had very good control of their fishing hooks, so the blue sea wandering dragon daggers failed and returned. However, Luo Xiaobai and Lu Renkuang succeeded in stopping the hooks. One of them used the sky-swallowing technique to divert the hook, and the other tapped in the air with a finger, and a vine sprouted out of the air and blocked the 2 hooks. However, the 2 hanging fishers reacted quickly, summoned their fishing boats, and chased them frantically. While chasing, they waved their fishing rods. This lasted for about half an hour, and under the defense of Lu Renkuang and Luo Xiaobai, Han Fei finally saw the hurricane almost engulfing the sky. Han Fei shouted, "Come on, let's hold on for another half an hour." "Puff," Lu Renkuang said, "the wind is too strong here, and my sky-swallowing technique is not working." Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Not good, they're attacking from underwater." Han Fei said immediately, "Zhang Xuanyu, come control the wind god boat." Then he summoned the blue sea wandering dragon rod and cast the fishing hook straight into the water. He chose to use 2 fishing techniques, the flash hook and the winding snake technique. In a fishing hook fight, the key was the angler's control of the hook. Otherwise, once Han Fei's fishing line was entangled by his opponent, he would have to either throw away the fishing rod or cut off the fishing line. It would take time to cut off the fishing line, so if he lost the fishing hook fight, he would lose an ultra-quality spiritual weapon. Underwater, there was a dense tangle of vines that all clung to the fishing boat. Luo Xiaobai's perception range was not that far, so she could only passively defend. And after Han Fei used the water vein technique, the fishing hook entered the water and both the fishing line and the fishing hook became invisible. Facing the opponent's fishing hook darting at him, he grabbed it and pulled it. Behind him, the expressions of the two hanging fishers changed slightly. What kind of fishing technique is this? I can't see his fishing hook or fishing line at all. Use a double hook. Thus, for the first time, Han Fei saw the fishing technique with one fishing rod but two fishing lines and two fishing hooks. One of the hooks wound toward him, and the other shot straight at the wind god boat. Han Fei sneered. What makes you think two hooks will make a big difference? Naive, void-breaking technique. At that moment, one hook was fighting against four hooks. The blue sea wandering dragon rod shot out like a snake, biting the two hanging fishers from time to time and causing them serious trouble. God damn it, aren't you just a dangling fisher? Yes, I admit that you have good combat skills and physique, but where did you learn this weird fucking hook technique? Xuanhuan was grasping the fishing boat and perceiving, looking at Han Fei in surprise every now and then. What hook technique is this? Han Fei even had the time to answer her. This was invented by me, which combines the water control skill of spiritual gatherers, the winding snake technique, and the instant hook. Han Fei blabbed on about the combat skill. Anyway, Xuanhuan wasn't a spirit gatherer and was quite gullible. The two sides fought for almost half an hour. The sky was completely dark, and the wind god boat had completely entered the hurricane waters. Just when everyone thought they were about to rush into the abyssal chasm, something suddenly exploded underwater, blasting the wind god boat into the sky. What happened? Han Fei was shocked. He had been perceiving and there was no one within 10,000 meters. But just now, under the boat, there was clearly a burst of spiritual energy. As soon as the wind god boat was shaken to the sky, Zhang Xuanyu's hand shook and he lost control of the boat. It was precisely because of this mistake that the two hanging fishers finally hooked the wind god boat. Han Fei immediately drew out the blood-drinking knife and threw out a chop, and all the four hooks snapped off. However, because of the sudden change, they couldn't escape now. Han Fei didn't ask why. At the moment the wind god boat was shaken to the sky, he knew it was too late. Han Fei roared, "Get ready to fight." Luo Xiaobai took the lead to launch an attack. She took advantage of the strong wind here to summon a large tract of petals. The petals flew all over the sky, fell on the hanging fisher who leaped over, and then exploded. Han Fei took out the blue sea wandering dragon bow and shot 3 arrows in a row, but there was a small black ball hanging behind every spiritual energy arrow. Bam, bam, bam. The Smoke King smoke exploded in the air, but because the wind was too strong and the hanging fishers reacted too fast, it had no effect. A spiritual array suddenly appeared under his feet. Han Fei raised his hands and a great mass of seawater turned into flying water knives and pounced on the two hanging fishers. However, they didn't care at all. The two were skimming over at an extremely fast speed. And the weird hook in one of the two men's hands was shooting at Han Fei, but neither of them noticed the weird smile hovering on Han Fei's lips. It was too simple to turn the infinity water into water knives that contained Poison King, which Han Fei didn't think the two could handle. However, the Poison King didn't work that well this time. When the two of them were about to reach him, Han Fei shouted and his fist was blazing with flames as he punched at one of them. Zhang Xuanyu followed closely and blasted the 9-layered waves in furious sea towards another hanging fisher. And Luo Xiaobai's bursting flowers and Renquang's bloodthirsty broadsword also shot out. As for Xuanhuan, she had disappeared when the two hanging fishers approached. The horror of hunters did not lie in a frontal attack, but sneak attacks, especially when the enemies were hanging fisher-level strongmasters. It would be literally suicidal if fighting them head-on. The sacrificing punch collided with the hook and the ground under Han Fei's feet was sunken. Within 100 meters, the wind and waves were suddenly put to a halt and the water splashed and exploded. Han Fei vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. One of the hanging fishers sneered. "Do you think we'll make the mistake Ruan you made?" A weird, black, sharp-clawed spider crab suddenly emerged from the water and stuck on Han Fei. Luckily, he was wearing an ultra-quality combat suit, otherwise he would have been killed. Han Fei vomited blood again and launched the draw technique. The knife light collided violently with the crab shell and legs, but the latter remained unscathed. Han Fei shouted, "Xiaobai." On Luo Xiaobai's side, Zhang Xuanyu was fighting an opponent but was blasted into the water after only a minute. As for Renquang, his bloodthirsty broadsword was directly blocked by a large shield by the opponent. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai's bursting flowers were bursting one after another. Hearing Han Fei shout, Luo Xiaobai paused and then thousands of vines stretched out in the air and directly dragged Han Fei back. When the two hanging fishers were about to launch the next wave of attacks, suddenly their complexion changed and their stomach began to ache. Not good, we've been poisoned. They didn't know how they were poisoned. They had dodged the Poison King smoke. Could it be the water knives? The two hanging fishers looked at each other and roared at the same time. Both of them took out long sticks and rushed at Han Fei. The surging air billow almost shook the sky, and Luo Xiaobai, who shielded in front, was directly sent flying by this terrifying air billow. Lu Renkuang shouted again, "Divine Turtle Shield." However, before the shield came out, there was a sudden explosion in the air. Xia Xiaoshan was shaken out in mid-air. She was drenched in blood and her eyes were bloodshot. She seemed to be about to lose control of herself. She struggled to shout, "They're hunters." At this moment, Han Fei was furious. A six-prism-shaped object in his hand flashed, and at the same time, he shouted at Xiao Xiaon, "Calm down, don't be impulsive." However, immediately afterward, he felt cold all over, and a cold, sharp blade suddenly appeared on the back of his neck. Puff, a mystic light flashed, and amid the crazy roar of Lu Renkuang and under the shocked gaze of Xia Xiaoshan, Han Fei was cut in half. "No, go to hell, who?" At that moment, a dragon roar resounded. Xia Xiaoshan's eyes turned all red, and a red flame ignited in her body. She couldn't believe that Han Fei was killed. Xia Xiaoshan, who was on the verge of losing control, went crazy and fused with the giant arowana in an instant. She must kill the hunter. Chapter 543, That Fish Skin Map. The hunter smiled at the moment when he cut Han Fei to pieces. Even if you are a genius, so what? In the face of absolute strength, you'll have no choice but to die. However, when he cut open Han Fei's body, he was surprised to find salt. Yes, Han Fei used the mirror of icy salt at the moment Xia Xiaon reminded him. It seemed that he was cut in half, but in fact he hid into the sea with his clone. While the hunter was still laughing, a red light appeared beside him instantly. How can this be? The man was horrified. How could Xia Xiaoshan's speed be so fast? He admitted that Xia Xiaoshan was almost a perfect hunter, but she wasn't this strong before now. While he was paying attention to Han Fei, who was cut in half falling into the sea, Xia Xiaochan's figure flashed frantically, and she had already attacked the hunter hundreds of times in the blink of an eye. "Hoo!" The dragon roar echoed in the ears of the hunter, causing his 7 orifices to bleed and his internal organs to displace. The hunter tried to fight back, and a massive amount of poisonous spikes spurted out from his body, and each of them was enough to kill a peak-level dangling fisher. But in that person's horrified stare, these poisonous spikes had directly penetrated Xia Xiaon's body, but none of them could fall on her. How come? Is it a space secret technique? Lu Renkuang was crying hard. He activated the violent war body and fused with the spiritual clam, turning into a fireball and ramming against the hunter. Zhang Xuanyu rushed out of the water. It was only 1 minute before he entered the water. How could Han Fei be killed? He didn't believe it. He didn't believe it at all, but he saw half of Han Fei's body in the water. "I'm gonna kill you, you bastard." Soul explosion. How could the hunter expect these people to go mad all of a sudden? A spiritual power exploded directly in his mind, and a dagger blazing with a red light had shattered his ultra-quality combat suit and was shredding his contractual spiritual beast. Is this a divine quality dagger? The fireball? Like Lu Renkuang held 2 knives in both hands and pierced at his head. The hexagon starfish was trembling on the boat. It felt a bit strange. Han Fei is dead? Impossible. He didn't feel it, but he had no time to speak in such a short time. In the sky, another 2 hanging fishers were holding back abdominal pain and pouncing on Xia Xiaoshan, Lu Renkuang, and Zhang Xuanyu. Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Calm down, Han Fei is not dead." Luo Xiaobai was composed as usual, although at the moment Han Fei was cut in half, her heart sank in her chest. However, everyone had forgotten that Han Fei had an immortal seal. Would he be so stupid as to forget the immortal seal at that critical moment? No, if the immortal seal didn't burst out of that corpse, it was definitely not Han Fei, which Luo Xiaobai was 100% sure. Besides, at this moment, her vines underwater felt a figure rushing up frantically. Who else could that person be if it wasn't Han Fei? The other 3 had already gone crazy, and what Luo Xiaobai could do at the moment was to try her best to block the 2 hanging fishers. So a big blue flower bloomed in the sky, and tens of thousands of thin filaments stretched out from it, each of which was dark green with thick venom. The big blue flower tried to wrap the 2 hanging fishers. Go away. One of them brandished his stick, leaving thousands of stick shadows, ignoring Luo Xiaobai. If 2 peak-level hanging fishers could be trapped by a peak-level dangling fisher manipulator, it would simply be a disgrace to all hanging fishers. It was true. Although Luo Xiaobai was very strong, this was only relative to her peers. For example, Ye Baiyu, although his speed was extremely fast, no matter in terms of physique or combat power, he was incomparable to that of hanging fishers, so he wouldn't be able to resist Luo Xiaobai's various kinds of spiritual plants that were poisonous, paralyzing, or psychedelic. But hanging fishers were different. They could easily destroy her spiritual plants. Bam! Just at this moment, the surface of the water broke open and a fish skin map flew out, and then a large axe suddenly appeared and directly tore the air open, as if there was a great giant holding a large axe, trying to cut open the sky and split the sea. The faceless man gave this to Han Fei when he was on the ghost ship. How come? Didn't you die? Damn it, it's the god-killing axe. Now, these two people had no time to chase Xia Xiaochan but tried to escape for their lives. At that moment, 3 huge doors suddenly fell from the sky. Han Fei frowned. 3 death doors? Bam, bam, bam. The 3 doors shattered one after another, and the axe's momentum was undiminished at all, and the axe was flying straight ahead. The 2 hanging fishers directly took out 5 or 6 ultra-quality spiritual weapons to shield in front of them. But these spiritual weapons all shattered one after another. Even ultra-quality spiritual weapons couldn't block this overwhelming power. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them fell into the hurricane area that spanned a kilometer together with the axe light. The terrifying axe light directly split the hurricane in half. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly realized that spiritual weapons might no longer become the mainstream in the future. Han Fei ignored the 2, flapped his wings, and rushed to Xiao Xiaoshan. He saw that the hanging fisher had been stabbed like a honeycomb by her, and the red jade-like dagger Xiao Xiaoshan was holding seemed to be a divine weapon. Han Fei's eyes flickered, and the 9-star chain shot out, directly buckling Renquang and xuanhuan. You idiots, how could I die so easily? Renquang was slashed by Xia Xiaoshan on his belly and was bleeding like hell. Xuanhuan seemed to be trying to avoid her and was running, and Han Fei directly dragged him back. Han Fei swallowed. How was he going to handle the mad Xia Xiaoshan holding a divine weapon? Han Fei gritted his teeth, put on an ultra-quality combat suit, and rushed over holding 2 blue sea wandering dragon daggers, intending to stop Xia Xiaoshan. However, less than 2 minutes after Han Fei rushed over, only the hilts were left of the 2 daggers, and the ultra-quality combat suit on his body was all covered with knife marks. Xia Xiaoshan, wake up. Hey, are you going to murder your husband? I'm not dead, my waist. Xia Xiaoshan, I'm Han Fei. When Han Fei said his name, Xia Xiaoshan suddenly paused with a trace of confusion in her eyes. Han Fei saw it worked and quickly said, I am Han Fei. I'm still alive, alive. The scarlet light in Xia Xiaoshan's eyes flickered, and she said with difficulty, You, not dead. Yes, I'm not dead, I'm not dead. The red flame on Xia Xiaoshan's body suddenly flashed, and she closed her eyes and fell from the sky. Han Fei hurriedly reached out to catch Xia Xiaoshan and threw the divine healing technique on himself. Just a few minutes ago, he was stabbed 17 times. Fortunately, he had practiced the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies and managed to protect the vital points of his body from being stabbed. Otherwise, he would have been dead. Han Fei really sympathized with the hunter at this moment, who was stabbed like honeycomb, but he deserved it. On the fishing boat, Zhang Xuanyu couldn't believe his eyes, and he gazed at Han Fei in shock. Fei, are you still alive? Yes, now quickly control the fishing boat. Let's go. Only then did Renquang notice his belly, which was almost slit open. Renquang wailed, Fei, help, help, help. Han Fei hurriedly threw the divine healing technique on him and roared, Hey, don't move, don't fucking move. Luo Xiaobai half knelt on the deck, panting hard. Come on, let's leave here. The 2 men are still alive. Han Fei looked back and was shocked. How are they still alive? Even the god. Killing axe didn't kill them? No, there was only 1 person in the hurricane. Boom. The thick hurricane seemed to be slapped away by someone, and the faceless man walked out of the storm. He was holding 2 sea-swallowing seashells in his hand and seemed somewhat unsatisfied, probably muttering why this was not a sun moon shell. The faceless man immediately appeared on the bow of the wind god boat and shook his head. 5 fools. Didn't I tell you the sky-hanging mirror is hanging high in the sky? Why did you still try to escape from the sea? Couldn't you find a secret place to hide like what you did before? Han Fei grinned. Anyway, we survived. By the way, why are you helping us? The faceless man simply said, I am a businessman. Han Fei was pressing one hand on his belly, trying to stop the blood from flowing out, but there were too many holes, so he threw the divine healing technique on himself again. Han Fei sneered. A businessman? Will a businessman do a loss-making business? That fish skin map is worth at least 200 million, right? The faceless man smiled grimly. Can 200 million buy your guys' lives? Chapter 544, The Ghost Ship Appeared. Han Fei didn't ask what happened to the 2 peak-level hanging fishers. But the faceless man was really strong. Being besieged by so many people, he could still appear so quickly. Han Fei asked, Who on earth are you? Hehehe, do you want to ask me questions or save your life first? While talking, the faceless man pushed with a single palm and the weird array appeared again. This was obviously a teleportation array. Just now, the 5 of them were thrown into this array and then suddenly appeared in the abyssal chasm. However, the previous time was relatively hasty, and this time, the faceless man spent 3 full minutes to complete the array. The faceless man shouted, Let's go! At this point, Han Fei and the others certainly no longer had any doubts. Strictly speaking, this faceless man's purpose was to save their lives and the money he charged was more like a pretext. Or else, with his strength, he didn't need to bother at all. This was a gloomy water area. When they appeared from the teleportation array again, they saw the gigantic ghost ship suspended in the sea. On and near the ghost ship, there were some large squids and octopus swimming, and from time to time, fish, shrimp, and crabs burrowed into the holes of the ghost ship. Seeing this scene, Han Fei was surprised. They had never seen a boat sailing under the water. Han Fei had seen it before, but it was still very surprising to see the ship appear on the bottom of the sea. This time, the entrance of the ghost ship was no longer the ordinary cabin wooden door, but a seal on the top of the ghost ship, exuding a gloomy light. Han Fei carried Xuanhuan in his arms and walked in front, and the hexagon starfish lay on his shoulders. There is a big seal on this ship. Han Fei was taken aback slightly, but he didn't take it seriously. The ghost ship was certainly mysterious, or else it would not have survived in the level 3 fishery for so long. The wound on Lei Renquang's belly was almost healed, but he still stuffed some healing pills into his mouth from time to time. Luo Xiaobai suddenly said, "Senior, will the dragon boats find the ghost ship?" "Even if they find me, so what? I just do my business. What does it have to do with them?" Following the faceless man to step into the seal, they appeared directly inside the cabin, and then they saw many faceless people were busy in this huge cabin. In the hall, where there were only 12 trading halls, all the wooden boards that were supposed to be the walls of the cabin were all opened and turned into rooms, like shops along the street. Some faceless men hoisted pill furnaces up and threw all kinds of spiritual plants into the furnaces. Some faceless men were forging weapons, and a giant eel was lying at the door of the blacksmith shop, which seemed to be used in spirit sealing. Some people were suspended above the puddles connecting with the sea in the middle of the hall, surrounded by spiritual energy and seeming to be cultivating. There were also many people who seemed to be sorting out various kinds of treasures, including spiritual fruits, spiritual springs, weapons, jade slips, fish and shrimps, and so on, but not a single mid-quality pearl was seen. When Han Fei and the others landed in the cabin, almost everyone stopped what they were doing, raised their heads one after another, and looked at them. "What do you mean by showing this to us?" The faceless man smiled. "There is no secret. Why can't I show it to others? Don't tell me you think the ghost ship is deathly silent when it is sailing on the sea." As the faceless man began to speak, all the faceless people started to work again, and no one greeted them as if they did not exist at all. Han Fei absolutely didn't believe what the faceless man said. Everything looks so weird here. There must be some secrets here, but you told me that everything was normal? Zhang Xuanyu supported Lei Renquang with his hands and whispered in a low voice, "I feel that we are involved in a huge conspiracy. I don't care. Anyway, I'm still alive, which is wonderful." Han Fei and the others walked into a room with the faceless man. At this moment, Xia Xiaoshan woke up in Han Fei's arms, struggling to open her eyes. When she saw Han Fei, Xia Xiaoshan was stunned. "Han Fei? Am I dead too?" Han Fei pinched Xiaoshan's flesh and said, "Who told you that I was dead? In your opinion, I would die so easily? Stupid. I just got chopped into the sea before I had time to tell you." Xiaoshan stared at Han Fei for a long time. Boohoo suddenly. Xiaoshan burst into tears and hammered Han Fei's chest with her little hand. "I thought you were dead. I saw you cut in half." Han Fei tried to comfort her. "It was fake." "You can touch me. I'm still alive." Xiaoshan stretched out her hand, squeezed Han Fei's cheek, and then squeezed her own. After quite a while, she was finally sure that Han Fei was not dead, neither was she. "Humph," Xiaoshan suddenly furiously said, "You almost scared me to death. Next time you do this trick again, tell me in advance. Do you know how scary it is to see you suddenly cut in half?" Ahem. Han Fei's face was reddened because he found that Luo Xiaobai and the others were looking at them with a meaningful look. Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. "Fei, Xiaoshan, you two, when did you suddenly become lovers?" Han Fei was hugging Xiaoshan, and Xiaoshan was beating Han Fei's chest, squeezing his cheek and hugging him. "Gosh, what are they doing?" Lei Renquang said stupidly, "People in love are usually dumb." Han Fei scoffed. "Get lost." Luo Xiaobai was still looking at them with that strange look, but her eyes were also full of curiosity. Han Fei said shamelessly, "It's none of your business. Go find a girlfriend or boyfriend if you want to be in love." Zhang Xiaoyu looked at Luo Xiaobai and said, "Xiaobai, we." Luo Xiaobai said with a cold face, "Get lost." "Well, okay." Xiaoshan flashed and disappeared into Han Fei's arms, but when she looked around, she immediately asked in surprise, "Is this the ghost ship?" After that, Xiaoshan looked at the faceless man who was looking at them with his arms folded over his chest. Xiaoshan said in surprise, "Why are we here?" Han Fei thought for a while and didn't know how to explain it, so he simply said, "I'll explain to you later." "This senior saved us." The faceless man said with a hoarse voice, "It's good to be young. I used to be young too, and also, forget it, why am I saying this to you?" Then he stretched out his hand. "Give me money, everyone," Grung Xuanyu immediately said. "Senior, I really don't believe you saved us for money. Maybe we can become friends." The faceless man glanced at him. "Nice try." Lei Renquang pleaded, "Senior, are you really going to take our money?" "Then can we still buy things?" the faceless man said lightly. "Sure, if you still have enough money left after paying the 5 billion you owe me." Puff. Han Fei was speechless. "How come you know how much money we have?" But the faceless man said, "Don't play tricks. I'm watching you. Don't even think about fooling me." What else could Han Fei do now? Nothing except to pay him. Although the sun moon shell was precious, this guy saved their lives. If it weren't for the faceless man, even if they could get rid of the 3 hanging fishers, could they kill all the hanging fishers in the entire level 3 fishery? So Han Fei took the sun moon shell out, sighed, and threw it over. After the faceless man took the sun moon shell, he grunted, and after examining it for a while, he chuckled eerily. Not bad, but there should only be half of the resources of a dragon boat in it. This should be worth 5 billion. By the way, did you hide something? Han Fei said helplessly. Have I had a chance to hide anything? And is this sun moon shell only worth 5 billion? The faceless man sneered. How much do you think it's worth? 10 billion? The things here are all common. Do you think it is very valuable? Han Fei didn't want to argue. Okay, I trust you. I just want to know how much we can keep. The faceless man raised his head slightly as if he was thinking. After quite a while, he said, it costs money to use a teleportation array. I don't think you'll have much left. If the dragon boat finds us, I guess it will not be enough. Puff! Han Fei was dumbfounded. What? Not enough? Are you kidding me? Zhang Xuanyu and Lirenquang stumbled as if they were suddenly struck by lightning. Gosh, it almost took their lives to snatch this sun moon shell. Although they did not snatch it personally, it was snatched by Han Fei, who was their good buddy. Besides, in the last 2 battles, they had lost a pile of ultra-quality spiritual weapons, which were probably worth hundreds of millions in total. Now even the sun moon shells had been taken away. They couldn't believe it. Only Xia Xiaochan remained collected. Although she didn't understand what was going on here, she knew she couldn't reveal the 50 sea-swallowing seashells on her, which would be their only trophy. Chapter 545, 7 Dragon Boats. It seemed that they couldn't get the sun moon shell back, but they had nothing to say. It was them who went to the ghost ship to buy resources, robbed the dragon boat, and summoned the faceless man. It seemed that in the end, except for killing 2 hanging fishers and experiencing a near-death crisis, they didn't make any profit. The faceless man left, leaving this room to them. Lirenquang sighed. Alas, we've become poor again. Zhang Xuanyu sighed too. If the president knows that we have just spent 5 billion, he would skin us alive. Luo Xiaobai didn't quite care about money, so she just calmly said, let's quickly restore our strength. Before we completely leave the level 3 fishery, we must maintain our peak state. Han Fei nodded. Yes, return to our peak state and restore energy. With that said, Han Fei took out the cauldron and the grill. After a while, the 5 of them began to eat hot pot in the ghost ship. After about 5 minutes, the door suddenly opened, and a group of faceless men were standing at the door, staring at the barbecue grill and the hot pot. Some of them were swallowing saliva, some were pulling and pushing each other, and some were shoving and shouting. They seemed very interested in the barbecue and the hot pot. Upon seeing this, Han Fei pushed with one hand, directly pushing the entire grill to the door. Anyway, their identities had been exposed and they were not wearing masks. Perhaps they were the first group of people who came in without a mask in the history of the ghost ship. Since these faceless men didn't seem hostile to them, it was not a big deal to treat them to a barbecue. Then, in the blink of an eye, the grill was empty, and then these faceless men began to scramble for barbecued food with each other. Humph! As the faceless man coldly snorted, the other faceless men immediately dispersed, leaving only a bare barbecue grill at the door. The faceless man stood at the door. The recipes for these 2 things. You know what I mean, right, Han Fei? Without waiting for Han Fei to agree, the faceless man said, in 2 hours, the teleportation array can be set up. If there is no accident, I will send you back with the power of the heavens and earth. But you'll be sent to the sea, and then the dragon boats will probably be attracted over because the money you paid is not enough. Han Fei was stunned and then shouted, but we are out of money. The faceless man chuckled and didn't seem to believe him, but he didn't ask any more. Luo Xiaobai suddenly said, Senior, thank you for helping us. The faceless man grunted slightly, turned around, and left. Luo Xiaobai said he wouldn't help us without reason. Since the ghost ship has chosen to help us, it must have an inextricable link with us. This sun moon shell was well spent. Han Fei nodded. Yeah, let's recover as soon as possible. Fatty, have you recovered from your belly wound? Lirenquang immediately screamed, Xia Xiaoshan, calm down next time, all right? We were almost stabbed to death by you. Xia Xiaoshan, front. Me? No, he stabbed himself. Han Fei didn't give Xia Xiaoshan a chance to think and directly asked, do you have divine daggers? Why didn't you use them before? Xia Xiaoshan paused and asked, how did you know? Xia Xiaoshan glanced at Lirenquang, wondering if she had taken out the divine weapons and stabbed them just now. Xia Xiaoshan nodded. Yes, but those 2 daggers seem to fuse into my arms. I have never summoned them before. Did I really use them just now? Han Fei rubbed Xia Xiaoshan's hair. It's okay. Divine weapons are not easy to use anyway. You just use them to stab a hunter to death. When Xia Xiaoshan thought of that hunter, her eyes suddenly turned cold. Xia Xiaoshan asked, where did you get a clone of yourself? After hearing this, Zhang Xuanyu also asked, yes, Fei Fei, where did you get it? Did you also learn a combat skill like the tertiary body? Han Fei grinned. It's not the tertiary body, but an opportunity I got. I can use a clone 3 times. Now I have used it twice, and there is only 1 chance left. Luo Xiaobai was surprised. Only 3 times? A skill with limited use? Han Fei nodded. Let's talk about this when we go back. 2 hours later, the ghost ship went to sea, but the ghost horn did not sound. It was late at night, 3 moons hung in the sky, and the salty sea wind gusted over. Han Fei and the other four were standing on the top of the ghost ship, where there was a large rune array with a radius of about 20 meters, emitting a faint brilliance at this moment. The brilliance became more and more intense, and after about 1 hour, a bright moonlight essence fell from the sky and landed on the big array. The faceless man said lightly, "The study of arrays is extensive and profound." "It's a pity that none of you have learned it, TSK," Han Fei smiled and said. "In fact, Before Han Fei finished speaking, the faceless man said, "As a spiritual gatherer, you've only mastered the spirit gathering array. It's really shameful." Han Fei? Han Fei was speechless. "Fine, you're the boss. You have the final say, okay?" The faceless man said lightly, "Enter the array in about a quarter of an hour by yourselves." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Are you going back now?" The faceless man snorted. "Go back? No, the enemy is coming." Han Fei and the others were shocked. How could it be possible? The level 3 fishery is so big and the dragon boats are so slow. How can they come so fast? "Even last time, didn't it take them half an hour to arrive?" The faceless man said grimly. "The floating islands are arrays, so is the level 3 fishery. Under certain circumstances, any array can be activated as long as a certain price is paid. You ignorant brats, remember, never underestimate any place, even ordinary fisheries." While talking, Han Fei saw brightly lit ships approaching in the dark. Luo Xiaobai turned pale. "There are so many of them." Lu Renquang shivered. "Oh my god, 7 ships! There are 7 ships!" The hexagon starfish directly jumped onto Han Fei's shoulders. At such a time, he should stay with the strongest guy. Just now, only 3 hanging fishers were already so hard to handle. Now here came 7 dragon boats. How were they going to handle them? Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Gosh, how desperately does the owner of the dragon boats want to kill us? He sent 7 dragon boats over at a time? Are they crazy? But the faceless man said, "This is no longer just your business. The ghost ship and the dragon boats have been piling up grudges against each other for a long time. You're not so capable as to attract 7 dragon boats." Faceless. A long distance away, a sound wave rolled in, and above the sky, a hidden fisher stepped over in the air, holding 2 lightsabers burning with red flames in his hands. The hidden fisher was followed by 7 hanging fishers, who stood on the fishing boats, some holding swords, some stepping on golden wheels, and some carrying scimitars, rushing at the ghost ship at the same time. The faceless man laughed out loud. "Boys, let's entertain our guests. Kill." His roar reminded people of the fierce fighting on the battlefield and surging billows on the sea. The whole ghost ship continuously made a weird sound like a drum beating, and bursts of red and black mystic light rose up like lasers, covering the entire ghost ship. Han Fei exclaimed, "The killing array of the ghost ship!" 2 huge red axes suddenly appeared in the hands of the faceless man, and he leaped into the sky and chuckled creepily. 9 nether killing array. At the same time as the array rose, Han Fei saw one after another faceless man appearing from both sides, landing on the top floor. Among them, several faceless men slid directly into the air and jointly pounced on those hanging fishers. Hanging fishers? Han Fei discovered that these people turned out to be hanging fishers too, but judging from their spiritual energy, these people seemed to be only junior or intermediate hanging fishers. Then Han Fei saw tens of thousands of fishing boats flying towards the ghost ship in the sky. Those people seemed to be teams of peak-level dangling fishers. Gulp. Lu Renquang swallowed. "We seem to have made serious trouble." Han Fei was also stupefied on the spot. But was the trouble really caused by us? Should we go up to help them? Luo Xiaobai frowned. "But we can't help them much. I think it's more like an explosion of their long-standing grudges." Then they heard the hidden fisher say, "Faceless, this time I'd like to see how you block us." "I just need to hack you to death." The next minute, an axe phantom hung upside down in the sky, and the fierce flames extended thousands of meters long. The 2 flame swords of the hidden fisher almost burned through half of the sky, as if igniting the entire sky, and the blazing fire almost blinded everyone. Zhang Xuanyu and the others couldn't help covering their eyes, except for Han Fei, who had adapted to this hotness after he was burned in the abyssal chasm. Clang. Han Fei's eyes turned crimson, only to see the faceless man smashing the hidden fisher from the sky to the sea with one axe. Under the 2 of them, the sea was separated by a long ravine which was hundreds of meters deep. Fu, K, Chapter 546, Evil. The 5 of them, like flowers in the wind, looked so fragile and powerless under the dazzling starlight. This level of battle had completely exceeded Han Fei's ability. It was like a battle of gods. This reminded them of the battle between Xiaozhan and the person from the Sun family. Their battle even stirred up a tsunami which impacted a radius as far as dozens of kilometers, making people feel utterly powerless. Over there, the faceless man took the upper hand, pressing the hidden fisher against the surface of the sea and beating him hard. Here, the battle between the faceless men legion and the hanging fishers had also begun. However, they could only see a large number of faceless men thrown into the sky. Although they were strong, they were not even close to the peak-level hanging fishers in strength. Without powerful secret methods like those Han Fei had, they certainly couldn't take the upper hand in the head-on confrontation. However, Xiao Xiao Shun suddenly exclaimed, "Look, there are hunters." In the night sky, hundreds of stars shone and then actually scattered among those hanging fishers. Zhang Xuanyu quickly asked, Where? Where are the hunters? Lu Renquang looked around. I don't see any. By the way, should we go up to help them? Luo Xiaobai suggested. They must be hanging fisher hunters from the ghost ship. Only Xiao Xiaoshan can see them. We can't see them. Hearing what Luo Xiaobai said, Han Fei frowned. Only Xiao Xiaoshan can see them. But I can too. In Han Fei's eyes, light beam-like black shadows were bouncing between the stars as if weaving the starlight into a large net. Swish, 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 swish. Han Fei saw with his own eyes a giant ray from a hanging fisher opponent being cut into pieces, and an invisible black knife light flickered, cutting a hanging fisher in half. Oh, Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Damn, they are too strong. That's a hanging fisher. But he was chopped in half by a single slash? Xia Xiaoshan said in surprise. This combat skill is great. It inspires me. Han Fei turned his head and took a look. Cut the crap. Get ready to fight. Those peak-level dangling fishers are coming. The faceless man said that the array would be ready in a quarter of an hour, but it had only been 5 minutes now. Besides, the ghost ship was empty this time without any customers except for the 5 of them, so the ghost ship could only count on these faceless people. But those were tens of thousands of fishing boats. Even if there was only one peak-level dangling fisher on a boat, there would be 10,000. Even if the 10,000 peak-level dangling fishers stood still and let him attack them, how long would it take him to kill them all? Thud. Just when Han Fei was about to make a move, the ghost ship roared and the red-black killing array suddenly spread out for tens of thousands of meters, enveloping all the fishing boats that had approached. In an instant, Han Fei saw that the originally distorted laser light turned into terrifying beams like knife light. Only in a flash, dozens of fishing boats fell apart. Some people were being cut up and wailing. Some hunters attempted to hook the ghost ship, only to be hit by a black glow together with the hook and the line and fell straight into the sea. An armorist guarded himself with a turtle shield and narrowly survived. However, not everyone was an armorist. Soul warriors and armorists could still resist for a while, but many spirit gatherers, hunters, and manipulators were hung immediately. To be honest, this was the first time Han Fei had seen the true power of the killing array. He had seen Mu Ling use it on the steps into the sea, but that one was simply incomparable to this one. The peak-level dangling fishers who were almost invincible in the level 3 fishery couldn't even fight back against this killing array. Zhang Xuanyu said blankly, It seems that they don't need our help. Lu Renquang shook his head and said, I don't want to enter this killing array. This is horrible. With so many killing beams, how can we get through? The hexagon starfish murmured, Humans are horrible. Why do you like something like a killing array? Starfish never want to learn such a thing. Han Fei looked at him. Why not? When someone wants to catch you as their contractual spiritual beast, you'll find out how useless your 6-gate array is. The hexagon starfish rolled its eyes. They can't catch me. I run fast. Everyone, there were battlefields on all sides. After seeing the battlefield in the undersea city, these battlefields didn't quite impress Han Fei. However, in the undersea city, he was far away from the battlefield, while now he was watching these thrilling scenes close up. Just as Han Fei expected, the hidden fisher was no match for the faceless man at all. Although it seemed that the flames were everywhere, the hidden fisher was actually dying and drenched in blood. Outside the killing array, many people turned around and ran, thinking to themselves, Damn it, nothing is more important than my life. I'm here just because they paid me a lot of money. Almost in a twinkle, thousands of fishing boats were swept away by the killing array. If they hadn't run, they would only end up being killed here. A hanging fisher suddenly rushed into the killing array, shouting, The killing array also requires spiritual energy. The ghost ship can't last that long. Then he called out a big turtle that shrank its head into its shell, ramming at the ghost ship. Hey brat, stop him. In Han Fei's mind, the voice of the faceless man sounded. Upon hearing it, Han Fei rushed forward and threw out the sacrificing punch. Boom. The turtle shell was punched away into the sky, spinning in the air and flying away. However, to Han Fei's surprise, unlike other hanging fishers, this hanging fisher armorist completely blocked the sacrificing punch. Han Fei quickly poured several mouthfuls of candle dragon blood into his mouth, panting. I can't kill him. As soon as he said so, an axe beam fell from the sky, splitting the big turtle in half, and the hanging fisher could no longer fly to the sky because his legs were cut off. Ah! Accompanied by a shrill scream, dozens of dazzling beams swept up. Luo Xiaobai clicked her fingers, and spiritual plants grew out of the legs of the hanging fisher. Wow, Han Fei asked in surprise. What kind of combat skill is this? This is not a combat skill, is this? It is just a basic ability of manipulators. Han Fei secretly rolled his eyes. You call it a basic ability? Are you kidding me? Beep, beep, beep. At this time, the 7 dragon boats were already approaching, and Han Fei could even see the heads of the people on those dragon boats. When Han Fei saw a spiritual energy shockwave smashing towards the ghost ship, he was stunned. He was indeed shocked. How did the ghost ship manage to win under the siege of 5 dragon boats against this terrifying shockwave? Fortunately, the shock was cut into pieces by the beams after it fell into the killing array. After being dispersed, the spiritual energy shockwave was still strong, but would not be able to destroy the ghost ship. Fortunately, the dragon boats had cannons, so did the ghost ship, and the latter's cannon was more powerful. The ghost ship also fired, and the spiritual energy shockwave thus produced was dozens of times bigger than the former one. Damn, it's so powerful? Han Fei didn't even know when the spiritual energy shockwave was emitted. At this moment, he was trying to perceive. As a result, he found there was no artillery at all but only arrays. The spiritual energy shockwave was emitted from a large array which gathered spiritual energy first, converged it, and fired it out. This was as simple as Spirit Gatherer sending spiritual energy into others' bodies, except that Spirit Gatherers would do it in a gentle way, but this killing array did it quite violently. Now the ghost ship was firing cannons against the other 7 ships. For the first time, Han Fei knew that the arrays had this function. He was too damn ignorant. Thinking of the spirit-gathering scripture that old Jiang had left for him, he decided that he must master arrays when he went back this time. Arrays were too powerful. Imagine what he could do if in combat with someone. Suddenly, he could set up a killing array, which would bombard his enemy savagely. Who could stand it? Luo Xiaobai suddenly said, "Not good, the power of the killing array has begun to weaken." Han Fei took a look. Yes, it was true. Although most of the thousands of fishing boats that rushed in were obliterated, a small part of them survived. In the sky, the hidden fisher yelled, "Faceless, your ghost ship has done a lot of evil. This time you are doomed." The faceless man scolded, "Shut the fuck up, how do you have the face to say this? Disgusting, shameless bastards, you are literally the most shameless people in the world. Since you say I'm evil, let me show you how evil I can be. Go to hell, chapter 547, really faceless." When the power of the killing array weakened and the dragon boat's spiritual energy cannon finally landed on the ghost ship, the faceless man was angry. As he stepped in the air, a huge shell shone in the sky, which was completely different from the shells ordinary people saw. It was more like a big axe than a shell. It stirred up a fierce gust of wind and slowly descended from the sky. In Han Fei's eyes, data appeared. Name a god, killing clam Ochu lies, spiritual beast introduction. The offspring of the primitive creature, sky-opening clam. Its sharp shell can cut the mountains and the sea. Its strong armor can resist the attack of divine weapons. It has unparalleled defensive and offensive capabilities, inherits superb combat skills from the sky-opening clam, and can turn into a battle axe. Level. All quality, legendary e-food, omnivorous EC combat skills ever-ev, ORDC combat skills ever-ev, war contains soul power. Wow, a legendary spiritual beast? Han Fei was shocked. Are legendary creatures so worthless? How many have I watched so far? Isn't the introduction to the god, killing clam, a bit exaggerated? As soon as the clam appeared, the hidden fisher was pressed into the water from the sky. He crossed his swords, intending to resist. However, Faceless roared, "I must kill you today." "Who do you think you are?" "Stop! Hum!" On the sky, a figure fell, but unfortunately the axe had already chopped down, making the surging billows shoot into the sky, and the impact of this chop directly caused a monstrous tsunami. The hidden fisher died. "Faceless, you are too much." An old man with gray hair appeared above the surging waves, pointing angrily at the faceless man. The faceless man laughed. "The ghost ship trades in good faith, but if anyone wants to mess with us, I won't show any mercy." Han Fei couldn't help swallowing. How domineering this guy is. He seemed to be fearless. The ghost ship swayed with dozens of large holes blasted through the hull, but surprisingly, it was not sinking. The hanging fishers had already retreated and looked very scared at the moment. Although they were guardians of the dragon boats, they didn't know much about the ghost ship. Their predecessors just warned them not to mess with the ghost ship, but no one knew that the ghost ship owner was so strong. He even easily killed a hidden fisher. "Welcome, Lord Law Enforcer." At that moment, those fishing boats that were hesitating outside all ran like crazy. The hidden fisher was killed, and even Lord Law Enforcer had come. Gosh, why did they stupidly get involved in the battle between the dragon boats and the ghost ship? As soon as the Law Enforcer landed, instead of fighting, he said to those hanging fishers, "Go." The hanging fishers couldn't believe what they heard. The dragon boat owner murdered on the spot, but Lord Law Enforcer didn't do anything to him? However, how dare these ordinary hanging fishers defy the order of a law enforcer? They immediately retreated. In fact, even if the law enforcer did not say that, they would retreat. They followed the hidden fishers to attack the ghost ship, not because of Han Fei and his pals. This was just an excuse for the dragon boats to attack the ghost ship. But no one had thought that the ghost ship owner would be so powerful and kill the hidden fisher with a single chop. Who the hell could continue to fight him? When the dragon boats withdrew, the sea was still rough, and there were still 7 or 8 minutes before the teleportation array was ready. In other words, this thrilling battle lasted only that short amount of time, on the wave. The law enforcer glanced at Han Fei, then looked at Faceless and said, "The ghost ship has made too many kills. Even if I don't punish you, someone else will definitely do it." Faceless sneered in contempt. "Too many kills? We have fought only once in decades, with no more than 1,000 casualties. There are countless guys who wander in the fisheries every day and end up being killed. Now you say I've made too many kills?" The law enforcer squinted. "That's different." Faceless impatiently waved his hand. "Why different? I think they're the same. Are you going to fight me or not? If not, I'm leaving." I need to repair my ship. The law enforcer said indifferently. Faceless, you've killed the hidden fisher guarding the level 3 fishery. You should give me an explanation. Bah, no explanation needed. You just tell the bastards in the Thousand-Star City that I killed that guy. If they want to retaliate, I'll be waiting for them. Believe it or not, if they can't kill me, I will put the Thousand-Star City in decline for 20 years. The law enforcer was not annoyed but just smiled faintly. This is also an explanation. I'll just tell them your words. But don't do this again. You know, there are not many who are actually afraid of you. You know what they are truly afraid of. Humph, the faceless man snorted coldly, not even looking at the law enforcer. The law enforcer nodded indifferently. The death of a hidden fisher was trivial to him. He didn't even fish the body out, but instead walked away in the air with his hands behind his back. Han Fei and the other 4 were stunned in the whole process. That's a law enforcer. Why don't you even show some respect to him? In the sky, the bright moonlight still shone on the array, making the brilliance of the array more and more intense. The faceless man landed on the boat and glanced at Han Fei and the other 4. What do you think? Am I awesome? Everyone, Luo Xiaobai asked quietly. So, who on earth are you, senior? You chose to save us and are so hostile to the Thousand-Star City. If you are not from the Thousand-Star City, you certainly didn't save us from my family. So, you should be connected with the other 4, but as far as I know, Han Fei and the other 3 don't have a powerful background and are unlikely to have elders like you. So, senior, are you related to the Thug Academy? The faceless man glanced at Luo Xiaobai and shouted, Guess, all you know is guessing. Luo Xiaobai shrugged. Okay, well, I already know. So, you are, junior uncle? Han Fei was shocked. Xiaobai, you can even guess this? Luo Xiaobai simply said, he spares no effort to help us and looks so calm when I mention the Thug Academy, and he is also so strong. Isn't his identity obvious? Han Fei clicked his tongue. If he is really our junior uncle, why did he take all our money? Coldly watching the performance of Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai, the faceless man snorted. Why can't your junior uncle take your money? Junior uncle also needs to make a living. Zhang Xuanyu and the others hurriedly exclaimed, Oh, so you really are our junior uncle. Hi, junior uncle, Sha added. Hello, junior uncle. The faceless man grunted without denying it. But then he said, This time, my ghost ship is seriously damaged. I'll use that 5 billion to repair it. Maybe that won't even be enough. Han Fei was speechless. Are you kidding me? Not enough. I've checked it. You just need to use ordinary spiritual level materials to repair the holes, and those materials are so common in the level 3 fishery. Han Fei asked, What about the spirit awakening fluid? Sha Xiaoshan added, And soul crystals? The faceless man waved his hand. No, none of them. I've already given you a lot of benefits, and you still want to snatch my spirit awakening fluid? No way. Junior uncle, didn't we buy that? The faceless man sneered. You can ask someone else to sell the spirit awakening fluid to you and see who will sell it to you, Zhang Xuanyu said. Junior uncle, could you please sell us some more? Get lost, Luo Xiaobai asked. Junior uncle, why are you in the level 3 fishery? Why do you control a ghost ship? Why do you wear a mask? The faceless man said angrily. Shut up, you darn girl. Where do you get so many questions? Luo Xiaobai was stunned by his roar, a little at a loss. Sha Xiaoshan roared back. Junior uncle, why are you yelling? You scared Xiaobai. Han Fei was speechless. Now knowing Faceless was their junior uncle, these guys even dared to yell at him. Being yelled at by Sha Xiaoshan, Faceless was speechless too. What fucking kind of students are these? The faceless man sighed. It's getting harder and harder to educate students these days. You don't need to know why I am in the level 3 fishery and I'm not going to return the money to you, but I can show you my face. The faceless man waved his hand and a cloud of light covered his face. When he took off the mask, Han Fei and the others all took a breath. Oh, Luo Xiaobai and Xiao Xiaon took a step back almost subconsciously. Han Fei's eyelids jumped. Junior uncle, where is your face? What appeared in front of them was really a faceless man whose face seemed to be wiped off by a knife. There were no eyes, no eyebrows, and no nose on this face, and in the mouth there was only a slit which seems to be cut with a knife. The faceless man snorted and immediately put on the mask. I show you my face because I want you to remember that the future is very dangerous, the enemy is very powerful, and do take care. Everyone, Chapter 548, let's take a vacation. They were truly shocked. The strength that Junior Uncle Faceless had just shown was breathtakingly strong indeed. Han Fei even felt that even Xiao Zhan was no match for Junior Uncle Faceless. At least they hadn't Xiao Zhan launched such a strong attack before. That axe even sliced through the seawater. Han Fei smiled and said, Junior Uncle, it's okay. I have 1,000 face technique. Do you want it? With it, you can have any face you want. Having said that, Han Fei threw a jade slip over. Faceless Master took it and had a look and was stunned. Demon level divine quality? Didn't you buy a mystic level disguise technique last time? Why did it become demon level divine quality? Han Fei smiled. I picked it up. Really? Then you're really lucky. Then the faceless man threw the jade slip back to Han Fei. It's useless. A heaven level divine quality might do, but this is only demon level. Han Fei said slyly, Junior uncle, since it's the first time we've met, I wonder if you'll give me a little gift. Fuck off. Faceless waved his hand and pushed the 5 of them into the big array. Faceless shouted to them, money is a bad thing. It will erode your souls. You don't need it now. Also, don't wear an ultra-quality battlesuit all day long. It will court jealousy. At this moment, the big array seemed to have started, and they had felt that their vision was a bit blurred. In the end, they heard Faceless say, Han Fei, I used the 8 trigrams to tell your fortune just now. The result is not good. You haven't overcome the romance trap set out for you. You have to be careful and be prepared. Han Fei's expression suddenly changed. Junior uncle, don't slander me. What romance trap? Alas, Xuanhuan, don't move, Blue Sea Town. The level 2 fishery. In the night, a bright beam of light in the sky suddenly slammed into the sea. After a while, 5 heads emerged from the sea. Han Fei was stunned. Were we teleported to the wrong place? Why is it still at sea? Xuanhuan had already slashed over, cutting a dragon head fish in half. Xuanhuan deducted, dragon head fish? This is the level 2 fishery. After a while, the 5 of them lay on the fishing boat. 9 tails lay on the top of the fishing boat, and the 9-star chain was drifting in the sea to prevent the daredevil creatures from climbing on the fishing boat. Unlike the creatures in the level 3 fishery, the creatures in the level 2 fishery were still very dumb, without any intelligence, but they were very confident in their strength and never hesitated to challenge any human they saw. Han Fei could only let 9 tails guard outside, and the 5 of them were eating hot pot in the cabin. The hexagon starfish suddenly said, Can I just stay here? Lirenquang said, Huh? Senior Hexagon, isn't it great for you to be with us? So many delicious foods for you. The level 2 fishery is boring, Xuanhuan added. Big starfish, why do you always want to slip away? The hexagon starfish was holding a jar of wine and his eyes kept rolling. Then he suddenly collapsed and wailed, It's too dangerous to be with you. Every time you fight, I'm so fucking scared. Starfish don't like fighting. Starfish only like hunting for treasures. Han Fei slapped the deck, which startled the hexagon starfish, and his tentacles shook. Han Fei said, Dangerous? But you remain unscathed, don't you? You want to stay here, right? Okay, let me chop off one of your tentacles. Isn't it said a tentacle from a starfish can grow into a new starfish? Let your little brother stay here and you will still be with us. The hexagon starfish immediately shrank his 6 tentacles. Who told you that? That's the case for ordinary starfish, but a legendary starfish like me can't afford to lose a single tentacle. Besides, this sea area can't breed another hexagon starfish. Han Fei grinned. That's it, so cut the crap. Just eat, drink, and take what we give you. What else do you want? Threatened by Han Fei, the hexagon starfish immediately stopped talking, but he was still wailing in his heart. What a bitter and tiring life starfish had. Why did starfish meet this horrible human being? They dined and wined to satiety. Zhang Xuanyu asked, When are we going back to school? Han Fei shrugged. Do you want to go back? Everyone looked at Han Fei and Lirenquang said, No, do you have any suggestions? Han Fei said leisurely, We've been working so hard for 8 or 9 months in the level 3 fishery, right? There are still more than 2 months left before the deadline. Let's have a vacation, okay? Xuanhuan asked curiously. Vacation? Han Fei said. Yes, let's rest for 2 months, floating on the sea every day, occasionally basking in the sun, fishing, eating hot pot, and relaxing. What do you think? Luo Xiaobai wasn't easily persuaded. I'm going back to school. Zhang Xuanyu nodded. Can I go back home? Everyone was surprised, and Lirenquan Jian asked, Didn't you float from another town? How will you go back? Zhang Xuanyu said matter-of-factly. Float back, just like how I floated over. Han Fei had an idea. We're going with you, then we can see what other villages are like. Zhang Xuanyu shook his head. I want to go back alone. I have something to deal with. No, you can't, Zhang Xuanyu screamed. Why can't I? Luo Xiaobai glanced at him. You can't cross no man's land alone. I don't know how you floated over and how the president brought you back, but you can't do it alone. Either someone goes with you or we go back to school first. Zhang Xuanyu, Lirenquang shook his head. I'm not going anywhere. I just want to bask in the sun, sleep, and eat hot pot. Han Fei wanted to speak, but was pinched by Xuanhuan. I will go home and have a look. Xuanhuan agreed. I'm with Han Fei. Zhang Xuanyu was silent for a long while and then reluctantly looked at Luo Xiaobai. Are you going back with me? Okay. On the next day, Zhang Xuanyu and Luo Xiaobai left, driving a go-speed divine boat. Han Fei looked at Xuanhuan and said, Why don't we go with them? Before Xuanhuan answered, he heard Lirenquang say, Are you stupid? Why did Zhang Xuanyu float over from another town alone? There must be a reason. Since he said that he wanted to go back alone this time, there must be something that he didn't want us to see. Xuanhuan nodded. That's right. Also, Xiaobai is from a very powerful family in the Thousand-Star City. Her identity can help Zhang Xuanyu a lot. Han Fei snorted. Humph, whatever. Seeing Lirenquang humming an unknowing tone and making a hot pot, Han Fei sighed. Is he a fucking pig? He just ate 2 meals last night, and now he has a 3rd meal started, Han Fei said. This fat gentleman, enjoy yourself. After eating and drinking enough, you can go back to school by yourself. Lu Renquang was immediately stunned. Huh? Are you leaving too? Didn't you say you wanted to bask in the sun and eat hot pot? Han Fei rolled his eyes. No, I need to precipitate myself. I need to empty myself, Xia Xiaoshan instructed. Quang, go back to school by yourself after finishing your meal. Then she pulled Master Hexagon off Han Fei's shoulder and threw it to Lu Renquang. Take the big starfish back with you. If you let him escape, you'll have to compensate. Lu Renquang, won the way to the Heavenly Water Village. Han Fei asked, Xia Xiaoshan, where is your home? Xia Xiaoshan tilted her head and said, I don't know. Han Fei was surprised. Isn't there anyone else in your family? Xia Xiaoshan thought for a while and said, I have a grandma, but she is gone. Han Fei paused and then said, Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. What are you talking about? My grandma is not dead, she just left. Then where did she go? Xia Xiaoshan shook her head. I don't know. It seems that she had gone far, far away. She said that one day when I can defeat someone with wings, maybe I can find her. Puh, Han Fei was astonished. A hidden fisher? Xia Xiaoshan nodded. Yeah, I found that part out later. Han Fei couldn't help but think to himself, it seems that Xia Xiaoshan is not from an ordinary family. She has to beat a hidden fisher to find her family? When will that be? Xia Xiaoshan changed the topic. What about you? Didn't you say that you had no family members left? Han Fei smiled and said, I have no family member left, but I still have mansions and much fertile farmland at home. Xia Xiaoshan grunted in response and then asked, But why don't we go straight back to school? Han Fei said with a frown, I have a hunch that something bad will happen when I return to school. Our deadline has not expired, so I'm afraid we won't have such a chance later. Alright, I have nowhere to go anyway. Let me have a look at what your home is like. Okay, the fishing boat drew a beautiful arc in the sky and gradually disappeared into the colorful clouds and rosy sunset. Chapter 549, Heavenly Water Village. Today, Han Fei would never have enough of the scenery from the floating islands. It was early in the morning. The rising sun enveloped the ocean, casting the golden red light among the clouds, and countless fishers controlled their fishing boats to go to sea. This scene was beautiful and full of life. In the plantation, Han Fei opened his eyes from cultivation, and when the first rays of morning light came over, the spiritual energy of the entire plantation would riot. Masses of spiritual energy gathered and dispersed in the plantation. A flame ignited on Han Fei. However, a ball of water immediately wrapped him until the flame went out. Han Fei stopped cultivating and looked up at the rising sun. This was his 10th time trying to absorb the spiritual energy from the fiery sun. However, he never succeeded. But Han Fei was sure of one thing. That is, it seemed that the fiery sun contained not only spiritual energy, but also some mysterious energy that was more violent than spiritual energy, which could gather spiritual energy in an instant. The slightest carelessness would cause you to be burned to ashes. Han Fei had been wondering why there were no creatures like birds and beasts on the floating islands. The place here was not small, and a large number of nests on the floating islands would be enough for hundreds of millions of birds to survive and inhabit, right? Jingle, jingle, jingle. While Han Fei was musing, Xia Xiaoshan, dressed in beautiful clothes, lightly walked to the center of the plantation. Since Han Fei left the Heavenly Water Village, the members of the fish dragons had been carefully taking care of his houses. The training ground where he and Zhang Qin used to fight against each other had been polished and paved with slates. They even built a path here, leading to the entrance of the plantation. Xia Xiaoshan, bleary-eyed, said to Han Fei, I want to eat fried dumplings. Han Fei moved his body and said, You can make it yourself. Haven't I taught you how to make it? Xia Xiaoshan hummed and said lazily, No, my cooking is not as good as yours. On the wooden table at the entrance of the plantation, Han Fei put 4 large plates of fried dumplings, 2 plates per person, for breakfast. This was the benefit of being a cultivator. Cultivators could eat all the time as long as they wanted without the worry of getting fat. Han Fei picked a fried dumpling with chopsticks and dipped it in vinegar. Today, we are going to give a lecture to the teachers and students in the school of the village. Should we prepare some gifts or something? Xia Xiaoshan was stuffing fried dumplings in her mouth with no table manners at all, and she raised her head and said to Han Fei with her mouth full of food, You can give them some fish or crabs, lobsters or something. Han Fei said in surprise, Aren't they too cheap? Don't we still have more than 600 combat skills? I want to give them 100 or so. What do you think? Xia Xiaoshan shook her head. Of those combat skills and techniques, even the lowest level is spirit level, which they can't use at all. You can give them a dozen as rewards for outstanding students. Han Fei nodded seriously. That seems to make sense. The layout of the Heavenly Water Village was slightly changed. Besides the 4 major schools in the east, west, south, and north, there was one more school in the middle, whose name was Fish Dragon Central Primary School. Han Fei gave the name to it casually. At first, Han Fei just planned to let the children of the members of the Fish Dragons study in it. When they grew up, they could continuously bring new blood to the fish dragons. Then the fish dragons wouldn't have to hire a large number of outsiders to manage gang affairs as the Blue Sea Town did. In Han Fei's words, this was called sustainable development. Although he was not prepared to spend much time on the fish dragons, he didn't mind putting forward some constructive opinions. But then he discovered that the students in Fish Dragon Central Primary School were generally stronger and more talented than other children due to the abundant supply of resources. This had caused many people in the Heavenly Water Village to try to send their children into this school. Also because of this, many people were vying to join the Fish Dragons, so the Fish Dragons had been expanding and had become the largest gang ever in the Heavenly Water Village. Because the Fish Dragons' tradition was not to bully ordinary people and promote sustainable economic development in the village, almost all villagers had joined the Fish Dragons at this moment. In the office of Fish Dragon Central Primary School, Han Fei's teacher, Wang Jie, was invited to serve as the honorary principal of Fish Dragon Central Primary School. According to tradition, the position should belong to the village head, but the village head refused, saying that he didn't have enough time to manage the school. Because he Xiaoyu had a good relationship with Han Fei, He Mingtang was invited to serve as the vice principal of Fish Dragon Central Primary School. Han Fei came over with several caddies of fried dumplings and greeted Wang Jie and He Mingtang. Teachers, good morning. Wang Jie had never thought that Han Fei would become one of his best students. When he saw Han Fei again, he was struck with emotion for quite a while. As for the other excellent student Tang Ji, he thought he might not see him again. He had entered the Thousand-Star City and probably wouldn't come back again. Wang Jie joked, "Hey, why did you come so late? The children have already begun their lessons." Han Fei smiled and said, "Sorry, Mr. Wang, I came after breakfast. Here, I brought some for you and Mr. He." Wang Jie quickly took the fried dumplings, grabbed one of them, and put it in his mouth, then handed them to He Mingtang and said, "Old He, would you like some?" He Mingtang got up, grabbed a fried dumpling, and stuffed it into his mouth, and glanced at Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan next to him. "Han Fei, won't you go back to the town? You have stayed in the village for almost a month." "Won't your teacher punish you?" Han Fei smiled. "Our trial is not over yet. There is still half a month left before the deadline." He Mingtang took a deep look at Han Fei. "Lad, restrain yourself. The more outstanding, the less you can slack off. Are you two going to get married?" Puff, ahem, Xia Xiaoshan blushed, and she had never thought of something like getting married or having a baby. Han Fei was embarrassed. "Get married? How old am I?" Han Fei said awkwardly, "Well, no plan yet. It's just time for us to cultivate and study, and we'll still have to go to the unknown place. It's too early to talk about marriage." The unknown place? Wang Jie and He Mingtang both became serious. That was an ominous place. They didn't know where the unknown place was and what it was like. They didn't know what the level 3 fishery was like either. Even He Mingtang was just a peak-level fishing master and hadn't become a great fishing master yet. How could they know so much? But they had all heard about the unknown place and had never heard that anyone returned safely from the unknown place. He Mingtang had mixed feelings. How long had it been? After a mere 4 years, Han Fei, who he used to look down upon, had become a heavenly talent that swept across the level 3 fishery. Yes, from He Mingtang's point of view, being able to go to the level 3 fishery was already a heavenly talent. His daughter had been working very hard for this period of time, trying to be a spirit gatherer and a hunter at the same time. Now she had made a name in the first academy of the Blue Sea Town. Even so, she could only go to the level 2 fishery to gain fighting experience, and she still had to wait at least 2 years before going to the level 3 fishery. Giving a lecture was actually very easy. Most of the students here were the children of the members of the Fish Dragons, and each one was full of admiration for Han Fei. They felt that Han Fei, who destroyed the tigers, created the Fish Dragons, and led the Fish Dragons to prosperity, was really someone. Han Fei gave some empty conventional talks, like to study well and make progress, cultivate hard and strive to enter the Blue Sea Town, etc. Li Qing had been following Han Fei, and even now, he still felt that it was a very wise choice for him to betray the tigers and follow Han Fei. Han Fei said to all the teachers and students, "Everyone, listen carefully. From now on, the cultivation resources will be doubled. Any student of this school who becomes a fishing master will get weapons and fishing rods. Anyone who can become a great fishing master will get a low-quality spiritual weapon and a spiritual fruit. Good luck." "Wow, thank you, leader. Leader, you're awesome. Leader, you're awesome. Leader, I love you. Leader," Wang Jie and the others smacked their tongues. "Are rich people all like this?" Wang Jie gently elbowed He Mingtang. "Old He, why didn't you seize the chance back then? If he marries Xiaoyu, he will become your son-in-law." He Mingtang sighed and said, "Who would have known this kid would become so outstanding now? However, I can't force it. And I also told Xiaoyu not to force it. After all, Han Fei's path is not something everyone can take. I heard that this kid killed a hanging fisher in the level 3 fishery. No one knows whether it will be a blessing or a curse if Xiaoyu marries him." Wang Jie was shocked. "Really? No joking here." He Mingtang sighed. "Xiaoyu's classmate, xuanhuan, a heavenly talent in the Blue Sea Town, told her that. I can assure you the news is true." Wang Jie froze for a long time and then said, "So what? He is safe and sound, isn't he?" Chapter 5T, Han Fei's Research. After leaving Fish Dragon Central Primary School, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan went to sea. The village leader said that he would come to visit him at night, so he planned to go to the fishery to get some seafood. After all, he gave all the ordinary creatures in Forge the Universe to Little Time. Now he only had yellow-blooded sea cucumbers, which the village leader might not be able to withstand. Of course, in addition to fishing for some seafood, he also planned to wander around the 8 villages. 1 hour later, Han Fei appeared in the sky above the Heavenly Wood Village. Just like its name, the Heavenly Wood Village was basically covered by big trees. Most people lived in trees or built tree houses in the forest. Only the places near the port had no trees, probably for the convenience of going out to sea. Han Fei flew around the Heavenly Wood Village several times, drawing something onto a fish skin map from time to time. Xia Xiaoshan curiously asked, "Haven't you studied these villages thoroughly yet? Why are you painting these villages?" Han Fei shook his head and said, "Do you remember Junior Uncle Faceless told us that the level 3 fishery is a big array?" Xia Xiaoshan nodded. "Yes, aren't there arrays among the floating islands?" Han Fei nodded. "Yeah, what kind of an array can span hundreds of thousands of miles?" "I can't study the level 3 fishery, but I can study the arrays between the villages and the town first." Han Fei had too many questions about the level 3 fishery. What secrets were hidden in the sea grassland? Why would people transform into fish there? And what was the book in Forge the Universe that he still dared not to open up? Why did the underwater city fall, and why did the people in the city fight fish tides in the sea for hundreds of years? What was the altar on the steps into the sea? Where did the sacrifices go, and where did the rewards come from? What was sealed under the steps into the sea? Who made the abyssal chasm with a slash? What was hidden in the secret realm that couldn't be entered and the one that couldn't be reached? Han Fei felt that everyone was involved in a series of huge secrets. Of course, Han Fei had no ability to explore those things now. However, the trip to the level 3 fishery made him fully realize the importance of arrays. Especially the killing array. That thing was too terrifying and could even easily kill peak-level dangling fishers, and ordinary people wouldn't dare to challenge the killing array. Xia Xiaoshan asked, "What have you found out from your research?" Han Fei pondered for a long time. "I found that every village must be an eye of an array." Puff! Xia Xiaoshan gave Han Fei a sideways glance. "You're telling me? Everyone knows that," Han Fei shrugged. He was not to blame. He really didn't know it before. "Okay, let's go back to the village." At the plantation, Han Fei cooked some dishes and smiled. "Grandpa Leader, let me ask you something. Has there been any major event in our town over the past century?" The village leader was staring at the steamed lobster. Suddenly hearing this question, he was taken aback. 100 years? That's very long ago. Han Fei smiled and said, "It's a very big event, something that would be unforgettable for a lifetime. For example, the movement of the floating islands, or the arrival of a big figure from the Thousand-Star City, something like that." The village leader grinned. "Are these big events?" Over the past 100 years, the floating islands have moved 7 or 8 times. Even our Heavenly Water Village was right next to the Heavenly Heart Village before, but then our village declined and was moved to where we are now. Han Fei said in surprise, "Our village used to be next to the Heavenly Heart Village?" The village leader picked up a large piece of lobster meat with chopsticks, stuffed it into his mouth, and nodded in praise. "Tiesk, the taste is not bad. Our Heavenly Water Village used to have a lot of talents, but many of them died in the level 3 fishery, so our village gradually declined." Xia Xiaoshan was puzzled. "Then, didn't you continue to cultivate talents?" The village leader smiled bitterly. "Sometimes, it depends on opportunities. When God's favored one is born in a village, the whole village will prosper. But if no good talent is born in a village in a certain period of time, then it will decline. This is the rule of this world." Han Fei continued his investigation. Were there any other major events? For example, weird things happening on the sea? The village leader said, "Yes, this is recorded in our Heavenly Water Village annals. About 50 years ago, it was said that a giant dragon passed through the ordinary fishery and then plunged into it. However, I didn't see it myself, but just heard of it. You can still go fishing on the ordinary fishery." Han Fei frowned. Sometimes he would rather believe some legends. His experience in the level 3 fishery made him deeply realize that his knowledge of the known fisheries was actually not much. Gulp. The village leader took a sip of his drink and said, "It was like 8 or 9 years ago when dozens of hidden fishers came to the Heavenly Water Village. I remember very clearly that day. There was a big boat in the sky. The clouds and fog in the sky were all dispersed. The hidden fishers stood on the bow of the ship and a pitched battle broke out in the sky." Han Fei's eyes lit up. "What battle?" the village leader said. "How do I know? I couldn't even see who was fighting with whom." Anyway, this battle lasted less than half an hour before they left. Han Fei picked up a drunk shrimp with chopsticks and put it into his mouth in disappointment. This battle sounded interesting, but it was a pity that the village leader didn't know much about it. The village leader asked, "Why are you asking this? Is that why you treat me to this meal?" Han Fei chuckled. "I just wanted to know more about the history of our Heavenly Water Village." The village leader smacked his lips and said, "Why? By the way, when will you marry Ms. Xiaochan? Have you thought of leaving your kid in the village?" Puff, cough, cough, Xiao directly spurted out a fishball and her face was flush. Han Fei was embarrassed. But Grandpa Leader, am I old? We young people should concentrate on cultivating to enter the thousand-star city and uncharted waters. Xiao agreed. Yes, Han Fei is right. The village leader shook his head slightly. Young people like to take adventures. You're like this, so is Xiao Wuxuang, and even he Xiao Yu, alas. Han Fei, suddenly, the village leader said, this is the same case for your sickly father who liked bragging and in the end lost his life in these unrealistic things. Han Fei was taken aback. Leader, did you know my father? The village leader sneered. Sure, your father's strength was not great, even slightly worse than mine. But he kept saying that he was going to the unknown place, although he didn't know much about it. Come on, he was only a great fishing master back then. In the end, he died outside of it. Han Fei frowned. Huh? This was different from what he remembered. Although his memory about his father was vague, he remembered that his father died in the unknown place. Suddenly, Han Fei froze. No, the unknown place? Didn't that mean that his father was at least a peak-level dangling fisher? Han Fei couldn't remember it clearly. In his memory, it seemed that someone told him that his father had died in the unknown place outside the level 3 fishery. Tungay also knew about this. The key was not about where his father died, but if he was a strong master, why would he stay in a small place like the Heavenly Water Village? On the next day, Han Fei and Xiao went to explore the ordinary fishery again. Just like Zhang Qin did in the past, Han Fei searched almost inch by inch, especially those places covered by seaweed. However, he couldn't find anything unusual. At this moment, he emerged from under the water and saw Xiaoxiao's feet slapping the spray. Seeing Han Fei, Xiaoxiao said, I'm bored. Han Fei wiped the seawater on his face and said, okay, let's go back. Let's inform the village leader and go back to school. Han Fei didn't bother to search here anymore. Zhang Qin had almost turned the ordinary fishery upside down and in the end, found some information about the sea-quelling painting by accident. He didn't want to stay here for 3 to 5 years just to solve a small doubt in his heart. When the two of them were about to return to the village, they saw a fishing boat flying over in the sky, and He Mingtang stood at the bow and waved at them. Before the fishing boat landed, He Mingtang shouted, Han Fei, save Xiao Yu. Han Fei's expression changed, and he quickly said, what's the matter? He Mingtang was panting hard. The village leader just got the news that some teachers and students from the first academy had an accident in the deep-sea jungle of the level 2 fishery. Xiao Yu should be among them. Because the Blue Sea town is far away and you happen to be here, the village leader asked me to come to find you. Han Fei nodded. Mr. He, don't worry, I'm going now. He Mingtang added, I'm going with you. Han Fei nodded. Get on the boat.